Endlos, nach langer Fahrt kreuz und quer übers Meer, sind wir endlich im Paradies ferner Welt. Niemand kann uns das verbieten, was uns hier gefällt. Denn am Strand gehört mir alles, alles, was ich fand. Hab ein Mädchen, ich wohl ganz allein, küss ich sie im Mondenschein. It is wonderful to stay with a little girl to play in the moonlight while the night on the bay of Hawaii. It is wonderful to stay. It is wonderful to play while the night. Oh yes, all right.
Through the Eyes of the West. On Mass Extermination and Suicide Attack. For or against the West, Carl Schmitt named the alternative in 1932 when he stated that the Weimar Constitution is two constitutions and that the time had now come to choose between them: recognition of the substantial contents and forces of the German people, or retention and continuation of functionalist value neutrality with the fiction of equal opportunity for all contents, goals, and currents without distinction. Carl Schmitt, Legality and Legitimacy. He considered the minimum of freedom, as granted to the individual by functionalist value neutrality, to be almost finished, while the forces of the people were clearly asserting themselves. It was a fact that plebiscitary legitimacy is currently the only remaining recognized system of justification. Thus, a very significant and rare kind of authority is now needed. It can spring from various sources: from the effect and impression of a great political success, from any remaining vestiges of a pre-democratic era, or from the political prestige of a secondary democratic elite, of which today's organized parties are usually only a surrogate or a caricature. End quote. However, the plebiscitary methods and questions of the left differed from those of the right to such an extent that, under the impression of great political success, it took an authority like Hitler, who Schmitt may once have regarded as a caricature, to complete the turn against the West, equipped with the existing residues of a pre-democratic era and the trust of the neo-democratic economic elite. Before 1933, Franz Neumann was an almost typical representative of German otherworldly thinking. His pronounced reformism did not want to locate itself in the West and had no concept of what was happening in the East, in the Soviet Union. So he was drawn to Carl Schmitt's political theology. How else could he have saved his model of a collective democracy, his political theory adopted from Karl Renner, Otto Bauer, and Hugo Sinsheimer in the crisis, without breaking with the constitution of the Weimar Republic? A few months before Hitler's appointment as Reich Chancellor, Neumann himself told Schmitt that the substance of the Weimar Constitution cannot be the order of a bourgeois constitutional state. I believe that we will agree on this. It can only be an order based on freedom and property, but which is supported and should be maintained by the cooperation of all creative circles of the people. End of quote. What Neumann wanted to agree with Schmitt on was evidently a kind of democratic fascism or libertarian corporative state, in his case with a particular emphasis on the status of the trade unions. The fundamental rights provisions of the Weimar Constitution contained the basis for the establishment of a social constitutional state whose goal is the realization of social freedom. Social freedom means that the working class wants to determine its own fate. End of quote. But it should remain with fate, i.e. with the state. Only let the sovereign be a true social democrat. One who is committed to caring for the working class and to taming capitalist exploitation interests in their interests, because market forces can no longer be relied upon, since the economy has entered its monopolistic and crisis-ridden phase. This is how Neumann wanted the German constitution to be understood, as Article 153(3) clearly states: property is an obligation. Its use shall at the same time be a service to the common good. The only question is what this best interest would be and who exactly would have to decide on it. The difference between Franz Neumann and Otto Kirchheimer in this respect, which is often emphasized in left-wing academic literature, proves to be negligible here. Kirchheimer only had an accelerated reformism in mind at the time, which was just as necessarily based on Carl Schmitt, except that he understood the Weimar Constitution as a formal rule of the game, which the more powerful is able to repeal at will in the absence of a higher authority. End quote. And this higher authority, which would have to be formed beyond Weimar, could only be a new state, a new sovereign. Kirchheimer thus simply allowed the disappointment that Newman steadfastly fended off, just as every left-wing socialist is a disappointed reformist, and every reformist a disillusioned left-wing socialist. In 1930, Kirchheimer had also written in a similar vein to Newman that the restriction of property to the individual sphere did not violate the meaning of the Constitution, but only if the state makes active use of this new meaning will it be able to put all those powers in their place that are also working effectively here to forge the present eternally to the past and to play off the eternal right, the acquired right, against the right of today. End of quote. Kirchheimer's right of today was just another formulation for Newman's collective democracy or social freedom. Both thought of this right as little as Schmitt did in terms of the individual. The collective, which Schmitt called the community, was the subject. But freedom is always and can only ever be the freedom of the individual, just as the freedom of the collective is always a paraphrase for the lack of freedom of the individual. This was what Newman learned very quickly on his flight to the West, and where he was ultimately to agree with Kirchheimer on all important issues when they met again in the circle of the Emigrated Institute for Social Research. Newman continued to understand personal freedom in bourgeois society as the form in which coercion appears. The legal person is the economic character mask of the property relationship. It leaves nothing to suggest that the entrepreneur disposes of the worker. End quote. Only now Newman perceives it as a form in the first place, and that means, understood in its significance for the individual, as a condition of his subjugation to the mute compulsion of conditions and of emancipation from immediate oppression. Not seeing it precisely in this ambiguity and contradiction may appear to be a more radical critique, and is in fact the opposite, a transition to barbarism, which the individual would like to eliminate with the capital relationship and regain direct access to his or her body. Critique is immune to this through self-reflection. In law, as Horkheimer wrote a little later, we can recognize the means of domination that opposes it, as the reflection by which it exposes itself. End quote. Nor is there any doubt that the form of law is wrong. In a society that cannot renounce violence in principle, true universality is not possible, wrote Newman. That there could be true generality can only be expressed in the analysis of the false. This realization now connected the former trade union syndic with critical theory in exile. Even before Horkheimer and Adorno developed the contradictions of reason in the dialectic of enlightenment, he had already developed those of law. It contains on the one hand objective law, i.e. the law established by the sovereign or at least attributable to the sovereign power, and on the other hand the claim of the legal subject. In other words, on the one hand the denial of the autonomy of the individual and at the same time its affirmation. End of quote. This contrast can only be maintained, as Newman's analysis shows, if, on the one hand, violence and the law are regarded as constitutive of the state, and on the other hand, the individual in his isolation, in his abstractness, is taken as the starting point and not the collective, be it that of the working class, which is exploited through the freedom of the individual. The formal and negative generality of the law in liberalism not only enables capitalist predictability, but guarantees a minimum of freedom, since formal freedom is two-sided and thus also grants at least legal opportunities to the weak. End quote. To deprive the individual of precisely these opportunities is what Schmitt's political theology boiled down to. His own concept of collective democracy was once also based on this, as Newman must now recognize. His self-reproaches about his loyalty to the SPD and the trade union, he practically only left the field when the SA stormed his office in May 1933, also affect his theoretical writings. And at the same time, something of the nameless feeling of guilt of the survivors comes through in them. Newman was of Jewish origin. For the 100th time he asks himself the question of the nature of Germany, why I love the country so much and yet loathe it so much. Perhaps it is a feeling of guilt that runs deep. How often after 1933 did I ask myself where my responsibility for National Socialism actually lies? Because I believe in collective guilt, but then I can't exempt myself from it. I saw with my own eyes how dishonest the SPD was in the months from July 1932 to May 1933, and not only then, and I said nothing. How cowardly the union bosses were, and I continued to serve them. How dishonest the intellectuals were, and I kept quiet. Of course I can justify it with the United Front Against National Socialism, but basically I was afraid of being isolated. And I had great examples, Karl Kraus, Kurt Tucholsky. And in theory, I have always considered the Socratic point of view to be correct, that the true intellectual must always be a matoki, a stranger to every political system. So I took part in the sellout of the ideas of the so-called German left. Certainly my contribution is small and the politician will view my attitude ironically. But can the decline of the SPD and the rise of the National Socialists only be seen as a political problem? Were there not moral decisions to be made? I made them too late and still not radically enough. End of quote. But Franz Neumann made them, and with a radicalism that from the outset went far beyond the anti-fascism of the other leftists in Germany. By working out the contradictions of the liberal state, he got to the root of the Nazi state, but not in such a way that the two could become one. After all, the claim to distinguish personal freedom from the capital relationship, to which it is nevertheless causally related, is the basis of his large-scale analysis of National Socialism in Behemoth. In it, Neumann wanted to prove, against the view held at the Institute for Social Research at the time, that National Socialism was a capitalist state, characterized by the tendencies of the monopoly capitalist phase. However, as is the case with proof in critical theory, the implementation of the theory brings to light something other than what is to be proven. Thus Neumann, against his actual intention, came to the realization that National Socialism was capitalist and anti-capitalist at the same time. It is authoritarian and anti-authoritarian. It is for and against private property. End of quote. As much as Neumann tried to derive this dual character directly from the replacement of competitive capitalism by monopoly capitalism, a look at the political structures in Hitler's Germany, which differed from all other political forms of monopoly capitalism, such as those that developed in the USA, did not allow such a derivation and made it necessary to clarify the intertwining of capitalist and anti-capitalist formations, and that meant unlocking the inner dynamics of the war of annihilation. Ernst Fraenkel, like Neumann once committed to German social democracy and his partner in the Berlin law firm, had presented the first ever fundamental analysis of National Socialism with the dual state, and Neumann referred to his friend's study in many ways. Seeing things through the eyes of the West did not necessarily require the experience of exile. Fraenkel had written the original version in Germany before fleeing to the USA in 1938. These years before the Second World War had already led him to speak of the war of extermination against the German Jews, enabling him to speak of the eternal state of emergency, the constitution of the Third Reich. In order to find the terms for this, Fraenkel contrasts the latest German development with the early English one, which led to the constitutional monarchy. This is how he grasps the potential dissolution of the boundaries of violence in the Nazi state. But with it, the political itself also becomes something else, and Karl Lowith expressed this most succinctly as early as 1935 in his debate with Carl Schmitt. Not just any social order, but solely the willingness to die and to kill was the supreme instance of National Socialist politics. This concept of the political gives rise to the concept of the total enemy, which also comes from Schmitt and is quoted by Fraenkel. It is only right and meaningful if a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. The leader can only be believed in actively, as the practical, daily driven destruction of those who are labeled as total enemies or who cooperate with them. He only becomes total through the fact that he is forever a very specific, non-replaceable one. The enmity must be pre-existing and unchangeable. No matter how the enemy may behave, he will be destroyed. Only then is it possible to believe in redemption in annihilation, if at least this one is not interchangeable and at the same time embodies total interchangeability. But this is the logic of anti-Semitic madness, the monstrosity of which was too great for those threatened by it to comprehend. Fraenkel thus attempts to allow this purpose of political expediency to serve only as an example of the status of a minority in an unjust state, but the formulation of the war of extermination against the German Jews already goes beyond this and penetrates to the core of this political issue. Ultimately, it is also the situation of the Jews that most clearly calls into question his conceptual construction of the dual state as a stable, as it were balanced state of rule. As he already indirectly admits in the first version, the normative state holds no norm at all for the Jews. It is precisely the legal security based on the Volksgemeinschaft, Göring. Like Fraenkel, Neumann now assumes that in National Socialism there is no realm of law and order, although there are thousands of calculable technical rules. Unlike Fraenkel, however, he comes to the conclusion that it is no longer possible to speak of a state insofar as such a state is conceptually defined by the unity of the political power exercised by it. Rather, it is a gang whose leaders are constantly forced to make up after disputes. End quote. The various groups exercising power in the Third Reich informally agree on a certain policy. They then implement this policy with the apparatus at their disposal. There is no need for a state above all groups. End quote. None of the institutions possesses power per se, each is only powerful to the extent that it is in harmony with a large number of other institutions. This also allows the leader to play off one group against another. End quote. As far as Newman can recognize in this extreme formlessness not a weakness but a strength of the system, it also becomes apparent that the whole system necessarily conditions the incessant aggressive expansion. This expansion is in turn as capitalist as it is anti-capitalist, for the means for it cannot possibly be acquired through trade with other states on the world market. This can no longer be accomplished through purely economic exchange, but only with the help of political domination, which integrates those states into the German monetary system. End of quote. However, the fact that this entire system is just as conditional as it presupposes the total enemy that National Socialism has created in the counter-race of Judaism remains outside the horizon of this probably most important study on the Nazi state, and thus its core. Only in a comment in the second edition of 1944 does Newman grope his way to the realization that participation in such a monstrous crime as the extermination of the Eastern Jews made the German Wehrmacht, the German civil service and the broad masses accomplices and helpers of this crime, and it was therefore impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat. At this time, Newman was already an employee of the Office of Strategic Services. The enemy reconnaissance he was able to conduct here had undoubtedly given him such insights, and for some time, working for the U.S. intelligence service was therefore an immediate part of the development of critical theory. As little as the weapons of critique can dispense with the critique of weapons, the need to see with the eyes of the West and not just speak of liberalism and democracy is just as clear. The concept of the West reflects the limits of liberalism, a form of society that cannot renounce violence in order to enforce and maintain at least the limited, formal, and negative generality of the law, the minimum of freedom, on a certain territory. Starting from the West means nothing other than knowing that this generality and this minimum is always concretely bound to the power and supremacy of certain states to be determined. Those who do not allow themselves to be marketed true freedom and universality by the West, however, need it all the more to their own astonishment. In his book, Newman refers to the symbolic meaning of the two monsters Leviathan and Behemoth in Hobbes. His Leviathan is an analysis of a state, that is, a system of political coercion, in which remnants of the rule of law and individual rights are still preserved. In contrast, his Behemoth or the Long Parliament, in which he deals with the English Civil War of the 17th century, describes a non-state, a chaos, a state of lawlessness, rebellion, and anarchy. In contrast to Hobbes, Newman explicitly mentions the version of the Jewish legend according to which Behemoth and Leviathan kill each other. Then the day of justice has come. End quote. Newman was really not interested in mysticism, and so he probably imagined it a little differently. The Allies could, through their victory in Germany and not least with the cooperation and influence of the intellectuals of the Institute for Social Research, first and foremost create the conditions for true generality in the defeated Germany, if only to make a resurgence of National Socialism, which Newman still considered possible long after the capitulation, impossible. What happened instead in the course of the bloc confrontation in Germany, or rather, did not happen, then made it almost impossible for Newman himself to do justice to his own insights gained in Behemoth, that is, to finally realize that the extermination of the Jews formed the unity that had held the Unstat together until the end. Just as the constellation created by the Cold War could be understood as depoliticization in the precise sense that the victorious Allies were unable and unwilling to finally realize what kind of enemy they had defeated. In this situation, Newman was in danger of falling back into the reformism of the pre-1933 period, but the experiences and insights he had gained could no longer be taken back. His new writings clearly show an inner helplessness, especially the large-scale essay on Fear and Politics, which nevertheless contains remarkable questions. Friends and colleagues report resignation in the last years of his life. We had the feeling that he had reached a dead end and did not know how to overcome it. He seemed to despair of his theoretical work. He had said that for him, theory could no longer be the theory of the development of humanity towards freedom in the Hegelian sense. If this moment disappeared, then the lifeblood of his theoretical work had been struck. His son, who lives as a street painter in San Francisco, says of him, he was defeated. End quote. Perhaps a time will come when Heidegger will be remembered mainly because, without him, Leo Strauss would not have been who he was and became. Emil Fackenheim once said this about the early years of Leo Strauss. Instead of Heidegger, he could also have mentioned Carl Schmitt, who once helped the 32-year-old to win a Rockefeller Fellowship on Hobbes with an expert opinion. Strauss had experienced the Weimar Republic, as he later wrote, as the sad spectacle of justice without a sword. The fact that this sad spectacle threatened the Jews in particular, however, strengthened Strauss all the more in his early commitment to Zionism, which he had begun in the spirit of Herzl and Jabotinsky. The question of where this impotence of liberalism came from forced itself upon him, and it was this that drove him to engage with Carl Schmitt early on. Even before National Socialism was in power, he could see from Schmitt's concept of the political that a liberalism beyond the West and in contradiction to it could only be German ideology, that the always limited, negative justice must always be based on the sword, and that this sword must have a place that can be precisely specified. He quotes from the sayings of the fathers in the Mishnah, "Were it not for the fear of government, men would devour one another alive." Fear means fearing something specific, but in the Weimar Republic, fear prevailed, and Heidegger and Schmitt ultimately set out to turn this fear into politics. In other words, to determine who the total enemy is that is to be devoured alive. Being in time and the concept of the political, however, were still content to speak of being toward death and readiness for death. But even then Strauss knew how to listen carefully, more carefully than Newman and Kirchheimer. He wrote to Schmitt in 1932, no less respectfully, that Schmitt's interest in his own Hobbes studies was the most honorable and binding confirmation of my scientific work that I have ever received and that I can even imagine. He owed Schmitt the realization that liberalism negates the political. It has not eliminated it, but only concealed it. It has led to politics being pursued by means of an anti-political mode of speech. For Strauss, however, the negation of the political meant something else from the outset. To the same extent that he understood that anti-Semitism could be such an anti-political mode of speech with which politics could be driven within liberalism, he wanted to reclaim the political through Zionism. This was the result of all his experiences when, in 1931, already a member of staff at the Hochschule für die Wissenschaft des Judentums in Berlin for several years, he considered the possibility of a habilitation at a German university. With the shameful nationalization of all good things, and thus also of science, the fact is not indifferent that, faced with the question, "What nation am I?" I would answer, Jewish, and not German. I could leave no ambiguity about this in a possible habilitation, and that would increase the difficulty that the habilitation of a Jew already has in itself. Zionism was the truth of the state and society of liberalism. This meant that Strauss no longer had to be German, i.e., he did not have to wait for the Nuremberg laws. In 1944, Strauss became a citizen of the USA. He visited Germany once after 1945. Strauss's attitude to Zionism is defined by an awareness of what must be learned from modern Jewish history, that it provides the best demonstration, a living proof, of the necessary and hence permanent limits of liberalism. But recognizing the limits of liberalism does not mean abandoning it. Certainly Strauss's turn to Zionism did not amount to a simple rejection of modern Western liberal democracy. Strauss never ceased to regard it as still the best modern political option available to Jews, even in Israel. So Strauss had already arrived in the West before he even left Germany, just like his friend Gershom Scholem. Zionism had brought them there as quickly as possible. Through Moses Mendelssohn and Hermann Cohen, Strauss learned to understand Judaism as a religion of reason, and this often explained Judaism's unprecedented affinity for Western-oriented politics, which Strauss was not afraid to express to the Black civil rights movement. They have to appeal to principles which were not their own, their ancestors in Africa, but which they learned from their oppressors. This is not an altogether negligible difference, which should be stated by someone who does not want to beat around the bush. Leo Strauss, Why We Remain Jews. However, the separation from German ideology took place in another area, even before 1933. It was not least Carl Schmitt who had drawn the young Strauss' attention to Hobbes. He taught him that the real possibility of the physical killing of people by people constituted the political. According to Strauss, however, liberalism, secure and trapped in a world of culture, forgets the foundation of culture, the state of nature, i.e., human nature in its dangerousness and endangerment. Schmitt goes back against liberalism to its originator, Hobbes, in order to find the root of liberalism in Hobbes' explicit negation of the state of nature. End quote. By following Schmitt's argumentation closely, Strauss is able to appreciate the whole contrast to Hobbes' political theory, and in doing so, he may have even enlightened Schmitt a little about his own theory. Strauss discovers the founder of liberalism in Hobbes, who was notorious as an apologist for absolutist monarchy. This 17th-century English philosopher of the state had geared his every political thought towards preventing the violent, above all the torturous death of the individual, because this death was the greatest evil. The right to secure naked life, in which Hobbes' natural law is resolved, has the complete character of an inalienable human right, i.e., a claim of the individual that precedes the state and determines its purpose and limits. It differs from developed liberalism only in that it knows and sees what the liberal, civilizing ideal has to fight against, not merely against corrupt institutions, against the evil will of a ruling class, but against the natural wickedness of man. End quote. Strauss is far from reflecting on this anthropologizing view himself. He is not even interested in the fact that it could be a projection. He does not want to admit that certain social conditions created by the original accumulation of capital are fantasized as an eternal human substance. But the precision with which Strauss traces the argumentation in Leviathan reveals precisely this, that the war of all against all, the state in which man is a wolf to man, is not about wolves in a pack, but about commodity owners on the market or about states on the battlefield or at the conference table. In the way in which Hobbes defines the state of nature, Strauss also recognizes the central difference to Schmitt. While Schmitt's polemic against liberalism also characterizes the depiction of the state of nature, Hobbes proves to be the founder of liberalism in the mere description of the state of nature. For Hobbes, it is the state of war of individuals; for Schmitt, it is the state of war of groups, especially of peoples. And according to Schmitt, it is part of the nature of the political association that it can demand readiness for death from members of its own people. By quoting precisely this passage from the concept of the political, Strauss also casts the harshest light on Hobbes, who only ever demands a conditional obedience, namely an obedience that is not in contradiction with the salvation and preservation of the life of this individual, for the safeguarding of life is the ultimate reason for the state. In a very similar vein, Newman emphasizes the preservation and defense of human life in Hobbes' concept of the state and speaks of a right to refuse obedience, admittedly only granted individually. The emphasis, as the times demanded, is on sovereignty, lawless power, the demand for a state power independent of the fighting groups. But freedom is emphasized, albeit weakly. End quote. In his second letter to Schmitt from 1932, a fundamental criticism is therefore already apparent. Strauss insists on distinguishing between authoritarianism and nationalism, almost as if he wanted to win Schmitt over to a new conservatism directed against National Socialism. The ultimate foundation of the right is the proposition of the natural evilness of man. Because man is evil by nature, he therefore needs domination. But domination can only be established, i.e., people can only be united in a unity against other people. The tendency towards isolation, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is inherent in human nature. In this sense it is destiny. Strauss agrees with Schmitt in this respect, but what he also senses is Schmitt's attempt to enthrone this condition of state rule as its purpose. But the political, understood in this way, is not the constitutive principle of the state, of order, but only the condition of the state. This hierarchical relationship between the political and the state, however, does not, I believe, emerge sufficiently in your writing. End quote. As carefully as the criticism of the academic patron is formulated, it nevertheless indicates the decisive point at which there can no longer be any common ground. Strauss has noted that the reinterpretation of Hobbes that Schmitt undertakes amounts to the ultimate antithesis, because it makes the readiness to die and kill the highest meaning of the state, and in doing so understands the distinction between friend and foe as a relationship between groups and peoples, not between individuals and states. Something in particular had aroused Strauss' suspicion and made him suspect the worst as early as 1932. Schmitt spoke of malice, which is not to be understood morally, with an unmistakable sympathy. But this sympathy is nothing other than the admiration of animal power. Its inappropriateness can be seen immediately in the fact that what is admired must by no means be regarded as an advantage, but as a deficiency, a neediness, namely as a need for domination. The dangerousness of man, discovered as a need for domination, can only be appropriately understood as moral badness. As such it must be recognized, but it cannot be affirmed. But then what sense does the affirmation of the political have? End of quote. The affirmation of the political in Schmitt is, as Strauss recognizes, the affirmation of the state of nature. Schmitt opposes the affirmation of the state of nature to Hobbes' negation. The state of nature is the status belli par excellence. The affirmation of the political as such is the affirmation of the struggle as such, regardless of what is being fought for. In this indifference and neutrality, Strauss now recognizes a liberalism with reversed signs. End quote. Schmitt did not gain any horizon beyond liberalism, from which alone liberalism itself could be saved, which of course could not be in the mind of this German ideologue, who at the time still kept a fairly low profile. The concept of politics, as defined by Schmitt, merely reverses the signs of liberalism. What Strauss hints at in mere philosophical exegesis was to be confirmed down to the last sociological detail by Newman's analysis of the Nazi state, that the National Socialist state, which propagated itself as totally unified, was in reality pluralistic. The political will was formed through the haphazard competition of the most powerful social cliques. Society, incapable of reproducing itself in free movement any longer, breaks apart into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state. End of quote. Liberalism refers to this humane state as its promise to the same extent that it also always offers the possibility of realizing the barbaric multiplicity of the state of destruction. However, the disintegration is held together by the total enemy, as defined by Schmitt and put into practice by the Third Reich. It was precisely this singularity of the Nazi state, which Newman as well as Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse shied away from, that Strauss was finally able to express. National Socialism was the only regime that ever existed, which had no other clear principle than a murderous hatred of the Jews, because Aryan had no other clear meaning than non-Jewish. On this basis, one of his students, Fackenheim, was then able to write in 1970. Even actual cases of genocide, however, still differ from the Nazi Holocaust in at least two respects. Whole peoples have been killed for rational, however horrifying, ends such as power, territory, wealth, and in any case supposed or actual self-interest. No such end was served by the Nazi murder of the Jewish people. It was annihilation for the sake of annihilation, murder for the sake of murder, evil for the sake of evil. End of quote. With this catastrophe of the political in mind, Strauss ultimately sought a position that would not be absorbed into liberalism, but would make its salvation possible, a horizon that Hobbes had also needed for the foundation of liberalism. But unlike Hobbes, Strauss did not want the wickedness of human beings to be understood as natural, not as innocent wickedness, and so he turned to Jewish theology, in particular the pre-modern Jewish philosopher Maimonides, and to the Greek philosophers of the polis. The exegetical methodology of this thinking, which focuses strictly on the interpretation of texts by Spinoza and Hobbes, Plato, and Aristotle, and yet owes much to contemporary experience, means that no immediate conclusions can be drawn about contemporary politics. In this, Leo Strauss is perhaps only comparable to Scholem in that he develops the philosophy of Judaism as a mere historian of traditional philosophical, political, or theological argumentation, through its precise interpretation that accentuates the contradictions. Quietly but steadily and irreconcilably, Strauss polemicizes against the political theology and existential ontology of the Germans, while Jacob Taubes or Emmanuel Levinas, for example, remain attached to Schmitt and Heidegger precisely in the form of the questions they raise on a grand scale. In 1934, Levinas formulated a critique of liberalism that does not seem far removed from Strauss. But ultimately he merely added a second shepherd to the shepherd of being, as Heidegger defined man after 1945, and participated in the repression of everything that constitutes the state. It is not unimportant to know, and this is perhaps the European experience of the 20th century, whether the egalitarian and just state in which the European finds his fulfillment, and which it is necessary to establish and above all to preserve, emerges from a war of all against all, or from the irreducible responsibility of one for the other, and whether it can ignore the uniqueness of the face and love. End of quote. Similarly, Taubes eliminates the contrast between Hobbes and Schmitt. Against both, he also invokes love, the epitome of internalized redemption, and thereby loses any concept of sovereignty. At the same time, Strauss clarifies the contradiction of modernity in astonishing proximity to Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment, to the extent that the systematic effort seems to succeed in completely liberating man from all non-human bonds. Doubt grows as to whether the goal is not fantastic. Whether man has not become smaller and more miserable to the extent that systematic civilization progresses. It is therefore hardly surprising that he defines the situation of Judaism with a figure of thought related to the dialectic of enlightenment. The Jewish people and their fate are the living witness for the absence of redemption. This, one could say, is the meaning of the chosen people. The Jews are chosen to prove the absence of redemption. End of quote. Strauss also speaks of the self-destruction of reason, but he wonders whether it was not the inevitable result of modern rationalism in contrast to pre-modern rationalism, especially Jewish medieval rationalism and its classical, Aristotelian and Platonic, foundations. In this he again resembles Hannah Arendt in that he refers emphatically to pre-modern rationalism and the freedom of the ancient polis and steadfastly ignores the necessity of going beyond this and thus bringing up the driving force of modernity. He is as little interested in the capital relationship as he is in ancient slavery. In contrast to Arendt, who turned away from Zionism and kept her distance from the Jewish religion, Strauss needs Athens and Jerusalem in order not to lose his mind in modernity. For him, the two together first represent the unity of the West, which must not be abandoned. His Zionism and his correct assessment of National Socialism were based on this to the end, which also saved him from totalitarian theoretical equations. Last but not least, he maintained that communism has not become what National Socialism always was, a prisoner of an anti-Jewish ideology, but it makes use of anti-Jewish measures in an unprincipled manner when and where they appear expedient. End quote. In many respects, it is to be wished that the disciples of Leo Strauss, many of whom today form the neoconservative circles of U.S. politics, had paid more attention. Nevertheless, it remains astonishing that someone who actually spent his entire life interpreting only Hobbes and Maimonides, Aristotle, and Plato could become a point of reference for neoconservatism at all. Strauss was able to do so, not because he continued the teachings of Carl Schmitt and translated them into American, as a popular misunderstanding would have it, but because he broke with them at a decisive point and was no longer prepared to think beyond West and East. Anyone who reads his texts can learn step by step that the West is only a term for the attempt not to lose reason, within the unreasonableness of the whole, and to defend it with the means of political violence. Quote, objectively, I consider the central problem of the work to be the question of whether the elaborated tendency of a crisis-free economy directed from above really expresses the objective tendency of reality, or whether the ideal purity of this construction is also ruled out in principle for the future by the antagonistic state of the present. I feel unable to really answer the question. My instinct on this is something like the following. What is right about the conception is its pessimism, i.e., the view that the chances of perpetuating rule in its immediate political form are greater than those of getting out of it. What is wrong is the optimism, also for the others. What is perpetuated does not seem to me to be both a relatively stable and in a certain sense even rational state and an incessant succession of catastrophes, chaos, and horror for an incalculably long period and thus, of course, also the chance of an outbreak. Quote, end, Theodore W. Adorno on Friedrich Pollock's essay State Capitalism in a letter to Max Horkheimer dated July 2, 1941. According to this view, the state is a machine that achieves rational results by operating mindlessly and blindly. Only through personal intervention or intervention from outside does it become a tool of subjective madness. As a machine, the state guarantees rationality solely on the basis of its internal functional conditions, which is opposed to the irrational arbitrariness of non-state actors. What is not mentioned here is that, on the basis of this argumentation, one conceals one's own commitment as a non-state actor contained therein as a matter of principle, refuses to reflect on it, and consequently exposes one's will to intervene all the more to arbitrariness, since in view of such a machine, to which the commitment is incognito, every commitment must become the epitome of subjective madness. In this way, it makes the legal positivist argument, which only has truth in the negative, appear as a positive substance, and under this cover image of a machine in whose form sovereignty and the legal order are thought to be completely merged into one another, the delusional projection that the politicians are to blame for everything that does not suit one in the constitutional state continues unabated. Be it a special law on circumcision, the right of asylum for refugees or the legal regulation of Stuttgart 21. However, if we want to recognize what the inherent logic of the state machinery is based on, we must first and foremost talk about the legislative process, the separation of powers and perhaps even the transformation of democracy. It is not possible to contrast subjects with the constitutional state in an abstract way, as if the latter could manage without subjects, as if the law applied itself. The state personnel are not something external, alien to the constitutional state, but the latter requires the mediation and implementation of physical persons in order to exist at all. The old German dream of legalizing everything possible springs from a civil servant's soul that desires nothing more than dispensation from political decisions. The consciousness of the subjects is present in every state activity. Procedural regulations and ordinances define the scope for decision-making and thus set limits to the subject's arbitrariness, but the cases are not subsumed under the laws by themselves. Conversely, the need to interpret the law means that the liberality of a society depends to a large extent on the awareness of the people who support it. The central task would be to find the reasons for whether or not they pursue rational interests in their decisions. Although the degree of liberalism or repression in a society depends on this individual awareness, there are certain limits to this dependency in the rule of law. Taking sides for the rule of law therefore generally means preventing the worse. If the scope for decision-making is established here and thus the arbitrariness of the subjects is curbed, which, incidentally, is also where the moment of truth of the machine metaphor can be recognized, the other, equally central question is what actually constitutes this resistance power of law, as Max Horkheimer called it, because in a serious case it must be a question of what trust can be placed in it. The metaphor of the machine only retains its element of truth for the predictability of processes within the legal system if it is always clear what the state of consciousness is, whose arbitrary impulses and decisions have to adapt to the quasi-mechanical laws of the processes, whether on the part of the judge to pass judgment or on the part of the citizen to demand his right. For these are laws that cannot possess any capacity for resistance independent of this consciousness. When Hobbes, for example, often uses the machine metaphor for the state, he does so in the sense that he and Descartes also regard the human body as a machine, so that the contractual construction on which he bases the state is also given a body. At the same time, however, the image is reversed and presents the opposite of a machine, a mortal god or a biblical monster. It is probably part of the deformation professionnelle of those professionally involved with the law that one wants to perceive the law firm, courtroom, robe, and the body underneath as the matter and resistance force made flesh, although National Socialism has demonstrated sufficiently how quickly all of this can be converted into mere administrative work for rackets. In its form, it is rather confronted with itself, even if, from an individual and, so to speak, empirical psychological point of view, the lawful in the modern state results from the mere assumption that most people in the state abide by the laws and that the state authority recognized by them intervenes in this sense. In any case, state authority has no interest in predictability of its own accord. It puts individuals in prison or kills them even without it, and all the better for it. Its only interest is that it is recognized. However, the fact that it is not recognized immediately, i.e. according to the leader principle, but only through the laws it guarantees, can only be assumed insofar as such recognition among citizens is always based on the prospect that wealth, the immense collection of goods, marks, can be produced and appropriated through contracts. Which also means that the laws include the rights that individual citizens can claim as their own. Just like law, this wealth presupposes the forcible separation from the objects of the satisfaction of needs and thus, of course, cannot dispense with violence, which law nevertheless claims to banish from the realm of means. They presuppose it, but do not simply coincide with it as they did under the conditions of the condition of nature, Hobbes, where people were also separated from the objects of their satisfaction of needs, again and again, in order to take these objects or the people themselves as prey. Law, on the other hand, which has formalized this separation by distinguishing between objects and people, i.e., commodities and commodity owners, is both identical and non-identical to violence. If the sovereign stands outside the applicable legal order and yet belongs to it, this means that the legal order is dependent on both. Conversely, international law demonstrates what remains of law when it is not covered by a monopoly on the use of force and yet cannot be regarded as superfluous. The state continues to actuate that force of war with which loot was once made, but now, when it strives for genuine hegemony, for the purpose of coming to an agreement at some point on the basis of international law and thus complying with treaties without guarantees, on the off chance, so to speak, because the loot itself, at least the really big one, now only exists in the form of treaties anyway. If it does not strive for hegemony in this way or does not subordinate itself to that of another, it naturally reverts to being a mere racket, which is again intent on mere robbery. However, since states internally form the organized coercive power with which they can guarantee the fulfillment of contracts on their respective territories, they are by no means able, even if they are not mere rackets, to dispense with the right of the fist externally, which makes this monopolization possible. They are not individuals, and only individuals have access to a categorical imperative through the law and an internal differentiation from it. However, this only confirms what Horkheimer wanted to express with the concept of the power of resistance. Law in the constitutional state does not exist without a certain relationship of consciousness to itself, thus also not without a claim to truth beyond theology, in contrast to the self-utilizing value of capital, which to a certain extent blocks out such reflection, or rather, which only allows self-reflection through the legal relationship, because both, legal and commodity form, are, at the same time irrevocably one. Marsilius of Padua, whose interpretation of Aristotle in the writing Defensor Paces from 1324 can perhaps be considered the earliest exposition of the power of law to resist, already had to experience the sharp contradiction to theology. Better in judgment is that to which there is no passion at all, i.e. no attitude that can mislead judgment, than that in which it belongs to nature. Now this is not inherent in the law, passion or, subjective, attitude, but the human soul necessarily has it, and indeed, every one. He, Aristotle, said every one, without excluding anyone, no matter how hard he tries. That is why it is necessary to establish something in the state without which judicial judgments cannot be made correctly under any circumstances, through which they are made lawfully and protected from defects as far as is humanly possible. These defects would lie in the inner attitude of the judge or ruler, e.g., that of hatred or love or greed. Similarly, Marsilius implicitly rejects the idea of the law as a machine. He does not say that in it can be perfectly determined what is just or unjust, useful or harmful, for every single act of man in civil life. He says that this can only be almost perfectly determined in the law precisely, der Verteidiger des Friedens. Translation by Walter Kunzmann. Stuttgart 1971, p. 44f. This reservation already contains the question of the sovereign, which Marsilius leaves open, however little clarity he is able to create about the compulsion attributed to the law, which can only emanate from the law if there is a sovereign behind it. Here we are only talking about the majority in the state, which anticipates something of the idea of popular sovereignty. When it became known who the author of the Defensor Pacis was, Marsilius had to flee Paris and only found protection and employment under King Louis IV, who to a certain extent anticipated modern sovereignty and was already in open opposition to the Pope at the time. Accordingly, the law is, as dissonant as it may sound to the ears of critics of the state, a condition for thinking a categorical imperative, instead of God's command, i.e., to distinguish the law in the state from the law in one's own breast. Kant, this internalization means refraining from state power at all, quite as if it did not exist at all, and replacing the assumption that most people in the state abide by the law with the certainty that, in principle, all people must be able to abide by it. This is related to the fact that an imperative such as Kant's, and Horkheimer in particular has repeatedly emphasized this directly and indirectly, is based on the refusal, which is only found in Judaism, to make a finite into an infinite, which, translated into the categories of bourgeois society, means distinguishing the finite means that can be appropriated through contracts from the end in itself that must be attributed to the contractual partner. The dialectic of enlightenment states that the reconciliation of civilization with nature, which Christianity wanted to buy prematurely through the doctrine of the crucified God, remained as alien to Judaism as it was to the rigorism of the Enlightenment. Moses and Kant did not proclaim feeling, their cold law knows neither love nor the stake. It is precisely the reflective moment of Christianity that is to blame for the disaster. It is precisely that which is claimed to be of a spiritual nature that proves to be of a natural nature before the spirit. It is precisely in the unfolding of the contradiction against such pretensions of the finite that the spirit exists. What can be enforced in such a way in the state by its law was thus already commanded long before by the Jewish religion before its infinite, which was removed from all embodiment and made unity possible in the self-preservation of the persecuted, as persecuted and not merely as united tribes or as a united kingdom. Thus, the original categorical imperative can also be seen as an attempt to universalize the refusal of which Horkheimer speaks, implicitly directed against Christianity, the universalization and internalization that no longer refused to turn a finite into an infinite. In this context, the much-cited, vile anti-Semitic aperçus that Kant sometimes interspersed in his writings and letters seem like a kind of indulgence, which does not excuse them, quite the contrary. In a word, under the law, in a certain sense, a subject-object relationship has developed universally in the first place, not to mention the relationship between ego, superego, and ID, one that bursts the non-contradictory unity of the tribe, but which also does not sacrifice the separation in unity to the false reconciliation of the crucified, but which is just as universally permeated by the coercion that the modern sovereign embodies as the other side of the capital relation, and yet does not disappear in the sovereign as long as the latter, for its part, must be thought of as the real embodiment of coercion, standing outside the applicable legal order and yet belonging to it. The fetishization of this coercion is expressed precisely in the apologetic view that the state is a machine. The object of law thus reflects the fact that in capitalist society one side of the subject/object opposition, that of the object, or more precisely, nature, in which man is undoubtedly embedded, is elevated to the rank of the synthesizing third party. If today we speak of objectivity instead of truth, as the sciences do, then we have long since accepted deep down that the separation of subject and object does not refer to a synthesizing third party, analogous to that of being and becoming in Greek philosophy, but to the fact that what we like to call the subject is nothing more than a moment of the object, to which, in order to become an object completely, only a certain recalcitrance is still attached, which will give itself away. Those who speak of objectivity instead of truth are thus basically talking in the same way as Heidegger when he talks about beings moving in time and showing the knower, as he calls it, Descienden, that it is. The ambiguity of law, which Franz Neumann once formulated in such a way that in a society that cannot renounce violence in principle, true universality is not possible, this ambiguity, which can just about be conceived under Christian auspices, but only as long as nonviolence is set as a value here, i.e. also, real violence is suppressed. Islam wants to liquidate in its idolatry of the straight line of violence in order to exclude the possibility of abolishing coercion as such once and for all. For from its point of view, abolishing it could and can become the subject of a categorical imperative at any time, and it is no coincidence that this imperative was formulated by Marx in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being. Conversely, this is the only way to understand why Jewish messianism, as can be seen from Benjamin's influence on critical theory, could suddenly give theology, which had already been disempowered by law, the impulse to implement this imperative after all, at the very moment in which law was actually to disappear in the counter-sovereign and the mass murder of the Jews was to be implemented. The concept of law is therefore no longer conceivable without the counter-concept of racket. This also applies vice versa. If one believes that collectivity per se entails the oppression and conditioning of the individual, social groups could also have a function that strengthens the individual, and the author points out that Franz Neumann saw a danger to the individual precisely in the elimination of democratic associations, above all the trade unions. Here, however, it should be added to the criticism that the question of whether the collective strengthens or destroys the individual cannot be answered independently of whether the power of resistance of the law is reflected within the collective itself, i.e. in the relationships between the individuals, namely in that they, in Freudian terms, refrain from identifying with each other in their egos and all place one and the same object, the leader of the group, in the place of their ego ideal. This is the decisive insight in Horkheimer's projections and notes, which were published under the title The Rackets and the Spirit from his estate, as well as the corresponding passages from the Dialectic of Enlightenment. Leapfrogging the commodity form and the capital relationship, the resistance of law is initially understood here only as a relativization of power relations. Quote, if an organization is so powerful that it can maintain its will in a geographical area as a permanent rule of conduct for all inhabitants, then the rule of persons takes the form of law. This fixes the relative balance of power. As a fixed medium, however, law, like other mediations, gains its own nature and power of resistance. By becoming a substantial element of the spirit, it incorporates the harmony of generality and particularity as a necessary idea. The meaning and purpose of law, to serve as a guideline in social life, determines its detachment from the particular person and from the past, its validity for and against everyone from the appointed day until its public revocation. The means of domination opposes it as the reflection by which it exposes itself. Quote, end. At this point, the temporal core of the concept of racket becomes immediately apparent. It is the violent enforcement of unity against the law that it has as its actual object, even if this unity ultimately produces nothing other than an incessant succession of catastrophes, chaos, and horror for an incalculably long period. Adorno, whose unity can only assert itself as annihilation for the sake of annihilation. It is no coincidence that in legal usage the word refers to illegal economic practices, alluding to criminal methods that can repeatedly accompany and replace contractually secured regulations and must be combated by the rule of law. However, when Horkheimer takes it up, he immediately applies it to the question of state sovereignty. The society that is shaping itself in a totalitarian way is waging the struggle against law, against all mediations that have gained a life of their own and exist in the forms of language. In contrast to the spirit lies the fundamental illegality of the racket, even where it is not only legal, but behind the laws. Defending these mediations does not yet mean reconciling the general and the particular or true generality, which, as even Franz Neumann has just emphasized, is by no means the right. It only means defending the conditions for this reconciliation and generality to come true. But its idea could only exist if law had become the substantial element of the spirit. Just as Horkheimer assumes that within democracy, in which the rackets still rule, the true idea of democracy, which was invented to abolish this rule, cannot really disappear. Quote, breaking the boundary between inside and outside is the goal of politics, the fulfillment of which will transform the world. In the true idea of democracy, which leads a repressed, subterranean existence in the masses, the idea of a society free from the racket has never been completely extinguished. End of quote. But such a society would also be one that made the law superfluous. For law, as I said, can never be true generality, but in contrast to the racket, the falsely particular, it is, as a generality that must come to consciousness, the prerequisite for considering it possible after all. The schizophrenia into which the consciousness of the legal subject necessarily falls, both in its genesis within the family and then under the employment contract, is nothing other than the real form of the subject-object relationship required by law, is in turn the precondition of dialectical thinking, which first of all enables us to go beyond the schizophrenia itself and aim for reconciliation without simply dissolving the opposites, without transfiguring the starting point, however it may be defined, of the unidentifiable unity of the infant with the mother or the tribal member with the tribe, as an origin to which we must return. The internalization with which the family as the agency of law initially produces the legal subject in the individual develops the necessary conditions for the distinction between external and internal command to the same extent, between state law and categorical imperative, which makes any possibility of a different social state conceivable in the first place. To paraphrase Horkheimer, reflection can only fully expose domination by understanding itself precisely as its means, and thus only points beyond it. But it only points beyond this and leaves the Hegelian tautology of the spirit if it is simultaneously understood as the consciousness of the individual, or rather, if it understands itself, i.e., if it is a reflection on the inescapably corporeal existence of the individual as an end in itself, insofar as it is bound to nature. And it may well be true of the latter that Horkheimer did not emphasize it enough at the point in question in his direct adoption of Hegel's thought. But when he speaks of the substantial element of the spirit that law is capable of becoming, he is indirectly and quite misleadingly referring to a promise that appears in bourgeois society like in no other, but cannot really be fulfilled, not a promise of happiness, but one of preventing unhappiness, namely that the body, whatever conflicts the individual may find themselves in, should not be harmed under any circumstances. The fact that it is to be thought of as a condition of this possibility was sometimes tacitly supported in critical theory, as when Adorno writes in Minima Moralia that the emancipated society would not be a unitary state, but the realization of the general in the reconciliation of differences. Politics that is still seriously concerned with this should therefore not even propagate the abstract equality of people as an idea. However, such politics, which is no longer politics, because it should not propagate the ideal of abstract equality and wants the general as the reconciliation of differences and the primacy of the particular, is only possible on the basis of a consciousness that already knows the abstract equality of law as its practical precondition, because, as Horkheimer says, law has become a substantial element for it, and in the state of lack of freedom it must not shy away from protecting the reproduction of life, Adorno, and the minimum of freedom, Newman, through the threat and ultimately the use of violence. In other words, if the possibility of a society without law, as in the Third Reich, Adorno, an unstate, Newman, that permanently takes it back and organizes universal annihilation within it, were completely excluded. This is the reservation that was imposed by National Socialism on even and especially the most radical critique. Only by taking it seriously could it retain its radicality. It was formulated by Horkheimer in the Aufzeichnungen übers Racket, by Newman and Kirchheimer in their analyses of National Socialist rule, by Adorno in the expositions of negative dialectics on exchange, intelligible character, and law. If, on the other hand, Hannah Arendt assumes that really nothing can and may take the place of the law, she seems to count this precondition of any revolution worthy of its name as a revolutionary goal. But it also contains the power to judge how else emancipation from the state could be measured except by the fact that it makes the law superfluous without replacing it with violence and coercion. This is also the reason for Arendt's emphatic reference to the Greek Polus and Socrates, when the latter said that in his opinion no greater good could befall Athens than that he should sting the city like a biting fly stings a large, well-fed but rather sluggish horse. Then he could only have meant that nothing better could happen to a crowd than to be dissolved into individual people who become responsive in their uniqueness. If this were possible, if every human being could be made to think and judge for himself, then it might indeed be possible to get along without fixed norms and rules. Hannah Arendt, über das Böse. Eine Vorlesung zu Fragen der Ethik. What is already striking about the title of his projection, however, is precisely that Horkheimer's argumentation, instead of deriving the power of resistance of law from the critique of political economy, makes immediate reference to philosophical concepts of German, namely Hegelian idealism, which it would like to see translated directly into the political. The silent love of law and the hope associated with it for the resilience of the West in general philosophically feeds on trust in the timeless power and truth of mediation, i.e., on a Hegelianism that has not been overcome, which believes that it can preserve something essentially different in Hegel's absolute idealism than the unfolded form of reflection of the inverted society, i.e., the self-mediation of value. In Horkheimer's line of tradition, the inner form of the system of mediations, the only negative synthetic self-continuation of the concept, which Hegel himself defined as the movement from nothing to nothing and which could be critically further defined as gnosis without God, as the secularization of the sacrifice at the height of the value form, hardly becomes thematic. Critical theory still remains faithful to Hegel because he philosophically perfected the analytical divisions of Kant's doctrine of constitution in a system of generating categories through categories, always already mediated by the self-sufficient contradiction within the category itself, and thereby found systematic recognition of the particular and the individual, the finite and the transient for the first time in the history of philosophy. Only Hegel overcomes the Platonic methexis and raises the particular and the individual as moments of the self-movement of the absolute to the level of the general, which thus appears as something like non-violent intersubjectivity. The contradiction is entirely justified where a certain line of tradition is concerned, which has led to the theory of Jürgen Habermas as well as to the criticized views. One adopts the resistive power of law as a love of judicial apparatuses. However, Horkheimer himself only remained a Hegelian to the extent that he also became a supporter of the U.S. entry into the war. In Hegel's sublation of the particular and the individual as moments of the self-movement of the absolute, he accentuates the moment of preservation and sees in it the defense of the preconditions for still considering a unity possible at all, in which violence is not done to the individual. Sees in the formal postponement granted by that unfolded form of reflection of the inverted society or the self-mediation of value, if not the chance to realize this unity, then at least the possibility of still containing violence for the time being. However, the fact that this cannot simply be a parallel to Hegel's position on Napoleon results first and foremost from the fact that National Socialism includes the war of extermination against the Jews. Or in other words, the talk of substance and idea ultimately turns out to be political partisanship. Although Kant already said in good Hobbesian sense and tone that the problem of establishing a state was solvable even for a nation of devils, if only they have understanding, he did not know what would become of it and whether it would be preserved. Even Hegel's system could not provide any reassurance here. From the true idea of democracy, which is present even in the worst democratic reality, Horkheimer nevertheless gains his positive concept of politics, but like Hegel's concept of the state, to which it owes its existence, it remains dependent on consciousness, the mind, and forbids the state to be understood literally as a machine. To describe the state as a machine in order to affirm it can therefore only refer to Hegel's philosophy of law and pretense, just as it must be regarded as a mere reversal and not as a reflected critique of the oldest system fragment of German idealism, which had condemned the state as a machine. It is curious that with the development of industrial production, the application of the term to something other than the machinery of this production brought back the judgmental, pejorative meaning that the word had in Greek antiquity, and machine could once again mean machinations, i.e. deceptions suitable for ideology. If this is not reflected upon and machine is taken literally, the designation of the state as a machine is itself based on deception. The Latin term apparatus proves to be more neutral here, as it does not have the connotation of deception. So when Horkheimer speaks of the means of domination that opposes it as the reflection by which it exposes itself, he never refers solely to the rule of law or the apparatus of justice, even if it sometimes sounds that way in Hegelian formulation, but always also to the consciousness that invents or applies it. If a difference between the legal subject and the commodity subject can be determined in this respect, it is that the latter must be able to know what it is doing, while for the latter, according to Marx, the following applies: they don't know it, but they do it. In other words, unlike the legal subject, the commodity subject is not a subject at all. Marx, who was still aware of the traditions of classical philosophy, does not utter the word, which is en vogue in the more recent reception of Marx, at any point. He says commodity guardians, who simply have to exist because the commodities cannot go to market themselves. If his critique of political economy speaks of the subject, then as a deliberately placed oxymoron of the automatic subject, which today, however, in the wake of the intellectual devastation caused by French post-structuralism and the Nuremberg critique of value, is turned into a pleonasm. Thus, as far as institutionalized law is concerned, we cannot speak of a crisis, but only of a state of emergency. Its ever-present possibility, however, means that the crisis fundamentally calls into question the rationality that allows the legal subject to know what it is doing. In Horkheimer's projection of 1939-40, the spirit, to which law had become a substantial element, is still located in the consciousness of the masses, although it is probably part of the fragmentary character of the notes that he does not say at this point that the masses can only be thought of as masses of individuals and that what is called spirit cannot be considered in isolation from the consciousness of each individual. It was as self-evident to him as Kant, who did not attribute mind to the people of devils, but to the individual devils. When it finally became apparent that the idea of democracy in Germany no longer led a repressed, subterranean existence in the masses, he felt compelled to regard the post-Nazi German state as a mere mechanism in a certain sense, but the consciousness without which it could not work in the sense of the true idea of democracy. He then found, with historical justification, embodied only in the US occupying power. In this shift of the mind to the American hegemon, the eminently historical aspect of the power of resistance of law is expressed, which Horkheimer himself had left out of the projection, and it is precisely this historical aspect that initially refers unmistakably to the critique of political economy. Those who want to assert themselves in the constitutional state can only do so by subsuming their demands and claims under certain legal principles or laws, and those who need a share of social wealth, and everyone needs it in order to merely maintain themselves, can only obtain it via the detour of a participation, however mediated, in the valorization process of capital. In analogy to Hobbes' Leviathan, an imaginary primal contract could also be assumed here in the political economy, with the equally necessary reservation, of course, that this heuristically, as it were, lends meaning to something meaningless such as the capital relationship. All those who wish to participate in wealth, even if it is only in order to survive, accept its form, of which they admittedly have no more to know than their awareness of rights conveys to them. They therefore do not need to know that this form is the opposition of exchange value and use value, of private labor, which at the same time must be represented as immediate social labor, or of particular concrete labor, which at the same time is only considered abstract general labor. That society is ultimately synthesized through the measurement of the labor time socially necessary for the production of the respective commodity, which is what all forms of mediation in modernity ultimately amount to. However, they must know at least one thing about that fictitious primal contract as it is implemented daily in the unity of production, reproduction, and circulation, that wealth can in principle only be appropriated through contracts. Conversely, this means that the resilience of law is based on this agreement. But what if wealth cannot be appropriated through contracts? Capital is an automatic subject, Marx, and at the same time it is not. It is an automatic subject as long as we abstract from the crisis, from the fact that it simultaneously undermines its own preconditions, as Marx also shows, and thus challenges the non-automatic subject, so to speak. Why should the contractual form be recognized when, as a result, the process of decay sets in and it is no longer possible to participate in wealth via contracts? This could hardly be called rational, and this is where the necessity of this reservation becomes fundamental. For this contradicts the principle of self-preservation, which alone can do justice to it under capitalist conditions. Today's suicide bombers, including the Iranian regime, which is the suicide bomber among states, are the greatest apologists for this contradiction after the National Socialists. In their pathic projection and delusions of victimization, they concretely anticipate where society as a whole is drifting according to its abstract law. Social relations constantly reproduce the potential unfolding of the worse, insofar as they tautilize the need for life through the mere execution of just exchange relations. According to its own logic, capital tends to reduce the factor V, by which Marx means the variable part of capital, the necessary labor force, to zero, thereby permanently degrading man as a species being to a recipient of alms and a seeker of booty. The insights of Robert Kurz and the crisis and exit circles in this regard regularly turned into blindness as soon as the logic of the automatic subject was to be inferred as an automatic collapse. The philosophical consequences were that the automatic subject was understood as the end of the concept of the subject, and thus of the Enlightenment, and thus secretly ingratiated itself with postmodernism. The political consequences were that the U.S. attempts since the 1990s to prevent the worst were loudly condemned and thus pandered to the anti-imperialists. In the third volume of Capital, however, Marx merely shows how the productive power of labor under the conditions of capitalist commodity production produces such a law, meaning the famous law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which at a certain point is hostile to its own development and must therefore be constantly overcome by crises. Insofar as we speak of a law, we are not yet talking about the unity of the law and that which is subject to it, i.e., no matter how far logic progresses and the factor V tends towards zero, zero will never be reached and people will therefore never escape the question of how long they are still prepared to put up with this unity. However, the fact that people are prepared not only to affirm this degradation, but even to trump it in pathological projection, delusions of annihilation and victimization, is of course not explained by this, as it cannot be explained at all, not even by the dialectic of enlightenment. All that remains is to fight it, with whatever prospect. Anyone who reads Heinrich von Kleist's famous 16th-century tale about the horse trader against the background of those projects on the dialectic of the Enlightenment can see the connection and contradiction of right and wrong united in one person. Karl Hess is presented as one of the most righteous and at the same time most horrible people of his time. This extraordinary man could have been considered the model of a good citizen until his 30th year. He owned a farm in a village that still bears his name, on which he quietly supported himself through his trade. He brought up the children his wife gave him, in the fear of God, to be industrious and faithful. There was not one among his neighbors who would not have enjoyed his charity or his justice. In short, the world would have had to bless his memory if he had not gone astray in one virtue. But his sense of justice made him a robber and a murderer. When the Junker von Tronka, as if on a whim, took Kohlhaas' horses as pledge for a pass which he had no right to demand, and their value was finally ruined by using them ruthlessly in his fields, so that the merchant was practically unable to sell them, and when all the proper mechanisms of the authorities, to which he appealed to obtain justice, were rendered ineffective by the Junker's personal connections within the state apparatus, Kohlhaas finally took over the business of revenge and devastated the country with the mob he could gather around him. In one mandate, he called himself a lord free of the empire and the world, subject to God alone, an enthusiasm of a morbid and misguided kind, which nevertheless, with the sound of his money and the prospect of loot, gained him a large following among the rabble that the peace with Poland had put out of bread. Finally, in a further mandate he issued, he described himself as a governor of Michael the Archangel, who had come to punish with fire and sword all those who would take sides in this dispute with the Junker, the deceit in which the whole world had sunk. From the castle in Lutzen, which he had taken by surprise and in which he had taken up residence, he called on the people to join him in establishing a better order of things, and the mandate was signed with a kind of madness, given at the seat of our provisional world government. Kleist's narrative already moves beyond German idealism, but at the same time takes Hegel's concept of the negative will at its word. Only by destroying something does this negative will have the feeling of its existence. It probably means to want some positive state, e.g. the state of general equality or general religious life, but it does not in fact want the positive reality of the same. For this immediately brings about some kind of order, a particularization of both institutions and individuals, but it is the particularization and objective determination from the destruction of which this negative freedom derives its self-consciousness. Thus what it thinks it wants can in itself only be an abstract idea and the realization of it only the fury of destruction. The fanaticism of this band terror thus wants an abstract, not a subdivision. Where differences emerge, it finds this contrary to its indeterminacy and abolishes them. That is why the people in the revolution destroyed again the institutions which they themselves had made, because every institution is contrary to the abstract self-consciousness of equality. In this, however, Hegel sees the period of horror of the French Revolution as a necessary stage of the spirit, in the overcoming of which the true idea, bourgeois law, is realized. Overcoming itself appears to be irresistible, as such it is already inherent in the concept itself. I do not merely want, but I want something. A will that only wants the abstract general wants nothing and is therefore not a will. The role of Napoleon, who embodies this overcoming in Hegel, appears to be taken over by Luther in Kleist's story. In a personal debate, which Kohlhaas himself forces after Luther has publicly condemned him for his actions, he succeeds in returning the free of the empire and the world of the band terror to the realm of law and treaties. Kleist has the reformer act as if he himself were the missing hegemon among the German states, which proved to be powerless in the face of the mob's uprising and on which Luther is able to exert pressure here. Kohlhaas' surprising willingness to accept his proposal, which apparently stems from the remnants of a Christian attitude, as he holds out the prospect of the restoration of the legal order, seems to just about prevent the horse trader from becoming a kind of Protestant jihadist or the anticipation of National Socialist racket leaders. In truth, he cannot become one, since in him law and racket remain united in one person and he has cut himself off from reflection on the law and thus from the principle of self-preservation, not even in the delusion of provisional world government. The narrative must, of course, lose its stringency from this point onwards. It even takes a more chaotic course the more clearly Kohlhaas is now shown again as the object of jurisdiction and sovereignty, which in turn reveal racket structures all the more clearly, for the hegemon, as Kleist imagined him in Luther's figure, is no longer a world spirit, he no longer appears after his intervention. In the much more positive portrayal of the Prussian electorate as the case progresses, however, something of Kleist's political hope that this German state would have what it takes to replace Napoleon still shimmers through in the margins. The Battle of Hermann then buries this hope in the identification with the Germanic leader, which has already cut itself off from reflection on the law. The disagreement between the states, the Dresden and Berlin courts, in which the Polish state and the Viennese imperial court are then included, remains, however, and shows all the more drastically the state of the legal order, the horses, for whose sake the state was tottering, and their owner, whose sense of justice caused it to totter, are dealt with according to the standards of law and sovereignty, i.e. by means of various investigations and negotiations, domestic and foreign policy, intrigues and scheming. The new arbitrary suspicions, the convoluted official channels and constant disputes over authority between the authorities, which anticipate Kafka's novels, lead to the amnesty obtained and guaranteed by Luther gradually turning into imprisonment, so that Kohlhaas even tries to escape again. The feeding of the horses, although it is no longer clear whether they are really the ones in question, helps him to gain his rights after all, and he himself is executed. Finally, the plot revolves around the prophecy of a fortune-teller about the downfall of the Saxon state, incorporating openly irrational motives, the wording of which must remain hidden from the sovereign because Kohlhaas rejects his offer to hand over the note on which it is written in exchange for being able to escape execution through his intervention. He spurns it out of both a thirst for revenge and a sense of justice, not least because he can no longer trust either the legal system or the sovereign. Shortly before the execution in Berlin, Kohlhaas swallows the note in front of the Saxon elector, who is present incognito and sinks down at the sight, fainting, in convulsions. When Hegel says Vogue, it always contains the admission of a failure and the attempt to suppress it. Adorno was the first to recognize this in his critique of Hegel. It was still ignored by Marx, although we have him to thank for the insight from which Adorno proceeds. That the metaphysics of the reconciliation of the general and the particular failed as a philosophy of law and history. The false mediation that Hegel needed to undo this failure, however, is the category of the spirit of the people. The philosophy of right does not end with the substantial unity of state and citizens, in which freedom comes to its highest right. It needs the people to enforce this unity. It itself becomes the substance of unity. The people as state is the spirit in its substantial reasonableness and immediate reality, therefore the absolute power on earth. End of quote. Individuals, it is said elsewhere, have to form themselves to this substantial being of their people, to conform to it. In the case of nationality, Hegel places the emphasis on descent and birth. And how could it be otherwise? The idolatry of the Volksgeist is accompanied by a clear preference for the German. Only the Germanic nation has the feeling of natural totality in itself. Already in view of the Kantian generality of his period, the foreseeable humanity, Hegel's doctrine of the Volksgeist was reactionary, cultivating what was already seen as particular. Without hesitation, he participated with the emphatic category of the Volksgeist in the same nationalism whose funests he dignified in the fraternal agitators. Adorno. The necessity of invoking the people and the spirit of the people, however, knows nothing of its interconnection with the state of exception in Hegel. The idealist philosopher suppressed it as best he could at the time, and he did it even better than in Kelsen's time. In contrast to Kant, for whom emergency law was no longer law at all, Hegel, however, accepts at least in one place the possibility that the bad state can become necessary. Surprising reference to Fichte's fundamentally repressive philosophy of the state. In a state of necessity, however, whether internal or external, it is sovereignty, in whose simple concept the organism existing there in its particularities merges and to which the salvation of the state is entrusted with the sacrifice of that which is otherwise justified. Where then that idealism comes to its peculiar reality. End of quote. As isolated as this passage may appear within the philosophy of law, and even more so within Hegel's philosophical work as a whole, it also proves to be its jumping-off point, if we only take into account that Hegel sees the truly absolute ultimate end of the state in sovereignty. And here the circle closes. With the question of sovereignty, Hegel returns to the presupposed and presuppositionless free will by revealing that this sovereignty cannot be justified in any other way. It is the abstract, insofar groundless self-determination of the will, in which the ultimate of the decision lies. The whole effort of rationality finally admits defeat and confesses to irrationality. The state cannot be justified at all, it can only be proven from bourgeois society. But since it itself presupposes the state remains groundless. It therefore requires the nation and the people. However, the state did not always need the nation to the same extent. We can only speak of its necessity insofar as it itself, in all its functions, already results from the constraints of the utilization of value, insofar as it is no longer an arbitrary subject on the basis of immediate rule, but an arbitrary extension of the involuntary, the automatic subject, which everywhere smashes the traditional ties of that rule, clan structures, village communities, guilds, etc., in order to establish the unity and equality of citizens and commodity owners. Only the state, which exists solely to guarantee exploitation and to which all its former functions merge, only this state constitutes the necessity of the false consciousness of the nation. Its task is to create identity in people's minds, to make individuals such that they can recognize each other as equals. But they can only recognize each other as equals if they distinguish themselves from unequals. What even Kant himself attributed to human nature as unsociable sociability, Lessing, who thought more consequent on this point, saw as the actual disaster that bourgeois society causes, completely contrary to its intention. It cannot unite people without separating them. And this means first and foremost that bourgeois society divides and separates people into different peoples and religions. End of quote. Yet the intention of bourgeois society is equality. Its implementation as the relationship of all commodity owners to one another constantly produces the false consciousness of human inequality anew, a secondary inequality, which in turn can only be conceived in the form of equality, because according to it, man is not unequal in himself, but always unequal only as a member of a certain nation, a people, a race. The nation is really the bad absolute brought into finite form. Even the most ardent nationalists do not dream of the day when all members of the human race will belong to their nation, any more than it was possible for Christians in times past to dream of a holy greater than Christian less than planet. Anderson. The state defines the borders, where one nation begins, the other ends, although minor and major border shifts are possible at any time. Religion can be regarded as a preliminary form of such identity formation. It does not literally exclude the non-identical, but stigmatizes it in the name of an absolute identity that exists outside, in the name of God. The role of the Jews in the Christian worldview is characteristic of this. The modern state, however, is the realization or secularization of this absolutely identical in the nation. It is, as Hegel says, the divine idea as it exists on earth. However, secularization never succeeds completely, which is why virtually no national ideology can actually dispense with religious content. However, a nation only arises when the population of a certain region understands and feels itself as one people, as a unity, without having to make immediate reference to the existing authorities, to belonging to a certain state, i.e., when the state itself is hidden in the national consciousness, internalized in it. We must therefore assume a double existence of the state, which is made possible by the nation, an inner and an outer existence, one perceived as immortal and the other as mortal. It is precisely for this dual existence that religion forms the irrevocable precondition. As a kind of imaginary state, it creates the awareness that the existing authority cannot be the true connection of the people with the whole. This inner space created by religion is ultimately annexed by the national consciousness, which claims to be that very true connection. The equalization of citizens, which requires us to disregard all differences, needs a counterweight within the citizens. Equality must be concrete, it must be possible to comprehend it as something concrete, or it remains what it is in consciousness, something imposed from outside, something poorly abstract. Thus the socially concrete aspect of immediate rule, which was abstracted from in the course of the development of the modern state, reappears as pseudo-concrete, as national content, and is unrecognizable. When the peasants are driven from their land and made outlaws as laborers, they develop the consciousness that they have grown together with the land and are there to shed their own blood for this land from which they have been driven. The contemporaries of absolutism often saw the state as a perfect machine, where all the wheels and gears fit together perfectly and the ruler is only the foreman, the first mainspring or the soul that sets everything in motion. In this comparison, however, the subjects inevitably had to perceive themselves as the miserable workers who were completely subject to the laws of the mechanical division of labor and had forfeited all autonomy and individuality. In this state of consciousness, there are only two possibilities: either individual self-recognition, if the state is a machine, then it must stop, or national self-determination. The state is not really a machine, it is only forced by the absolutist tyrant to function like a machine. In reality, however, it is a single large body with different, organically grown functions. It is the people. In Prussia, as is well known, the absolutist sovereign acted in a particularly mechanical manner, which has to do with the country's special situation on the frontier of Western civilization. On the one hand, a striking economic underdevelopment compared to the West, and on the other, the need to counter the military pressure emanating from the more developed states. The way in which Frederick the Great treated his subjects left nothing to be desired in terms of clarity. No sense of national unity and organic solidarity with the people, but everything according to the standards of a machine in which the individuals are burned to death. Damned fellows, do you want to live forever? He, a true master craftsman of the state, is said to have shouted to his soldiers in battle. But the fact that they wanted to live forever and therefore went to their deaths for their fatherland soon became the program of the nation, which formed under the protection of absolutist power and gained its strength from its internal and external conflicts. The revolution welcomed it as an opportunity to replace the state of the nobility and the clergy with that of the people and the race, and it knew no higher goal than to sacrifice the individual for it. The whole people must be raised from a state of oppression by the nobility to nobility, said Achim von Arnim. The only question is from which lower birth this nobility should then distinguish itself in order to still understand itself as nobility. Strangely enough, the end of the old empires is called imperialism, a historical period that began at the end of the 19th century and presents itself as a race for power, for domination over foreign continents or, in economic terms, the export of capital. Only more reflective forms of imperialism theories, such as Rosa Luxemburg's, recognize the dynamics of global crises behind the phenomena of the late colonialism of the old empires and the permanent armament of the industrial nations. Hannah Arendt also countered the reduction of imperialism to the export of capital by pointing out that it was not least about the export of unemployment. Racism appears to be an effort to delimit the nation, to assert identity beyond the borders of one's own nation. It is usually explained with reference to the classical theory of imperialism. Due to the competitive struggles of capital and the formation of monopolies, the most powerful European nations began to divide up the world among themselves. To this end, a new self-consciousness developed among these nations, which was based on viewing the population of the subjugated or subjugated regions as inferior not only in mediated and mediable cultural terms, but also in immediate and unchangeable physical terms. According to Hannah Arendt, the decline of the nation-state was the indispensable prerequisite for the spread of racism. The starting point of her reflections is the powerlessness of the left. It is after all strange that there has never been a truly popular opposition to imperialist politics. At the same time, as she writes, imperialism was the first phenomenon against which the Marxist theory of the economy failed. For Marxism found the new alliance between mob and capital so unnatural, so inimical to the doctrine of class struggle, that the immediate dangers of the imperialist experiment, its attempt to divide humanity into master and slave races, into colored and white peoples, and to unite the people divided into classes on the basis of the mob's worldview, were not even acknowledged. The alliance between the mob and the elite can be seen as the basis of racist ideology. Just as this alliance has taken the place of the class relationship between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, so racism takes the place of national consciousness. The transition is obviously based on a certain dynamic of capital, which produces more and more owners of superfluous labor power, but also more and more superfluous capital in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The export of capital and investments abroad are not, as Arendt makes clear, imperialist per se, do not necessarily lead to a policy of expansion. As long as the owners of superfluous capital were content with the great risk of foreign investments, they were alienated from the economic life of their countries and acted contrary to all earlier traditions of nationalism, but at worst they could be branded as parasites in the nation. They were not yet imperialists. It was only when they, instructed by the era of financial scandals, realized that without legal police safeguards the entire investment and stock market business would become a game at the roulette table and that only the government itself could provide them with securities abroad that were halfway equivalent to those at home, that they began to think about politics and demand state protection for their foreign investments. End quote. With this demand, they were well within the tradition of the bourgeoisie, which had always seen political institutions as instruments for its own protection. The owners of superfluous capital, however, were the first group within this class to seek profit without fulfilling a social function, without serving society as a whole with their wealth, and which therefore no police force could have protected in the long term from the anger of the masses, which was hardly directed against wealth and power as such, but rather against useless wealth and power merely displayed. Expansion as a means of policy, however, would now concern the whole nation and not just the owners of superfluous capital. Even more important than securing the rate of profit was the reintegration of these owners into the national body. Imperialism saved the bourgeoisie from becoming parasitic and helped it to play a political role precisely at the moment when its concept of property had proved to be obsolete, because its wealth could no longer be used within national production and it had thus come into conflict with the production ideal of a society for which productivity was the absolute standard by which everything else was measured. End quote. The other byproduct of capitalist development was the human waste products which, after each crisis, as inevitably followed each period of industrial expansion, were eliminated from the ranks of producers and thrust into permanent unemployment. Those condemned to idleness were just as superfluous to society as the owners of superfluous capital. They also represented a very threatening element and were therefore largely exported to other parts of the world. Neither Canada nor Australia nor the United States could have been populated without them. But it was imperialism that caused these two superfluous forces, the superfluous capital and the superfluous labor, to unite and leave their homeland together. A policy of expansion, the export of the means of state power and the annexation of territories in which national labor and national wealth had been invested, seemed to be the only means of preventing the constantly growing losses of capital and productive power and yet preserving the forces that had become superfluous within the nation. To the extent that both the production of superfluous capital and superfluous labor seemed to be typical of the high capitalist economy in general, one could think that one had found a panacea for an omnipresent evil. End quote. In view of this differentiating analysis, it is astonishing that Arendt nevertheless attempts to strictly separate racism and nationalism, so that no connection between the two, no inner relationship between them, remains recognizable. Racism, it says in another chapter of Origins and Elements of Totalitarianism, is everywhere a factor opposed to nationalism and undermining it like any form of patriotism, whereas previously the nation had nevertheless served as a context of justification for the formation of the imperialist alliance of mob and elite, and in this context we even find the remark that in the case of German imperialism national motives played a particularly emphatic role. Insofar as Hannah Arendt insists on this separation and represses the unity of nationalism and racism, i.e. also the inner contradiction of the nation-state that drives racism, insofar as she thus completely isolates the nation-state from the racist movement, it appears as if racism always comes from outside, from the jungle, be it the African or the Teutoburg. Arendt describes the African tribes quite unthinkingly and without quotation marks as races, which lack all their own historical memories and all deeds worthy of remembrance, which also made them physically frightening and repulsive, was the catastrophic inferiority or belonging to nature, which they could not counter with a human world. The impression arises as if the worldlessness of the racial tribes had given rise to racism. The Boer's concept of race arose from the horror of beings who seemed to be neither human nor animal and who, ghost-like, without any tangible civilizational or political reality, populated and overpopulated the black continent. The horror that such beings could also be human gave rise to the decision not to belong to the same species under any circumstances. Here, under the compulsion of living together with black tribes, the idea of humanity and the common origin of the human race, as taught by the Christian-Jewish tradition of the West, lost its compelling persuasive power for the first time, and the desire for the systematic extermination of entire races became all the more firmly established as it became obvious that, in contrast to Australia and America, Africa was far too overpopulated for the solutions to the problem of indigenous peoples that had been tried there to ever be seriously considered. The unreality lies in the fact that they are human beings and yet completely lack the reality inherent in human beings. It is this unreality of the native tribes, given their worldlessness, which has led to the terrible murderous exterminations and to the complete lawlessness in Africa. End quote. However much the original barbarism, which has an immediate connection to nature, and the barbarism developed by civilization may resemble each other at certain points and may even merge under certain conditions, Joseph Conrad's novel Heart of Darkness, to which the elements and origins of total domination refer here, has illustrated this. The explanation that Arendt thus offers is problematic because it cannot clarify what this seduction actually consists of, namely, that the citizens from the nation-states, regardless of how the native tribes also behaved, encountered themselves in their horror that such beings were also human, incapable of escaping the worldlessness and unreality of their own society, which for its part had failed to emancipate itself from the tribal structure and had only been able to do so under duress, embodied in a state that had to become a fetish because it could not otherwise have integrated the people who economically need that form of organization just as much as it incessantly inflicts violence on them. In order to seize the gentes, he additionally mobilizes regressive memories of the archaic tribe. As an evil ferment, they are suitable for keeping the individual, also a late and fragile development, down where its conflict with the generality is about to turn into its rational critique. Otherwise than by effective irrational means, the irrationality of the purposes of bourgeois society could hardly have been stabilized. Adorno. Racism has been inherent in the nation from the very beginning, just as the nation has never really adhered to borders in any phase of its history. Colonialism is not only a consequence of the nation-state form, but also a condition of its formation. The so-called primitive accumulation, to which the wealth of nations is owed, raged particularly in the colonially subjugated regions of the earth. Their so-called discovery is itself a moment of accumulation. The English Empire, like all other empires of the modern era, formed a unity of nation and colonies. What constituted this unity was obvious to everyone as soon as they had only one coin, on the one side the king, on the other the value. The monopoly of power and the law of value constituted the identity of nation and colonies. However, it can in no way abolish the non-identical, but rather reproduces it again and again, and this is precisely where racism originates, in the psychological and ideological processing of this irreversible. Although there is a common market, the methods of exploitation are not yet the same. However, they are now inevitably related to each other, precisely through the market. If the relative surplus value is increased in the metropolis, i.e., productivity is increased, the periphery can only keep up by increasing the absolute surplus value, instead of intensification, extensification of labor. This must be due to their origin, the racist concludes razor-sharp, and by this he means the physical ancestry of the exploited, whom he imagines as an animal, whose performance can also only be extensified. The colonized is no longer recognized as an equal on the level of circulation either, because everything that moves in circulation itself is a bourgeois subject, everything that is moved is an object. But this object appears ghostly to the same extent that the bourgeois subject, for its part, can only be a character mask of the automatic. From this knowledge that it merely embodies the movement of value, the civically recognized subject, which also wants to be nationally recognized, is protected only by the racist demarcation from the object. The concept of race reflects the work under whose regiment the enslaved are forced as a physical property. Thus, the inhabitants of foreign continents who are set in motion by human trafficking appear to the Western Christian consciousness on the one hand as completely inferior, and on the other hand as something threatening. Unlike the fantasized Jews, however, they do not gain their uncanniness as powerful representatives of the market, as the embodiment of exchange value, but on the contrary as the will-less objects of the market, as the embodiment of utility value, as tamed and yet untamable. Nature. The contradiction between equality before the law of value and the inequality of the methods of exploitation is, in the political sphere, that of the equality of all people and the inequality of races. The difference in productivity on the basis of an identical standard everywhere is substantialized, returns in people's minds as a natural difference. The racist always places himself in the position of equality in order to stigmatize the unequal from here. In the coordinate system of his own madness he stands, as it were, on the standpoint of value and the legal form and fantasizes the inferior as nature that is to be subjugated and forced into the form of use value and property. Thus, however, he must hate bourgeois equality wherever it abolishes these natural inequalities. Once recognized as equals, those inferiors, as he himself knows only too well, are in truth his competitors and possibly already superior to him, or at least would soon be, but by allowing all socially created differences to be regarded solely as biologically given descent, the racist can gain an ideological advantage in the competitive struggle, however little he himself is aware of this strategy. This applies above all to his inner life, in which the community of equals, which hates equality, is constituted. He splits off everything that he perceives in himself as inequality, his inner nature, which he must subjugate in order to be considered an equal, and projects this denial onto those who regularly appear inferior on the labor market and, as he possibly pretended, would be best kept away from this market. For he can only concretely feel equal, identify with value and think in the form of law if he gets rid of what he perceives as unequal in this way and thus substantializes the commodity and legal form ex negativo. Racism presupposed a society in which people had to sell their labor power. Before primitive accumulation, there was no racism in the true sense of the word. But to understand it according to the pattern of base and superstructure nevertheless misses its entire mode of action. Capitalism and racism are more likely to relate to each other like family and neurosis. The concrete familial constellation from which the neurosis once arose has long been a thing of the past, but the neurosis lives on and is even intensified because emancipation has failed. Emancipation from racism is no more possible by merely relying on the death of outdated forms of exploitation than a weak ego would be strengthened by the death of the father. As enslaved people, the colonized were once immediate commodities and property. They did not possess the exchange value of the commodity labor power, but were themselves exchange value and use value in one, no different from an animal that is tamed and sold. The abolition of slavery brought recognition as equals before the law, but no recognition as equals in the divided production of value. Meanwhile, even the method of increasing absolute surplus value has lost its dominant importance on the periphery, not least because there is proportionally less and less labor in many former colonial areas. But the notion of inferiority is inescapably imprinted in the image that the citizen of the metropolis has of the foreigners who surround and harass him. This is what his self-respect as a subject alone dictates. The closer the foreigners come to him, since they can no longer find work, the more they are economically assimilated to him, the more decisively he must distance himself from them internally. The hated refugees come, he says, even though they know full well that they will only be ostracized, hunted, and mixed up here. Isn't it unbearable to have to watch people clinging to the purpose of capital? Is it not a slap in the face of our civilization? They rudely question all our efforts to give capitalist reproduction a human face. The victims of racism are, as Stephen Grigott writes, not accused of their superiority, but of their inferiority. Racism is not directed against their omnipotence, but against their powerlessness. But it is a powerlessness that threatens because it constantly questions its own power. That is why racists always need the personification of total power. That is why they not only need the enemy image of the vivid stranger, but also that of the fundamental other, the identification of Jews with the abstract side of capitalist commodity production, with value, makes them the personification of the global principle of subjectless domination, which both produces and negates their own ability to act. However, the strict separation of nationalism and racism in the elements and origins of total domination, which can almost be read as an apologia for the nation-state, is broken through by Hannah Arendt herself. And it is the developments in Central and Eastern Europe that compel her to do so. What emerged in Germany, in the Habsburg monarchy, but also in Russia in the 19th century, is described by her as folkish nationalism, a term that eliminates the difference between nationalism and racism, but leaves the difference to Western-style national sentiment. Folkish nationalism has decisively determined and shaped the national sentiment of all Central and Eastern European nations and nationalities. It differs from Western nationalism even when the latter appears in its perverted chauvinistic form. End of quote. This difference, as Arendt describes it, has to do with a conscious affirmation of the state in the West, the state as a rationally established mediator for the balancing of the interests of its citizens, i.e., the people living under its care on a particular territory. This kept the irrationality of an ideology that insisted on dissent within limits. Nationalism was thus bound to the state from the very beginning and never denied its loyalty to the state or state-mindedness. As long as it was genuine, it always had the function of stabilizing to some extent the already precarious and constantly endangered balance of power between society and the state and of maintaining at least a minimum of public political sympathy and a sense of the common good in the citizens of the nation-state. Thus the conquest of the state by the nation remained within certain limits and did not simply end with the abolition of the rule of law. The fact that the state was responsible for protecting and guaranteeing the rights of all inhabitants on the territory under its control, regardless of their national affiliation, was still taken for granted in the 19th century. Although the native citizens may have looked down on their fellow citizens, who were still naturalized as an exception at the time, here and there because they did not owe their equal rights to their ancestry but only to a legal act, the distinction between foreigners of the state and foreigners of the people proposed by the All-Germans, which was later legalized in Nazi legislation, would hardly have occurred to them. Even in the form of the nation-state, the state remained an essentially legal institution, and nationalism subordinated itself to its legality and, above all, remained bound to the borders of its territory guaranteed by the legal state. End of quote. When the nationalist movements reject this rational mediation, they only confirm what is already the case in their countries. They glorify the failure to implement nation-state forms. The continued failure to mediate the reconciliation of interests is replaced by fantasized blood. The sense of democratic common good prevented by traditional feudal structures is replaced by race. They thus correspond exactly to the situation of those peoples whose national consciousness had only been awakened by the example and the development of power of the Western nations, whose nationality had not yet gone further than an unarticulated, folk-like feeling of belonging together, whose languages, above all, had hardly yet outgrown the dialect stage through which all European languages had to pass before they were up to the demands of poetry and literature, and whose peasant classes had never been down to earth in the same sense as those of the Western nations. Here nationality could only appear as a quality independent of territory, innate to certain people and which they could take with them wherever they went, but not as the quality of a common world in which one participates and which one loses through migration. End of quote. Ethnic nationalism is pure delusion that can make itself independent of any state reality. Psychologically speaking, the difference between the craziest chauvinism of the West and that folkish nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe is still that the one is at least concerned with the world and its tangible realities, with the factually present achievements of the nation in all areas, while the folkish, even in its most harmless form, for example in the German youth movement, is directed inwards and begins to regard the human soul as the embodiment of general tribal characteristics, and since the soul obviously cannot be something that embodies, its substitute is found in blood, in which soul and body are obviously supposed to have a kind of rendezvous. End of quote. However, another form of imperialism results to the same extent from this inward-looking nation. Just as continental imperialism arises in those countries that believe they have come up short in the redistribution of the earth in the imperialist age, so folkish nationalism spreads wherever European peoples have not succeeded in national emancipation at all or only halfway. Both aspirations arose as a reaction to the apparently happier and more successful history of the Western European countries and above all England. End of quote. In contrast to overseas imperialism, which for all its thirst for power and expansion, had always been satisfied with relative and politically limited theories of superiority, the nationalist movements of Central and Eastern Europe immediately laid claim to chosenness and aimed to rule over the whole earth. It was reserved for continental imperialism to translate racial ideology immediately into politics and to claim apodictically, Germany's future lies in its blood. The All-Germans certainly had contempt for the nation-state and its institutions in common with the imperialists of the Western countries, but they did not base their resistance on economic considerations, which after all corresponded to real national needs, but opposed the state and national feeling with an extended tribal consciousness, which was to encompass all those who descended from the same people, regardless of history, language, and place of settlement. End of quote. However, Arendt sees herself confronted with such delusional moments in the West and describes them as chauvinism, but here they remain peculiarly integrated into a rational overall constitution and virtually held in check by economic interests. Even if in overseas imperialism expansion as such pushed all material interests in a particular country to be conquered and plundered into the background and introduced an element of abstract ideology into politics, this was despite the occasionally fantastic statements of men like Rhodes, still held in check in reality by the fact that real money and real labor were exported and invested. The Pan movements, however, which Arendt sees as the avant-garde of total domination, did not even know this already anarchic element of human planning and geographical bondage. But precisely because their urge to expand remained without a program and without a specific plan, they were able to create the mood of messianic mission needed for world conquest and thus, starting from the political, permeate all spheres of human life in terms of worldview. The prefix pan, taken from the Greek, meant, everything should become Germanic, everything should become Slavic, both with regard to the question of supremacy over the earth and with regard to the non-primarily political concerns of mankind. It was therefore a similar indication to the later adjective total. In the alliance between mob and capital, which characterizes the imperialist age, the initiative, with the exception of South Africa, lay with the representatives of capital in the Pan movements. Conversely, the initiative lay from the beginning exclusively with the mob, which was then, as later, led by an intelligentsia. End of quote. In the differentiation between Western and folkish nationalisms, Arendt nevertheless finds something in common. The folkish movements have their immediate origins in a specific geopolitical and economic situation in Central and Eastern Europe, and for liberalism it is therefore sufficient to classify them as merely backward. Regardless of their origin, however, they indirectly represent a reaction to the development of bourgeois society as such, and their ideological results can therefore in principle be effective anywhere in the world. There is no question that the attraction of the Pan movements was based on their openly expressed contempt for the so-called liberal worldview and the liberal vocabulary. Instead of individualistically understood human dignity, the idea that all those born into the same nation are connected to each other in a natural way and, like members of the same family, can rely on each other, took its place in folkish thinking. And the warmth and security associated with such ideas was indeed very suitable for calming the justified fears of modern people in the jungle of an atomized society. End quote. Arendt is aware of the precarious status of the individual in bourgeois society, and it becomes clear in some places that she sees something like a moderate nationalism, a Western-style national sentiment, as an effective, indeed the only available means of counteracting the disintegration of society and thus the attractiveness of nationalist movements. According to the liberal concept of state and society, it could be considered the will of the nation to be protected by the state from the consequences of social atomization, and at the same time to receive through it the guarantee that nothing would change in social conditions. In order to be up to this task, the state apparatus had to accelerate and radicalize the process of centralization that had already begun under the absolute monarchies. Only an absolutely centralized administration, in which all instruments of violence and the conquest of power were monopolized, could balance the centrifugal forces that a class society constantly produces anew and counterbalance them. In this context, nationalism proved to be an indispensable, unique means of bonding between the centralized state and an atomized society, while at the same time it apparently represented the only living and, in times of need, functioning sense of belonging between people belonging to the same nation. End of quote. Against this backdrop, Hannah Arendt's serious description of the folkish movement and racism as anti-national and anti-state may be a provocation that runs counter to the self-image of this movement, blood and soil, and the common view that a liberal has of it. This mob, she writes, with its suspicious lack of patriotism and attachment to the native soil is much more like a race than a people. But in doing so, Arendt absolves the binding agent, which could be approved of for pragmatic reasons, of its entire inner problematic, just as she makes racism appear bottomless, which in its conception of living space contains the idea of a national territory in a mystified form, a nation, however, that is intent on expansion. Attachment to the native earth is understood as an indispensable starting point and secure basis for the conquest of the whole world. In other places, Hannah Arendt leaves no doubt about the origin of racist ideology in the national consciousness. In the nationalist movements and ultimately in total domination, therefore, an element becomes independent that is intrinsic to the unresolvable conflict of bourgeois society, and this insight means that Arendt is well protected from writing a mere apologia for the West. The hidden conflict between state and nation already came to light at the birth of the first modern European nation-state, namely when the French Revolution combined the Declaration of Human Rights with the Declaration of the Sovereign Will of the People, i.e., specifically national sovereignty. The same fundamental rights were once declared to be the inalienable property of all that is human, only to be presented in the same breath as the specifically national rights of a sovereign people that owed these rights to its struggle for liberation and its national history. The same nation, on the one hand, placed itself under the rule of a law whose source and authority were supposedly to be found only in human rights, and yet at the same time proclaimed its absolute sovereignty, according to which it was subject to no general but only national laws and recognized nothing higher than the sovereign will of the people, that is, itself. The practical result of this contradiction was that from then on human rights were only recognized and guaranteed as specific, national rights, and that the state itself, whose highest function is to guarantee every inhabitant his human rights, his civil rights and his national rights, lost the character of a rational constitutional state and could be obfuscated and deified by the romantic theories of the state as the incarnation of the soul of the nation. The only essential thing was that such a national soul obviously had to stand beyond and above all laws. End of quote. And yet Arendt must substantialize the nation-state in the people and abandon the individual if she does not want to stand there with merely an abstract idea that she could oppose to the irrational substance of the nation, the sovereignty of the nation-state, born of the sovereignty of a free people, thus increasingly lost the element of the will of the people, which was replaced by a pseudo-mystical aura of an alleged organic. End quote. Here lies the difference to Adorno's critique of the nation, which resists such substantialization, as expressed in the emphatic invocation of the sovereignty of a people, and does not sacrifice the individual. However, Adorno again neglects the precise and necessary differentiation between Western and folkish ideology, which makes Arendt's theory indispensable for any critique of the nation. This is not a differentiation for its own sake, not an academic endeavor that serves a positivist concept of truth and reflection, but one that is self-contradictory. According to her, there can be no automatic transition from national to folkish ideology, as much as this transition is already inherent in the latter. If it were automatic, then Wolfgang Port's satirically tinged description of humanity as a species of animal, in view of the reunification of Germany and its consequences in Yugoslavia, would be correct. When capitalism produces a population problem that can only be solved by war within its developmental possibilities and people do not want to recognize the cause of the problem, experience shows that the world's population instinctively behaves like a lower animal species. As if everyone had heard the call to die. As if it were necessary to carry out a self-decimation prescribed by natural law in the interest of the preservation of the species, as is probably the case with bee colonies. Ethnic feelings are suddenly awakened in the great nations as well as in the most remote mountain tribes. Port. But humanity is only behaving like a lower animal species and as if it were carrying out self-decimation in the sense of species preservation. In truth, it cannot completely coincide with capitalism, and it is this difference that Hannah Arendt preserves in her theory like an existential. Through it alone, she rescues something of the individual that already seemed to have been abandoned in her concept of the nation. Adorno, on the other hand, always made it clear that nationalist feelings were always already lurking in the nation. The state had to become a fetish under all circumstances, be it in the West or the East, because otherwise the people subsumed in the capital relationship could not have been integrated. And this fetish is called the people. It seems that Adorno gains the strength to hold on to the individual, against all temptations to think positively of the collective, from the willingness to think of a finally expected and unprecedented free association of individuals as nothing other than the arrival of the Messiah. the German attempt to finally create an Reich that could be set against the English one, in order, as they said, to gain a place in the sun, already presupposed that the old unity of the empire had been degraded in favor of the new one of the world market. Grossraum against universalism was the slogan that Carl Schmitt finally found for this constellation. With this slogan, he rightly resists equating the German ambitions for a world empire with the preceding English ones that founded the empire. It is part of the historical power of every genuine political greatness that it brings with it its own, not arbitrarily subsumable designation and asserts its peculiar name. Reich, Imperium, Empire are not the same thing and, seen from the inside, are not comparable with each other. End of quote. However, Schmitt describes the British Empire in particular as an artificial, abstract, or universalist order based on such comparability and designed to make peoples equal, while the German Reich was founded on countering this abstractness and universalism. While Imperium often has the meaning of a universalistic, world and humanity encompassing, i.e. supraethnic entity, although it need not have. Since there can be several and diverse empires side by side, our German Reich is essentially determined by the Volk and is an essentially non-universalistic, legal order based on respect for every folksdom. While imperialism has since the end of the 19th century become a term often misused as a mere catchword for economic capitalist methods of colonization and expansion, the word Reich has remained free of this stigma. Moreover, both the memories of the ethnic views of the declining Roman Empire and the ideals of assimilation and melting pots of the empires of Western democracy bring the concept of imperialism into sharpest contrast with a concept of empire that is conceived in popular terms and respects all ethnic life. The effect of this is all the stronger as the German Reich, in the middle of Europe, lies between the universalism of the powers of the liberal democratic, people assimilating West, and the universalism of the Bolshevik world revolutionary East, and has to defend the sanctity of a non-universalist, folkish order of life on both fronts. End of quote. With the rise of the Germans, racism gains a new basis, against the ideals of assimilation and melting, which are themselves racist in origin. Since they enforce equality and do not tolerate diversity, they mobilize diversity and fight equality, but only for the purpose of destroying the mediations that are set by the forms of equality. For them, diversity is the epitome of mediationlessness. They practice racism from below. For the Reich they have in mind must always be enforced first, against universalism and equality from above. This is also why Carl Schmitt modified his concepts of state, nation, and sovereignty after 1933. If he had developed them in order to make the Weimar Republic ready to storm, they now appeared to be an overly tight corset to do the same with Europe. It was necessary to counter the previous central concept of international law, the state, with a simple, higher concept that is useful in international law but superior due to its proximity to the present. End of quote. This now recognizes the necessity of substantializing the sovereign in national terms once and for all. The concrete state is now called Reich because concrete only means national. The international law of universalism, as reflected in the League of Nations, is countered by an international law that is concrete in the sense that it prehorses the equality of states and is based on diversity. However, according to Schmitt, the previous international law developed in the 18th and 19th centuries and continued into the 20th century is a pure law of states. Despite individual peculiarities and relaxations, it fundamentally only recognizes states as subjects of international law. There was never any mention of empires, although any attentive observer would have been surprised at how much the political and economic interests of the English world empire harmonized with the principles of this international law. The textbooks of international law can also only imagine the English empire as a union of states. However, the concept of empire of the English empire is of a very special kind and can never be understood as a union of states. It is already universalistically determined by its geographically incoherent location. Such a world empire did not belong to international law, but to a general world and human law. The systematic and conceptual work of international law, however, has so far not known any empires at all, but only states. In political historical reality, there were of course always leading great powers. There was a concert of European powers and in the Versailles system the Allied principal powers. However, the legal conceptualization adhered to a general term state and to the legal equality of all independent and sovereign states. End of quote. Thus, on the one hand, the dethroning of the concept of the state by way of an advance against the concept of sovereignty is criticized, if this advance happens with the tendency to give the undoubtedly due overcoming of the concept of the state in international law a turn towards pacifist humanitarianism, i.e. towards a universalist world empire, whose hour seemed to have come with Germany's defeat in the First World War and the founding of the League of Nations in Geneva. As long as it was defenseless and weak, Germany was completely on the defensive against these tendencies and could be satisfied, in terms of international law, if it succeeded in defending its state independence and preserving its quality as a state. End of quote. This was the phase in which Schmidt developed his concept of the political. On the other hand, a specifically German advance to overcome the old sense of sovereignty is introduced, with the victory of the National Socialist movement. However, an advance to overcome the concept of the state in international law has also become successful in Germany, albeit from completely different starting points and with completely different goals than the pacifist universalist enthronement of the state. It was now a matter of transforming international law from a mere intergovernmental order into a real law of nations. End of quote. The new concept of order of a new international law is based on a popular, large-scale order supported by a people. In it we have the core of a new way of thinking in international law, which starts from the concept of the people and leaves the elements of order contained in the concept of the state intact, but which at the same time is able to do justice to today's concepts of space and the real political forces of life, which can be planetary, i.e. Earth space-like, without destroying the peoples and the states and without, like the imperialist international law of the Western democracies, steering out of the inevitable overcoming of the folded concept of the state into a universalist imperialist world law. A weak and impotent center of Europe has become a strong and unassailable center, capable of giving its great political idea, the respect of every people as a reality of life determined by species and origin, blood, and soil, a radiance into the Central and Eastern European area and rejecting the interference of alien and non-ethnic powers. End of quote. At the same time, however, Schmidt warns against simply dropping the concept of the state and replacing it with that of the people. He is clearly concerned about the unity of the political in the Third Reich, the unity that Franz Neumann had long since abandoned. Schmidt sees himself to a certain extent as the Hegel of the Third Reich and believes that the state is suspended in the famous double sense. End quote. He emphatically points out the danger that unity could be lost. It should not be overlooked that the previous concept of the state contained a minimum of internal, calculable organization and internal discipline, and that this organizational minimum forms the actual basis of everything that could be regarded as the concrete order community of international law. In particular, war, as a recognized institution of this interstate order, has its law and its order essentially in the fact that it is a state war, i.e. that states as concrete orders wage it against states as concrete orders of the same level. The modern coexistence of different peoples, and especially of large or even threatened peoples, requires a tight organization in the true sense of the word. It demands a minimum of internal consistency and certain predictability. This requires high spiritual and moral qualities, and by no means every nation is by nature equal to this minimum level of organization and discipline. The struggle against the concept of the state in international law would have to miss its target if it did not do justice to the genuine achievement of order, which, often very problematic in reality, but always required in principle, was essential to the previous concept of the state. A people incapable of being a state, even in this merely organizational sense, could not be a subject of international law. Not all peoples are capable of passing the performance test that lies in the creation of a good modern state apparatus, and very few are up to a modern material war on the basis of their own organizational, industrial, and technical performance. To a new order of the earth and thus to the ability to be a subject of international law of the first rank today, an enormous measure of not only natural, in the sense of naturally given characteristics, but also conscious discipline, increased organization, and the ability to create the apparatus of a modern polity, which can only be mastered with a great effort of human intellect, by one's own strength and to have it securely in hand. End of quote. This also positively indicates the order of precedence in the gross realm, the extent to which the peoples can actively contribute to these abilities which characterize the German people above all others. There is no doubt that only one people at a time is chosen to shepherd a Grossraum. Only then is it possible to find the concept of a concrete order of a greater space between a merely conservative retention of the previous interstate thinking and a non-state and non-people's encroachment into a universalist world law pursued by the Western democracies, which escapes both and does justice both to the spatial dimensions of our present image of the earth and to our new concepts of state and people. For us, this can only be the concept of Reich under international law as a large-scale spatial order governed by certain ideological ideas and principles, which excludes interventions by powers foreign to space and whose guarantor and guardian is a people that is equal to this task. End of quote. But the hierarchy with the one people, the Urvolk, Fichte, at the top, presupposes a negative beyond discipline and organization, which is only indirectly named here, in the great political idea, the respect of every people as a reality of life determined by species and origin, blood, and soil, for this folkish reality of life is only another word for the consequent abolition of mediation, for the enforcement of immediate forms of exploitation and violence, ultimately for annihilation. Just as racism from below ultimately distinguishes Volker according to their willingness and ability to contribute to annihilation. It had long been clear who was to be wiped out under all circumstances in this work of creating a community of peoples. Bernfeld's imaginary minister of education Machiavel, who is planning the fascist state, has studied Freud's mass psychology. As if he had read Carl Schmitt at the same time, he adds a crucial point. Large crowds can be made to identify deeply with each other and with any one person if they are faced with a common, sinister danger and someone jumps forward and saves them. Do you begin to understand what I am trying to do? According to this personification of the state, the unconscious fear of the Germans should be turned into aggression. The Germans would have to be made to believe that they had a tremendously powerful, common enemy that endangered the people's, most sacred cultural assets, which would have to be destroyed by joint, tremendous action. Bernfeld. No arguments of reason can be put forward against the constitutional justification for the monopolization of popular power in the state. According to it, state power is constituted quasi-dialectically. The state exercises its power with the sole aim of preventing the outbreak of violence. The constitutionalists, and with them all those who believe that the sovereign can be inserted into the law instead of implementing it, however, do their calculations without the host, i.e. without the unity of people and state, and transfer the freedom from violence necessary for the production of surplus value into the law during the negotiations to determine the equivalence of goods and money, without even knowing or wanting to do so. And just as constitutional lawyers argue in a way that is alien to the law with regard to the question of sovereignty, all those who want to dictate to the foreign policy of states, to diplomacy, that they should conduct their negotiations with other states in the same way that companies set their prices, argue in a way that is alien to politics. Strangely enough, those who insist on negotiated solutions for all foreign policy conflicts usually simultaneously present themselves as radical critics of capital. In doing so, they show that their criticism of capital is not based on reflection, but on serving a moment of modern mass consciousness, in this case resentment towards the evil rip-off artists in the corporations. It may even be the case that many diplomats themselves fall prey to this transfer. However, this only has no practical consequences when states negotiate with each other knowing that they are dependent on the global economy. The situation is completely different when a people's state is involved in the negotiations, because it draws its logic directly from the power transferred to it by the people. The mass consciousness, i.e. the people, cannot comprehend anything, and thus also not the necessity of having to abstract from violence in the exchange relations of the economic subjects in order to be able to represent the fact of surplus value production. Only an individual willing to reflect can comprehend this. Reference to the spirit in Hegel. The mass consciousness can only explain the fact that someone is making a profit by the fact that things were not done properly or fairly during the exchange. It constantly feels that it has been taken advantage of, that it has not been treated fairly. Those who reflect on themselves realize that they too have often won something, but this is only a small compensation for all the cases in which they have been cheated. They have just negotiated cleverly, and so they leave the level of reflection in order to be able to devote themselves completely to the pleasure principle in mass consciousness. In the people's state, this general feeling of being constantly cheated is now nationalized. It sees itself as obliged to ensure justice, i.e. to pass on losses to the outside world. Of course, the state is not allowed to make profits, as this would be at the expense of its citizens, but no one objects if it takes in more from other states than it has to transfer to them. After all, it is sovereign and sets the law, and that allows it to export more than it imports, i.e. to make profits at the expense of other states. No profits from value-added production. As a sovereign, it is also entitled at any time not to engage in foreign trade at all, but to appropriate the wealth of other states directly. As unreal as this may sound, it is less than 200 years since the states, in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, first began to agree among themselves to renounce territorial claims and conquests in return for a guarantee not to interfere in the internal affairs of other states. And Germany has only recently come to terms with renouncing territorial claims, while Russia has only recently stopped taking these rules of international law seriously. How naturally sovereignty and imperialism are thought of as one and the same is demonstrated by historians, who have probably not yet condemned any imperial conquest in world history, but celebrate it as a success of the ruler. To this day, the German quest for a place in the sun, for example, which caused the First World War, is consistently assessed by historians as at least a legitimate political interest. The Nazi regime is only condemned morally, although it should have been prevented militarily at the latest after the handover of power. However, the people's state can only be understood as a reaction to the state of capital. It has even less in common with its historical predecessors. The pre-capitalist states would have been grateful for the advice to declare the people sovereign. The plural constitution of the capital state determined by the world market, i.e. its division into opposing parties, its division into three mutually controlling powers and not least its dependence on the public, the so-called fourth power, make it appear to the mass consciousness as an agency of companies, or conspiracies, operating globally and in an abstract space, which have deliberately set out to undermine the unity of the people. Even the elections can hardly reassure the mass consciousness that the people are exercising their sovereignty in them. It is too obvious that the parties cook their own soup after the elections. Difference between democracy and republic. Every state that transforms itself into a people's state puts itself to the test. Everything rallies around a leading figure, whose party only allows courtiers into the legislature. Opposition parties are kept small by all means of propaganda and intimidation. The public is reshaped in the same way and aligned with the government. The judiciary is also staffed with courtiers and hardly anything needs to happen in the executive branch because it is calibrated to follow political directives. Unconditionally anyway, insofar as they are cast in laws. The shaping of foreign policy is left to the leader, who keeps all options open to decide on an ad hoc basis which states are more likely to cooperate with and which not, whether to comply with international law, how to morally legitimize what, whether to keep military options open, etc. Economically, there is a clear order of priority for the use of taxpayers' money. It is, in a word, utility-oriented. In concrete terms, serving one's own clientele comes first, followed by the army, secret services, and police, then the subsidization of all the production facilities that are relevant for their equipment. The expenditure on propaganda should not go unmentioned either. And before money flows to the destitute population, consideration is given to which sympathetic movements in other countries can be supported. In summary, all of this is about breaking away from the impositions of the world market and pursuing a self-sufficient economic policy. However, this can only be partially successful at best. The economic policy of the former real socialist states proves this on a large scale, every other nation-state on a small scale. Without the unhindered movement of goods and money, without a freely convertible currency, without free labor, without competition between capital and labor, without a private financial system, one is excluded from participating in the wealth generated by capitalism. The foreign currency that is nevertheless urgently needed, even if only for arms purchases, can only be obtained through the unproductive sale of natural resources, equally unproductive market niches such as tourism or the provision of the raw material of labor. In any case, these people's states cannot attract globally competitive companies to the country. The people are completely indifferent to all this. They want to be emotionally satisfied. Individuals have to take care of the material, economic aspects themselves. Which, as I said, quite a lot of people, even in the poorer countries, manage to do. Especially in a people's state, the state and the middle classes leave each other alone as far as possible. Court states are rare here, they move it to the rich countries. It often has a problem with the destitute, but even and especially they have nothing against a people's state. They naturally hope that replacing the old leaders with new ones will initially alleviate their material hardship. Initially, the new government often tries to do this. However, if the new government is clever, over time these destitute people are content to be recognized as part of the people, i.e. to be emotionally satisfied. The desire for national self-sufficiency naturally also exists in the population of capitalist developed states. The distinction that Marx made between the internal or national spheres of commodity circulation and their general world market sphere can also be used to examine the contrast between Keynes and Hayek's theories, both abstract in their own way from the specificity of the commodity of labor power by using Marx's concept of value to also ignore the problem he posed with the intensity of labor and its averaging. To put it pointedly, one views them like contingents of troops, the other like pork bellies. Keynesian reforms must therefore be based on the conditions of the autarky policy or the war it promoted, which Keynes himself felt compelled to recognize, but Keynesians usually suppress. See the articles John Maynard Keynes, National Self-Sufficiency, The New Statesman and Nation and the United States and the Keynes Plan. Thomas Piketty is a good example of this, which had to set a precedent in European social democracy. He cannot help but note that in the 20th century it was the wars that wiped the slate clean, greatly reduced the return on capital and thereby created the illusion of a structural overcoming of capitalism and that fundamental contradiction. Thomas Piketty, Das Kapital im 21. Jahrhundert, p. 786. The extent to which he himself remains within this illusion is shown by what he understands by that fundamental contradiction, namely that the entrepreneur threatens to transform himself into a rentier and to gain power over those who own nothing but their labor, ibid, quite as if this power did not belong to the capital relationship. Incidentally, this results in the usual pathological projection, the rentier, enemy of democracy, ibid. Page 561. This is the only way Piketty can divert attention from the fact that the appropriate solution to regain the welfare state and break the power of entrepreneurs in its sense would be another global war, and instead propose a global capital tax. It would prevent the spiral of inequality from continuing, while leaving the forces of competition intact and maintaining the incentive for new accumulation, ibid. Page 787. Just as he knows and then lies to himself about the fact that it is the world wars that create new conditions for the special development of returns and thus for the welfare state in the post-war period, he knows and lies to himself about the fact that this capital tax, if it is to be global, must remain a utopia because it presupposes a world sovereign that does not exist. In the near future, it will hardly be possible to imagine all the nations of the world agreeing on the introduction of such a tax, a common tax rate for all the world's wealth, but it is a useful utopia. Even if this ideal cannot be realized in the foreseeable future, it is indispensable as a yardstick for judging what alternative solutions can, and cannot, achieve. In its optional form, such an institution requires a very high degree of international coordination, the realization of which is not very promising in the medium term. But it can certainly be implemented gradually in countries that are prepared to do so, always assuming there are enough of them, for example at European level, ibid. Page 698. Piketty always assumes that there is no competition between states for wealth, while the adverbs gradually and in the medium term contain the fatal element of his global capital tax, namely the dissolution of the world market into geopolitical areas, each of which would have its own tax system and regulatory regime. The author can hardly conceal the fact that he has already found his true role model in China. Nothing is further from his mind than the apology of Chinese-style capital regulation, which is as opaque as it is unstable. Nevertheless, capital control remains a way of regulating the dynamics of wealth inequality and keeping it in check. Ibid. Page 731. It would therefore be desirable to have less opaque and less unstable regulation, but it does not occur to Piketty that this is produced by the war situation that he claims to want to prevent with his global capital tax. The vanishing point of the Austrian school is, conversely, to abolish the nation-state in the world market. Hayek proposed the abolition of central banks, including the Federal Reserve. National currencies are neither inevitable nor desirable. Von Mises already wrote that if everywhere on earth the program of liberalism is carried out, the world state is a reality. Ludwig von Mises, Nationalökonomie. Hayek specifically proposed replacing the government's monopoly on money and national monetary systems with free competition between private issuing banks. He thus anticipated ideologies such as those circulating today in the course of the introduction of so-called cryptocurrencies. Equipped with these ideologies, those who call themselves woke and pursue identity politics are now following in the footsteps of those old white men of the Austrian school. Neither the Keynesian view nor its liberal counterpart is able to determine the relationship between the nation-state and the world market. Accordingly, Keynes could approve of the economic policy of the Hitler regime, even if only for a short time, as the enforcement of sovereignty, and Hayek, albeit with great reservations, could approve of that of the Pinochet regime as the enforcement of the world market. The same false opposition can also be found, albeit in reverse, between traditional Marxism and the so-called critique of value. Ernest Mandel, for example, speaks not only of unequal exchange, but also of value transfer between the third and first world. He sees the world market not in terms of international values, but in terms of the national values of commodities. He views all commodities as if they were all labor power, which is, so to speak, his metaphysics of the proletariat. He argues as if the same scale of averages would apply to commodities as to labor intensity. However, as Marx made clear, international values are formed for the individual commodities, with the exception of labor power, in which the difference in national commodity value is dissolved. Transfer of value can therefore only be asserted here by those who cling to the national values of goods in opposition to the world market and regard the international ones as an imperialist raid against which socialism in one country must seal itself off. Only through the protection of the foreign trade monopoly could Russia and China escape this fate after their socialist revolution. Ernest Mandel, Late Capitalism, page 69. In contrast, Robert Kurz proclaimed the end of national economics in the Black Book of Capitalism. He writes, a large and rapidly growing part of the world market is in reality no longer an exchange between inherently coherent national economies, but part of an internal division of functions between immediate global corporations. These companies, or rather corporate agglomerations, belong to a previously unknown transnational dimension. The business economy, previously embedded in a national economic regulatory space, breaks through this and operates immediately on the regulation-free terrain of the world market, as being beyond the national economy, transnational. Robert Kurz, Schwarzbuch Kapitalismus, p. 752. Since Kurz and the Crisis and Exit Circles disdain the pathological projection of Jewish finance capital, in their eyes this terrain is embodied in the USA, which is prepared to wage its world order wars for it. Others, on the same conceptual basis as the Schwarzbuch capitalismus, or rather, in the same Marxist swamp, direct their propaganda instead at the enemy called globalists and do not deign to speak of postmodern capitalism. With COVID, this capitalism has now apparently also spawned a virus. In any case, the metaphor of terrain exposes itself. The world market has no terrain, trade on it never takes place independently of national markets, one could also say, it takes place in them or through them. That is why it is not possible without the sovereignty of the individual states, just as they are not possible without it. No sovereignty without a world market, no world market without sovereignty. However, it is undisputed that the radius of action of states in world trade relations is limited in each case, that its size itself changes, and in this respect even the phrases of globalization and deglobalization contain a grain of truth. But no concept of the world market can be derived from this grain of truth. According to the widespread ideology of the opponents of globalization, a kind of synthesis of Mandel's late capitalism and Kurz's Schwarzbuch capitalismus, the nations would have practically no choice but to leave the world market in the face of competition between monopolies, which is already taking place beyond the principle of a ranking of national averages, practically have no choice but to isolate themselves as far as possible from the world market and, insofar as they would like to, participate in it, to dig for oil wells and other raw materials or to fraternize with those who can call such capital their own. Just as finance capital, due to its sheer size and the associated possibility of postponing the crisis, can be fantasized as a power that would no longer have anything to do with the valorization process of industrial capital, so now those companies that, on the basis of a certain national labor intensity, namely that of the USA, are now demonized in such a way as if in their world profits were no longer based on the respective national averaging and thus on the law of value as Marx understood it, as if they were instead able to exploit a globally available digital resource that they could appropriate without even paying taxes. Ideologically, this postponement is now seconded by the measures against climate change. This is because the movement on which they are based is as effective internationally as the modified law of value on the global market. And like finance capital, it is also fixated on the future. Borrowing from Benjamin's theses on history, one could say that Fridays for Futures Will to Sacrifice is formed on the ideal of grandchildren liberated from climate change. They are held responsible for the trend towards zero time, which is where everything is heading. If the Comintern once said that fascism was the dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinist and imperialist elements of finance capital, today the dyed-in-the-wool Stalinists say that the new fascism emanates from Silicon Valley or wherever they want to see the most digital elements of capital at home. So instead of criticizing the political economy, one criticizes neoliberalism or, which is the same thing, postmodern capitalism, names that are given to the world market to make it a morally and ideologically harmless enemy, at least for the time being. For it is not only that general laws analyzed by Marx are misrepresented as the deliberate application of certain theories, namely those of the old neoliberal economists or the new postmodern philosophers, which the stupid or corrupt politicians feel called upon to follow. Not only are the laws thus presented as a new creation that put an end to the economic miracle of the post-war years, in which wealth was so beautifully distributed, at the same time, very similar to those theories, the distinction between their national and international validity, which Marx still knew how to make, is more or less suppressed. In other words, sovereignty and the world market are no longer understood as the two necessary sides of one and the same thing, namely capital. So it is hardly surprising that a fetishized sovereignty can serve as a cover for the delusion of self-sufficiency, in which the left and right want to mobilize against the world market, sovereignists against globalists. This, however, brings back something of the ideological prehistory of Auschwitz. Depending on one's mood, more anti-capitalist German or more anti-imperialist international, either the globalists, insofar as they are presented as an economic threat to German sovereignty, or the sovereignists, insofar as they are militarily in league with the USA, i.e., with the hegemon of the world market, can be embodied in Judaism as delusional as ever. Otherwise, there is only unity in the fact that the practical preparation for repeating Auschwitz in the Middle East is left to the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran, which can present its own idea of self-sufficiency in this way. In his essay on Antisemitism and National Socialism, Moishe Postone explained how modern antisemitism goes beyond the mere equation of the Jews with the sphere of circulation and money, which was already illuminated in the dialectic of enlightenment and which essentially had a longingly backward-looking character. The positive emphasis on nature, blood, land, concrete work, and community went hand in hand with the glorification of technology and industrial capital. This form of anti-capitalism is based on the one-sided attack on the abstract. The abstract and the concrete are not understood in their unity as substantiating parts of an antinomy. Instead, there is only the one-sided attack against abstract reason, abstract law and, on another level, against money and finance capital. This attack creates the necessary personification. Thus, the opposition of the materially concrete and the abstract becomes the racial opposition of Aryan and Jew. Modern antisemitism consists in the biologization of capitalism, which itself is only understood under the form of the appearing abstract, as international Jewry. Moishe Postone, Antisemitism and National Socialism, p. 37f. But the question arises as to why the modern anti-Semite so persistently emphasizes that this Judaism is international, even then, indeed especially then, when it is Zionism, why reason and law, money, and financial capital cannot be unified in the same way as abstractions and embodied in Judaism without the imagination of an absolutely worldwide conspiracy, in order to split off something from it that can be understood under various titles as concrete reason and concrete law, racial laws, Sharia, etc., concrete money, and even concrete capital. Concrete money, and even concrete financial capital, German savings, Islamic banking, etc. An answer can only be given with Marx's concept of the world market as the place where commodities universally unfold their value. If, as already quoted, foreign trade develops the true nature of value, which presents itself in an unlimited series of different use values. But if value is only represented in national surplus produce, the increase of value for the sake of value finds a limit in the narrow-mindedness, the narrow circle of use values, in which the value of labor is reflected here. While Marx needs this narrow-mindedness as an abstraction, so to speak, in order to do justice to the law of value in its unmodified application, the modern anti-Semite, who of course has and wants to have no concept either of the law of value or of the abstract at all, turns it into his concrete worldview and a political program. The direct or indirect turn against the world market makes it possible for him to investigate what is contrary to the affirmed narrow-mindedness within the state in order to identify this with Judaism. In this way, the specific delusions produced by Jew hatred in modernity and the anti-modernist model, according to which a state should exist in the greatest possible, preferably complete self-sufficiency, can be seen as communicating vessels. Their communication goes back to the Enlightenment, as can be seen in Johann Gottlieb Fichte in particular. In contrast to other forms of German idealism, the obsession with forcing everything economic under the primacy of the political from the outset and without mediation, and as in a counter-movement to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nation, is constantly evident in his thinking. This primacy is set in a significantly different way to Hobbes. In his contribution to correcting the public's judgments on the French Revolution, Fichte explicitly contradicts the view that there must be several monarchies that are strong enough to counterbalance each other so that one monarchy does not devour and subjugate everything. But with this objection, Fichte is by no means taking sides with the universal monarchy, with a world sovereign. He writes, "We, on the contrary, conclude thus. This constant striving for aggrandizement from within and without is a great misfortune for the people's every unrestricted monarchy. You say it yourselves, strives unceasingly for universal monarchy. Let us block this source, and our evil will be removed from the bottom. When no one will want to attack us any more, we shall no longer need to be armed. Then the terrible wars and the still more terrible constant readiness for war, which we endure to prevent wars, will no longer be necessary." In stark contrast to the concept of the prosperity of nations, Fichte, who, unlike Kant or Hegel, hardly ever dealt with Smith or other English economists, projected the growth of the latter, which Adam Smith examined, onto the striving of the unrestricted monarchy for universal monarchy. Like Hobbes, Smith starts from the individual on the one hand and from the relationship between nations on the other. Unlike the author of Leviathan, he already distinguishes national economy from sovereignty. Not least for this reason, he is quite cautious in his assessment of the opportunities offered by the world market. No human wisdom and prudence could foresee what benefits and what misfortunes will accrue to mankind from it. In general, they may well tend to be useful and beneficial, since they have to some extent brought together the remotest regions of the world and made it possible for them to help each other, to meet their needs for necessities and comforts in exchange, and to promote trade and commerce among themselves. For the natives of the East and West Indies, however, all the commercial advantages which might have accrued from either event have dwindled, and have ended in the terrible misfortune which they have suffered, which, again, has its roots more in accident than in the nature of the thing itself. At the time when both discoveries were made, the preponderance of power on the part of the Europeans was so great that they could afford any kind of injustice in these distant territories. Perhaps in the future the natives of those lands may become stronger and more powerful, and the power of the Europeans weaker, so that the inhabitants of all regions of the world may attain the same courage and strength, resulting in a balance of deterrence which alone can transform the injustice of independent nations into a kind of respect for each other's rights. Nothing, however, seems more likely to establish this equilibrium of forces than the mutual exchange of knowledge and technical skill of all kinds, which an extensive trade among all countries brings about quite naturally, indeed almost inevitably. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. An Inquiry into Its Nature and Causes, page 527. Fichte knew nothing of the English classics of economics, either then or later, whereas Hegel had already studied them thoroughly during his time in Frankfurt. This corresponds to the projection that the German philosopher holds within the state when he describes the Jews as a state within a state that lives in constant war with all other states. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Contribution to the Correction of the Public's Judgments on the French Revolution, 1793. The German philosopher may therefore also appear to be the inventor of the ideology of the deep state, to the extent that today the anti-Semitic delusion has found a new expression in this predication. However, the term itself has a different political origin. In Turkey, liberals used it for the circles working towards a military dictatorship, and this corresponds more to what Fichte understood as the second state within the state, aristocratic rule. For some time now, the protagonists of the political right in the USA or in Israel have also been talking about the deep state when it comes to left liberal circles, especially in the judicial system. Anti-Semites of all stripes are now building on this by using the deep state to insinuate a conspiracy, especially in these circles, whose origin, however, is Judaism, which is identified with the world market, globalization. Where the unrestricted king is not allowed to take away his paternal hut and where he receives his rights against the all-powerful minister, the first Jew who likes it can plunder him with impunity. You see all this, Fichte addresses his revolutionary-minded contemporaries directly, and cannot deny it, and speaks sweet words of tolerance, and human rights, and civil rights, while you offend the first human rights in us, and this directly addresses the emancipation of the Jews. Does not the intelligible thought occur to you here, that the Jews, who without you are citizens of a state more solid and formidable than any of yours, if you also give them the right of citizenship in your states, will completely trample your other citizens underfoot? Just as Fichte evidently found his negative, anti-capitalist concept for the accumulation of capital on the world market in the pursuit of universal monarchy, Judaism in turn appears as an inversion of the world market on national soil. Saul Asher wrote in 1794 that Fichte portrayed the Jew as the hydra that destroys everything around it and saw a new epoch of Jew hatred dawning here. If, however, in view of the post-Nazi constellations of the present, we can speak of an internal counterpower within non-Islamic states in connection with Islam, then this expresses the opposite of Fichte's state within a state. To understand jihad as an inversion of the world market on national soil rather characterizes an anti-globalist, be it right or left, critique of Islam, which cannot be a critique at all because, like Fichte, it wants to see the state based on self-sufficiency, as an ethnically homogeneous Großraum or socialism in a country. Thus, when speaking of the state within the state or, more recently, of the deep state, it is important to pay close attention to whether this insinuates an inversion of the world market on national soil or merely describes the possible disintegration of the state into rival rackets. Seen in this light, Fichte speaks of the state in the first person when he says that the first Jew who likes it plunders me with impunity. In place of the wish expressed in this context to expel the Jews, a little later in his writing on the closed commercial state, he calls for the expulsion of the world market from the national economy. He writes, "They must have human rights, for they are human beings," and therefore follows up his satirical murderous fantasy that he sees no other means of giving the Jews civil rights than to cut off all their heads in one night and put others on them in which there is no Jewish idea, with the suggestion, "To protect us from them, I again see no other means than to conquer their promised land and send them all there." End of quote. Here, too, he refers to the legal status of the free citizen and describes his work in the subtitle as an appendix to the doctrine of law. The contrast with Kant's 1795 essay on perpetual peace could not be clearer. It is the spirit of commerce that cannot exist together with war, and which sooner or later takes possession of every nation. For since, of all the powers, means, subordinate to the power of the state, the power of money would probably be the most reliable, states see themselves compelled, though probably not exactly by moral impulses, to promote noble peace and, wherever war threatens to break out in the world, to ward it off by mediation, as if they were therefore in constant alliance. Immanuel Kant, on perpetual peace. It is related to this view of the world market that limits are set to his anti-Semitism, in which at first glance he is only a little inferior to Fichte. In his anti-Semitic statements, which only became virulent after the French Revolution, he does not regard Judaism as a religion, but as a merely secular state. The Palestinians living among us had gained a not unfounded reputation for deceit due to their usurious spirit. By far the largest part of this nation of mere merchants and non-producing members of society sought to replace the loss of their civic honor, i.e. probably their own state, with advantages of cheating the people under whom they find protection and even themselves among themselves. Just as this negative assessment of the merchant class does not match the positive assessment of the spirit of trade and money that Kant presented in his essay on perpetual peace, he still seems to be striving for integration, where Fichte calls for the Jews to be denied civil rights or recommends that their heads be cut off or that they all be sent to Palestine. In contrast to his views from the 1780s, which had gone so far as to place Judaism as a religion of reason even above Christianity, Kant now wants the Jews to be converted to Christianity so that they could become a learned, well-mannered people capable of all the rights of the civil state. In the 1796 Grundlage Naturex nach Prinzipien der Wissenschaftslehre, Foundation of Natural Law according to the principles of the theory of science, he first provided the arguments under international law for expelling the Jews. Every individual had the right to compel the other individual he encounters to enter into a state with him, or to escape from his sphere of action. If one of the two is already in the state and the other is not, the former compels the other to unite with his state. If neither of them were already in the state, they at least unite to form the beginning of a state. From this follows the proposition: he who is in no state can be legally compelled by the first state that meets him either to submit to it or to escape from its vicinity. Fichte, Grundlage des Naturrechts nach Prinzipien der Wissenschaftslehre 1796. In doing so, however, Fichte ran into the problem that according to this proposition, all people living on the surface of the earth would gradually be united in a single state. Although he rejected this argument, probably also because it reminded him all too much of the legitimization of a universal monarchy, by pointing to such boundaries given by nature, the surface of the earth was cut up by seas, rivers, mountains, and by them separated men, so it was also necessary that different states arose. It remained the core of his state-theoretical considerations to always view the state in isolation. In this way, Fichte can completely suppress the fact that the act of arbitrariness from which the state emerges does not abolish arbitrariness, but necessarily continues to exist in the relationship between states. Hegel thought he could finally escape this dilemma by separating absolute and objective spirit. Schelling, on the other hand, can be considered the harshest contemporary critic of Fichte alongside Saul Asher. Since the French Revolution, people had taken pains to show a possibility of how unity could be compatible with the existence of free beings, that is, how a state could be possible that was actually only the condition of the highest possible freedom of individuals. This alone is impossible. It is therefore natural that now, at the end of this period, when there was nothing but freedom, the most consequent minds, when they pursue the idea of a perfect state, arrive at the theory of the worst despotism. Schelling, On the Essence of German Science, 1807. It is precisely at this point that Schelling explicitly refers to Fichte's closed commercial state. According to Schelling, the state as such cannot find any true and absolute unity, insofar as all states are only attempts to become organic wholes without ever really being able to become them. This is most clearly demonstrated by the collision of states with one another. The highest phenomenon of unity that has not been found and cannot be found is war, which is as necessary as the struggle of the elements in nature. Here people enter completely into the relationship of natural beings against each other, Ibid. Thus, in German idealism, it was not Hegel, but actually Schelling, who, because he denied the possibility that the state could be unity as reconciliation, took up Hobbes' legacy against Spinoza. But he could only do so by opposing the false unity of the state with a true one, whose credibility had suffered badly since those classical metaphysicians, the unity of God. In Schelling's investigations into the nature of human freedom, the real opposition does not arise between the individual and the state, but between the individual and God, the particular and the universal. in the particular, which has its meaning in the self-preservation of the individual by virtue of his drives and passions, but which, in contrast to Spinoza, no longer coincides a priori with the self-preservation of the whole. Schelling sees a will of its own at work, the will of the reason, which can be understood in its opposition to the universal, but which must not be fetishized in it. God's will is to universalize everything, but the will of the reason is to particularize everything and make it creaturely. In this will of the reason, Schelling sees the dark ground, on which, as he says, all personality rests, but it does not in principle exclude harmony with the light, with the true general. It can hardly be regarded as a coincidence that Schelling, like Hegel, not only advocated in his philosophy of law that the Jews should receive all civic rights, but also attempted in his philosophy of history to think Christianity with the conceptual means of Jewish mysticism and, conversely, to understand Judaism itself as the cosmic shell of the future. According to Schelling, it still has a connection with the true historical process. For viewed in absolute terms, i.e. negatively, with regard to the state, the Jewish people became the bearer of divine history because it was least capable of founding states in the service of the world spirit. Schelling, Philosophy of Revelation 1841-42. Only by ignoring this persistent relationship of force that mocks reason is Fichte able to reinvent the absolute ego in the form of the closed commercial state or to project it onto the level of sovereignty and, in practical political terms, to transform himself from an idealist philosopher into a tribune of the people who preaches to the Germans the closed commercial state and, in other words, war against France and England. At this level, therefore, what Schelling had already criticized in the Wissenschaftslehre as an eternal and indissoluble circle of reflection is merely repeated. What is supposed to be an absolute objective par excellence outside the ego is itself an outside the ego positing by and for the ego and therefore also in the ego. Schelling, Notes on the Writings on the Philosophy of Identity, 1801-1807. If the juridical state is formed by a closed set of people who are subject to the same laws and the same supreme coercive power, then this set should now be restricted to mutual trade and commerce among and for one another, and everyone who is not subject to the same legislation and coercive power should be excluded from participating in that trade. It would then form a commercial state, a closed commercial state, just as it now forms a closed juridical state. In this way, the German philosopher arrives at his political economy, at the only true system demanded by reason, according to which the state would completely close itself off from all foreign trade, and from now on form a separate commercial body, just as it has already formed a separate juridical and political body. Once this closure has been brought about, everything else follows quite easily, and the measures to be followed from now on no longer lie in the field of politics, but in that of pure jurisprudence. Fichte, The Closed Commercial State, 1800. On such a basis, the tendency towards universal monarchy is now fully revealed as one of wealth through world trade, and is therefore condemned even more harshly by Fichte. Quote, a state that follows the usual system of trade and intends to gain a preponderance in world trade retains a permanent interest in extending itself even beyond its natural borders, in order thereby to increase its trade and, by means of this, its wealth, to use this in turn for new conquests, the last again in the same way as the previous ones. One of these evils is always followed by another, and the greed of such a state knows no bounds. Quote, end. With the systematic sealing off of the trading state, this greed is no longer possible internally either, and the growth of prosperity is halted. Quote, the main results of the theory put forward are these, that in a state conformable to the law, the three principal estates of the nation should be calculated against each other, and each restricted to a certain number of members, that each citizen should be assured his proportionate share of all the products and manufactures of the country in return for his labor, as well as the public officials without visible equivalent, that for this purpose the value of all things should be fixed against each other, and their price against money, and kept above it, that finally, in order that all this may be possible, all immediate trade of the citizens with foreign countries should be made impossible. Quote, end. And the paradisiacal life of the German can begin, in which money finally becomes as concrete as labor, if it is only done according to national custom. Abstract labor, at which Marx's concept of intensity is aimed, becomes concrete labor, which coincides with family ties and national custom. Fichte writes, every piece of money that a man brings to himself remains for him and his grandchildren and great-grandchildren for eternal times quite certainly worth this particular commodity, e.g. this measure of grain, and he can exchange it for it at any hour. The value of this money can rise in exchange for goods, but it can never fall. Everyone is sure of the continuance of his accustomed condition as long as his work continues. No one can become impoverished or in want, neither can his children and grandchildren, if they work only as much as is required of them according to the general custom of the country. Quote, end. The measure of prosperity is predetermined by nature itself and is unalterable. Quote, now, however, strictly speaking, and in the state of mere reason, no man is entitled to a higher prosperity than that which results from the climate he inhabits, and from the culture of the nation of which he is a member. As far as the relationship of states to one another is concerned, this gives rise to something like a first form of the theory of large areas. Certain parts of the Earth's surface, together with their inhabitants, are destined by nature to form political wholes. Every state had to preserve what it otherwise intended to preserve through war, namely its natural borders. Only then would it have nothing more to seek from any other state. Quote, their extent is separated from the rest of the earth by great rivers, seas, inaccessible mountains. The fertility of one tract of land in this extent transmits the barrenness of another. The most natural products of the one, which can be obtained with the greatest advantage, belong to the same products of the other, and point to an exchange demanded by nature itself. For one line of fat pasture is one line of arable land, one line of woodland, and so on. None of these lines could exist on their own. Together they produce the greatest prosperity for their inhabitants. These hints of nature as to what should remain together, or what should be separated, are what is meant when one speaks of the natural boundaries of empires in modern politics, a consideration that is far more important and serious than is generally taken. Nor is it merely a matter of military and fixed borders, but far more of productive independence and self-sufficiency. If war is to be abolished, the reason for wars must be abolished. Every state must preserve what it intends to preserve by war, and can only reasonably intend to preserve its natural boundaries. Henceforth it has nothing further to seek from any other state, for it possesses what it sought. No one has anything to seek from it, for it has not gone beyond its natural boundary and entered the boundary of another. Quote, end. The question arises as to who assigns to states what is determined for them by nature, or in other words, in which political authority this nature is embodied. Fichte's closed trading state already shows that modernity's aspirations for self-sufficiency, if pursued stringently enough, contain not only the ideal of geopolitical Großraum, but also the longing for a world sovereign to rule over them. With this delusion, one wants to take into one's own hands precisely what is being blamed on the Jews. This longing does not contradict Fichte's rejection of universal monarchy, which in his thinking represents the Christian counterpart to the rule of the Jews. In certain respects, Fichte shifted the pathological projection of his hatred of the Jews in this construction, thus overcoming it without negating it. 3 years after Fichte's writing on the closed commercial state, Gradenauer took up the formulation on Judaism as a state within a state from Fichte's earlier writing on the French Revolution and declared that the Jews formed a secret society for the purpose of world government, that they wanted the rule of the world. Explanation to the public about my writing, Wider die Juden. 1803, PS 37f. His writing went through 6 editions in a short time and was sold 13,000 times. In any case, there is no further mention of the Jews in the Gessglosser Handelstat, not even in the passages where he speaks of the negative characteristics of international trade. However, every attempt to politically implement the theory of the greater sphere that it contains brings to light once again what seemed to have been overcome in Fichte's ideological Hausschalt precisely by the closed trading state, the focus of an enemy image in which one wants to see the world market embodied. If Marx, in contrast to Fichte, only wanted to bring the world market into the concept at the end of his critique of political economy, or if he largely refrains from it in the development of concepts in the first volume of Capital, with the exception of the chapters from which we have already quoted, then no historical sequence is meant, as if the world market were, as it were, the crowning conclusion of the historical development of Capital. In the manuscripts for the 3rd volume, Marx also abstracts from this throughout the transformation of profit into average profit. However, when he speaks here of total capital and the total working class, he is by no means referring to international capital and the international working class, although he only explains this in one place, where it concerns the constant emigration and immigration of capital, its distribution between the various spheres, depending on whether the rate of profit falls there or rises here. It is through them that the ratio of supply to demand causes the average profit in the different spheres of production to become the same, and therefore the values are transformed into production prices. Capital is more or less successful in this equalization the higher the capitalist development in a given national society is, i.e. the more the conditions of the country in question are adapted to the capitalist mode of production. Marx, Das Kapital 3, MEW 25, p. 206. It is rather the opposite. Without commercial capital, which extends beyond the continents, there would have been no primitive accumulation, industrial capital would never have come into being, just as, consequently, the world market created by commercial capital has proved to be the conditio sine qua non of capital. Quote, "In the same way, the expansion of foreign trade, although the basis of the capitalist mode of production in its infancy, has become its own product in its progress, through the inner necessity of this mode of production, through its need for an ever-expanding market." Here again we see the same twofold effect. Ibid. Capitalist production is based on the value or the development of the labor contained in the product as social. But this is only on the basis of foreign trade and the world market. This, therefore, is both the precondition and the result of capitalist production. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value 3, MEW 26.3, page 250. And while the former commercial capital was able to make its profit, so to speak, from the different use-value levels of production in the different regions of the world, the later world trade has inherited it insofar as the different levels in the intensity of the different national working days, wherever they are performed, are reflected in the international values. But what use is it to dismiss the closed trading state, as Fichte recommended it to the Germans, with Marx as a delusional contradictio in ejecto, when National Socialism and socialism in one country with the primacy of large-scale politics or foreign trade monopoly have put it to the test? On the one hand, Marx understands foreign trade, like the crisis, as an inner necessity of the mode of production, which is based on capital accumulation under penalty of destruction. On the other hand, he deals with it in the third volume precisely in those sections that deal with the causes that counteract the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The necessary intensification would probably only have been achieved in the volume on the world market, which was specifically intended for this purpose, and it would have been most conducive to this if Marx had written the book on this subject as a centenarian, in view of the catastrophic politics, Adorno, opened up by the First World War. As correct as it is to see the world market as the only existing form in the abstract that is capable of postponing the crisis from turning into annihilation, it is also certain that, on a capitalist basis, only the World War crisis can concretely take its place, the exponents of which are precisely pursuing a policy of autarky in order to set annihilation in motion everywhere. At first glance, Marx's criticism of the protectionist turn of the American national economist Henry Charles Carey does not so much seem to be directed at Carey himself, for whom protectionism was merely a means of asserting himself on the world market, as a fundamental rejection of world trade, as established in Germany, following on from Fichte. Marx mocks the fact that for Carey it is ultimately this trade that destroys the native beauties and harmonies of the capitalist mode of production. But if he rejects this view on the one hand, he rejects that of the free trade optimists on the other, both agreed in exorcising contradiction from the political economy. To the early Carey, who, like David Ricardo, was still an immediate advocate of free trade and claimed that state interference distorted the natural economic relationship, Marx recommended reflecting on whether these state costs are not also natural fruits of capitalist development. As far as the late Carey is concerned, however, Marx is directing his mockery here at the position that he, as a representative of U.S. capital, ultimately adopts vis-a-vis the British world hegemon still in power at the time. Marx writes, "The raisonnement is quite worthy of the man who first declared the capitalist relations of production to be eternal laws of nature and reason, the free harmonious play of which is disturbed by state interference, only to discover afterwards that what arises, what makes state interference necessary, is the protection of those laws, not the natural laws of the capitalist mode of production of England's diabolical influence on the world market, an influence which, as it seems to be, the laws of nature and reason through the state, alias the system of protection." Marx, Das Kapital 1, 1867. The attempt to force such a policy, be it in the name of industrial capital or in the name of some kind of subsistence economy, against the world market, this is precisely what the fighting term neoliberalism serves for, does not only mean regression, as Marx already hints at in the Grundrisse, as if he wanted to replicate Fichte's writing, in a threatening only local context based on bloodshed, nature, and relations of domination and servitude. It also promotes barbarism to an extent and with an intensity that even the most barbaric past did not yet know. In the continuation of the First World War and the Second, German politics took this completely as its content, understanding the external collapse of the world market as an internal order for total war against the international financial jury. It therefore comes as no surprise that Hitler had the emerging hegemony of the USA in mind from the very beginning. Destroying it was the condition for breaking up the world market into large areas, which in turn formed the economic condition for National Socialism to achieve its actual goal, to destroy the Jews. All of this is already laid out in the decisive point of the NSDAP party program, which is called Breaking the Bondage of Interest. In his Awesome Politische Standardbestimmung of 1928, which was intended as the second book of Mein Kampf but was never published, there are several references to the significance of the threatening hegemony of the USA, even to its threatening world hegemony, which could only be averted by a National Socialist Germany with the corresponding racial policy. See Adolf Hitler, Foreign Policy Assessment after the Reichstag elections of June-July 1928. It can be shown in detail that Hitler's foreign policy had been concerned with this goal since then at the latest, and that the conquests in the East were the means to achieve it. See Brendan Sims, Hitler. A Global Biography, pages 199-218, 680f. However, the author of this global biography blurs means and ends when he says the main reason and context of Hitler's war of extermination against the European Jews was his relationship with the United States, page 682, and at one point even goes so far as to describe the Holocaust as a preemptive strike against Roosevelt's America, Ibid. Page 842. In contrast, it is characteristic of a typical representative of the German historians' guild of today, such as Ulrich Herbert, that he only uses such blunders as a pretext to stubbornly brush aside the book's findings on the relationship of National Socialism to the world market and its hegemon. See Ulrich Herbert, Brendan Sims' book Hitler. Capitalism was the real enemy. In Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, 23.05.2020. Hannes here also understands Operation Barbarossa initially as the total subjugation of the Soviet Union and the violent making available of its population in order to establish a self-sufficient, large-scale economy based on agricultural products and raw materials, which was to guarantee Germany's independence from the world economy. Hannes hier, der Vernichtungskrieg gegen die Sowjetunion. Massenmordnachplan. The expansion into the Großraum of the Soviet Union, which was billed as a fight against Bolshevism, was linked from the outset to the goal of self-sufficiency in order to replace the world market and its hegemon with a new spatial distribution of the earth. When Hitler writes that the ultimate decision on the outcome of the struggle for the world market will lie with force and not with the economy itself, it immediately becomes clear that this refers to the struggle against the world market and in favor of a greater spatial order, for when National Socialism would have ended the shortage of space, then the people would no longer need to push their offspring into the big cities as factory workers, but would be able to settle them as free farmers on their own place, precisely in order to open up a complete internal sales area for German industry, which could withdraw and relieve it from the raging struggle and scramble for the so-called place in the sun in the rest of the world. In this sense, as early as the period of relative stabilization in the 1920s, Hitler set the gaining of new ground against the cheap solution and the delusion of global economic conquest to which the Germany of the Weimar Republic had succumbed. The geopolitical order Hitler's Germany was striving for ultimately failed not only because the Soviet Union and its preferred autarky of socialism in one country put up greater resistance than anyone had thought, which was, however, made possible not least by the support of its Western allies. And accepting it already indicated a certain willingness on the part of this socialism to coexist with the world market and its hegemon. Rather, it became clear that a war against the USA was unavoidable in order to break up the world market into Großraum, and only then did the war for a new distribution of space become a world war. The delusion of autarky practically turned into that of world domination. The goal of destroying the Jews, which existed from the outset, formed the continuum. Alfred Sohnrethel has made the prerequisites for this change clear like no other, not least thanks to the insights into economic policy processes that he was able to gain as an assistant at the Central European Economic Day, a lobby organization of the leading sectors of the German export industry. His reflections on the character of the fascist economy and the lines of development of foreign policy confront Germany's position on the disintegrating world market with the crisis-induced impossibility of utilizing production capacities in this country other than through immediate coercion. Sohnrethel thus succeeds in highlighting the time pressure under which the Germans were preparing for war, which most members of the Institute for Social Research, including Franz Neumann, considered unlikely until 1939. This was particularly dramatic in a letter dated February 28, 1938 to Adorno, who had asked her for an assessment of the current situation. Quote, "The German economy is really sitting so hard on the fact of the total lack of productive reserves that it cannot delay expansion for much longer without breaking with the fundamental motives of fascism." According to reliable information from a major German industrialist, in mid-February, after the political crisis and after Berchtesgaden, the armament rate was cut by 30%, and the labor reserves are so completely exhausted that 15-year-olds are being recruited out of school into the production process, sometimes before they have finished school, in order to have the young people needed for mobilization in the factories. In German industrial circles there seems to be a veritable war panic. People are arriving in England, including now an important, although non-Aryan, director of the LG, who have abandoned everything in order to get out before the feared outbreak of war. The emigration blocking rate has fallen to 4.5%. On the basis of a number of new pieces of information, we have discussed the situation with political friends and in the presence of an Englishman who has been briefed on the situation here and have come to a very gloomy conclusion. My prophecy on your departure has come true faster than we thought possible. It took not 3 weeks but 3 days for the pro-fascist course to prevail in London. The situation for Chamberlain is characterized by the fact that the Conservatives are now facing a greatly worsened electoral situation and the government has to fear the emergence of disastrous scandals from some departments, but moreover, for the first time under sole Conservative responsibility, the country is being governed into a growing economic crisis. All of this cries out for compensation in the form of placable successes, which are sought by saving the peace through friendship with the dictatorships. The continental situation provides all the support one could wish for. Hitler needs the CSR, the most developed and most valuable object of the expansion that is due, in the shortest possible time, I estimate 3 to 4 months at the most. For the moment, like Mussolini, he meets Chamberlain's need for his friendly face, but if this does not pay off soon, he will have to take by force what he can no longer wait for: Austria, the CSR, Hungary, etc. Adorno Sohnräte, Briefwechsel, p. 81. It is this danger of war that Sohnrethel sees replacing the disintegrating world market relations as soon as he looks at National Socialism from the outside. It alone still had a synchronizing effect, and it ultimately also allowed the Roosevelt administration to jump into an absolute, purely state inflationary investment boom, in order to restart and maintain those production capacities that had fallen out of utilization. In 1971, Charles Kindleberger summarized the international development of the 1930s as follows. The drying up of the international capital market, customs discrimination, foreign exchange control, clearing, and payment agreements caused the share of multilateral payments to decline sharply. Trade was increasingly conducted bilaterally, and to the extent that it remained multilateral, it was restricted to the currency blocks. Kindleberger. Die Weltwirtschaftskrise 1929 bis 1939, p. 356. In a more recent publication, Harold James argues somewhat differently from Sohnrethel that one could still speak of a world market at the end of the 1930s, but that the number of enclaves functioning according to special rules had increased considerably. Germany and its trading partners were the driving force here. They developed relationships that redirected trade flows and reduced the overall volume of world trade. James describes, similarly to Sohnrethel and Newman, the economic policy of National Socialism as a muddle and notes the proliferation of institutions without clearly defined or overlapping competencies, mentioning in particular Hermann Göring's 4-year plan, the leadership of the Reichswehr and then Stab's Foreign Policy Office. He also emphasizes the fundamental tendency of this confusion. Quote, Reich Minister of Economics Schacht maneuvered himself more and more into the sidelines by opposing an exaggerated policy of self-sufficiency and pointing out the high costs that would be associated with the development of domestic substitution industries. In 1936-37, he lost a bitter dispute with Göring over the use of inferior domestic iron ore in steel production. But there was a general consensus in Germany that a reorientation of trade away from northwestern Europe and North America was desirable. Harold James, The Relapse. The New Great Depression, page 241. These were replaced by transactions with less developed countries that were no longer based on world market prices, but on foreign exchange controls and clearing agreements, with Germany showing itself willing to pay prices above world market prices simply to induce or encourage political dependence in certain countries. However, Roosevelt and his Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, as well as, in the broadest sense of the word, their ideologue John Maynard Keynes, were still very open to the autarky option around 1933, as Charles P. Kindleberger has reminded us. While his Secretary of State Cordell Hull advocated an expansion of international trade, Roosevelt, on the contrary, was in favor of autarky and more or less allowed the London World Economic Conference to collapse. And when Keynes heard this message from the president to the World Economic Conference on July 3, 1933, he said, President Roosevelt is magnificently right. Keynes, The Daily Mail, July 4, 1933. A few days later, he published the article National Self-Sufficiency in the New Statesman, which almost reads as if he wanted to bring Fichte's closed commercial state to the English. I sympathize with those who would minimize, rather than with those who would maximize, economic entanglement between nations. Ideas, knowledge, art, hospitality, travel, these are the things which should of their nature be international. But let goods be homespun whenever it is reasonably and conveniently possible, and, above all, let finance be primarily national. It was no coincidence that Roosevelt's government work in the first half of the 1930s was still regarded by the Germans as inspired by the idea of Volksgemeinschaft, Völkischer Beobachter. June 7, 1933, the new president had finally broken with the outdated idols of American politics, Völkischer Beobachter. March 23, 1934. In March 1934, Hitler congratulated the American president almost personally on a year of successful work in eliminating the economic emergency. The president's successful struggle was being followed with interest and admiration by the entire German people. The Herr Reichskanzler agreed with the Herr President that the virtue of duty, sacrifice, and discipline must rule the entire nation. These moral demands, which the President made of every single citizen of the United States, were also the quintessence of the German Constitution, which found expression in the motto "Common good takes precedence over self-interest." It was not until 1936 that the National Socialist image of the U.S. economy changed, and in 1940, for example, it was said in retrospect that there had been a lack of consistency in America. All attempts to break the position of corporations by means of regulation or law had failed. Within a few years, however, he and the Roosevelt administration revised this attitude. In the spring of 1936, as Harry D. White reports, Keynes was already convinced that stabilization would be possible precisely through the cooperation of the various national treasuries. It was still a long way from here to the reintroduction of freer trade and capital movements in the article published in the Economic Journal in 1946. But it could just as well be said that a long way had been traveled since 1933. As long as he was fascinated by the autarky option, it was no coincidence that Keynes also believed that his theory of production as a whole could be much more easily adapted to the conditions of a total state than the theory of the production and distribution of a given output produced under conditions of free competition and a large measure of laissez-faire. As he still states in his preface to the German edition of the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money published in 1936. See the article by Kurt Baumann, Autarkie und Planwirtschaft. Kurt Baumann is a pseudonym of Kurt Mandelbaum, who worked closely with Friedrich Pollock. In his autarky phase, Keynes was also at least as open to the particular experiment in Russia as he was to the new modes of political economy in Italy and Germany. The long road that he subsequently traveled very quickly, at the end of which he negotiated with the Americans on behalf of Great Britain about the departure from Bretton Woods and the establishment of international institutions such as the World Bank and the Monetary Fund in order to achieve the restoration of the world market, knew a decisive turning point. The two largest examples of the total state in Europe, Italy and Germany, which had just seemed to Keynes to demonstrate the scope of his theory, he described a little later, after the Abyssinian War and the attack by the Condor Legion in the Spanish Civil War, as brigand powers who spent a lot of money to persuade the rest of the world that they are the enemies of the human race. It is having the desired result, not least in the United States. No one trusts or respects their word. These tactics are not characteristic of great statesmen and conquerors. They appear to be morbid, pathological, diseased. In 1939, Keynes signed an appeal against the Munich Agreement, recommended that the USA break off diplomatic relations with Germany, drew up plans on how to finance the war, and was finally appointed by Churchill to the government's economic advisory staff. Finally, in 1940, he revised his general theory from this point by thinking the preface to the German edition through to the end. As it were, it is, it seems, politically impossible for a capitalistic democracy to organize expenditure on the scale necessary to make the grand experiments which would prove my case except in war conditions. Quote, end. What can be said of Keynes' development applies to the entire political development in England as well as in the USA. The self-sufficiency option was eliminated by the option for war against Germany. In 1933, Roosevelt had still cut the military budget by almost a third, so that the U.S. Army was exceeded many times over by the strength of the Wehrmacht around 1940. Just as the victory of such allies in this war made the revival of world trade appear possible. However, even in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, the autarky option had initially found pronounced approval in general, although here it was still focused on the possibility of establishing socialism in one country. Here too, therefore, there was a long way to go before Horkheimer's racket notes and the Hegelian interpretation of America's hegemony and the rule of law it made possible. The analyses that Sohnrethel wrote down in exile in England from 1937 onwards, written at the instigation of Mr. Whitcomb Stead, editor-in-chief of the Times and close friend and ally of Winston Churchill, were aimed at the difference that existed between developments in the USA and Germany, which Friedrich Pollock attempted to capture in a rather ideal-typical comparison of democratically planned and totalitarian state capitalism. Unlike Horkheimer and Pollock, Sohnrethel argues from the point of view of the world market and its disintegration. Neither the development in the USA nor in Germany is still taking place on the basis of international monetary and capital movements based on freedom of trade, but according to the dimensions of the shattered currency ceiling. However, the prosperities in the USA and in Germany and Europe developed separately and according to very different methods of financing. In the Third Reich, the lack of capital was replaced by a state-forced fiction, and through price and wage dictates, an increase in variable capital through the reemployment of the unemployed as well as labor service and forced labor. There was a tendency, on both sides of contractual relationships, towards absolute surplus value production, in which growth results from merely increasing labor time. In the USA, on the other hand, the reaction to the real threat of war emanating from Germany was to place orders that fueled relative surplus value production, i.e., according to Marx, the genuine capitalist form, the intensification of labor. The war effort, the desired victory over Germany, could be understood here as a prerequisite and as a unifying condition to ultimately guarantee the contractual relationships of surplus value production and to contain the confusion of authority that also existed here, especially between the various authorities of the New Deal, through forms of mediation that were dependent on a uniform monopoly of power. This is because the financial groups in the USA owe their actual superiority to their leading position in the relative production of surplus value, but in this respect also remain bound to political democracy as their form of rule. German fascism, on the other hand, was, as Sohnrethel writes, broken capitalism, virtually the broken form of capitalism. It started from the most serious flaws of world capitalism, from the large-scale industries developed beyond the limits of their productive capacity, and set capitalist production in motion according to the logic of its flaws, its negation, by detaching capitalist profit formation from the conditions of economic value creation and from the law of equilibrium. Sohnrethel thus succeeded in transcending the boundaries of both positions in the controversy at the Institute for Social Research, which consisted of seeing National Socialism either from the point of view of continued capitalist exploitation, Newman, or from that of its novel state capitalist sublation, Pollock, whereby in both cases the international solidarity of the capitalist class was initially still regarded as the supreme unity, which, despite the visible tendency towards rearmament, had made a world war hardly likely. Franz Newman recalls this in his letter to Max Horkheimer from March 2, 1941. However, Newman came closer to Pollock's concept of state capitalism in that he, probably independently of Sohnrethel and based on his diagnosis of the unstate, found his own formulations for the fractured form of capitalism in Germany by stating that National Socialism was both capitalist and anti-capitalist at the same time. This in turn enabled him to perceive the disintegration of world market relations in the self-sufficiency aspirations of German expansionist policy, which he had previously largely ignored because he too had actually assumed the global solidarity of the capitalist class. The fact that the internal market had to be organized differently and that prices had to be regulated differently when profit creation was replaced by the conditions of value creation was first and foremost evident in the banking system. In Germany, the National Socialists created, as Newman again emphasized, a supervisory office for the credit system, composed of the president and vice president of the Reichsbank Directorate, a member appointed by Hitler and the state secretaries of various ministries, which controlled investments in the form of the Reich Credit Commissioner. The autonomous institution of the Reichsbank, which had been headed by shareholders and the board of directors, became an administrative authority of the Reich government which, by closing the free capital market, was able to force the banks to invest primarily in government bonds, which they did without hesitation due to their high liquidity. This meant that the banks had lost the ability to control the credit apparatus themselves and thus, as Newman puts it, to pincer the political apparatus, because this pincer is precisely the relative independence of the central bank vis-a-vis the government. Under the auspices of National Socialist rule, there no longer seems to have been any need for this, which Newman was somewhat astonished to discover. The supremacy of the political practiced here does not mean, as he indirectly argues against Pollock, that the flow of investment is planned. In fact, it is impossible to say that investment planning exists in Germany. Too large a sector, self-financing, is completely beyond control. Nor does state sovereignty over the credit system mean that control is exercised for the sake of general interests. But neither does it mean that the banks oppose credit control. There is no longer any need for the banker to go on strike against a government because the short-term interests of banks and government have become almost identical. The regime fulfills their expectations. Franz Neumann, Behemoth. Struktur und Praxis des Nationalsozialismus 1933 bis 1944, p. 382. The financial groups behaved towards each other like all other groups in National Socialism. For their part, they acted like rackets that rival fiercely for advantages beyond the contractual relationships, but after the dispute over the spoils must always make up again in order to go on further raids together. The fact that these moves knew no bounds was already evident at first glance in the claim to totality of the National Socialist state propaganda. Quote, in accordance with the National Socialist state's claim to totality, in Germany the state reserved the sole and exclusive right of supervision over the central banks, while in the parliamentary-governed United States and in England the private sector character of the central banks is more prominent. Joachim Herrmann, The Central Banking System in Germany, England, and the USA, page 49. The small and large gang leaders of the national economy could not be proud enough that out of the necessity of the need for an internally stable currency, a currency is being created for the first time that is not based on a precious metal, wrote one of those National Socialist Keynesians. Keynes himself had called gold the barbaric metal, and did not conceal at the end what this currency could be based on alone. Germany's repeated attempts to clear up the debt problem had to remain fruitless in view of the economic unreasonableness of the politicians of the possessing countries. The present armed conflict justifies the hope that, in addition to the clarification of the political atmosphere, a solution will also be found to all existing monetary questions. Ibid, page 122. The process of exchanging commodities is real, and at the same time it is abstracted through it, insofar as money is only the bare coin of the a priori, empty identity in the sense of the transcendental subject, but originally for attack. It is grasped as a means of exchange, whereby it must be assumed that all commodity owners accept it and recognize their will in it. With this presupposition, the problem of unity already arises in money understood as a means of exchange, but it cannot therefore be said that it contains something through which it could be understood as the unity of a contradiction, through which it would move of its own accord, even forward in the consciousness of freedom. Although one may speak here of different functions of money and mention, for example, the storage of wealth in addition to that of a medium of exchange, one will not discover any such contradiction in their relationship to one another. The question is to what extent the situation is different when money functions as capital. For then the measurement of what is to be exchanged is transferred into the means of exchange, and conversely it becomes possible that money as a means of exchange gives commodities their measure, a real projection, so to speak, without anyone having to be aware of what exactly is being abstracted and what could therefore be measured so accurately, by means of prices, in whose movement the measure is revealed. Only then can a single, total measure be assumed that puts all other processes of measurement in relation to each other. This is to the annoyance of Michael Heinrich's new reading of Marx, for example, see Heinrich, Die Wissenschaft vom Wert, pages 233 to 237. The author simply shifts the question of the state to another level, where it is a matter of the concretization of a certain historical monetary system. Quote, the supersensible cannot exist sensually at all, it can only be designated by means of a sensual object. By linking his theory of money to the existence of a monetary commodity, Marx conflates the most abstract definition of money with a specific historical monetary system. At the level of the exchange process, however, it can initially only be about money as such, without concretizing a specific monetary system. Ibid. Page 240, Marx was clearly not prepared to displace the sovereign in this way, and therefore insisted on the existence of the money commodity at the level of the exchange process. In this respect, a historical aspect can at least be noted ex negativo in the analysis of the value form in Marx's Capital. For if money does not function anywhere as capital, this means that there are different measures separate from the medium of exchange, just as there are different forms of dependence in production, each of which claims to have its own measure, and does not need to be synchronized by any law of value that emerges on the market. In this way, they reveal themselves quite immediately as domination and exploitation. In his analysis of the value form, however, Marx starts from the premise that this total measure already exists, and in this respect it is as little a representation of a pre-capitalist simple commodity production of antiquity or the Middle Ages, for example, as such a historical commodity production, if it is to be more than a phantasm, can only be represented ex negativo. It is precisely the purely logical transition from one form of value to another that cannot be conceived under the conditions of those immediate forms of domination and exploitation, slavery, servitude, oikos, guild system, etc., but its result, which must always already be presupposed here, illogically in the sense of value form analysis, is the identity as such in the money form. The capital relation is a real projection insofar as it knows how to replace such immediate forms of domination, but only at the price of a shift that defies reason. After all, there can be no reasonable reason to make the means of exchange the measure of production, only that hunger should not be a reason for production. And this outlines the possibility of maintaining rule in a different, namely mediated and abstract form, as a form in the narrower sense, a form of rule for which the term sovereign was coined. The medium of exchange, issued and covered by such a sovereign, and not merely minted in a polis or under a feudal lord, embodies, beyond production, the necessity of self-preservation through the use values produced, for the state is now there to ensure that such necessity is and remains subject to the accumulation compulsion of capital, compulsion that must be able to presuppose scarcity. Thus, by administering scarcity, it fulfills the condition that value can appear as substance. As everyone knows, the possession of money is a matter of survival, which means that its value is substantial. The ability to do this is due to its monopoly on the use of force, which emerged from the relationship of force between states. In contrast to the patchwork of concrete forms of exploitation in the production and reproduction of the pre-capitalist monetary economy, the social synthesis of money in the capital relation requires sovereign control. This is precisely why Marx held on to the necessity of the money commodity for developed capitalist commodity production. This is why he speaks in biblical mythologizing terms of the beast, to which the rulers or kings give their power and authority, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. It must therefore really exist for society, like a universal for the universal realist, so that power can be transferred to it and signs and numbers apply, but of course no mythological king is meant, but the sovereign of capital, who feeds the animal through and through for this purpose. Whether it is the precious metal that backs the coins and banknotes that the sovereign issues, or whether the sovereign itself backs the precious metal, whether there are claims on this cash in the form of an account, which are recorded as book money on paper or digital storage media, the sovereign state, arising from the continuing relationship of force between states, must constantly ensure that what it approves as money, as Kant would say, affects the mind, that of the tax official, for example, who, starting from these affectations, knows how to synthesize the causal series of a tax evasion in the visual forms of his tax audit, while the mind of the conspiracy theorist, for example, does not need to be affected at all, since it already finds all the effects ready in itself against the evil intention or unrestrained greed of any money owners. In certain respects, Kant developed his philosophy like such a tax official. The concept of the thing in itself, which for him originally means the object about which nothing else can be said except that it must exist, seems to be shaped according to the model of the money commodity. It affects the mind, but no time or space is attributed to it by itself. If time and space are forms of perception in which production takes place, the form of perception of the money commodity is solely the sovereign, which, however, is repressed. Today, it must be assumed that gold as the epitome of the monetary commodity, to which the currencies of the individual states could once be related in their relationship to each other, can be permanently represented by a hegemon among the sovereign states, and more precisely, by its military superiority. Progressive economists therefore regard gold as a mere atavism. John Maynard Keynes spoke of the barbarous metal. It is as if they sensed that what is reflected here in a mere natural substance is how little society has become society at all, that all its mediations, which are capable of establishing law within states, are nevertheless based on relations of immediate force. And this is also the real reason why Marx does not abandon the unity of money with the money commodity. He does not merely insist on the necessity that abstract wealth has a material existence in some kind of money commodity. Rather, he is concerned with the compulsion that lies in the fact that this wealth can only be detached from this money commodity to a limited extent, that it cannot simply be replaced by another. The intransigence that Marx also displays here ultimately proves how little he loses sight of the sovereign in the pure critique of political economy, and how attentively his critique must therefore be read above all as one of pure economy. The material, with which the sign is fused by the sovereign, can in its sense only be understood as the presence of the state outside the state, in circulation. But the state, insofar as it is reflected in gold, is always only the relationship between states. The view that money is merely a sign thus takes account of developments after the end of National Socialism, albeit in the wrong terms. The Bretton Woods Agreement had already been concluded in 1944, which provided for an indirect link via the dollar instead of a return to the immediate linking of currencies to the gold standard, on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates, to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. In future, the stability of the dollar and therefore also that of the international payment system was not to be based on the USA's own gold reserves, but on the willingness of the European central banks to no longer exchange their dollars for gold, under pressure from the USA. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that the money multiplied in the United States was no longer backed directly by gold, but mediated by political power. The barbaric metal is not replaced by another, but what it has lost in validity can be replaced by the sovereign who commands the victorious civilizing military machine, by the hegemon of the post-war era. Should these storage media themselves one day form the material of cash, in that the origin of the data records from the state central bank is at least as forgery-proof as that of the number on the banknote, technically preconfigured outside sovereignty on the basis of the blockchain and wallets, so that this digital money, like cash, is not a claim against a private commercial bank, but a direct share in the money supply created by the central bank, then it would be roughly the same as if the market participant were given the printing machine and the corresponding paper instead of banknotes in order to print them, but the possible use of the machine is determined by the central bank by means of remote control. But how could money, which functions as a medium of exchange in this way, objectively measure the average time required to produce what is being exchanged? How could the contrast between concrete private labor and abstract social labor sans phrase, be resolved, both prerequisites for the assumption that the worker is being cheated out of his just or fair wage? Only those who also believe that not only mythology, but sovereignty itself has been rendered superfluous by international law and multinational corporations, world trade, and world money can believe this. Those who worship the beast as if it were the monotheistic god, who would know how to reward fairly if the greed for profit of individual exploiters or their entire class did not drive them so hard. There would be enough money. This criticism in no way applies to those who sell their lives and have to try in practice to achieve or defend higher wages, shorter working hours, better working conditions, health system benefits, etc., for themselves and their peers through constant negotiations and strikes. To be criticized is the ideology that the hoped for rescue or restoration of the welfare state and a fairer national distribution of wealth is an action that also reduces the abstractly given destructive potential of capital, which progresses with every advance. To be denounced is anyone who represses the path of German catastrophic policy towards war of extermination and the Shoah, along which this potential has already been gradually put into practice, because he longs for the welfare state and national prosperity that originated here. Depending on the crisis situation, however, this trust in God includes the demonization of finance capital and threatens to turn into a delusion that wants to realize sovereignty without the intermediary forms of the world market. In its place, one then wishes for a right-wing or left-wing, but in any case self-sufficient regime of rackets. But what can be realized is characterized all the more by boundless expansion. Whether it is the revolution export of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards or the so-called New Silk Road of the Chinese Communist Party, both of which are today abrogating the laws of the world market from within, from the treaties, as it were, in conceivably different ways, the National Socialist behemoth, Franz Neumann, for whom the delusion of self-sufficiency was preparation for the global war of extermination against the Jews, remains the point of view from which these covert attacks on the global order of capital are to be judged. The practical imperative that we should not take sides against the primacy of the world market and a sovereignty that is only logically and historically possible through it, and certainly not politically, does not contradict the existential judgment that exposes the origin of its crisis. Practical in the sense that it should be added to Adorno's categorical imperative that, in a state of lack of freedom, thought and action should be arranged in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated. Enforcement and defense of the forms of mediation, as they always take into account the capital relationship, basic civil rights, rule of law, separation of powers, should never be understood only as an end that prevents the worst barbaric, pre-capitalist coercion, but at the same time always as a means of fighting the anti-Semites, the enemies of Israel. According to this judgment, money can only be measured subjectively, i.e. by the sovereign together with his central bank, that which everyone feels, how great the compulsion to work is in each case, so that the respective goods are produced in the shortest average time, which is unfortunately necessary, whereby ultimately the best circulation of capital would of course be that which would take place without any circulation time at all. This is precisely the promise of happiness of digitalization, which is supposed to remedy the unhappiness of this compulsion. And that is why the individual, under the form of the commodity of labor power, is still, indeed more than ever, constantly testing whether its materiality is sufficient for functionalization. The individual is accustomed to considering himself insufficient and deficient. Its self-consciousness is self-distrust, its sense of self that of inferiority and superfluousness in the face of value. It is precisely for this that Kafka's Metamorphosis has found a valid parable. When Gregor Samsa tries to scan and assess his beetle body in which he has awoken, this body becomes the perfect expression of the relationship in which the human body finds itself to a society whose ideal is circulation without circulation time. The individual in capitalized society is a citizen who is only temporarily entrusted with capital productive tasks. He is under double pressure, economically and politically. Capital and the state subject them to the compulsion to constantly affirm and prove their productivity and loyalty. But its efforts to live up to this imposition are futile, for nothing else drives the rationalization of production than the interest in making capital self-sufficient, constituting it independently of living labor power and thus incorporating the secret of labor power, the potential to create value and even more value, into the machinery. And nothing else is the sting of the state than the unconditional interest in incorporating the secret of loyalty, i.e. loyalty unto death, into the apparatus of violence as a natural element of sovereignty. But while this interest can be realized at any time in any state by preparing for war and civil war, that interest underlies the real projection and thus the riddle of capital, or rather its occultism, as Joachim Brun has called it elsewhere. It needs the sovereign in order to function, and Hegelian dialectics in order to appear reasonable. That it is not, that the real abstraction in the process of exchange cannot be identical with the unreal abstraction according to which all concrete private work presents itself as a single work sans phrase and as such could be measured with a kind of folding rule, voltmeter, or thermostat of the average necessary working time, as if it were a measuring instrument in the hands of the sovereign. Instead of the sword and scepter seen on the title copper of Leviathan, this realization requires a certainty of criticism that Marx apparently no longer seemed to need, so close did he believe the revolution to be, so occultly did he himself invoke the working class as its subject. The state bureaucracy of socialism in a country or bloc took the parable literally to a certain extent and believed that it really had this instrument and could use it like a sword by command. It is only made possible by referring back to the transcendental subject, i.e. by the fact that the real abstraction as subject-object and concrete generality, substance, world spirit, humanity, labor, structure, language, etc. pp. of society is not already presupposed. The question of the truthfulness of law is neither a moral nor an abstract one, but a concretely epistemological one. What is abstract is not the reflection on the preconditions of legal thinking, but rather a partiality of moral standpoint thinking isolated from the overall context of social reality, and law is social reality per se, as expressed, for example, in the left-wing slogan Law Before Faith. Certainly, there are certain social situations in which it may be necessary to take sides. Firstly, however, such situations should be understood as coercion. Secondly, partisanship in a particular situation should not be extended arbitrarily to other situations. Thirdly, the social relevance of one's own partisanship should be taken into account. And fourthly, the preconditions for such partisanship should be reflected upon. However, this is about something else. It seems to me that, for all the presence of the right, both in discussions of left-wing political groups that explicitly see themselves as ideologically critical and in discussions of left-wing political groups, the concept of the right remains strangely indeterminate and static. This sometimes leads to the production of articles in which an ideal or idealized idea of what the law is, without this being developed, is juxtaposed with a certain legal practice that appears to be a form of decay compared to the ideal of the law. The critic of this form of decay appears like a federal constitutional court with a better understanding of the law, which has to defend a static legal ideal as a standard against the dynamic decay of the legal ideal. The only real ideal of law can, of course, only be justice, and so almost all criticism of law proves to be criticism of legal practice in the name of a higher justice to be realized. However, it is striking that the ideas of what justice is differ in terms of content, although basically all ideas of justice, whether left-wing, right-wing, or bourgeois, can be summarized in one sentence: those who do not work should not eat. However, if the law is conceived as an instrument of a higher ideal, as a means of realizing a higher political purpose, then the logical consequence can only be the authoritarian state. The bourgeois ideal of justice, we could also say, the bourgeois idea of justice, on the other hand, understands the realization of justice not as a substantive state purpose, but as a formal one. For a good reason, the American Constitution, for example, does not promise happiness, but protects, regulatively, the individual pursuit of happiness. The bourgeois promise of happiness, which occasionally also appears as a positive point of reference in ideology-critical circles, is a contraddictio in adjecto because, according to the bourgeois understanding of the state and the law, private happiness is, for a good reason, none of the state's business. criticizing the bourgeois state and its society for not being able to realize the happiness of all can only lead to a total state, as described by Aldous Huxley and longed for by esotericists. Based on this, a different kind of criticism of legal practice can be distinguished, namely one that makes the bourgeois legal ideal, which wants to be purely formal, the yardstick for criticizing legal practice. Conversely, it is criticized that substantive provisions, such as religious affiliation, nature conservation, etc., find their way into legal practice as special rights. Although the author shares the thrust of this criticism in practical terms, because the authoritarian state has worse things in store than abstract domination and exploitation mediated by exchange, he believes he can show that the standard of the formal side of bourgeois law misses the reality of law, i.e., the idea of law, not just legal practice, in favor of an idealization that deceives itself about the relationship between the substantive and formal side of law and thus also the relationship between the bourgeois and authoritarian state. If the talk of the tendencies inherent in law towards its own dissolution is not merely a phrase, then it would be necessary to work out how the rationality and irrationality of law are related to each other. Not to advocate indifference between law and the total state, but to understand the way in which they relate to each other. The question should actually be obvious as to whether an object that shows an inherent rather than external tendency towards self-dissolution, i.e., that cannot stand itself and pursues its own destruction, deserves the emphatic expression of truth. Law does not merely appear as an institution, but must also personify itself from time to time. For example, a bailiff rang the doorbell early in the morning, at the time when the author of these lines was sitting at work on the topic, and demanded the surrender of a cellar key in order to seal the electricity meter in the apartment above. On the same day, newspapers were to have representatives of the electricity industry complain about overproduction, but presumably the ringing bailiff, who certainly shops at the organic food store out of a sense of responsibility for nature and, combed and brushed out early in the morning, pointed out the legality of his demands, had right and reality on his side. In contrast to the Wutberger, who is certainly not a desirable alternative, this active citizen, who has made it his main occupation in life to cut off the power to people who cannot cope with reality as easily as he does, shows no trace of pathological character traits. It is precisely the Wutberger's tendency to make a passion out of things that are often quite banal in his everyday life, such as the construction of a new central station, for which some even risk their physical integrity, that makes him so obviously crazy and at the same time, compared to the type of bailiff who undoubtedly copes very well with reality, also relatively easy to criticize. While the Wutberger can only rely on his diffuse sense of justice, which, of course, the less justifiable it is, the more fanatically it is asserted, our bailiff can invoke the letter of the law. Whoever takes the standpoint of the law is always right. He does not spread himself thin, but has always learned how things are done in this world and, as an organ of the administration of justice, finds his activity as natural as the intestine finds digestion. Like digestion, law does not exist primarily as something that simply beings, but above all as a process, which is even more clearly present in the expression rule of law than in the German word Rechtsstaat. In contrast to digestion, however, it is exclusively a process of a social, i.e., second nature, even if those who are essentially involved in this process, such as lawyers, public prosecutors, judges, and even bailiffs, are officially regarded as organs of the administration of justice, as if they were nothing but nature. The law must appear to be natural because it is only law in a strict sense if it is largely able to exclude all arbitrariness and randomness from itself, as if it were natural law. Consequently, the naive, sleepy question of whether it was absolutely necessary to turn off the electricity now must have seemed as absurd to the bailiff in question as asking a tree in autumn whether it absolutely had to throw its leaves on the path. However, because it is not a natural process, what was initially called a process should be more precisely defined as a practice. Just as goods cannot go to the market to exchange themselves, law does not process itself, but only in the practice of the people involved in it, who through this practice produce what is called law. In its own logic, law knows freedom as freedom of contract or as the freedom of a subject of action. The organs of law, however, remain strangely untouched by freedom. They find and execute, and like the digestive organ, they have a certain discretionary scope and sometimes cramps. A distinction should be made here between freedom in the law and freedom to love the law. Every legal organ, i.e., every lawyer, judge, executor, etc., must of course, as long as he is an organ, act like an organ. They do not have to love it. Law is law only insofar as it is subject to the primacy of its form. To speak of abstract or formal law is therefore not a specific restriction, but only a more precise definition of law itself. A material right that aims at a specific content would, initially, no longer be a right, but a command. The idea of an advocate for the poor and disenfranchised, popular among left-wingers for example, who saves the just and good in the world with passionate pleas, is an image from more or less entertaining Hollywood movies, but has little in common with law. According to its own concept, it only establishes and enforces what has always been and will always be law. That it always has been is of course a fiction, but one that is necessary for law. However, the practice of law should not be confused with the existence of legal remedies. It never processes itself, but always only through the efforts of specific individuals. Thus, shortly after the end of the war, all legal means were basically available to bring the former Nazi perpetrators to justice. Until 1959, however, the authorities did not systematically investigate, collect evidence, or take the initiative to prosecute the perpetrators, but only investigated on the basis of individual complaints, which led to an extremely high rate of acquittals due to the small amount of evidence that could be presented. However, none of the authorities involved committed a breach of the law. The law always comes into play when there is a dispute. For the normal course of legal proceedings, there is usually no need for judges, lawyers, or bailiffs. Of course, this does not mean that the law is absent in this normal case. On the contrary, it is the form in which all social practice takes place in dozens of acts every day. But it could not do so if a court had to be called upon for every act that potentially falls within the realm of the justiciable. This means that law as practice presupposes that the normal course of events has assumed the specific legal form. And since this course of events is also a practice, this means that the law must have a plausibility for the legal subjects that is about as self-evident as the law of gravity. However, this enormous plausibility that is attributed to law as a form of thought is anything but self-evident. In the beginning of Capital, Marx had already pointed out the strange circumstance that in bourgeois society the fictio juris prevails, that every man as a purchaser of commodities possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of commodities. Cf. Marx, MEW 23, page 50, footnote 5. Homologous to this could be added the no less strange fictio juris that every human being as a subject of law also possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of legal norms. What is even stranger is that this fictio juris must not only be assumed as a condition for the validity of the law, but that in everyday life, legal subjects are by and large able to distinguish between what is right and wrong without ever having taken a look at the BGB. In order for the law to be so plausible, it must have a certain appeal, and this was obviously true even for the National Socialists, who did not touch certain areas of the law, especially civil law. Nevertheless, this does not rule out certain repulsive forces, but the question arises as to whether there has ever really been a socially effective hatred of the law, or rather only of certain areas and aspects of the law. Law can be seen as a form and a practice in several senses. Firstly, in terms of the logic of the law as a form and practice for society as a whole, and secondly, and by no means identically, as the form and practice of individual, socialized subjects. Thirdly, the question should be raised as to how the relationship of law to its negative sublation presents itself historically, i.e. after Nazi fascism. The first part of this article deals only with the logical question. If wealth takes the form of commodities, it is presupposed that a commodity is my commodity even if I do not have it in my immediate control and if I have a claim to its one as soon as I have given it away, i.e. exchanged it. Because commodities themselves, as Marx writes, are without resistance to men and do not exchange themselves, because they neither belong to anyone of their own accord nor indicate the change of their owner, the commodity guardians must relate to each other as persons whose will resides in the things, so that each appropriates the other's commodity only by means of an act of will common to both, by disposing of his own. They must therefore mutually recognize each other as private owners. MEW 23, 99. The logical origin of law as a social form is the right to buy and sell. It presupposes that the commodity can be clearly attributed to an owner, and this attributability makes the individual a legal person. To be able to think of a commodity as my commodity, even though I do not have it under my immediate control, is already a tremendous abstraction. Every concrete, particular, empirical and spatio-temporal reference to the object seems to have disappeared. Kant therefore spoke of intelligible or intellectual possession. Cf. Kant, Metaphysik der Sitten, KW 8, 355 bis 360. On the one hand, property is thus nothing other than something merely thought. On the other hand, however, it presupposes that everyone else can be forced to recognize it as their own. This is only possible if the state, as an authority independent of both parties, watches over the mutual recognition of the external mine and yours and has the power to force everyone on its territory to comply with this. The abstraction increases in the situation of exchange, when two goods change their intelligible owner at the same time by mutual expression of the will of their owners, recorded by a contract that exists legally even if it is not recorded in writing on a piece of paper. Neither the moment of mere thought nor that of potential external coercion can be isolated from one another. In fact, no all-sided exchange of goods would be possible if it had to be immediately coerced every time, and conversely, it would be impossible if it could not always be coerced as well. The contract only comes into existence if it is in the will of both contracting parties. And, if it is also the will of both contracting parties that the change of ownership takes place in the form of a contract. The shoplifter, for example, probably wants the change of ownership, but without a contract. Private law is the legal form in which the exchange, or more precisely, the exchange of equivalents, takes place. Since all goods and all work must be measured against a general standard, the exchangers are not only subject to the external legal compulsion not to cheat others of the value of their work, but also to the mute economic compulsion to compare themselves in competition. Only in exchange is the utilization of value realized. But people do not exchange their goods for the sheer pleasure of watching the goods change their intelligent owners. It is through exchange alone that the goods necessary to satisfy needs can be acquired. Both the satisfaction of needs and the utilization of value are dependent on each other. Production only takes place as long as it can be assumed that production is also worthwhile. It can only be worthwhile through the exploitation of the commodity labor power mediated by the act of exchange. Conversely, consumption can only take place if you can sell your labor power to someone for whom exploitation is also worthwhile, and you can only get hold of consumer goods mediated by the contract if enough of them are available on the market. So if we state that the contract is the form in which the practice of law takes place, but that the contract only comes about if it is wanted by the contracting parties, who can only want it if it is also worthwhile for them, then the whole practice of law does indeed depend on one thing not becoming manifest: the crisis. If consumer goods for everyday needs can no longer be obtained through the mediation of exchange, then the contractual form loses its validity. Thus, the legal subject as the point of accountability for contractual capacity and contractual obligation also becomes precarious, and with it the protection of the legal person, i.e. their ownership and their concrete body, from the immediate access of the state and others. Private law as the form of mediating the exchange of equivalents is law in its purest form. The sedimented content of this form is equal and just exchange. As civil law, it only recognizes free legal persons who meet on the market. The legal person is, as has been shown above, a point of attribution detached from all concrete provisions except the imputability of its property and thus the right to sell this property. It must presuppose an authority that can also compel these legal entities to comply with their contracts, that continues to guarantee the imputability of the legal entity, which always exists as a concrete corporeal entity with individual consciousness, and that must guarantee the legal entity that all conditions are maintained so that the legal entity can continue to remain a legal entity. This authority is the so-called public, represented by institutions, the state. It must ensure the absence of external force necessary for the generality of exchange, guarantee the identifiability of legal persons, and provide the general conditions for the maintenance of capitalist production. Because the exchange of equivalents can only be an exchange of formally equal and free owners of goods if all legal entities are treated equally before the law, the relationship of state institutions to each other and of the state to legal entities must firstly be precisely regulated and secondly be regulated according to the principle of formal equality. Public law essentially includes constitutional law, tax law, administrative law, and social law. For lawyers, public law also includes international law, which, however, cannot be enforced by any authority above the state and is therefore not law at all, but rather, in Hegel's words, merely law that is supposed to apply. However, this also means that law cannot be universal at all, and thus there can be a universalism of exchange, but not of law, except as a delusion of the world sovereign. No valid law can dispense with the establishment of a nation of states. On the one hand, criminal law formally belongs to public law, because here the public negotiates against a private person, but on the other hand it is also the area of public law that comes closest to private law. Because it also has its own logic, it will be presented separately later. Previously, only the formal side of civil, bourgeois law was considered. But because the crisis has been in the world since money has existed as capital, the law, whose ideal type is supertemporal, must to a certain extent temporalize itself on its own basis. In order to maintain its own conditions, it must also transition fluidly within the law up to the order of the day. Not out of pure arbitrariness on the part of those involved, but in forward defense of the status quo, laws have to be passed and ratified overnight, as in the Euro crisis. The economy and the law are both dependent on each other, but as in the fable of the hare and the hedgehog, the law must always be one step ahead of economic developments, to which it can only ever react. In public law, the timeless necessity of maintaining the general conditions of exchange, and the corresponding state order of free and equal owners of goods and legal subjects, amalgamate with the reactions to specific domestic and foreign political situations. The difficulty that public law still poses for any theory of law lies in the fact that the expression of political will in the reality of law cannot be separated from law, because states are always in specific historical, political, and economic situations. The liberal view, which seeks to reduce the state to its function as a negative arbiter of peace, which is supposed to ensure compliance with treaties and general security, abstracts from this. The social form itself also determines the content of the law, such as the provisions on legal capacity. On the one hand, you become a legal subject in one fell swoop. You actually and literally acquire full legal capacity miraculously overnight. On the other hand, the law takes almost a quarter of a person's lifetime to reach this stage, so it cannot be so simple and self-evident to acquire the ability to become a legal subject. And an inseparable part of this process is the personal dependency and violence of the actually pre-civil form of the family, which, this is also part of the ambivalence of the law itself, is and must be protected by the state on the one hand and yet on the other hand repeatedly comes into conflict with it. From the banal return flight from vacation after the start of school to the mostly questionable figures who believe they have to protect their child at home from school and sex education lessons, for example. This ambivalence between the formal guardian of order and the setting of certain values is reflected, for example, in the Education Act. Paragraph 1(2) of the Baden-Württemberg School Act formulates the mission of the school as follows: in addition to imparting knowledge, skills, and abilities, the school is particularly required to educate pupils in responsibility before God, in the spirit of Christian love of neighbor, humanity, and love of peace, in love of nation and homeland, respect for the dignity and convictions of others, the will to achieve and personal responsibility as well as social probation, and to promote the development of their personality and talents, to educate them to recognize the values and order of the free democratic basic order. In contrast to dictatorships, the democratic school also allows for a little criticism, as its mission is still to educate children to recognize the values and principles of the free and democratic basic order, which does not exclude a confrontation with them in individual cases, whereby the free and democratic basic order, as enshrined in the Basic Law and the state constitution, must not be called into question. Ibid. Public law is the area in which the so-called social and public peace, as well as the general conditions of continued exchange of equivalents, are maintained through social legislation and health regulations in permanent forward defense. It plays only a highly subordinate role here how realistic a particular threat to the overall social order actually is. Precisely because it is the fundamental task of statehood to clearly define the boundaries of legality and illegality, every act against the spirit of the law and the will of the legislator that is not clearly covered by the law, no matter how irrelevant it may be to society as a whole, is in principle a danger to the order of the constitutional state. Conversely, however, this also means that every act not covered by the legal order must tend to appear criminal, especially if it is widely classified as morally reprehensible. The situation is of course different in the opposite case, when an act that is definitely illegal or in a legal gray area is committed in the spirit or service of the law, the state, or the common good. For example, the occasional scandals in the media about police officers beating each other up and then covering up for each other have so far hardly led to laws that enable greater control of the police. As a result, numerous legislative changes are accompanied by public scandals, such as the current tightening of sexual criminal law and the Eat-a-Thigh affair, or the upcoming new prostitution law and the media presence of forced prostitution. The latter will not only affect criminal law, but above all commercial law. As changes to the law are often reactions to individual cases, it is not surprising that there are often de facto special rights in public law. This can apply to certain occupational groups, such as civil servants in general or soldiers and police officers in particular, or to certain types of money-making that the political will wants to curb, such as prostitution. The promotion of certain professions, whether through tax law or subsidies, just think of German agriculture, also falls within this area. This also applies to religious communities. The church tax, for example, goes back historically to the expropriation of the Catholic Church at the beginning of the 19th century, which is why the state took over the care of the clergy. The introduction of compulsory civil marriage by Bismarck also stems from the so-called Kulturkampf against the influence of the Catholic Church, the religious pre-wedding ceremony, which was regarded as an administrative offense and fined priests who married couples without a prior civil marriage, continued to have an effect until 2009. In spirit, of course, these are special rights, but they must be formulated in accordance with the principles of universality and equality. Thus, the state's defense against anonymous dangers and the fight against potential or actual enemies of the state also finds its way into criminal law, where it adapts to social circumstances. In the 19th century, the sedition paragraph, Section 130 StGB, was still a state instrument against calls for class struggle. Although it was of course specifically directed against agitation from the labor movement, it was naturally formulated in accordance with legal principles of equality. Anyone who publicly incites different classes of the population to violence against each other in a way that endangers public peace shall be punished with a fine of up to 200 thalers or imprisonment for up to 2 years. Section 130 of the Criminal Code as amended in 1871. The fact that Section 130 no longer has this thrust today does not, of course, mean that the law is open to class struggle today, but is due to the fact that, unlike in the 19th century, it no longer poses a threat. Discussions about the reform of Section 130 began in the late 1950s, shortly after the KPD was banned. At this time, the trade unions were integrated into the state through the social partnership and the SPD had abandoned the class struggle. Section 130 became superfluous in its former form because the enemy it was directed against had been completely defeated. It was reoriented against National Socialist propaganda around 1960, after a series of arson attacks on synagogues also caused a public stir abroad. The Social Democratic opposition in particular, but also representatives of Jewish organizations, criticized the new version as a special right for Jews, and were not entirely wrong from a formal legal perspective. The further amendments to Section 130 in the 1980s and 1990s were also made in response to neo-Nazi actions and international reporting on them. SPD MP Adolf Arndt spoke of a Jewish star law in the parliamentary debate around 1959. The law was initially overturned, but after the anti-Semitic desecration of the Cologne synagogue at Christmas 1959, which caused an international sensation, it was passed after all, with the critics basically being able to assert themselves by making the attack on the human dignity of others justiciable instead of incitement to racial hatred. In order to guarantee the principle of equality, the term parts of the population against whom incitement to hatred is punishable continues to be used. The full wording of the law from June 1960 reads, anyone who, 1. attacks the human dignity of others by inciting hatred against parts of the population in a way that is likely to disturb public peace, 2. incites violence or arbitrary measures against them or, 3. insults, maliciously disparages or slanders them, shall be punished with a prison sentence of 3 months to 5 years. Reichel. Vergangenheitsbeurteilung, page 154. However, as it is clear from the parliamentary discussions, which are generally used to interpret laws, that the sections of the population affected are primarily Jews, this version of the law was also criticized for being a special law, which, of course, it was and is in substance. Of course, in spirit, it is a special right that initially protected Jews in particular as victims of National Socialism and later also other victims of old and new Nazis, even if these are not specifically mentioned in the legal norm in accordance with the principle of equality. It would go too far here, but it could easily be shown that the legal interest actually protected by Section 130 is the honor and reputation of the German people. Suffice it to say that in 1957, Ludwig Zind, a former member of the SD who proudly boasted of the murder of hundreds of Jews, was sentenced to a year in prison for insulting and denigrating the memory of the deceased, an unusually high sentence for this offense. The prosecution and the court justified this sentence with the damage to the reputation of the German people, cf. Reichel, Vergangenheitsbeurteilung, page 144f. The contradiction between privilege and the principle of equality is only one expression of the central contradiction between the general legal form and the specific political situation. The law neither resolves nor decides this contradiction, but contains it and turns it into a purely nominal problem of order, behind which general legal interest can the special right appear to be adequate to the principle of equality. In the case of the sedition paragraph, this is firstly the general restriction of freedom of opinion through the dubious legal interest of honor and secondly the protection of public order. From a purely regulatory point of view, Section 130, like Section 129A, which was introduced specifically against the RAF, belongs to the offenses against public order. The Federal Constitutional Court understands public order as the totality of unwritten rules, the observance of which is regarded as an indispensable prerequisite for orderly human coexistence within a certain area according to the prevailing social and ethical views. It goes without saying that this legal right is essentially not intended to fight crime in the traditional way, but to explain and persecute the enemy in domestic politics. Insofar as the logic of formal law supersedes its own, non-legal, but political, social, etc., preconditions. To the extent that the logic of formal law supplants its own, non-legal, but political, social, etc. prerequisites, public law must also deceive itself of its special legal character. Special rights for certain religious communities, religious institutions, political associations, or even trade unions are therefore not fundamentally taken from a sphere foreign to the law, which contradicts the legal principle of formal equality from the outside, but belong to the antinomy of public law itself, namely, on the one hand to commit oneself to the principle of formal equality, but on the other hand to enforce a very specific raison d'etat in very specific historical and political situations. This can be criticized politically in individual cases, but it can only be seen as a fundamental breach of the principle of law if the law itself is seen as a static system free of contradictions. The fact that anti-Semites are prosecuted is undoubtedly welcome, but the current paragraph on incitement to hatred is not directed against anti-Semitism, but rather protects public order and the honor of the national, racial, religious, or ethnic groups cryptically listed in Section 130(1)(1), as well as parts of the population, and individuals who are threatened or defamed because of their membership in one of these groups. It is precisely the special character of the law, which is concealed in the wording, that, so far, prevents critics of Islam, for example, from being prosecuted in the same way as anti-Semites. In practice, the law can only maintain its own conditions in permanent forward defense and in breach of the principle of formal equality. The legal form cannot maintain itself in its pure formality, but requires special rights to preserve its preconditions. Thus, while civil law is largely formal and general and has the exchange of equivalents as its general content, public law is necessarily always already a particular in the form of the general. Special in the form of the general. At best, law is universal in the legal idea that must accompany the universal principle of exchange, but never as applicable law. Every applicable law must make a fundamental distinction between citizens and non-citizens. Public law mediates between the particular and the general, whereby the respective general is of course itself a particular insofar as the respective state is a particular state with its own domestic and, above all, foreign policy interests, whereby in Germany in particular, foreign policy interests are incapable of being formulated as foreign policy interests and not as generally universal ethics. It was Hegel who emphasized, and Joachim Brun who reminded us of this, that in bourgeois society a real, personified mediation of egoistic private interests and the general interest of the state takes place, in the state of valor, the soldier. What still separates itself from society in a state of peace as a special class, today one would say, profession, always already pushes for the elevation of this particular to the general as a real mediation of the rift between bourgeois and citoyens, which still runs through the subjects. The sacrifice for the individuality of the state is the substantial relationship of all and hereby a general duty. GWF Hegel, Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, Absatz 325. However, Marx was never able to prove that Hegel had failed to mediate between bourgeois and citoyen, because the subject of his critique of Hegel's constitutional law was only sections 261 to 313, i.e. merely an excerpt from Hegel's internal constitutional law. For if Marx had only read and criticized further, he would have noticed that in sections 321 through 329 Hegel deals with sovereignty towards the outside, then presents the external constitutional law and there gives the mediation of bourgeois and citoyen, the absence of which Marx wants to chalk up to him, in the form of the soldier. The mediation exists, however, not as reconciliation, but as death, in the unconditional duty to kill and to sacrifice. The state, says Hegel, must not only be regarded as bourgeois society, Grundlinien section 324, edition, but as the nation in its boundary, which implies the surrender of personal reality to the absolute final end, to the sovereignty of the state, section 328. The soldier reconciles, in extreme negativity, the concrete egoism with the abstract altruism of the individual constituted in the form of the subject. He embodies the willingness to sacrifice oneself in the service of the state, section 327. The subject form is the uniform, the legal form is the order to kill. Therein the interest and the right of the individual is set as a vanishing moment, section 324, i.e. the comrade and Volksgenos, and ultimately the transformation of bourgeois society into the murder collective, i.e. the transformation of the equality of right into injustice by the equals and the transformation of the subjects of all classes into a 100% race. This is the untrue. Not in the sense that it would not be true, but that it is really so unreasonable, of liberalism or bourgeois right, which Hitler saw through like no other citizen when the Germans under his leadership transformed themselves from a society into nothing but a victimized murder collective. The transition from the bourgeois to the total state lies neither in a fragmentation of the particular vis-a-vis the generality of law, nor vice versa, in a generalization of law imposed from outside, but rather National Socialism was the generalization of the particular soldier class into a Volksgemeinschaft and the immediate particularization of this general into a Volksgenossen. On an institutional level, the transformation of law into the Führer's command was a condition of this transformation, but not identical with it in the sense that this transformation disappeared with the redemocratization of the institutions. The Nazification of bourgeois society has already taken place in Germany, and post-Nazi democracy is its result economically, politically, and in the specific relationship of Germans to the state. However, resist the beginnings anti-fascism that pretends that this transformation is only imminent in the future is deceiving itself. And likewise an anti-Semitism that treats anti-Semitism exclusively as a more or less widespread opinion and believes it can think of the relationship between Germans and Jews without Auschwitz. Criminal law perhaps because it is somehow more spectacular and also more suitable for literature and cultural industrial production than private law, but perhaps also because it is older than modern law. Criminal law is generally taken as the starting point for legal provisions instead of civil law. It is not least criminal law that gives the law in toto a good part of its plausibility. After all, no one can really wish to live in a state in which murder, beatings, and rape can be committed with impunity. The question is, however, whether the prevention of violence, or, as is sometimes claimed, the correction of criminals, is the central purpose of criminal law. There is no confirmation of this either in the law books or in legal and social practice. Both may play a role in the actual execution of sentences, or in so-called preventive detention, but they certainly do not constitute the core of criminal law. The rationality of civil law includes precisely the abstraction of the crime from the offender. This abstraction would make no sense at all from the point of view of the moral improvement of the offender, which, to put it bluntly, can certainly not be more desirable than the existing law. Foucault, for whom correction means standardization, therefore misses his subject from the outset in his criticism of the penal system by tearing the meaning of punishment away from its context in law. The significance of central criteria of criminal law, such as intent, negligence, and insanity, would immediately lose its meaning if, for example, it were a matter of compensating for damage caused. Moreover, most criminal offenses are probably committed in exceptional situations or by repeat offenders. If the aim were to prevent criminal offenses, it makes little sense to punish someone who has committed a crime in a situation in which they are highly unlikely to reoffend anyway. And from this point of view, why should a repeat offender, who will most likely become violent again anyway, be punished according to the crimes he has committed and not simply locked away? Imagine for a moment that the court were really only concerned with considering how the defendant's living conditions could be changed in such a way that either he would be improved or society would be protected from him, and the whole meaning of the term punishment immediately evaporates. Pastuchanes. Punishment, Kant states with remarkable clarity, can never be imposed merely as a means of promoting another good, either for the criminal himself or for civil society, but must at all times be imposed on him only because he has committed a crime, for man can never be treated merely as a means to the ends of another, and mingled with the objects of property law, where again his innate personality protects him, even though he may equally well be condemned for forfeiting the civil, KW 8, for 53. The fact that they treat their protégés like things can, of course, be confidently attributed to the social pedagogues who have set out to turn offenders into valuable members of society. For Kant, the formal principle behind punishment is that of pure justice, only the right of retribution, but to be well understood, before the limits of the court, not in your private judgment, can determine the quality and quantity of punishment. All others are vacillating to and fro, and cannot, because of other interfering considerations, contain any adequacy with the verdict of pure and strict justice. Ibid. 454. In other words, civil criminal law is the objectified, formalized form of revenge, mitigated by the principle of equivalence. Objectified because only the state has the right to execute it, formalized because it does so without regard to the specific person, for example their origin and gender, without any interest of its own in the punishment and, at least according to its concept, in strict separation of private morality and law. Criminal law thus materially incorporates a principle that originates from the sphere of exchange, the equivalence of guilt and punishment. Aristotle already saw crime as an involuntary contract. The law is bound by the principle of equivalence in that its quantity is laid down in the penal code alongside the offense, which legal practice must adhere to. According to the pure doctrine of the equivalence of guilt and punishment, it is initially difficult to counter Kant's argument in favor of the death penalty for all murderers, for what else should be equivalent to killing but the killing of the perpetrator? Compared to this logical rationality of the law, the naturally more humane argument for dispensing with the death penalty is itself irrational. Even the popular argument against the death penalty, namely that, once executed, it is irreversible if the court makes a mistake, confirms the principle of equivalence. After all, the irretrievable time spent in prison is also irreversible. This argument therefore only makes sense if the compensation for the prison inmate who has been proven innocent is thought of as compensation for the pure quantity of a loss, as if it had occurred outside of time, without regard to the irretrievable time that has passed. But Kant's rigorous severity against the murderer is based on the fact that he attempts to rationalize the category of criminal guilt by linking it back to the real damage. However, in determining guilt, modern criminal law largely abstracts from this concrete harm suffered by an injured party, insofar as guilt does not consist in harm to the injured party, but solely in the abstract harm to the norm set by the state. From the formal perspective, which no one has mastered better than Kant, the sovereign, unjustifiable setting of the state norm must appear as a moment of arbitrariness and irrationality. However, it is no coincidence that Kant chooses the equivalence of murder and capital punishment as an example here. In the case of theft, it would be much less plausible to say that it is obvious that the punishment can only be 4 years in prison. The respective quantitative determination of a penalty may be impossible to determine, but that does not make it arbitrary. It does, however, have extralegal reasons, as in public law, specific social situations, and public scandals time and again, have a permanent effect on the quantitative determination of criminal law norms. A thought experiment allows us to visualize such political evaluations. Let us compare the quantity of punishment for violating the norm with the damage suffered in relation to various criminal offenses. Violating the norm of not being allowed to kill another is less severe in terms of the quantity of punishment than the harm suffered by the person killed. In the case of theft, however, it is the other way around. The norm sets the quantity of the punishment far above the actual damage suffered. Relative to the damage suffered, criminal law therefore weighs property crimes more heavily than murder and manslaughter. The humane nature of civil law compared to past penal systems, its abstraction from all particulars and the associated punishment of the civil legal person instead of the body itself, is at the same time an irrational aspect of criminal law, that, in principle, regardless of the particular situation, the violation of a norm inevitably demands punishment. If justice perishes, it is no longer of any value that people should live on earth. KW 8, 453. This is Kant's comment, following his argument in favor of the death penalty, on the saying that it is better for one person to die than for the whole nation to perish. It is also true of the legal form that every form is a sedimented content, and this content refers to the conditions of the general and infinite exchange of goods. As a violent separation from the objects of the satisfaction of needs, law cannot renounce violence, which it claims to banish from the realm of means. Now any logic in and of itself is nothing. Without someone who calculates, even mathematics, in the strict sense, is meaningless. Law must be practiced, in the same sense in which Marx says that commodities cannot go to market themselves and that one must therefore look for their owners, and this does not at all mean the organs of the administration of justice, which, as the name suggests, are applied by law, not the other way round, the courts or the police. And about the way in which the owners of commodities exchange their commodities, Marx says what is probably the most puzzling sentence in the Critique of Political Economy: they don't know it, but they do it. To have taken this sentence as if it explains something is probably, to use this expression, the Marxists' original betrayal of the Enlightenment. If there is anything to Kant's determination that enlightenment is the exit from self-inflicted immaturity, and what could be more self-inflicted than one's own actions, then the sentence is not simply an epistemological riddle, but also flatly states the bankruptcy of enlightenment for bourgeois society. As indispensable as they may be for the law, they only appear on the scene when the law is broken, and to claim that the law only comes into force through their practice would be as if mathematics only came into force through the math teacher who corrects a calculation error. In contrast to the organs of the administration of justice, the person who applies the law, just as the mathematician calculates, must at least logically precede the law and, despite any misunderstandings, must be called a legal subject. This legal subject is, of course, something different from the legal subject of legal theories and even more different from the legal person, or the natural person of law. As far as the legal subject is concerned, the legal theories are extremely confusing. Sometimes it is a will, either an abstract or a specific will, as a psychological fact, sometimes an interest, sometimes submission to the legal order, which is supposed to constitute a legal subject. Legal theories sometimes rightly understand the legal subject, insofar as it becomes a problem for them at all, as something extralegal and prelegal. They seek to define it as a condition of the possibility of being able to assign rights to a corporeal individual at all. However, this necessarily transforms the physical individual into an abstraction, an empty point of attribution that is supposed to have some property, depending on the definition, will, interest, etc. That distinguishes it as a legal subject. This overlooks the fact that this property itself is taken from the logic of law, although the legal subject is supposed to stand outside this logic, because on closer inspection, the will always proves to be a will in legal form. For example, in the form, someone wants a certain thing that is not his property, therefore wants a contract for the exchange of this thing and thus enters into the legal system. However, ownership and contract are already provisions of the legal relationship, which the will is supposed to precede. All that remains is a need for the thing, from which no logic will ever be able to derive the will of the legal system. This is akin to trying to derive the mathematician from a mathematical equation, which is why everyone is right against each other when they accuse each other of not having named a condition but a result of the law with their definition of the legal subject. Logically, it is hardly possible to say more than that the right to have rights must be able to be assigned to someone who, and this banality is central, stands outside legal logic, but cannot stand outside it at all. Logically, you don't get very far here, and that is simply because the everyday entry, or rather, transition, from everyday life into the legal order does not take place logically at all. Just as the commodity does not contain an atom of exchange value, there is no property that qualifies a physical individual as a person in the legal sense, whether natural or legal, but simply because a legal principle decrees this. One is a legal subject by command. The problem that arises is, what happens when we enter or cross over into the legal system? Or more precisely, what do we actually do when we act legally? Let us first consider the exception and imagine someone who goes to court. The reason why he goes to a lawyer, who then breaks down his problem into its legally relevant and meaningless parts, is that he has a problem. But this problem is usually anything but a legal problem to begin with. No one goes to a divorce lawyer because they have a legal problem to begin with, but because they have a problem with their spouse. No one sues their neighbor because the height of their garden fence violates a legal norm, but because they are bothered by this garden fence, or, presumably, by their neighbor. The problem that is entrusted to a lawyer or a court is initially not a legal problem, but a personal problem, a grievance, anger, despair, etc. If it is reformulated as a legal problem, it no longer has anything in common with the original problem. A personal problem becomes a problem of order. The grievance, which in itself is alien to any order, is answered by the law with a subsumption under general legal norms. The fact that in reality most problems may already be infinitely intertwined with the legal form is not an objection. The point is precisely to make the manner of legal mediation recognizable, instead of simply stating that of legal mediation. What the offended person may expect from the law, namely a solution to his extra-legal problem, is answered by the law with a new offense, namely the transformation of his problem into a problem of order. All the libidinal contexts from which the offended person threatens the lawyer and without which he would never have sought one out, seem to have disappeared as soon as the problem is formulated in legal terms. As an object of legal norms, the problem becomes part of a second reality sui generis. The lawyer may try to mitigate this second insult by nodding sympathetically, by being not only a subsumption organ but also genuinely human. He lets his client tell the whole story and yet he has to convince him that most of it is irrelevant. He will explain the legally relevant aspects of his case, another slight, as gently as possible, but not too much. After all, the client secretly expects the lawyer's cold, rational, ordering gaze. Surprisingly, however, the client does not exclaim indignantly that this is not what he had expected, such as merciless revenge on his spouse or neighbor, but rather he understands that he must withdraw his libidinal relationships from the initial problem and direct them towards the ordering gaze of pure subsumption logic, which must become his own. He must occupy the order of the law libidinally for its own sake, even though he himself is only a case of this order. Self-love must be replaced by love for a litigious structure that already knows a norm for every case and which, in contrast to the effective inner life, is at least Cartesian clear and distinct. Although the problem no longer has anything in common with the original problem, it is now subject to norms that can even be identified by paragraph and section. The need for revenge does not have to disappear completely. Instead of the club, paragraph XY can now be wielded against the enemy, and the need to finish off the other person can even be lent the power of the entire legal system. Yes, even, as the judge says, in the name of the people. Even the defendant or convicted person should accept the verdict, and in most cases will do so. Instead of taking revenge, he humbly follows the spectacle of order, adopts his judge's point of view, and possibly even accepts his own conviction. For all the banalization that the transformation into law represents, no court case can do without the peculiar pathos of redramatization and resacralization. The entire courtroom rises to honor the court, which is almost never denied even by murderers and terrorists, while the judge in holy robes and in the name of the people can sentence the neighbor to comply with the prescribed garden fence height. The profane act of subsuming a fact under the norm is endowed with the consecration of a sacred mass. The sacrifice of depersonalization demanded of the parties to the proceedings becomes the consecration of the legal form itself, purged of all personal elements. The law not only demands that court proceedings run smoothly, but also explicitly demands respect for the dignity of the court in accordance with Section 175 GVG and implicitly in Sections 177 and 178 GVG. This transformation of a mostly diffuse problem into an identifiable and subsumable legal fact is probably what is commonly called mediation. Mediation is a nice word, but you have to ask yourself what is actually being mediated here. According to our description, we can probably say that a problem is mediated with an order, the legal order. How this is possible is nevertheless a riddle, however, because if we disregard the fact that it could be a problem of order from the outset, we are actually dealing with a transformation of something. A problem is something, into nothing, a pure categorical subsumption. And possibly back into something in the act of execution. As puzzling as the process of mediation may be, its effectiveness cannot be denied. Instead of the plaintiff, who has a problem with his neighbor and his neighbor's garden fence, murdering his neighbor and burning down his fence and house, he will go to court, solemnly transform his problem into a problem of order, and, if the law is in his favor, his neighbor will be forced to dismantle the fence. The violence may not have disappeared completely, because the neighbor still has to be forced, and who knows whether he won't develop homicidal tendencies, and even for the plaintiff, his problem with his neighbor may not have disappeared, but may even have grown, but at least they can both continue to live. Whatever the individual case may be, it should be noted that the mediation of the problem into a problem of order is not one thing, adequate to the problem. The problem follows a completely different logic than that of its mediation. The inner logic of the problem may be right or wrong, good or reprehensible, reasonable or unreasonable, perhaps even brutal, but all this remains external to the legal mediation of the problem. It is quite the same here as between the usefulness of a commodity and its exchange value. For an exchange to occur, it only has to be of some use to someone, whether it is useful or not, according to whatever criteria. Likewise, in order for a process to occur, there must be some kind of problem, from which the legal act can only abstract. Of course, this parallel is not accidental. In the first part, it was pointed out that the logic of law finds its center in the exchange of goods. What is of interest here, however, is the question of what consequences this has for the concept and object of the legal subject. For legal mediation to take place, it is not enough to have a problem and want to solve it. One must also want the opposite, to renounce the solution to the problem, i.e., to want the problem to be transformed into a problem of order instead. One may lie about this schizophrenia by believing that one is taking revenge on the other with the means of law, but it remains a lie because not only the means are different, but also the whole logic. Which is not to say that the motive of revenge does not play a role in criminal law, only that here it is no longer an individual but an entire order that takes revenge for the violation of its norms. In short, we must learn to view every problem in two logics at the same time, from the point of view of the problem and from the point of view of its logical legal order. The logical legal view of the problem always implies the renunciation of its immediate solution. Anyone who is hungry will not simply eat something, but will have to become entangled in a multitude of legal relationships, from employment contracts to sales contracts, in order to satisfy it. He must learn to look at the world and himself not only from the point of view of his needs, but also to think of himself and the world from the point of view of his legal obligations. Logically, the legal subject appears as an abstract point of attribution in the exchange of goods, to which a conglomerate of subjective rights must be attributed as a condition of his status as the owner of goods. Furthermore, quite a few legal theorists point out that this legal subject must have a will as a psychological fact. By relegating the will to psychology, it no longer concerns them. In doing so, however, they abstract from the form of this will, which, in order to be a legal will at all, must itself have already assumed legal form. In other words, in order for a contract to come into existence, it is not enough to want to consume a loaf of bread, one must also want to acquire it in contractual form, which is something completely different simply because such a will, in contrast to the mere will to consume, precisely and initially renounces consumption, postpones consumption, and commits itself contractually. So that the will is not merely psychological, but can also become a fact for the jurist, the owner of this will must at the same time want the opposite of what he wants when he wants to consume a loaf of bread, namely not to consume it for the time being, but to exchange it. Insofar as the individual is a legal subject, he wants the opposite of what he wants as a corporeal subject. The forms of reversal of the will, renunciation, postponement, and obligation are in fact the forms of reversal that the legal subject must demand from its corporeal bearer. Every postponement is first of all a renunciation, namely of immediate consumption. Its special feature is that it does not yet give up the need, but postpones it until later. Although in many cases the need may be satisfied later, the point of postponement is that it can be extended into infinity. Not today, but tomorrow is the primal constitution in which social and historical failure asserts itself in general, from the most private things to the construction of entire societies. Adorno, On the Doctrine of History and Freedom. Page 111. Procrastination is often the rationalization of renunciation. This may be a banal circumstance in a world in which we all walk around as commodity owners as a matter of course, which is why legal theories had to overlook this schizophrenia in the will, but this inner division is nevertheless so remarkable that it would of course be absurd to claim that we were born into such conditions. The fact that we were born into, in a double sense, crazy forms in which we actually feel, think, and act, generally only testifies to the will to want to forget the genesis and integration into such forms. Article 3 of the German Grundgesetz, Basic Law, 1949 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany, rules: no person shall be favored or disfavored because of sex, parentage, race, language, homeland, and origin, faith, or religious or political opinions. No person shall be disfavored because of disability. Man, as the Constitution, itself understood both as foundation and mission of the state, professes to exclusively know him, appears as an entity stripped of all natural and social determinations, as man in himself. The politically relevant subject is the residue which remains after subtracting everything that constitutes the personality and uniqueness of the individual. In the German language, der Mensch, man/the human, refers both to humanity as a whole and to individual human beings, regardless of their gender. The word being gendered masculine in German, it will be translated as man and referred to by masculine pronouns in this translation. And sich and for sich, when referring to man, will be translated as in himself and for himself. In their Hegelian use, these terms are usually translated as in itself and for itself, particularly when referring to gender-neutral notions such as consciousness or knowledge. Equality before the law takes place as an equation of individuals by means of criteria totally distinct from those of sensuousness and empirical distinction. Its measure constitutes itself in the double negation of privilege on the one hand and discrimination on the other. Its product, equitable man, the legal, i.e. the politico-economic subject, represents absolute reciprocity and total equivalency. As an object of political treatment legally employed by the sovereign, man does not count as man or woman, neither as German or Jew, Bavarian or Palestinian, Christian or Muslim, nor as communist or fascist. Before the nation joins in, man, as material of the state, appears as pure Gattungswesen, species being, as an abstract human being. Thus, provisions and prohibitions of law apply neither to the concrete individuals nor to their empirical multiplicity. They do not refer to the humans, but to Homme, i.e. to general man, subject and object of political sovereignty. The individual, grasped, this way, as the bourgeois notion of itself, counts as a subject of the state, as citoyen. In the German language, der Bürger, bourgeois/citizen, refers both to the notion of bourgeois and to the notion of citoyen, the latter denoting the nation-state citizen. Henceforth, Bürger will be translated as bourgeois when referring to the subject of commodity exchange and, thereby, of human rights. It will be translated as citizen when explicitly referring to the legal status of citizenship, equality before the law, etc. As Bürger contains these notions' dialectical relationship in a unitary term, the reader should keep in mind that bourgeois always implies citizen and vice versa. Throughout the text, bourgeois is not primarily synonymous with capitalist or the capitalist class, as in Henry Ford was a capitalist or the capitalists exploit the workers, but rather refers to bourgeois subjectivity, which is generalized along with the capitalist mode of production. In treating their labor power and, thereby, themselves as commodities, the workers are entangled in that same subjectivity, as long as they do not freely associate as a revolutionary class and emancipate humanity. By disregarding his particular needs, which, on the other hand, constitute him as bourgeois and object of state power, the citoyen asserts the general conditions of his social existence in the form and by means of the state. The individual constituted in the form of legal subjectivity, i.e. the subject, has to gain its identity from the mediation of the political and economic conditions of its self-preservation. The fact that this abstract individual asserts itself as the subject of natural law defines both the abstract individual's, empirically ideological and its socially unconscious character. Bourgeois consciousness treats the system of these natural laws, human rights, like the physicist treats the law of gravitation, which is to say, as an objectivity without historical genesis. As far as history matters, it counts only as an illustration, never as a genetic cause. The French Revolution of 1789 was the social Big Bang of this bourgeois constitution, the moment when its historical genesis transformed itself into objective validity and, thereby, swallowed itself. This schizophrenic constitution of the home, who enters the social stage not as a concrete individual, but only as the conjoined twin pair of bourgeois and citoyen, which are incurably at odds with each other, puts every protest and every assertion of particular interests into a deeply ambiguous relationship to the state. The socialist, feminist, or anti-racist opposition movements seem to be movements in the higher interest and on account of the state. Their goal, which they have yet to achieve in exhausting struggles, appears to be nothing else but the state's mission itself, its original meaning and purpose, that is to say, the realization of its constitution. This is like the race between the tortoise and the hare. The state as such is always already there, wherever the opposition is mobilizing against the resistance of the state for itself, i.e., its respective government. Thereby, the opposition gains an imaginary character, which poses the question of whether the appointment of comrades and or sister as ministers wouldn't better serve its concerns. Thereby, it becomes unclear and ambiguous whether such emancipation movements, in their struggle against privilege and discrimination, do not rather become the driving force of the abstraction that constitutes the peculiar constitution and resounding power of modern rule, i.e. capitalism. This oscillation between protest and affirmation, as irritating as it is characteristic, has determined the course and outcome of all modern social movements since their first inception, the proletarian socialist movement. Furthermore, it has shaped all those debates, as inevitable as they are necessarily fruitless, about the dialectics of reform and revolution from Rosa Luxemburg to Herbert Marcuse. Embarking on the realization of the promises of bourgeois revolution, the social movements have become entangled in the real paradox issued by the politico-economic structure of bourgeois society, and entrapped themselves within the antinomies established by the 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, attempting to counter the cynicism of social reality in the name of values and ideas which, although formally being the exact opposite of domination and exploitation, materially compose their indispensable spiritual addendum and ideological representation. What must appear as a conflict of opposites is indeed the form of movement and the visible side of social unity in contradiction and by means of contradiction. The emancipatory demand, which reckons having gained a fundamental foothold in the immediacy of its needs, gets caught up in the mirror play of politics and, like a hamster wanting to escape from the captivity of its wheel, power the perpetuum mobile of eternal domination. At the basis of political abstraction, on the ground of the schism of citoyen and bourgeois, the emancipatory interest unconsciously and almost by itself turns into its opposite, affirmation of the universal. Das Allgemeine, the general or the universal, stands in opposite to das Einzelne, the particular, and das Besondere, the specific. What is insinuated here is that, by uttering and enforcing their seemingly individual concrete demands, the social movements confirm and reinforce the general capitalist categories of citoyen and bourgeois. What was meant to be negated is being reproduced. The intention to practically realize the bourgeois ideals of liberté, égalité, fraternité fails to recognize itself in its final result, the affirmation of bourgeois domination. The transformative power of democracy lies in the suspension of social interests brought about by the struggle for political majorities. After passing through the wheels of political mediation, the seeming immediacy of this struggle for majorities proves to be an immediate generality. the reproductive character of the protest for the whole and the common good comes to light when, for the sake of formality, the oppositional interest becomes qualified and quantified as legal and monetary demands. Unmittelbare Allgemeinheit, immediate generality or immediate universality, term used by Brun exclusively in reference to seemingly impossible real paradoxa, actually existing paradoxes. Money, the concrete embodiment of an abstract quality, value, is another example of such an unmittelbare Allgemeinheit. In the mirror play of politics, inequality appears as an attack on the categorical imperative's validity, as a violation of the equality of all that bears a human face. Gleichheit all dessen was Menschenantlitz Tract, J.G. Fichte, a principle deemed both imperative and unconditional. Any suspension of the principle as you treat me, so I will treat you can only be traced back to pure caprice, arrogant power, and horrendous privilege. Therefore, all opposition to bourgeois society appears to rather aim at its historical predecessor and ancestor, feudalism. The protest turns into a mere objection against the external hindrances established by a government that fails to grasp its true interest. In this gray area of emancipation and affirmation, the dedication to égalité loses its opponent. It becomes imaginary, reverts, and ultimately turns against itself. Racism, exclusion from humanity, which commits its monstrosity by mistreating individuals as unwilling nature and undemanding resources, as a thing and a mere product of sex, language, and homeland, as well, is attempted to be cured by an intellectual confirmation and practical realization of the principle of equivalence. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Albert Memmi's influential standard work defines racism as the generalized and final assigning of values to real or imaginary differences, to the accuser's benefit and at his victim's expense, in order to justify the former's own privilege or aggression. End quote. Thus racism could be defined not as a chronic pathology, but as a temporary infection of a bourgeois society that refuses to actually accept its own principle regardless of the person, as an exception without reason, even by its own standards, and therefore, as an exception imminently criticizable, which allows itself to be exempted from its very own rule. The material advantage envisaged by the racists would then express itself as an intellectual prejudice. Aggression would occur out of personal aversion. The bourgeois egotism, which leads them to evaluate the facts one-sidedly and to outrageously take the differences for an absolute, would be exposed as a presumptuous generality. Racism is understood as a defect and deficiency, not as a product of the politico-economic structure expressed in the ideology of equality before the law, but rather as an inherited relict and a product of non-generalizable interests, amalgamated with archaic urges. The racist subject is identified as a quasi-feudal foreign body, against which the idea of equality must first be asserted. With a therapeutic intent, Enlightenment wants to lecture the racist interest about its own conditions. Racism is always dangerous to its prey, but it is also injurious to the racist group because it boomerangs. In the mythology of the other, the social construct of racism disappears, and racism figures instead as a hardened prejudice, a disturbance in the perception of the alien. The abstraction of the individual to man in himself, and thus to the subject, is likewise swallowed. Human rights become an epitome and natural law the point of departure for a politicizing anthropology. Like pedagogy ought to fight the racist prejudice of the individual, the state, real subject of human rights, ought to fight the racism of the collective, since teaching must also address itself to the social, to the collective, and that is the role of politics. He who runs the poison cabinet is called upon as the doctor. However, declaring the other a non-human, an animal, and worse, does not refer to the evil personality of certain interested subjects, but rather to the general one of subjectivity which expresses itself in equality before the law as subjectivity by mutuality and presents itself as a contractual relationship. That is to say, the declaration refers to the free will, as bourgeois anthropology's essence. Every person shall have the right to free development of his personality insofar as he does not violate the rights of others. Article 2, 1. Basic law freedom which finds its limit at the freedom of others is that of subjects who are capable of overcoming their mutual exclusion from the means of satisfying their needs, means set as private property, only through the contractual form, and in it both operate like and confirm themselves as owners of themselves. Free development is subject to the dictate of tit for tat, that equivalency of values as which the exploitation of labor for wages enters the schizoid citoyen bourgeois consciousness exclusively. Bourgeois subjectivity constitutes itself as the commodity's self-consciousness and, therefore, within the struggle for the realization of its, the subject's, own value. Racist exclusion from humanity feeds on the fear of devaluation. The other as non-human symbolizes the consequences of losing out to competition. loss of free disposal over oneself, loss of subjectivity and alignment with the fates of slaves, minors, and the incapacitated. The inviolable and inalienable human rights, Article 1, 2, Basic Law, are based on the state-guaranteed inviolability each legal subject's private property title to itself and, furthermore, on the capitalist inalienability of the wage laborer's dual freedom. Die Doppelt Freiheit des Lohnarbeiters, the dual/double freedom of the wage laborer, refers to Capital Volume 1's Chapter 6, the buying and selling of labor power, for the conversion of his money into capital. Therefore, the owner of money must meet in the market with the free laborer, free in the double sense, that as a free man he can dispose of his labor power as his own commodity, and that on the other hand he has no other commodity for sale, is short of everything necessary for the realization of his labor power. In order to treat himself as his own private human capital, he needs to be free in every regard. These human rights, constitutionally proclaimed, are put in concrete terms by the notion of legal incapacity, as it is defined by the Civil Code. A person is incapable of contracting if 1. He is not yet 7 years old, 2. He is in a state of pathological mental disturbance, which prevents the free exercise of will, unless the state by its nature is a temporary one. Section 104 Civil Code, that means nothing else than the declaration of intent of a person incapable of contracting is void. Section 105, 1, Civil Code. According to anti-racism's notion of society, exclusion from humanity is not rooted in the internal contradictoriness of the individual as subject. Seen as a contradiction to human right and an abstract negation of equality and liberty, regardless of whether their foundation lies in history and origins, or in reason and logic, racism is rather understood as an attack stemming from the outside of self-reproductive society, from history and instinctual structure. This also applies to anti-Semitism, which, according to Memmi, is to be understood as a racism directed against Jews. Like every other racism, Memmi argues, anti-Semitism serves the legitimacy of arrogated power, and that for anti-Semitism, too, there is an organic connection between racism and oppression. Therefore, domination is taken to be the direct opposite of politics, like privilege is only understood as the external contradiction to equality. This notion of domination, which is thoroughly and merely sociological, fails to grasp racism as anything else but sheer manipulation and staged enactment. Here, enlightenment takes place within the forms of ideology, as a part of the context of delusion, against which it puts up nothing than rationalizations, and must therefore fail. If, like Memmi, who here can be considered pars pro toto for anti-racist consciousness, one assumes that antisemitism is a racism specific to its object, Ibid, page 67, i.e. an expression of heterophobia which can take on the forms of negrophobia, Arabophobia, and Judeophobia, Ibid, page 119, then what is lost? Alongside the link between non-human and regular subject is bourgeois society's latent tendency to its Selbstaufhebung, that turn towards barbarism created on the grounds and by the means of this bourgeois society which escalated to Auschwitz, Treblinka, Majdanek, and Sobibor. Selbstaufhebung, self-abolition / self-cancellation, self-sublation in Hegelian terminology, here refers to the tendency grasped by Adorno and Horkheimer in the dialectic of Enlightenment. Race today is the self-assertion of the bourgeois individual, integrated into the barbaric collective. Elsewhere, Adorno writes, the still unindividuated tribal spirit of primitive societies, pressed by the civilized ones to reproduce itself in them, is planned and released by post-individual collectivism. The objective spirit is overpowering, then, as well as a barefaced swindle. Negative dialectics. The anti-Semitic Volksgemeinschaft was not a relapse into the old barbarism but the triumph of repressive égalité, the degeneration of the equality of rights into the wrong inflicted by equals. Adorno/Horkheimer 2002, page 9, the notion of a Volksgemeinschaft, a people's community, figured prominently in the National Socialist German Workers' Party's ideology. It envisions a transformation of the German nation into an internally harmonious Germanic Reich, empire, led by a Führer, leader. It is therefore necessary to define the negative dialectic of this repressive égalité and to analyze the specific subjectivity which forms itself in the course of the historical development of an equality that can function only in terms of an authoritarian comparison by an identifying third, i.e., by capital and the state. Recognition of the other, the just society which, according to Memmi, must rest upon the contractual principle, needs to reflect on its own social constitution and thereby be exposed as a lie. The idea of sociation by contract is at the core of human rights. However, the contract's premise, individuals reciprocally recognizing each other as subjects, is not an autonomous achievement of these individuals, but rather the result of the very self-valorizing value which, as character masks, the individuals have to execute. The order which set out as the progressive one in 1789 carried the germs of National Socialism from the beginning. Horkheimer 1939. Exclusion from humanity is at once the distinct achievement and the logical consequence of the Society of Human Rights. The bourgeois subject is constituted such that it cannot generate identity from within itself, nor gain it in itself, but only in the process of a continuous delineation and a permanent two-front war against both unworthy and superior life. Bourgeois subjectivity exists only in the complete emptiness of the permanent mediation it has to institute between commodities, in exchange, and at the price of looming annihilation in case of failure. As a legal fiction, the character mask of the juridical person conceals that behind its mask, there is nothing but the tautological and autistic self-reflection of value onto itself. Torn between property and accumulation, as between right and duty, bourgeois man has to integrate himself in the struggle against non-human and superhuman. Identity, consequently, the social practical assumption that individuals as subjects are relieved from history and nature, i.e. from their own transience, as value, and its form of manifestation, money, quasi-ontologically simulate, functions in the system of entitlements and obligations as an abstraction become real, reified in law and protected by the state. The individuals as subjects' social compulsion to self-identity emerges as the juridical figure of the person and, in the notion of legal maturity, acts as the Archimedean point to which the actions and omissions of the empirical individuals are attributed. In this form, the general litigates against the particular. The legal person relates to the real human being as exchange value relates to use value, as a real abstraction, not in a hypothetic or nominal but rather in a synthetic and real sense. The term is derived from Alfred Sohnrethel, friend of Theodore W. Adorno and author of Intellectual and Manual Labor, A Critique of Epistemology, 1978. Therein, Sohnrethel describes commodity exchange as an abstraction, real abstraction, taking place in the material action of commodity exchange, which the conceptual abstractions of the mind are derived from. Asserting abstractions in reality means destroying reality, and not only according to Marx. To disregard the individual's corporeality and needs opens the schism between the particular human beings and the general human, man, between the empiric individuals and the transcendental subject which represents itself in the generic term, expresses itself in human rights, and incarnates in the sovereign. What political theology was still aware of does not concern political sciences. The sovereign is the general human and, therefore, the practical reality and social existence of a logical contradiction. All is one, human beings as subjects, things as commodities of value. The real abstractions, of legal person and money encompass even the most diverse phenomena, identify the things and the individuals as their own equals and express their lowest common denominator, which is not theirs, as if, Kant, it was. The specific citation, Brune references, Kant 1977, 224, cannot be located. However, Immanuel Kant prominently makes use of as if in his critique of judgment, as in many things may be charming and agreeable to someone, no one cares about that. But if he proclaims something to be beautiful, then he requires the same liking from others, he then judges not just for himself but for everyone, and speaks of beauty as if it were a property of things. Enlightenment philosophy is that of as if par excellence, albeit not as conjecture and hypothesis, but as necessarily false consciousness of the real abstraction's constitution and form of movement, i.e., as an ideology completely innocent of any intent to manipulate. Kant's concepts are ambiguous. Reason as the transcendental, supra-individual self contains the idea of a free coexistence in which human beings organize themselves to form the universal subject and resolve the conflict between pure and empirical reason in the conscious solidarity of the whole. The whole represents the idea of true universality, utopia. At the same time, however, reason is the agency of calculating thought, which arranges the world for the purpose of self-preservation and recognizes no function other than that of working on the object as a mere sense material in order to make it the material of subjugation. The senses are determined by the conceptual apparatus in advance of perception. The citizen sees the world as made a priori of the stuff from which he himself constructs it. Capitalist production is the material verification of this real abstract a priori, i.e., the genuine practice of utopia. In that way, the transcendental subject imposes itself on the empirical individual and substitutes it as the entity of association. The real abstraction's internal, logical contradiction, its intrinsic impossibility and immanent groundlessness, cannot appear in itself, but only as the empirical inability to truly suffice and fully correspond to its own notion. The transcendental subject turns against the empirical one in order to illustrate itself. Its internal contradiction appears as an opposition, even, of the empirical against its notion. As conditio sine qua non of their own validity, human rights, expression of the schism between material, but inauthentic, and ideal, but essential, humanity, generate non-humans and superhumans. In the ideological superstructure of state-guaranteed capitalism, and, thereby, impractical thought, profitable valorization of man speaks itself into existence as socially enacted separation of humanity into worthy and unworthy life. Anthropology, the science of man in himself, is the manual for manslaughter, murder, and extermination executed by the sovereign as the inner being and objective latency of statehood in the transition of universal human rights to national civil rights. The distinction between apparition and essence, between the phenomenology of humans and the logic of the human species being, prepares the social destiny of those who are only considered humans according to the outwardly apparent qualities of humanity. Bourgeois society both inherits and radicalizes the difference between man and devil disguised as man which Christianity established. Indian forced laborers in the mines of Potosi posed the same problem for their masters which, later, the Spanish Inquisition and, for completely different purposes, the Nuremberg laws had to solve. This is why Raoul Hilberg's synopsis of the Spanish Inquisition's measures to produce limpieza de sangre, purity of blood, and the Nuremberg laws is so enormously insightful. J.P. Riemsma's remarks on the anti-racist trap should be discussed in that light. He is completely right in deeming theoretical notions of racism unable to help in the clarification, or even in the critique of racism. If the idea of a racist attitude is what the persecuting collective posits to explain the persistence of its own practice of persecution, for which it has lost its rationales, then any anti-racist struggle against prejudice merely enters the terrain that racism has previously prepared for it. Yet, his own thesis, unconscious perpetuity of persecution after having forgotten the original motivation, persecution enticed only by the persecuted individual's stigma of being persecuted, ignores that the question of persecution is the question of the practical ideological schism of the species for the purpose of its capitalist productization. Ideology, however, is not forgotten. It has never been known. Concerning the elaboration of the schism between empirical and abstract man and the exclusion from humanity, the Inquisition's dead number among the expenses of primitive political accumulation, Althusser, and count towards the constitution of modern bourgeois and, essentially, capitalist sovereignty. Hilberg's synopsis is so insightful because it illustrates the problem of cognizance which every type of domination over humans by humans must solve practically, although, at the same time, it must presuppose having solved the problem already for the sake of its, domination's, mere form of existence. Racism is a rationalization, but it is a rationalization of the problem that the ruling class always grasps itself as a distinct master race, long before fascism. Every modern doctrine of governance that grasps democracy as the form of renewing the political class and of recruiting elites suitable for office elucidates this. The logical contradiction in human rights, which proceeds in the idea of the state as general man, i.e., the concept of a concretely real and immediately general existence of man in himself, achieves its synthetic representation and organic practice in the sovereign. Here, general man appears as a particular specimen, at first in absolutist monarchy, then in democracy in general. The abstract species being, which seems to relate to the concrete individual as a subordinate and derived nominal abstraction, is encountered by the individual socially practically in the real abstraction of the state and confronts this individual as the obligatory and absolute precondition for its existence. It is not the sum of the concrete individuals that is subject to human rights, but rather the sovereign as concrete universal species being. Empirical human is considered subject to the sovereign only when and only to the extent that he functions as sensual representation of the transcendental subject, i.e., as the organic material of the ideal practical generality. Outside of this functionalization, the concrete human beings are literally nobody and nothing. And that is to say, its existence is coincidental, its life is a vacation from death, its perspective is that of an annihilation already imposed and temporarily deferred at best. Formally, its practical exclusion from humanity is already decided, its life is terminable and subject to the sovereign's proviso, which can be revoked at any time. Reason, the epitome of the successful implantation of the species being in the concrete individual, is the measure according to which the sovereign disposes of the worth, value, or unworth, unvalue, worthlessness, of the individual. The sovereign sees himself as the coercion of truth and as the command of reason, i.e. as institutionalized force to freedom, Rousseau. Reason commands the political duty to adjust the thinking of the individual. In his 1755 encyclopedia, Denis Diderot noted its fundamental law under the lemma natural rights. Accordingly, one principle is undeniable: that we must apply reason in all matters because man is not only an animal but an animal who reasons. That the person who refuses to search for it renounced his human condition and must be treated by the rest of his species as a wild beast. And that the truth once discovered, whoever refuses to conform to it is mad or evil, practicing a morality of malevolence. The last instance of distinction between human and non-human is the general will that thinks itself in the state. It is anything but the aggregated will of all individuals, rather, it is the individual's will's direct opposite. Diderot continues, but if we take away from the individual the right of deciding about the nature of right and wrong, where shall we place this great question? Where? Before the entire human race, for only they may decide the issues, since the good of all is the only passion they have. Particular wills are suspect, they can be good or evil, but the general will is always good, it is never wrong, it never will be wrong. Consequently, the sovereign rules over life and death of the bourgeois subjects. It is to the general will that the individual must address himself to know, when it is suitable to live or die. It only appertains to the sovereign, God come to the world, to put his creatures into circulation and to take them out from it. Whoever refuses him, whoever listens only to his particular will is the enemy of the human race, whoever proves himself useless for the sovereign's purposes, whoever does not wish to reason, renouncing his human condition, must be treated as an unnatural being. Genzier 1967, Denis Diderot's The Encyclopedia, Selections. The general will is reason's material only as the embodiment of subjectless reciprocity, which encompasses everyone but has no one in mind. It is reason's material only as self-consciousness of the preceding reciprocity in which all participate and which privileges none. General will, usurping the particular will, appears as pure form, as spiritless representation of the word-formage synthesis, value-form synthesis, of society and thought. What comes to light both in the systematic emptiness and in the hypertrophic abundance of reason, namely valorization as a subjectless process, allocates each individual's level of humanity according to its capacity for productive work and its political loyalty. Reason, which the individuals demonstrate when they owe their livelihoods only to themselves, is supposed to base on work that creates property and needs laws. Idleness is animalistic, propertylessness is non-human, revolution against the society of total valorization is beastly. The bourgeois subject grasps itself as the incarnated notion of the species being and as the manifest reification of man in and for himself. Before him, there were only animals, beside him, there is nothing else, and after him, there will be nothing at all. As bourgeois, humanity reaches its conceptual, and, thereby, historic, conclusion. In ethnology, the bourgeois subject recapitulates humanity's precursors, in anthropology, it reflects itself as the logical premise, and in philosophy, as the logical consequence of the species' history. At the beginning of bourgeois self-revelation, natural scientist Carl Linnaeus classified 4 regular human types: Europaeus albus, imaginative, ingenious, white, sanguine. He lets himself be governed by laws. Americanus rubescus, content with his fate, loves freedom, tanned, irascible. He lets himself be governed by custom. Asiaticus luridus, avaricious, yellowish, melancholic. He lets himself be governed by general opinion. A for Niger, devious, lazy, careless, black, phlegmatic. He lets himself be governed by the caprice of his masters. The ontological difference between the human being and the notion of man, which amounts to the structural racism of bourgeois subjectivity, appears in ethnological hindsight, in the accounts of explorers and conquistadors, as the coincidental historic simultaneity of the non-simultaneous. That which must be absolutely valid anthropologically has to exist, for the time being, as a relative particular and feels pressured to coexist with non-humans. The hierarchization of the species which exists non-simultaneously is the form in which the bourgeois subject suppresses its internal decomposition and its mortal fear of degenerating into an unproductive and a loyal animal disguised as human, which it projects onto those elements of global society that are delayed. That which threatens to destroy the subject of human rights must be battled in the non-human. He is worthless because he cannot be valorized, but is devalorization and its consequent social death, the limbo of physical death, not what the bourgeois subject is threatened with by crisis and competition. The black human must be declared humanity's ground zero so that bourgeois progress towards work and law can find its beginning from there. The non-human symbolizes the luxurious idleness and casual freedom of subsistence, through the liquidation of which the bourgeois class installs itself as sole general humanity. The black human is nothing but a cipher and a negative representation of feudal society, which is to be revolutionized and liquidated. What is alleged to be his natural essence carries the insignia of feudality's lack of association, appropriation without work, rule without law. Thus, ethnological recapitulation of history and anthropological reflection on the species yield the same result. The revolutionary manifestation of the human being as bourgeois leads to the murderously profitable liquidation of mere apparent, and, therefore, dysfunctional, humanity, which is declared a degenerate non-being. The bourgeois represents the ontology of man. Blacks, Indians, Jews, foul beings, are being discriminated against and dumped in the process of the manifestation of human essence. The human beings are being subsumed under the notion of humanity. The negative dialectic of enlightenment lies in its necessity to turn into reconnaissance. It produces insight into the nature of the non-human. Its theory is subsumption, its practice is annihilation. It is an expression of arrogated and extorted universality that approximates its real foundation in the system of total association. Racist exclusion from the species grounds itself in the lack of bourgeois subjectivity which reason attributes to non-humans. This subjectivity's first and foremost hallmark is the bourgeois property right over his own person, the basis of self-preservation and self-valorization, which both engenders and enforces free will. The subject's politico-economic constitution posited a subject of a dual freedom. Its freedom nature is only possible as a freedom to valorization. The double character consists in the production of freedom's form at the expense of its content's annihilation, free enterprise instead of freedom from enterprise. This subject has its essence in the pure form of mediation of the individual distress of reproduction and the dictate of capital accumulation. In order to sustain itself as a natural being, it must valorize itself as social being. However, man's value only arises as a result of mediation. Human rights reflect the oscillation between the entitlement to self-valorize and the obligation to self-preserve, expressing that subjectivity is only obtainable at the expense of objectivization. As subjects of equal entitlement, citizens are immediate objects of egalitarian obligation. Equality and freedom constitute their direct opposite, as inequality and unfreedom, which cannot socially appear but as their actual reversal and, simultaneously, as their imaginary sublation. The political obligation of self-preservation is expressed in the prohibition and culpability of suicide, as it still exists in many nations. Therein, the state posits suicide as a misappropriation, abuse, and theft of its human material. Thereby, even the ownership of oneself is put into relativized. However, this juridical provision loses its significance in the wake of overpopulation, that is to say, of the profitable expendability of humanity. Common theories of suicide prove completely useless in the understanding of this aspect. Cf. Émile Durkheim, Suicide. The individual's equality as subjects exists only in the form of their comparability by law, the final instance of which is the sovereign and the first principle of which is accumulation. This total purpose of egalitarian parity posits the contract, its form of consummation, as a disappearing moment of its own realization. Thus, the chaotic clutter of competing individual wills turns into an accidental quality of order. The contractual form does not generate the consent and identity of its contracting parties, it only affirms them, source of legitimacy and origin of legality at once. The individual's essential identity as subjects is not a product of their spontaneous will, but a function of their comparability. Not the citizen, but the commodity is born free and equal. He only attains the insignia of subjectivity as a part and organic limb of the collective. That is why the citoyen can only exist as a nation-state citizen, and bourgeois society only in the form of the nation. Identity, the individual's equality as subjects, grounds in the homogeneity of all things, as commodities. The subjects' unity as members of a society transpires as the mere apparition of their essential identity as members of a vogue. The real cohesion, based on the division of labor, of society's social reproduction enters its consciousness as a natural phenomenon. Economically, the subject is an entirely mesmerized agent of value and, therefore, obliged to treat itself like a commodity. Alike, politically, the subject is a bewitched custodian of contracting and authorized to maintain its own negotiability. By means of capital exploitation and under the auspices of sovereign rule, the contradiction of the factory's despotism reproduces itself, through the mirror play of politics, as the republic of the market, further documenting itself as the contradiction of commanding monopoly on violence and consent-driven parliamentarism. Pluralism on the market and in politics turns into monolithism of the factory and the state. The bourgeois subjects society's atomistic practice, the mediation of which with the whole remains occult and real metaphysical, can only recognize its results in their inverted form. Conservatism, the invincible opponent of liberalism, has subsisted off this inversion since political romanticism's counter-enlightenment. In his Elements of Statecraft, 1809, Adam Muller, apostle of throne and altar, supplemented the liberals' one-sidedness with the conservatives and, therein, established a formula of the constitutionally schizoid bourgeois consciousness that holds true to this day. Not only is the state an affiliation of many families living alongside each other, but also of families succeeding each other. The affiliation should not only be infinitely large and intimate in its spatial dimension, but also immortal in its temporal dimension. The doctrine of the conjunction of succeeding generations is a blank slate in all our theories of the state. End quote. In its polemics against the liberal state as an institution for the maximization of individual benefits, political romanticism prepared the folkish consciousness. The folkish Bewegung, lit. Volkische movement, was an ideological precursor and later recruitment pool for the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Drawing from German Romanticism, its core tenets were a romantic glorification of Germanic history, the idea of a Nordic, Aryan, or Germanic race, sometimes mystically identified with a supposed original mankind, having built the pyramids and other ancient wonders, communing with or being gods, etc. A strong aversion to modernity and urbanity, and anti-Semitism, which painted the Jews as a foreign and subverting element, associating them with modernity and degeneration. Thus, despite a partial turn away from Christianity and towards neo-paganism or Germanic Christianity, the anti-Judaic traditions of German Christianity, especially Lutheranism, cf. Martin Luther, on the Jews and their lies, were converted into esoteric, philosophical, and/or scientific anti-Semitism. In order to express the concept in English, one might point out the similarities to what is considered ethnic nationalism. However, in declaring the state the guarantor of the species' eternal reproduction and thereby legitimizing its hostility against the living, this transition of bourgeois self-consciousness after all draws the liberal idea's innermost consequence and unwillingly confesses that the individuals, as merely empirical individuals, do not count towards the essence of society, they only do so as bourgeois, i.e. self-valorizing, subjects, which the folkish consciousness admits to by its intent to materialize their subjectivity in the form of a concrete folkish identity. The last clause after the semicolon was added by the translator in order to adequately convey the original's implication of what is meant by the folkish movement's unwilling confession of the empirical individual's insignificance and, from a social point of view, non-existence. As character masks of capital, the individuals are devalued and withdrawn from circulation when capital changes its social character and manifests its barbaric tendency not only in the periphery of humanity but in its metropoles. In accordance with its crisis, civil society ceases to be a nation of citoyens and turns into a race of bourgeois. Thus, in its will to exterminate the non- and superhumans, the National Socialist transformation of the bourgeois class into the Germanic race practically realizes the lie of human rights. Society implements natural law. Bourgeois subjectivity found its logical consequence and historically revealed the essence of its identity in Auschwitz, i.e. in the practical identification of empirical human beings and the void, with which, theoretically, they were identified long before the Wannsee Conference. Identity is death, Adorno. The state, militant guarantor of the wrong social synthesis, represents the suppressed social division of work as his political nature and, thereby, as an organic connection. It depicts the individual's subjective rights to freedom as their objective obligations to the whole. While according to the idea, participation in the state relies only on juridical maturity, its silent premise is ethnic homogeneity. Since, in the state, the society of competitors appears as a community of the immanent, behind just solely the equal rights of all citizens residing in a given territory, there lurks just sanguinis, equality of all Volksgenossen of equal kind and equal heritage. Volksgenossen, national comrades, term introduced by the Folkisch Bewegung and made official by the National Socialists in their 1920 party program, defining a Volksgenoss as a non-Jew of German blood. What happens in the transition of formal to material criteria for citizenship is that which, in his addresses to the German nation, 1808, Johann Gottlieb Fichte recommended for the Germans to become a people, the rendering of the state's natural boundaries as the internal boundaries of its members. Bourgeois society's abstractly egalitarian association is based on the concretely authoritarian origin of the Volksgemeinschaft, on the positing of society by the state. Folkish, ethnic nationalist, law is nothing else but the consequent transformation of bourgeois law. Liberal society can only integrate itself by placing the social content of the contractual form, the duty of valorization, under the state's custody and, henceforth, letting the state enforce the essential purpose of legality on the ground of material, i.e. folkish, legitimacy. The individual's equality as legal subjects substantiates itself in their homogeneity as objects of the state, the phenomenal atomism of bourgeois society blossoms out as capital totality, and mediation, imposed on the subjectivized individuals, finds its expression in the objective immediacy of the voc. Nation, the mere context of conception and birth of individuals as natural creatures, emerges as a product of sovereignty and appears as a political nature which has always taken possession of the individual. From the very soil which the state's border police guards against the flood of aliens, from the very territorial integrity which the military defends against foreigners, the category of blood enters politics. Jus sanguinis turns out to be both the premise and the corollary of jus soli. Although, naturally, there is a conceptual difference, it does not matter which term is chosen as a label for the notion of homogeneity. Therefore, it makes no substantial difference whether, with Enlightenment philosophy, one speaks of the equality of everything that bears a human face, whether, with Nicolae Ceausescu, one dreams of the process of social homogenization, or even whether, with Adolf Hitler, one hallucinates about the conspecificity of Germans. All of these determinations are about homogeneity, and they merely attach a different label and a different criterion to the individual's equation as subjects. As radicalizing interpretations of the politico-economic practices objective forms of thought, leftist and rightist deviations from bourgeois equality, all attempts to base the subject's homogeneity as citizens on the criteria of crisis or of class interests, be it the proletarian class's labor or the Germanic race's genealogy, stand on the grounds of homogeneity, the subject of which is the political sovereign and the purpose of which is the perpetuation of exploitation. Without denying the evident difference for the individuals of whether they are equated as Bürger, as Aryans, or as proletarians, but at the same time resisting the feelings of omnipotence that the state form necessarily creates in politics, which are its mode of motion and reproduction, ideology critique of ideology, the intellectual anticipation of revolutionary practice, which intends a classless, and that means, stateless, world society, has to decipher the state form's self ideologization and to direct its attention to what lies in the state's logic. Liberal or even leftist polemics against the citizenship law's principle of ancestry as a fossil of national exclusivity treat the formal antinomy of jus soli and jus sanguinis like a material contradiction. This perspective's popularity is derived from the unabated continuity of the state idealist Juristensozialismus, jurist socialism, of people like Wolfgang Abendroth, Jürgen Seifert, and Jürgen Habermas. Ideology critic differs from anti-racist Enlightenment a la Memmi by not being interested in the rebuttal of racism and anti-Semitism, not even in evidence for the non-existence of races, but rather in the question of how that which is latent in sovereignty becomes practical, the transformation of civil society into a racist Volksgemeinschaft. This is because race is not a condition, but a project of domination. It is the self-assertion of the bourgeois individual, integrated into the barbaric collective. The juridical figure of the private property owner imagines the bourgeois as a fixed, stable, and self-identical being, invents him as a subject not so much politically observed but rather conserved by the state. All of his troubles with the tax office are immediately forgotten as soon as he is threatened by social liquidation, Bakunin, which very rarely happens as a threat of imminent revolution. The principle of equivalence incarnated in the Civil Code, which, de jure, grants the orderly reciprocal expropriation and appropriation to the degree to which this all-round legal Übereinung, alienation/conveyance of property, represents the Marktformig, market-shaped / market-formal, manifestation of a factory-like being's legitimate realization, de facto administers the accumulation of capital. The accumulation of capital, necessitates the person as its quasi-humane mask for the simple reason that the commodity cannot go to the market and negotiate its price on its own. Law, the primal phenomenon of irrational rationality, and the juridical system of personhood as man's unfolded Wertformigkeit, valueformhood / value-shapedness, represent the basic form of subjectivized inhumanity and personalized antisociality. Compulsive production and routine reproduction glorify the capital relation's secondary humanization, which proceeds from juridical personhood, to a mindless faith that requires no liturgy and no church, and whose atheist practice completely suffices as a confession. This is meant to say, for the observance of the capital relation's necessary humanization, juridical personhood, one needs not to have faith in the sense of a religious creed, but only to mindlessly mind one's own business. Thus, the subjects have to live as Jesuits of collective skepticism, bourgeois society as an all-round closed monastery. Social real metaphysics, makes the subjectivized individuals appear and act as existentially indispensable in themselves, and simultaneously makes them feel and grasp themselves as functionally dispensable for themselves. Spiritual technocracy is reshaped into a real psychocracy. As man's value form, the juridical person politically duplicates that unmittelbare Allgemeinheit, immediate generality, which money, as value's sensual representation, features economically. Marx writes that the possession of money places me in exactly the same relationship towards wealth, social, as the philosopher's stone would towards the sciences. In such a way, legal subjectivity puts each of its blessed individuals into the position of the economic synthesis sole sovereign, steers it towards the central political perspective's locus, and, finally, grants it permission to act as the self-conscious author who ties the Gordian knot of negative sociation and its social network, consisting of nothing but nomadizing monads. Bourgeois society is practiced idealism, the subject is its, bourgeois society's, sovereign origin. Identity is the due name for the existential fear of total sabotage and of identification's bankruptcy. Because the bourgeois capital identity does not exist in itself, but only as a flexible function and provided the individual's frictionless functioning as a character mask of the market, the subjectivized individual experiences every stalemate and every crisis of accumulation as a fear of devaluation, even as a panic in the face of its indeed very personal and certainly wholly individual superfluity for the productive mechanism's further process. For accumulation must not abide by the promises of private property, and the economic boom's promises are vigorously denied on Black Friday. The politically proclaimed Privateeigentumlich, private property-induced, identity, and that means, grasped rationally despite all, the preservation at least of the politico-economic subject as an ultimately creatural individual, its reproduction as a natural stub on which its social function is mounted and in which the function reifies itself, is economically reduced and convicted of its capital-adequate functionality at the very moment when monetary inflation starts galloping, when value, abovo et subspecie eternitatis secured in the seemingly extratemporal Geldmaterial, money material, goes haywire. In German, Privateeigentumlich may serve both as an adjectivization of Privateeigentum, private property, and as an allusion to Eigentumlich, idiosyncratic. Taken literally, Privateeigentumliche Identität means identity generated and determined by private property relations. The stock exchange starts clamoring. The escape towards material assets implies the resort to nationalism. The subject's panic hunts for something the individual can clutch at. It wants to gain firm ground, i.e. land, i.e. private property ownership of immovable objects or at least of a house or a condominium. The subject's structural racism and fundamental antisemitism, formerly latent and an objective eventuality, breaks out, whereas, before, the subject was aware of non-simultaneous humanity's historical defense, it now becomes aware of super-simultaneous humanity's attack, what treacherously threatened the full-valued bourgeois out of the past, now suddenly and outrageously carries out its attack from the future. For capital merely expresses value's self-valorization in money, but is far from immobilizing it as property. For, secondly, the sovereign merely reflects the accumulation's political duplication in law, which is protected bis the state's monopoly on violence, but is far from calming it, by means of, say, the balance of rights and duties. For these reasons, the subject, during the crisis of social integration, feels coerced to transition from the racist exclusion, discrimination, exploitation, and persecution of non-humans, which, for all the violence, still constitutes the subject's defensive position, to an attack, to escalate to terror and to the anti-Semitic eradication of the superhumans. As long as the bourgeois subject, which, in itself, is void, can grasp itself in the categories of work and money, of law and property, racism renders its integration. In contrast, anti-Semitism attempts to forestall this subject's implosion, to cure the void of its identity through extermination. Human rights trump state rights. Hitler, the uprising of objective man's ontology against the phenomenal human being, is to enforce the synthesis of a subject completely unraveled, which can only feel legitimately conceived of in the categories of valorization and capital, of sovereignty and appropriation, and which now consequently sheds its liberal character mask. Mediation is cancelled. Thereupon, the subjectivized individuals have to acknowledge that capital has not just functionally instrumentalized but rather materially constituted them. Their form constitutes the whole of their content, everything they can hold on to. The bourgeois constitutive people's transformation into the congener's sovereign Volksgemeinschaft draws the ultimate consequence of bourgeois equality as constituted by the capitalist equation. Nazi Gleichschaltung reveals that which lies behind the agitation against leveling down. Gleichschaltung, Li. Coordination or synchronization is a term derived from electrical engineering which the National Socialists used to label their total control over all aspects of economic, social, and cultural life. Gleichmacherei, leveling down, polemic term employed by reactionaries and National Socialists against communism, which allegedly strives to equalize individual differences and to exorcise all particularities. Brun argues that this Gleichmacherei is a constitutive feature of bourgeois society, and that it finds its terminal point in the Nazi Gleichschaltung. In racism, the bourgeois hallucinates his demise into crude nature; in antisemitism, his liquidation by the hypertrophy Geist. Racism's general and vague fear of the subject's disappearance in ungainly creatureliness comes to agreement, in antisemitism, with the very specific and exactly addressed fear of bourgeois subjectivity's decomposition on the hands of the mysterious forces of the abstract. Racism indicates the external resistance against the bourgeois subject's pretension to exclusively represent the species. By contrast, antisemitism demonstrates that subject's internal antagonism which threatens to convict the capital totality of its narcissist megalomania. In racism, the bourgeois subject recapitulated its victorious revolution against that which is only subjectively and merely inauthentically human; it practiced the apparition's devaluation by essence. Whereas racism's victims had to embody the subject's antithesis, the victims of antisemitism have to suffer the subject's internal contradiction. The useless, and, therefore, worthless, non-human is joined by the superior, and, therefore, all the more superfluous, superhuman, the subject, thus having rid itself of the risk of mediation, and having shed its ambivalent function as a living synthesis of citoyen and bourgeois to gain its existential identity as a mean social animal, zoon politikon, proceeds towards the valorization of appearance at the hands of essence. National Socialism demonstrates what the liberal distinction between population and constitutive people, and the sovereign's ontological boundary between the stateless, the state subjects, and the citizens are all about. The category of Staatsangehörige, state subjects, was introduced by the Nuremberg Laws in 1935. Consequently, citizenship was restricted to state subjects of German or congeneric blood, whereby state subjects without German citizenship, mainly Jews, but also so-called Sojourner, gypsies, and enemies of the state, were reduced to members of the Reichsprotective Association, Dem Schutzverband der Deutschen Reichseingehoren, potentially taking away their rights. See Reichsbürgergesetz 1935, Section 2, 3. Being a state subject, in this sense, meant being subject to the potential abrogation of all rights, which was realized in the Jews' eventual persecution and extermination. Originally aimed at the anti-national and parasitic nobility, bourgeois revolutionary theory had developed the theoretical and practical apparatus necessary for recognizing the antagonist and for defining him as the enemy. The 1789 polemic "What is the Third Estate?" said, a privileged class is harmful not only because of their esprit de corps, but already because of its mere existence. The privileged could only become capable of representation by virtue of his citizenship; however, he himself has forfeited his citizenship, he stands outside of citizenry, an enemy of common rights. The polemic against the aristocracy, the foreign object within the nation, i.e., against people whose mere existence signifies a continuous struggle against the people's large community, had led to the outcome that such people have also forfeited citizenship and must be excluded from the right to vote or to run for office even more than a foreigner, whose openly stated interest must, at least, not necessarily contradict ours, size 1981, p. 190f. As per his social constitution, the aristocrat cannot be a legal subject, however human he might look. He must be of peculiar separate origin and of a distinct race. For this reason, with the monarch, personification of general man, a feature which is as revolutionarily appropriated by bourgeois society in the form of human rights and in the notion of popular sovereignty, there is no relationship of law, but one of violence. He is not litigable, he cannot even be sentenced to death. He can just plainly be liquidated, according to Robespierre, 3rd of December, 1792. The guillotine symbolizes negative equality, Horkheimer. This is exactly what the Nuremberg laws established as the essence of the imagined antivalkischen, anti-national, sovereign, exclusion from the species. The verdict on aristocracy was justified as an unfair one. It was, however, illegitimate at the same time, for taking the individual's social quality as their conscious will. Not a theoretical fallacy, as it might happen in the heat of the moment, but a foreboding of bourgeois rule's crisis and doom, at the eve of its initial triumph. That is to say, the soundness of Robespierre's argument that the tyrant, defying the bourgeois social contract, cannot appeal to a citizen's rights, lies precisely in its apparent unfairness. Therefore, in an anticipating paranoia, every rule distinct from bourgeois rule had to be demonized not as wrong or impractical, but rather as subjectively evil, chaotic, and abysmally awful. Having passed the idea of human progress, in the name of which the verdict on the monarch was justified, and advancing towards capital ontology's self-revelation in the species, bourgeois practice paraded its true character in its existential judgment on the Jews. Prejudice followed by no taking of evidence, justice demanding no trial, because what is planned does not even qualify as judicial murder. Anti-Semitism cannot be refuted with reasons. Those who are suspicious as a result of their sheer existence cannot be helped by a trial based on circumstantial evidence, for neither probation nor rehabilitation could ever remedy the harm. The natural substrate, the individual, and its social function, the subject, have merged and count as one and the same. Subjective identity takes place in the identification of the anti-subject, in the identification of which with hostile nature. No right to life which is not already relativized by the sovereign's mere existence. The fundamental non-recognition of the anti-subject's juridical subjectivity amounts to losing the right to have rights in the first place. From this, the SS Einsatzgruppen, the state's activists, and the murderous machinery of extermination, the state's bureaucracy, drew the consequences. The crisis radicalizes the ontological need to an existential mania. The jargon of authenticity becomes propaganda's everyday language, and every Volksgenosse talks like Heidegger. Common sense manifests itself as sovereignty's pathological mind. Social synthesis implosion entails the subjectivized individual's explosion. The bourgeois, an idling mediation lacking anything to mediate, the sovereign's cancelled nucleus, appoints himself the species being's extremist and a terrorist on humanity's behalf. He unwinds. As long as it was possible, social reproduction's occult character called upon the subject to modestly accept the role of money and state fetishism's obedient adept. The ontological drive was always capable of rationalizing the world for the sake of practical acting. For the sake of proving economic utility and political servitude, the questions of what is supposed to be German, and of who exactly counts as an equal among equals, were satisfactorily answered with national identity. The aversion against parasites and cosmopolitans, the loathing of idle and of limitless life, were completely sufficient. The crisis, however, now brings to light just how enormous a violence dwells within this form of thought. Convicted of its economic insubstantiality and exposed as superfluous life by crisis and state of exception, it attempts to reconquer its lost social function and to accomplish its reconstitution as a subject. Dissipating, not only does it attempt to reduce the enemy to its own internal void, in a panicked flight forward, it moreover resorts to the volition of appropriating the anti-subject's identity. For, the logic of National Socialism goes, that which was capable of disintegrating and destroying such an omnipotent and historically influential subject as the bourgeois, and to such an extent, must possess magical powers and an indestructible, eternal essence on his part. Nowhere at home and nowhere a stranger, it is the Jews who supposedly have got true identity, i.e. timeless immutability and spaceless harmony that make good on money's promise, which was denounced by capital, and on law's promise, which was destroyed by the sovereign, private property and order. Magically perverted and eerily costumed, the subject's void appears as the Jew's being, the anti-subject materializes as Gegenrasse. The theses developed herein likewise intend to expand the validity of Alfred Sohnriethel's analyses of money as a priori's hard coin to encompass the critique of politics. This is about the identical subject's constitution, i.e. in the last instance, the sovereign as the subject par excellence, his economic movement and crisis dynamic. The talk of man's value form is not an analogizing metaphor, but rather a notion of homology, as it is demanded by the critique of political economy if it wants to exist as a critique of politics as well. The use values Tosh abstraction, exchange abstraction, implies, logically at first, then historically, human rights as an abstraction of the individual. Just like, historically, money appeared as gold but its logical essence was function, phenomenal humanity relates to man in and for himself, to the sovereign, merely as an apparition. The anti-race of superhuman humans, of subjects completely de-individualized and of an immortal sovereign, is the manically rational subject's contrary opponent. The subject wants to remedy itself forever at cost of its anti-subject's demise, the anti-subject's death shall endow eternal life. It's, the subject's, Reich, the this-worldliness of which the subject has to accept reluctantly, shall at least be a Tausendjähriges Reich, thousand-year-long empire. The bourgeois, particularly the German burgher, having, as one of the Führer's jurists wrote, always perceived himself almost like a participator in the Jew's fate and as a Faustian and Ahasverian spectre, desire-driven and unsubstantial, National Socialism became bourgeois society's ultimate project, declaring war on the eternal Jew, promised to indefinitely postpone bourgeois society's Zusammenbruchskreis, collapse / final crisis. Of course, one murders in self-defense, preemptively, to thwart something worse. Whereas, before, racism had been suitable for plainly illustrating, on the bourgeois behalf, the species other, and for thus visualizing real humanity's capital split with merely appearing humanity, now, in order to consummate the symmetry and to empower itself for the two-front war, it becomes aware of the non-human's evolution to the subhuman. The full-value subject has to step up against the inferiors and the superiors at the same time. Suddenly, the species other is not allowed any longer to passively doze towards its productive consumption. Now, it has to fight back, i.e. to attack under the superhuman's command. The subhuman is a biological creature, crafted by nature, which has hands, legs, eyes and mouth, even the semblance of a brain. Nevertheless, this terrible creature is only a partial human being. Although it has features similar to a human, the subhuman is lower on the spiritual and psychological scale than any animal. Inside of this creature lies wild and unrestrained passions, an incessant need to destroy, filled with the most primitive desires, chaos, and cold-hearted villainy. A subhuman and nothing more. Not all of those who appear human are in fact so. But in these swamps and cesspools the subhuman has found its leader, the eternal Jew. It is the will to appropriate that propels the vigor for extermination. The bourgeois subject's hopeless expedient is what aggravates the self-defensive rage to the utmost. The disastrous subject strives to detect and to appropriate the substance and essence of productive work and of loyal subservience. Mutated into sovereign capital fetish's activist trainee, it wants not any longer to have value, the essence of its sociation, just functionally, as money, but rather to be capital, immediately and existentially. Hence, the ontological need searches for the apt evidence of the subject's necessity and indispensability, and to gain satisfaction by escalating to the existentialist mania, the result of which is supposed to lie in immediate private property on the substance, in its inalienable representation. Countless corpses and nameless dead lie in the path of this forlorn hunt for identity, which cannot end before all Jew have been murdered. As a racist community, the bourgeois hallucinate the secret of a crisis-free bourgeois society in the image of Jews as Gegenrace, anti-race, the enigma of rule without a state of exception. That which has always represented the enigma, social synthesis invisible hand, now, in delusional reasoning as in somnambulistic assignation, counts as the anti-subject's essence. Since the social relation appears as hostile nature, the Jewish entity must, rationally and irrationally, represent the synthesis principle by means of the antagonistic spirit. The endless debates about the rationality or irrationality of the Holocaust subsist on the positivist notion of instrumental reason as a relationship of means and ends. However, here, by means of and in the middle of mass extermination, the purposeful subject's disintegration and delirium occur. As the automatic subject loses its self-referentiality, as values self-valorization, which constitutes its identity, falters, it, the automatic subject, needs to be brought back to raison and back to its processing unity at the hands of the state and of the state's monopoly on violence. As usual, one should, here, not take to Max Weber for an answer. The Reichsbahns, Imperial German Railroad, used to transport Jews to Auschwitz is not a contradiction to the rationality which the capital relationship is alleged of, and which has never been anything else but a bourgeois theoretician's projection, despite every objection due to so-called military exigencies. All of this neither proves the bourgeois idea of racial mania's ideological autarky, nor the Marxist idea of the state's relative autonomy, but rather, materialistically, capital's historical tendency to dissolve into nothing but barbarism, a tendency which was anticipated and practiced, for the first time, in Germany. National Socialist imagination creates the image of the Jew as the representation, as paranoid, inverted, as it is projective, caricatured, of the automatic subject, demon of eternal negation, Rosenberg. The amorphous anarchism, the inner impossibility of saying yes, which National Socialist ideology alleged the Jews to carry, is the flip side of the addiction to order and property. Anarchism is a term for the fear of chaos. Criticism is a cipher for the constitutional inability to be loyal. Parasitism is the code word for the systematic impossibility of productivity. Because the National Socialist hallucinates the capital synthesis negative dialectics as a positive ontology of the Jew, he decrees that Judaism's outer multiformity does not constitute a contradiction to its inner unity, but rather, as strange as it may sound, its condition, Rosenberg, Ibid. It is this essence, which embodies the identity of identity and non-identity, incarnating the practical reality of a logical impossibility, this Jewish essence which the National Socialist wants to rip out of its Jewish appearance, and that is to say, out of the physical human being. It is not as an economy of the Endlösung that Auschwitz was the end of National Socialism, neither was its goal extermination only for the sake of extermination, but rather the subject's restitution by means of the exterminating appropriation of anti-subjectivity's essence. Auschwitz, not the Nazi seizure of power in 1933, was the real German Revolution, the attempted overthrow, not merely of a political order, but of the existing social formation. By this one deed the world was to be made safe from the tyranny of the abstract. Post-1 1980. Moishi Post-1, 1980, Anti-Semitism and National Socialism. Notes on the German reaction to Holocaust. Post-1's article provides the most instructive analysis of the Nazis' anti-capitalism since Alfred Sohnriethel's Economy and Class Structure of German Fascism, and it, the analysis, marks the definite break with traditional interpretations, especially with interpretations of National Socialism's left wing as a socialism of fools in line with Bebel, Kautsky, and Dimitrov. Yet, his thesis of a barbaric revolution against capital is not completely accurate, for Post-1's deduction of anti-Semitism from capital's fetish characters forgets the moment of capitalist reproduction's collapse crisis, the guardian of which is precisely the political sovereign. Post-1 defines the violence as ideology's objective form of thought. But he does not investigate who exerts this violence and why. To be sure, he deducts the fact that Jews were seen as rootless, international, and abstract from the political duplication of commodities' double character in the antinomy of bourgeois and citoyen, but he overlooks that this antagonism of L'homme subjectivity is constitutionally immanent. As Post-1 consequently interprets this antinomy as a contradiction, he must go on to interpret the material determination of citizenship, jus sanguinis, as a pre-bourgeois relict, and to interpret jus soli as progressive, that is to say, as a tendential transcendence of the bourgeois condition. In Europe, the notion of the nation as a purely political entity, abstracted from the substantiality of civil society, was never fully realized. End quote. If the determination of citizenship as a pure political abstraction had been historically feasible, the capitalogical, anti-Semitism could maybe, Post-1 indicates, have been curbed by a state truly worthy of being called bürgerlich, bourgeois. Herein, the state-forgottenness of even more advanced critiques of political economy takes vengeance. By contrast, see Enderwitz 1991 and 1993. Capitalist accumulation's normality already consists in degrading the worker to an appendage of a machine. Real subsumption, under capital, not only intends to reduce variable capital's costs, aims not only at the reification of capital in the immediate process of production, but furthermore, and to a greater degree, it intends the appropriation of living labor's enigmatic power to posit surplus value. Labor itself is the real non-capital. But capital, which, as automatic subject, exploits the species' power, and which, essence of fetishism, presents this power as its own essence and life, wants to get to the bottom of things. It wants to liberate humanity's power from its material form and appropriate it purely, productive destruction. Identifying this essence of productivity is the history of capitalist Rationalisierung, rationalization/economization, the notion of capital's historic unfolding into society, cf. Brun 1982. And sovereign rules regularity already aims at detecting and seizing of national identity and, therefore, of the subject's political loyalty. The history of the notion of citizenship and of the practice of naturalization is a chronicle of attempts to unravel the secret of unconditional loyalty towards power. Its acquisitions and forfeitures, provisos and procedures outline how the state intends to functionalize the subjectivized individual. In last instance, as a soldier, who, animated agent of the state's monopoly on violence, forgets the fear of his own creatureliness's erasure, and who is ready to die for the fatherland. Thus, the antinomy of jus sanguinis and jus soli traces the movement of the sovereigns approaching towards his most prominent object. The difference between empirical population and transcendental Staatsvolk, constitutive people, which capital posited in the notion of the contractual capability and which the state duplicated in the notion of political maturity, constituted the hierarchy between stateless foreigners, state subjects entitled to passive human rights, and citizens with active civil rights, empowered to vote. That which the bourgeois revolution refused to accept in jus soli's formalism, and yet solved, the problem of legal rights' illegitimate use, becomes a matter of survival during the state of exception and crisis. Consequently, formal right is charged with substantialism. The phraseology of Ahnenerbe, ancestral heritage, merely conceals the real state of affairs, because it is not at all about Aryan certificates, and in no way about genealogy, but rather about the implementation of new, i.e. radicalized, criteria for participation in the sovereign as protective association. That which appears archaic is awfully modern. the project of a general stocktaking of the population and of its examination with regards to its suitability as constitutive people. Only the Reichsangehörig, Reich subject, of German or related blood who has proven, through his conduct, that he is willing and capable of loyally serving the German Volk and Reich, that is, in particular, having fulfilled his labor and military service. Taken by themselves, blood and soil entitle to nothing. Carl Schmitt is completely right. The equality of all that bears a human face can neither establish a state, nor a form of state, nor a form of government. However, this does not mean that just solely is progressive or even subversive, as Schmitt, who, without further ado, identifies sovereignty with the violence apparatus, wants to make believe, and as a left, which, conversely, identifies the violence apparatus with sovereignty, wants to believe. For an equality which has no content other than the equality that all humans hold in common per se, such an equality would be an unpolitical equality, as it lacks the correlate of a potential inequality. Schmitt. The bourgeois equation is, in itself, political, because its criterion is anthropological and thus opens up a chasm between appearance and essence, which the sovereign fills. All humans per se, that would be free association, i.e. communism. Jus soli is jus sanguinis, a pure formality that executes rule of life and death. Willing and capable of work and death, that which, not only according to Nazis, is supposed to be German can hardly be grasped more accurately. There can be no definition of German essence more handy and convenient than this. The general stocktaking of the population serves this test. The victims, those enemies of the state and work-shy people who are discarded at first, then weeded out, have to go through the anguish, suffer the pain, experience the death, the immediate power to annihilate, which the sovereign keeps on hand as an ultimate threat, in case that the constitutive people defies its identification with the monopoly on violence and hesitates at the levy en masse. The hardcore of Hitler's Mein Kampf, the crucial strategic point of German fascism as National Socialism, it the determination of the relationship between Staatsangehöriger, state subject, and Staatsbürger, citizen. At this very point, Hitler the ideology sits at the center of Hitler the statesman's brain. And at this issue, the paths of materialist critique of the state and of leftist theory of democracy part. All warranted loathing of fascism aside, the fight against the right is all too unfounded. One must criticize Hitler and Carl Schmitt as the state forms objective thinkers in such a way as Marx did in Capital with Adam Smith and Ricardo. The Nazi vigor negatively feeds on the sovereign's threat to enforce the subject's existential expendability, which has been unveiled by the crisis and ceased to be merely functional. It thus spurs on the Volksgemeinschaft. This is the fear of freedom. And the annihilating rage is positively spurred on by the sovereign's promise to treat the subjective voidness by means of murder and robbery of the anti-subject. This is the Hitler within, the pleasure in expedient submission. According to Hannah Arendt, he victims of the capital race's Volksgemeinschaftlich, Volkskommunal, frenzy are nothing but humans. However, this humanity means nothing except that they belong to humankind in the same way animal belong to their predetermined species. This abstract human being is, as it were, the direct counterimage of the citizen, whose inequality and complexity are continually leveled out within the political sphere by the great equalizer of all differences, citizenship itself. For although the rightless is nothing but a human, he is a human precisely not by means of the mutually warranted equality of all rights. At the same time, he is man and the individual, the most general and the most particular. Arendt 1980, p. 267 ff. Yet, the abstract human being is not citizenship's counterimage and does not reveal its other, but it is merely another expression of the same non-being, its mirror image. It is only in death that humans can appropriate the identity promised by human rights. The promised land of freedom and equality lies 6 feet underground. The project of a multicultural Zivilgesellschaft intends to counter racism through the extension of citizenship to all those who somehow, legally or illegally, cross the border. Such denationalization of citizenship and separation of legal subjectivity and descent, examined logically, presupposes the denationalization of state power, i.e. the abolition of all borders. However, nothing of the sort is discussed, but rather refugee policy and allocation. The replacement of a German within the meaning of this basic law is a person who. Basic Law, Article 116, 1, with vocabularies like citizen within the meaning of this Constitution is a person who is indeed an honest, but ultimately hopeless attempt to remedy a grievance, by legal means, which could only be abolished by the removal of the last instance, the abolition of the state. The idea of countering racism with legal means may be humanitarian, but it is not humane. The subject, reinstalled by means of mass murder, of a society which is in no way civil, but post-fascist, errs about its politics status just as it errs about its economy's character. Wanting to misunderstand antisemitism as a kind of racism, following Memmi, it wants to deceive itself about bourgeois equality's negative dialectic. That which constitutes the essence of equality shall appear as a lack of equality and as an exception. Racism is condemned as exclusion, prejudice, or discrimination, because the logic of equation, which needs antisemitism as the bourgeois sanatorium, is out of question. The unfolding of the equality of rights into the wrong inflicted by equals is beyond discussion, inasmuch as nothing may be foreclosed for the future. It has been recognized that one cannot issue orders to a sovereign. The trap of anti-racism lies in the anti-racist movement's humanists, Democrats, and socialists acting in accordance with the logic of politics, sovereignty's practicing idealists, who merely stand in opposition to the government. For freedom, i.e. every individual's full self-determination, is the state's principle. The state cannot be unfree. In the pure idea of a state, there is no moment from which unfreedom could emanate. The notion of the state is not capable of generating a constitution or administration that is unfree. It is, therefore, a complete misunderstanding to inculpate or to attack, in the unfree state, the state per se, the liberal Hegelian Lorenz von Stein wrote at the beginning of bourgeois society in Germany. Up until today, not even the Marxists have misunderstood the state and its ideals as thoroughly as would be necessary, in order to grasp and, therefore, to revolutionarily abolish it. For an emancipated society would be no unitary state, but the realization of the generality in the reconciliation of differences. A politics which takes this seriously should therefore not propagate even the idea of abstract equality of human beings, Adorno. That which, without considering this, puts on the airs of practice, fraudulently confounds practice's notion and concern with pragmatism. Above, waiver, postponement and obligation were described as the forms of transformation of legal subjectivity. Or more aptly, as the way in which the legal subject relates to its physical bearer. Procrastination and renunciation as an abstraction from need does not simply exist per se. It has to be learned, and not just like an external ability, but lowered to the very core, arguably into the need structure itself. This is why it is so easy to legitimize the denial of needs by pointing to false or irrational needs, such as the desire to beat the neighbor to death, which to a large extent may only have arisen as a result of the irrationality of social denial. It is one of the lasting achievements of Freud's psychoanalysis to have not only described the genesis of the psychodynamic apparatus against such forgetting, but also to have reconstructed it down to the conflict of bodily impulses with a reality that is unfortunately not particularly pleasure-friendly. In the wonderful little essay on the negation, he himself does not treat the judgment function of the mind as a simply given psychological fact into which one is born, but traces its genesis back to the reality check imposed on the pleasure ego by reality. Experience has taught us that it is not only important whether a thing, object of satisfaction, possesses the good quality, i.e. whether it deserves to be included in the ego, but also whether it is present in the outside world so that one can seize it according to need. Quotation end. However, he overlooks the fact that the mere existence, the empirical presence of a desired object, in no way allows one to seize it according to need. The child must remain unaware of the fact that one may only seize objects if one possesses them. The empirical criterion of existence is supplemented and even subordinated to the parent's decision as to when the child may seize the desired object and when not, which can initially only appear arbitrary and irrational to the child. At this stage of development, hating parents for refusing a desired and available object for no apparent reason seems entirely appropriate. In his essay Trieb und Triebschicksal, Freud attributes the original meaning of hatred to the division of objects into lustful and unlustful objects of the lust ego and emphasizes that its role models originate from the ego's struggle to preserve itself. It is remarkable that in the use of the word hate no such intimate relationship to sexual desire and sexual function as with love comes to light, but the relation of displeasure seems to be the only decisive one. The ego hates, detests, pursues with destructive intentions all objects that become a source of feelings of displeasure, regardless of whether they mean a denial of sexual satisfaction or the satisfaction of maintenance needs. Indeed, one can maintain that the right models for the hate relation do not come from sexual life, but from the ego's struggle to maintain and assert itself. Freud, Trieb und Triebschicksal, Studienausgabe Volume 3, page 100. He emphasizes, not without good reason, that language, in contrast to love, does not refer to hatred solely in relation to sexual drives. However, language also reserves hating more exclusively than loving for the relationship to persons. A movie that does not please, for example, is more likely to be considered shit, i.e., worthy of elimination from the pleasure ego according to Freud, than to be hated, while conversely, a movie that pleases is more likely to be described as loved. In other words, in order to want the absence of an unpleasant object, I do not necessarily have to hate it, it is perhaps enough to care for its absence. Possibly the hatred is rather fed by not being able to dispose of the defense against unpleasure, in other words, from a situation of real powerlessness, which also demands that we recognize that we are at the mercy of our parents as well as the insult of being dependent on them. Such powerlessness is more likely to be experienced in real terms by the child than by the later adult, who makes it a habit to repress the experience of powerlessness, which is entirely appropriate to reality, into the realm of feelings. Perhaps it is only then that all the conditions for hatred are present, and less against the object of dislike than against the entity that can be held responsible for its presence. It must be emphasized that this impotence consists not only in the empirical lack of the object, nor merely formally in the demand to renounce the urge, but also in the opacity of the criteria for renouncing the urge. Even if the fulfillment of certain wishes of the child is later linked to the child's being good, the criteria for being good must remain largely opaque to the child. For the child, of course, being well-behaved does not mean acting according to moral standards that it can understand, but above all, obeying the parent's orders. The reality check, the question, is there a desired object in the outside world, is therefore accompanied by the command check, is it permissible to seize the object? For the child, the standards for being good may be an expression of parental arbitrariness. In reality, they are social standards that, even in childhood, go far beyond the prohibition of hurting others. It is one thing that the standards for the renunciation of impulses are initially incomprehensible to the child, which may also remain a problem in another society. In capitalist society, however, the necessity of renunciation is usually not comprehensible even retrospectively. In order to be able to assert itself in reality, the ego must recognize it and function consciously. In order for the individual to accomplish the often senseless renunciations forced upon him, the ego must erect unconscious prohibitions and itself remain largely unconscious. Adorno, on the relationship between sociology and psychology. It is not simply the dark instinct that blocks its enlightenment. What is more serious is that the principles of its control must also remain in the dark. Without the self-concealment of consciousness, the irrational denial would not be bearable at all. In the interpretation of dreams, Freud examines the disfigurement in dreams. It proves to be intentional, a means of disguise. The intention of disfigurement can hardly come from the dark drive itself. Freud not only adds that the process of disfigurement in dreams could be a universally valid insight, but also, where in social life does one find a similar disfigurement of a psychic act? Only where two persons are involved, one of whom possesses a certain power, the second of whom has to take this power into consideration. This second person then distorts his psychic acts, or, as we can also say, disguises himself. Freud, Die Traumdeutung. Studienausgabe 11, page 158. Moreover, because the child is good, it does not yet get everything it wants. What is demanded is the postponement or abandonment of the need, but without any guarantee of being compensated for the renunciation at least later. To rationalize such irrational renunciation, even Puritanism still needed a divine order as justification. Where belief in such an order can no longer unfold its power, all that remains is the tautological justification of irrational renunciation by itself. Because the reasons for the renunciation of instinct cannot be understood, they present themselves as a highly individual matter. And that people can cope with this phenomenon at all, with the fact that their own rationality is irrational, that they do not get what their rational behavior promises them, the only answer to this is irrational behavior, which leads them to incorporate this irrationality of the course of the world and to identify with it and make it their own affair. Adorno, on the Doctrine of History and Freedom, page 112. The separation into good and bad children, however, allows for a shift in the hatred mentioned above, because it is certainly not a good idea to openly articulate the hatred against the parents, who largely rule over the satisfaction of needs, in addition to dissimulation, deception towards the parents, the identification with the parents, and as their means, the defense against the bad children, is particularly suitable. Even if the criteria for good and bad remain unclear, there is no harm in entering into a community with the parents, i.e., hating the bad ones and wanting them to be punished. Here we have probably found the reason why criminal law, despite all its formalization, cannot free itself from the need for punishment, and equally why it refrains from personal revenge and replaces it with the revenge of an impersonal order with which people identify. As a social category, the family has always been the agency of society, especially since the beginning of the bourgeois age. It alone has been able to produce in individuals that work ethic, that identification with authority, which had hardly been needed in the feudal era and which was then replaced by immediate rule over those in bondage. By translating the demands of society into the hearts of those entrusted to it and making them their own, the family internalized people. The crisis of the family, diagnosed as a perennial cultural criticism, does not fundamentally change this. Rather, the less the family can redeem its economic rationality, the inheritance and economic security of its members, the more it has to oblige its members in a self-serving way. Even where it can guarantee economic security, for example for the offspring, into adulthood, the economic aspect is usually radically pushed out of the relationships between family members. However, the relief from the economic burden comes at the price of almost fateful loyalty. While this is expressed as an increasing failure of emancipation from the parents in families that can feed themselves by means of free market relations, family ties have an even stronger effect where the income mediated by barter relations is barely sufficient. Thus, even in so-called late capitalism, often in the service sector, a piece of proto-industrial homework lives on. The family businesses that are often so popular as bakeries are only competitive at all thanks to free surplus work bought with family loyalty. Those pseudo-family organized left-wing alternative businesses are also oriented towards such models of absolute surplus value production, admittedly usually without producing surplus value. As in real families, dismissal is always a betrayal. Particularly where access to the labor market is more difficult, as in the case of immigrant families, due to the non-recognition of foreign qualifications or language barriers, family structures are reinforced both within nuclear families and in family clans. Large parts of the catering industry and so-called organized crime are likely to be organized in this way. In organizations on the fringes of legality, such relationships are also imitated where there are no family ties from the outset, such as in rocker gangs or Islamist organizations that call themselves brothers and sisters to express their loyalty in case of doubt, and this is significant also against the law. In fact, family loyalty often fills those areas where legal mediation does not guarantee economic security, from the financial allowance for the unemployed or trainee young adult, as well as, for example, the student dependent on his parents' purse, to organized crime. Not only does the state demand such benefits, for example when it asks family members to pay for the unemployed, but it also naturally resorts to such loyalty structures in its executive bodies, the police, and the military. The enormous willingness to cover up crimes or misconduct committed in the line of duty is essentially little different to family loyalty in the mafia. For the law, this means that it has a constantly ambivalent relationship with the family. Where it provides social security, even if only by reinforcing the appearance of a socially secure existence, it stabilizes social order and thus public safety. At the same time, it is an indispensable agency, adorno, for the internalization of social order. The reproduction of society as a whole through procreation could still be indifferent to the law as a mere form in which private owners confront each other. It is by no means indifferent to the state. Family support and legal incentives to have children are therefore a permanent special right with constitutional status. The looming demographic catastrophe is a favorite topic of newspapers and social studies classes. The joke about these demographic catastrophe scenarios is that the financing of pensioners has less to do with the absolute number of people in a generation than with the question of how much can and should be siphoned off from the surplus value mass for pensions. Last but not least, the law requires the trust of the legal subjects in its validity. Trust, however, is not a legal category, but arises from family relationships, in a double sense. As a loyalty that functions below the contractual level, family loyalty both stabilizes and undermines the law, and for the same reason. This can be seen not least in the effectiveness of kinship relationships in administrative offices and politics. In the early modern period, leading civil servants often appointed family members to leading offices, precisely in order to generate loyalty and combat corrupt structures in the state apparatus. The nation-states, to whose establishment the enforcement of uniform law was and is linked, therefore modeled themselves on the family as a natural association. To this end, they had to break the position of the family in feudalism and preserve the family, albeit ultimately in the shrunken form of the nuclear family. However, while the family as a form of organization, however historically and socially mediated, is in fact based on a natural basis, the claim of a common descent of the nation was transparent as a lie from the very beginning. No one ever seriously believed that a Ruhr worker and an East Pomeranian junker had the descent of Hermann the Cheruscan in common. But the implausibility does not make the matter harmless. Probably no one has seen through this lie better than the folkish. Even if the significance of descent varies in different states according to their historical legitimacy, the pious desire of some liberals to see the state community as a purely legal community has not been fully established anywhere. These considerations do not leave the determination of the legal subject untouched. They affect the element of obligation referred to above. The obligation structure of law is initially that of the contract. In contrast to family loyalty, it is formally freely chosen, and therein does indeed lie an emancipation. However, something of family loyalty permeates a special form of contract, the employment contract. Just as, conversely, the contractual form permeates the family, most clearly in the marriage contract and precisely in the juridification of family relationships. However, one should never forget how slowly this legalization took place. It was practically only the day before yesterday, in the 1970s, that the legally prescribed division of tasks in marriage, the so-called housewife marriage, was abolished in the German Civil Code. Until 1977, the BGB stated that the woman is responsible for running the household. She is entitled to be gainfully employed insofar as this is compatible with her duties in marriage and the family. Where freedom and equality of the contractual partners prevail in form, the content demands authority to issue instructions and subordination. What should formally replace the relationship of personal dependence through equality of the contractual partners, regulates a relationship of personal dependence in terms of content. The employment contract is a peculiar contract in that, despite all formal equality, it continues the command form of the family. An insight into the meaning of the orders, even from the point of view of business rationality, is as little needed here as into the meaning of the renunciation of instincts that family authority demands of children. At the same time, an employee who makes sure that his superior fulfills every task correctly and thus adheres to his employment contract all too literally is a disaster for any superior. Despite the opaqueness of the entire work process, the so-called employee needs to empathize with the authority of his operational task. In order to comply with his employment contract, he must simultaneously fulfill its wording and overinterpret it on his own responsibility. They must assume authority as their own and at the same time comply with external authority. Particularly in so-called flat hierarchies, external authority is by no means weakened, but rather must be internalized to a greater extent as personal responsibility or, in teamwork, assumed by the team community, although, as a rule, you still remain beholden to a superior. Added to this is the competition among colleagues, with whom you are supposed to form a community, but also have to stand out from this community if you want to advance. Instead of clarity and transparency, in order to fulfill the obligations of the employment contract, there is, at least structurally, an opaque, permanent weighing up that cannot be rationally caught up with by consciousness due to the opacity of the work processes and probably also the objective pointlessness of the vast majority of work. Not only is the renunciation of instinct that the fulfillment of the work contract demands every day anew irrational, but the criteria for satisfactory fulfillment are also opaque. No wonder people react irrationally to this, with a zombie-like self-concealment of consciousness, as well as with identification, love, and hate towards their own company, the workplace, the boss, the company community, and their colleagues. The legal subjectivity that demands the fulfillment of legal obligations does not promote autonomy, but is its constant sabotage. Like capital and the state, the logic of capital and the logic of war are the two sides of a unity that is concerned with the distribution of the mass of surplus value produced worldwide. This cake is produced socially, which means that no person, however, and whether at all, they were involved in its production in whatever way, can make reasonably justified claims to shares in it. But precisely this, having a personal claim to income, for the attainment of which, outside of legally, i.e. politically justified claims, one cannot and does not have to demonstrate any performance, is the indispensable basic principle of capitalist socialization, but one that cannot be reasonably justified on its basis. The usual formulation among Marxists of the private appropriation of socially produced wealth or similar ones ignore the fact that it is solely about the distribution of surplus value, i.e. about politics, and not about the results of commodity production in general. And so it is also overlooked that the distribution of surplus value has nothing to do with the remuneration of labor, because this has long since taken place in commodity production. It follows that there is no economic difference between money owners and welfare recipients. Both are paid, as otherwise only the state, for the protection of private property from violent appropriation, from the surplus value mass. The one receives money from it for his titles, the other for his survival, but this qualitative difference, in the for what, is explicitly not up for debate in economics. It is the state that mediates the relationship between interest and social money and influences the respective amount, because it is the state that, in times other than the present, in which this basic function has gotten out of hand, determines the proportion of productively covered money that is available for interest payments in its tax policy. Political scientists refer to this discussion as the welfare state. In the USA, especially since Obama took office, the question has been whether the state is even entitled to divert social money from the surplus value and whether the recipients of interest are not responsible for this in person by donating part of their income as they see fit. Who is or should be right here is an idle question. It can only be answered pragmatically on the basis of specific individual cases. But to clearly take sides with the state instead of seeing it as a mere mediator shows that one has not grasped the danger that is always inherent in the expansion of the welfare state. The Republicans are simply right. As far as social status is concerned, however, there is a serious difference between those who live on interest income and those who live on welfare. This status naturally has an influence on self-confidence. There are, however, no reasonable reasons why the economically superfluous enjoy a far lower status than the owner of money. Especially as money today is only able to fulfill the task of transforming itself into capital to a limited extent. Especially since a self-confident attitude towards the state on the one hand and the recipients of interest on the other is likely to influence the amount of social money decisively in its favor. In this society, social money is money that is defined from the outset as the money that the recipients of interest do not receive, for reasons that are not rational but absolutely necessary for the reproduction of capital. This definition cannot be justified rationally, let alone reasonably, and its origins can only be explained historically and psychoanalytically. In short, this is about an existential, socially constituted dimension that politics and economics cannot reach and which, transformed by social psychology, is expressed as resentment against the parasites. It should be self-evident, but it should nevertheless be made explicit in order to prevent false associations from arising in the first place. A policy that even considers banning interest rates reveals that it is deliberately aiming for a total people's state. How the state deals politically with this money is the result of historically determined power relations and thus follows the logic of war, and without self-confidence, this struggle for the highest possible share of the surplus value mass can hardly be waged successfully. What is even more decisive is that this struggle absolutely presupposes a functioning utilization of value. Without it, it is nothing more than begging for alms, at best. The space that the sovereign must leave to the logic of war would therefore have to be used for war against work and against the people's state at the same time, especially when it comes to social benefits. This is why the demands for a basic income for the unemployed or a citizen's income go in exactly the wrong direction. On the one hand, they presuppose that capital accumulation functions without a crisis, which is impossible in itself, and thus neither really abolish the compulsion to work nor reduce the superfluous money, and on the other hand they increase the power of the people's state. It decides who gets the citizen's income and how much, and above all, no state will allow itself to be deprived of the right to reduce the citizen's income if this is the only way to ensure that work is done that it considers absolutely necessary. As false as the equation is that more work means more wealth, this fallacy lives on as an ideology in every form of capitalist socialization and would also irrevocably program the conflicts in states with an unemployed basic income from the ground up. Just as he only temporarily suspends the duty to die for him as a soldier. The citizen's income also fuels the illusion that the accumulation of capital is an event that can at least potentially take place peacefully, a process that can be based on rational or reasonable, or even just discursive, reasons. The logic of war cannot be used rationally against the logic of capital itself. A successful struggle against the automatic subject cannot have any other result than the total people's state. The legal subject is not only obligated to its contractual partners, it is also always obligated to the law itself. The expression contains a double meaning. The legal subject is obligated to the abstract legal form as such. Without this self-obligation, no contract would be concluded. However, it is also obligated to the law as an authority that guarantees compliance with its contracts. In contrast to the abstract legal form, however, this authority does not exist as world law or a world court, but only in the form of the nation-state already mentioned. The legal subject appears only as a citizen. This does not mean that stateless persons, foreigners, or asylum seekers are completely outside the legal system. Within the legal system, however, their rights are restricted accordingly. Particularly in the case of asylum seekers, this also applies to their rights to conclude certain contracts, such as employment contracts, and to freely determine their place of residence. The right to asylum is a special right and does not logically originate from the Constitution, but from international law. The term obligation is probably only correct in a logical sense. According to what has been developed so far and in view of the historical and biographical genesis of this obligation, one should rather speak of empathy, with authority, or loyalty. Without loyalty to the nation-state, the general acceptance and validity of the law is hardly conceivable. This does not mean loyalty to a particular government or even necessarily to a particular form of government. Not only many Germans had less difficulty adapting to the change in forms of government, from monarchy to Weimar democracy to National Socialism and finally to the imposed Western-style democracy, than if they had suddenly had to become French or Polish. Loyalty to the nation and the nation-state is anything but self-evident, and all the less so as the myth of common descent can claim credibility. The enforcement of compulsory education alone raises the question of the conditions under which a family association is prepared to be at least loyal enough to a national pseudo-family to send its children to school instead of to the fields. And compulsory military service demands a complete willingness to devote one's life to the state and nation, without thinking, or rather feeling, the nation as a common cause, and that also means one's own cause. The enforcement of nation-states and thus also of uniform law is unthinkable. Let us first approach the problem historically. One of the shocks of the 30 Years' War, which worried the mighty of Europe more than the many deaths, was the unpredictability of soldiers who were only really loyal to their pay. One of the consequences of entire armies changing sides practically overnight was the establishment of standing armies, first in France under Louis XIV. However, the catch with a permanently conscripted army that is loyal to the state is that it is quite expensive, even in peacetime. At the same time, standing armies established a comprehensive tax system and a notoriously indebted state budget. After 1789, this mixture would prove fatal for Louis XVI. The state now systematically drew on the wealth of the nobility and the bourgeois class, who in France, however, were denied promotion to the nobility and thus to key positions of power in the state to a far greater extent than in England, for example. With the tax system, the citizens began to see the state as their own business, while the state budget could not really recover until the French Revolution. Whereas in England, the citizens took over the state from within, as it were, through their slow rise to the nobility and thus to the parliaments of the English aristocracy. In France, as is well known, this happened in one fell swoop. What is the same in both countries, however, and the Habsburg monarchy and Prussia ultimately followed suit here, is the dialectic of standing armies, the tax state and thus the dependence of the state on the economy and the bourgeois class. For the latter, free wage labor exchanged via contract, especially where it begins to produce industrially, simply proves to be more advantageous than serfdom, for example. If in this way it becomes a party to the contractual form and thus a citizen in the sense of general and equal rights, this general interest of the citizen is always at the same time bound to the particular interest of the nation-state, while conversely it is the self-interest of the bourgeois that pushes citizens towards cosmopolitanism, because capital is indifferent to where it exploits itself. Paradoxically enough, it is ultimately the nation-states that introduce general and equal law out of particular interests in the economic competition between states and thus, not least qua law, give birth to the abstract legal subject. The replacement of slavery and serfdom by the free contract is historically decisive here. However, the abolition of slavery was an act of law. Otherwise, there is no need to mention that these lengthy and complicated historical processes are presented here in an extraordinarily simplified manner. While pure economic hardship and state violence forced the wage-earning classe to outwardly comply with the treaties, it took quite different events for them to also understand the state as their cause. Insofar as social democracy saw it as its historical task to turn the patriotless journeymen into true citizens, its rejection of an international workers' uprising and military strike in the event of war as early as 1907, with the result that the French socialists also refrained from such a strategy, and its approval of the war credits in 1914 was not a betrayal, but consequent. The general conscription introduced everywhere in Europe between 1860 and the First World War, and finally the incredible slaughter and butchery in the First World War, finally also integrated the workers, at the latest with the suppression of the Soviet republics, into the nation-state, which became their own cause. The willingness to make sacrifices was rewarded with the right to vote, the consciousness of the citizen took its place alongside class consciousness and thus, as with the bourgeois class, the external and internal enemy of the state and the people alongside the class enemy. Since then, anyone who speaks of class consciousness should not remain silent about the consciousness of the citizen, who soon turned into a comrade of the people and murderer. It is the old misery of the left to have systematically suppressed or even affirmed this connection to this day. Taxation and soldiering, internal and external determination of the enemy and willingness to make sacrifices, form the connection that guarantees the cross-class loyalty of the legal subject as a citizen. General taxation is not an economic necessity. If the state needs money to finance itself, it can only siphon it off from the surplus value anyway. The cumbersome arrangement of first paying out part of the required tax money as wages and then collecting it again later, for example as a consumption tax, follows a political, not an economic logic. As a taxpayer, the proletariat, who has after all risen to the status of the little man, regards the state's expenditure as his own affair. The extraordinarily effective illusion that Greeks, refugees, and the unemployed are financed from their own wallets is what constitutes the connection between their own interests and those of the nation-state, which in Germany has petrified into immediate evidence as a result of the Volksgemeinschaft. Since the introduction of the tax system, there has probably never been a time when taxpayers have not been outraged by the misuse of their money. In this respect, the Wutbürger has always been at the heart of the taxpayer, and with him the need to let the supposed wealth of the people go entirely to the people, regardless of legal mediation. Although the general obligation to pay taxes restricts the power of the state insofar as it makes it dependent on the legitimization of its taxpayers, it does, on the other hand, provide it with the loyalty that it will one day need in order to exercise its power. Even more than the criminal accepts his punishment, the soldier accepts the possibility of his murder. It should have become clear that no one will then ask about the meaning of such loyalty to the death. The soldier, i.e., the willingness to sacrifice oneself in the service of the state, Hegel, is the end result of the negative mediation of bourgeois and citoyen. The Marxian critique of Hegel operates below this level. This is how the state ideology of so-called Marxism came into being. Marxists are a strange lot. Should we fear them because of their pronounced tendency to project their theoretical needs into the Marxian attempt at materialism? Should we envy them because of the academic surplus value they generate? For example, when it is claimed that Marx wanted to develop a theory of the state, beginning in the early, as Thomas Schmittinger says, still strongly philosophical phase of his work, this is particularly evident in his text on the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right from 1843. Therein lies the projection of stylizing a text that expressly does not deal with Hegel's Grundlinien der Philosophie directs but, as an unbiased look at the first volume of MEW shows, wants to offer a critic to Hegelschen Staatsrechts, and this expressly only in its sections 261 through 313, into a whole. This trick of inflating the incompleteness of critique into the completeness of theory characterizes the history, present and future of the social democratic Bolshevik and academic reception of Marx. The pleasure to be gained from this consists in the installation of the basic superstructure schematism, followed by all kinds of derivation acrobatics. The MEW editors already claimed that zur Kritik dealt with the section of Hegel's book in which the question of the state is dealt with and cited a schematically rattling Engels as proof, MEW 1, FN 92. The strategic sense of this thesis, which has become dogma, albeit plucked out of thin air, is to view the state unconditionally and always only in relation to bourgeois society, that is, by no means and certainly not from the outset as the sovereign of the capitalist nation, and then to turn on the dialectical game of mediation between bourgeois and citoyen, which regularly leads to the Marx quotation that the revolution is concerned with the real individual man taking back into himself the abstract citizen, i.e., that man no longer separates social power from himself in the form of political power. From Marx's assertion that Hegel fails at the mediation and thus reconciliation of bourgeois and citoyen, it is concluded that the appropriation of the generic being present in the citoyen, even if only abstractly, is already human emancipation, MEW 1, page 370. This is the basis of the ideology of the state, i.e., the phantasms of socialism as a constitutional mandate, as in Karl Kautsky and Wolfgang Abendroth, which, as Uli Krug, Jungle World 02/09, is quite right, stimulate property, which is supposed to obligate, and the state of the whole people, or of the political as a condensation of power relations that drives the discourse machines. The point of this reading is to declare the sentence, the state is the mediator between man and the freedom of man, MEW 1, page 353, to be Marx's quintessence and to conclude from it, depending on one's temperament, the social workers' state, Kautsky, or the famous dictatorship of the proletariat. However, Marx was never able to prove that Hegel had failed to mediate between bourgeois and citoyen, because his subject matter was only sections 261 to 313, i.e. merely an excerpt from Hegel's third section, the state. Absatz 257 bis 360, in particular das innere Staatsrecht. Section 260 to 329 and not even that completely. Contrary to Schmittinger's thesis, Marx was not yet philosophical enough to be materialist. For if Marx had only read and criticized further, he would have noticed that Hegel treats sovereignty towards the outside in sections 321 through 329, then presents the external constitutional law and there gives the mediation of bourgeois and citoyen, the absence of which Marx wants to chalk up to him, in the form of the soldier. The mediation exists, however, not as reconciliation, but as death, in the unconditional duty to kill and sacrifice. The state, says Hegel, must be seen not only as bourgeois society, Grundlinien section 324, edition, but as the nation in its limit, which implies the surrender of personal reality to the absolute final end, to the sovereignty of the state, section 328. The soldier reconciles, in extreme negativity, the concrete egoism with the abstract altruism of the individual constituted in the form of the subject. He embodies the readiness to sacrifice oneself in the service of the state, section 327. The subject form is the uniform, the legal form is the order to kill. In this, the interest and the right of the individual is set as a vanishing moment, section 324, i.e. the comrade and Volksgenossen, and ultimately the transformation of bourgeois society into the murder collective, i.e. the transformation of the equality of right into injustice by the equals and the transformation of the subjects of all classes into 100% race. Theodore W. Adorno/Max Horkheimer, Dialectic of Enlightenment. Marx's critique is systematically below the level of Hegel's philosophy of right. It does not even reach Hegel's negativity, let alone criticize it. This materialism is not yet a materialism at all, it is a standpoint, not the epitome of the critique of the power of abstraction of idealism, which Hegel reflects as the metaphysical thinker of capital, Hans-Jürgen Kroll. What appears in this tradition with the claim to Marxist state theory must not only negate the Hegelian distinction between understanding and reason, which Marx in his best moments, in the analysis of the value form, materialistically continues as that of theory and critique, but also drives to more evil state apologetic than that of the Prussian philosopher of the state. Of course, the assertion that the state is the mediator owes much to the labor fetishist twist that Marx, still an early socialist, gave to Hegel's thinking. The concept of capital was still only that of private property, a self-alienated representation of labor. This is where Marxist scofflaw thinking begins, which sees through capital to the original power of labor, which leads to Friedrich Ebert's sentence, "Labor is the religion of socialism, the Gulag is its church, and Stakhanov is its prophet." Only in this perspective can the state appear as a field of struggle, Felix Klopotek, 03/09. Only in this way can the alleged self-contradiction of the Republic be ridden around, which the ostensibly empirical Marx, Schmittinger, of the France writing states. The comprehensive contradiction of this constitution consists in this: the class whose social slavery it is supposed to perpetuate, proletariat, peasants, petty bourgeois, puts it in possession of political power through the general right to vote. MW 7, p. 43. Virtually, the state is already socialism, an agent of the generality unconscious of itself, therefore the necessary lever for socialization. The rest is agitation, politics, party building, then August 4, 1914, as well as the nationalization of the class in general, its transformation from proletariat to working class. The completion of which was praised by the German trade union boss August Winnig in 1934. The fact that Marx was a lawyer by training becomes visible, as a caricature, as the legal socialism that fits the so-called fundamental contradiction between wage labor and capital. On the one hand, Marxist scofflawism is rooted in the fact that capital is not conceived as a historically unfolding relationship to its concept, to the classless class society in accordance with capital as the automatic subject, MEW 23, page 169, as a history that takes place between the French Revolution and the Wannsee Conference. On the other hand, in the fact that thinking believes that it has nothing in front of it if it has nothing behind it, therefore compulsively subscribes to the proletarian subject, then puts its foot down in the transition from theory to critique in order to surrender to a shabby cunning of reason. This fatal translation still functions in capital. Capital, as accumulation for the sake of accumulation, is only production for the sake of production, which means nothing other than the development of human productive forces, i.e. the development of human nature as an end in itself. MEW 26.2, page 111. Nothing other than, as somnambulistically as it is compulsively, this formula translates the unreasonable nature of capital, of which only criticism would be inherent, into the trusting nature of labor, for which theory is just good enough and any language, if it only babbles anti-capitalist jargon. Against Thomas Schmittinger's aversion to an ahistorical view of a state conceived as monolithic, his historical philosophical concept must be emphasized, which another critic of Hegel defined in this way: it is obvious that all the so-called general interests of society, which the state supposedly represents, are a fiction and that the state is, as it were, a butchery and a monstrous graveyard. Mikhail Bakunin, The Commune of Paris and the Concept of the State, 1871. With Marx and Adorno, one then only needs to show that this fiction is anything but manipulation or ideology in the common sense, but rather the real abstraction set in money and law, capital and sovereignty, that the opposition between the republic of the market and the despotism of the factory, Marx, has always already been abolished in the barracks, albeit negatively. Everything else, on the other hand, so-called Marxism in particular, drives positive thinking. Leo Elser's essay is an excellent text in many respects. Above all, it is a rare conciseness in working out the contradictions of sovereignty and the relationship between the nation-state and the world market in general, both historically and abstractly and logically. Problems arise where this presentation makes an immediate transition to an assessment of the new right, and they point to the fundamental difficulties of a dialectical critique of the state. The resolution states, for example, that the current right-wing mobilization for the resolution of contradictions is nothing other than a crisis management program, and this is precisely what makes the phenomenon of the strengthened right so scary, that they have succeeded in putting a crisis management program on the agenda without there currently being a manifest economic crisis that, like that of 1929, immediately calls into question the continued existence of the social order. The strengthening of jihad, however, it should be added, is not only sinister in this sense, unlike the new right, which, insofar as it can be seen as an offensive force of catastrophe politics, is on a lost cause as long as the EU does not collapse or the world market breaks apart. It corresponds very closely to the latent economic crisis and is taking place on a global scale. Conversely, the degree of latency can be roughly measured by the extent to which a global movement such as that against climate change may still be able to stimulate the accumulation of capital, or whether climate protection ideology has long since taken on a life of its own in relation to economic rationality. Leo Elser therefore uses it as a kind of mnemonic device for the new right. It is the Islamist suicide bombers who have reminded the masterminds and representatives of the current right of the willingness to sacrifice themselves as the very substance of the state. It is strange that the author himself is not taken aback here, as it is precisely these assassins who always remind us of the disintegration of the state, albeit a disintegration that takes the form of a new behemoth or a counter-sovereign, Manfred Dahlmann, and for a specific, repeatedly repressed, in this sense also Marxist or otherwise rationalized, reason, such an unstate, Franz Neumann, is the best prerequisite for waging a war of extermination against the Jews. Nor is it about a general soldier, in whose willingness to kill and sacrifice his life the new right would first have to transfer the internal contradiction of the state, as Elser believes. There is no general soldier, claiming the opposite has roughly the same explanatory value as Tucholsky's soldiers are murderers, but only the concrete soldiers of certain states, whose contradiction does not need to be transferred anywhere, since every state with all its contradictions already has violence, i.e. ultimately the willingness to die and kill, as a condition from the outset. It is simply only a question of who it is used against and with what and to what consequences. In Hobbes' argument, it remains an insoluble riddle, and here we can only agree with Leo Elser, how the sovereign, if its purpose is to be determined by the self-preservation of individuals, must be able to demand that at least some of its citizens die as soldiers for the state. As in the master-servant chapter of his Phenomenology of the Spirit, the willingness to die is the unity that is always presupposed by the separation, be it that of master and servant or that of the citizens of the state. Franz Neumann had already pointed out the ambiguous formulations in Leviathan, in which the relationship between the purpose of the state to be set in individual self-preservation and its condition, the willingness to sacrifice oneself, remains as unclear as it must de facto remain if the state, as Hobbes attributes it, is to be a mortal god and not an immortal one. Conversely, it characterizes the German ideology and Hegel's philosophy of law to make the substance of the state out of this condition. Elser quotes section 325 from it. As a refutation of Hobbes, so to speak, Hegel sees the sacrifice for the individuality of the state as the substantial relationship of all citizens, to which in turn a separate estate, that of the soldier, is dedicated. In truth, however, as we have known since the ironic nominalist Hobbes, the sovereign is determined by the fact that it has no substance, or rather, as we have known since the ironic universalist realist Marx, its substance is only borrowed from the capital relation. But if we can speak of a substance of National Socialism, it is not the willingness to die and kill, but the extermination of the Jews, just as here the friend-enemy distinction inherent in every state functions only as a means of putting the pathic projection of this absolute or total enemy into practice. Of course, this does not change the fact that in every state or community, at least since the decline of the polis, together with the always precarious unity of self-preservation created by the friend-enemy distinction, there is a tendency to project such an absolute enemy and to envisage its destruction. The difference lies merely in the fact that this goal has not yet become the conditio sine qua non of their unity in the consciousness of the projectors, whatever the unity may be called, ethnic or religious community, nation-state, or popular sovereignty. That, rather, the willingness to die and kill ultimately demanded by the sovereign is one of the conditions, which is precisely why, paradoxically, unity itself can still be understood as one of individual self-preservation, whereas in German ideology and in National Socialism or in Jihad and in the Islamic Republic, self-sacrifice and self-preservation, weighted differently depending on the situation and similar to the relationship between authoritarian and anti-authoritarian consciousness, are only ever-changing means to the one fixed end, the condition of a unity that is itself only unity for the sake of the condition. Leo Elser, meanwhile, writes that with the mass deaths of the First World War, Hobbes' doctrine became objectively absurd. From the perspective of a state thinker, after 1918 it was no longer possible to justify the state with reference to individual self-preservation, as was still the case with Hobbes. Only one word is missing here, namely German. If Elser had predicted that we are dealing here, specifically with Carl Schmitt, with a German state thinker, or better, with the German's unstate thinker, the sentence would be true. Conversely, Rosa Luxemburg referred to traditions and methods that Leviathan had opened the door to when she spoke out against the world domination of German imperialism. Nothing had happened yet. We still owe the beginnings of the reorganization to Wilson and the English tanks. For the future prospects of socialism, everything depends on the methods by which peace is achieved, which tendency of imperialism gains the upper hand first. It would be a slap in the face to all historical discernment to ignore the realization that the imperialism of the Central Powers and that of the Entente express two different tendencies. Quote, end. Although she still calls both tendencies imperialism, Rosa Luxemburg defines the imperialism of the Central Powers by the Eastern Albanian methods and the complete absence of public opinion, thus distinguishing it from the democratic traditions and naturally more liberal methods of English world imperialism. Rosa Luxemburg, handwritten fragments on the history of the international, German social democracy, war, revolution, and post-war perspectives. However little Rosa Luxemburg's idea of socialism may have to do with the practice of Zionism, both are based on this ability to differentiate. Just as anyone who thinks about Hobbes would also have to reflect on the fact that, from the perspective of a Zionist state thinker, specifically Vladimir Jabotinsky, for example, the state can only be made at all with a justification of the state that refers to individual self-preservation. The criticism that Leo Strauss made of Carl Schmitt in a personal letter to him about his recently published work The Concept of the Political also brings this to mind. It was also his view that man is evil by nature and therefore man needs domination. But domination can only be established, i.e. people can only be united in a unity against other people. The tendency towards isolation, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is inherent in human nature. In this sense, it is destiny. However, Strauss insisted on a distinction that he would like to see determined as a relationship of rank, as if he still wanted to prevent his teacher from becoming a National Socialist. But the political, understood in this way, is not the constitutive principle of the state, of order, but only the condition of the state. Quote, end. Strauss was then able to read that this hierarchical relationship between the political and the state was completely reversed in the new edition of Schmitt's Concept of the Political in 1933. The specifically political distinction, the distinction between friend and enemy, which Strauss adopted from Schmitt, is for Schmitt only the transition to the persecution and extermination of the Jews. However, one could also say, varying Kant's famous formulation about synthetic judgments, that Leo Strauss is asking here, how is a Zionist sovereign possible? Nota bene. Strauss had been active as a political Zionist in his youth and had also come into contact with Jabotinsky at the time. However, any serious criticism of anti-Zionism must be able to answer this question. Israel is a state and not a ghetto equipped with weapons, but this would have to be included in all conceptual definitions of state criticism itself if it does not want to pay tribute to anti-Zionism. If the condition of the state is declared to be the substance of the state, then it follows either that the Jewish state is not a state, or that it is a state like any other. Leo Elser rejects this false alternative with good reason. For in the latter case, it seems almost inevitable in the course of argumentation of radical state criticism that Israel should be understood as another example of sovereignty, the purest form of which was expressed by National Socialism and conceptualized by Carl Schmitt. The sovereign would therefore always already be the unstate, a distinction between the two hardly necessary or even possible, just as National Socialism would not have abolished sovereignty, but would have realized it in the rackets as well as in the leader figure of the Volksgemeinschaft. thus either communism or the state including National Socialism, tertium non datur. From this dilemma, which only ever allowed left-wing criticism of the state to lead to left-wing anti-Semitism, Joachim Brun, to whom Leo Elser refers in connection with section 325 of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, at some point drew the conclusion that Zionism should finally be recognized as the tertium datur of criticism of the state, an indispensable means for Jews to survive anti-Semitism, and he devoted himself to the solitude of Theodor Herzl. In the introduction to the new edition of Furchtbar Antisemiten, Ehrbar Antizionisten, the Initiative Sozialistisches Forum wrote, "The essence of national identity is death, which must be carried out on others so that the self gains substance in robbery murder," page 7. This definition of the essence raises the question of why it should not also apply to Jewish nationalism. For, as the main text states, have there ever been states that act as mere technical apparatuses to guarantee rights? Would such a state even be conceivable? Page 52. Of course such a state is not conceivable. But to agree with Jacob Todt, who claimed that Jewish nationalism had to create the largest Jewish ghetto in history, page 50, the ISF does not leave it at that and responds with a division into existence and function. Quote, viewed in terms of its history and existence, Israel is the civil society of the Jews, whose peculiarities are easily explained by the specific character of national liberation movements. In terms of its function, Israel is, if not a bulwark, at least the only means of self-defense against the worldwide rampant anti-Semitism, which the Jews can organize on their own and therefore completely inadequately. Page 73. So there must be something in the concept of the state that does not exclude fulfilling this function, otherwise Israel would really only be the largest Jewish ghetto in history. It may be named as an attribute of a substance, but according to Marx this only makes sense if this substance, which can only be claimed for the state of capital, is understood to be the substance of value, abstract labor. Conversely, the formulation that the self gains substance in robbery murder also proves to be Hegelian in the good, i.e. negative sense. It denotes a political power that, with Hobbes and Newman, could be understood as behemoth, insofar as it can still be understood at all, i.e. only in contrast to Leviathan, from which, however, it originated. Although he refused to speak of National Socialism in the sense of Franz Neumann as an unstate and did not want to make a distinction between Leviathan and Behemoth, sovereign and counter-sovereign, his depiction of Zionism, which did not refer to Hobbes but to Machiavelli, points in this direction. Israel is a state in precisely the sense in which National Socialism could not have been. Or to put it in Joachim Brun's own words, Israel is only understood as a state if National Socialism is understood as something that has already sprung from the state, sprung in both senses of the word. And tertium datur then means that a transition to the unstate is not possible here, while at the same time, although this was not emphasized by Joachim Brun, it provokes its differentia specifica. The distinction between sovereign and counter-sovereign arises from the relationship to Israel. It is precisely this that shows the caesura that was set by the founding of Israel. Before that, the non-state was immediately identical with the extermination of the European Jews. At the end, Leo Elser quotes Michael Klanovsky, Alexander Golan's personal advisor, who described the Israelis as patriotic, lively Israelis, almost ethnic in their insistence on borders, statehood, and ethical cohesion, and concludes quite correctly from this attribution. Even if they have recently declared the Jews to be their friends, their understanding of the state is anti-Semitic at its core. Quote, end. From the perspective of the Jewish sovereign, however, it can be assumed that every understanding of the state in every other country is essentially or potentially anti-Semitic. That is why Zionism exists. And as little as Hobbes' doctrine has become objectively absurd, it stands to reason that wherever it should be valid, on the left or the right, in the east or the west, as soon as the crisis threatens and the world market disintegrates, it will abdicate in favor of a substantialization of the state. This is precisely why it is not entirely irrelevant for Israel what positions these new right-wingers in Europe take on the Jews and their state. In fact, however, the newly discovered love for Israel that these so-called sovereignists or right-wing populists display appears to be nothing more than a domestic parody of the geopolitical constellation into which Jew hatred has shifted. Israel is seen by them as a kind of role model for sovereignty, but for the purpose of hiding something specific, that sovereignty, as Leo Elser in particular can make clear, is and can only be the other side of the world market. The disintegration of this unity, like the anti-Semitic mania for annihilation, lies in the nature of the matter, i.e. of capital, because this unity drives the crisis out of itself again and again. Declaring the Jewish state, created so that the delusion no longer achieves its goal, to be the model state is the icing on the cake, so to speak, of the ideological maneuver to deny the lawfulness of the crisis in order to fantasize sovereignty as a concrete alternative to the world market and globalists as something like the counter-sovereign. Without the world market, sovereignty is just another term for unbroken racket rule. It therefore characterizes the love of Israel as a projection of an ideal sovereign, which must ignore the world market relations of the real Jewish sovereign, so that it can be used in domestic politics, where it is directed above all against the left, while in foreign policy it commits to nothing, as is shown by its agreement with the appeasement of the EU towards the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran. And so, as with the white supremacists in the USA, anti-Semitism regularly comes to the fore in certain disappointments with the Trump administration's foreign policy. In secession, for example, the assassination attempt on Soleimani is explained in line with the mainstream on the one hand by the fact that Trump wanted to distract from the impeachment, but on the other hand blatantly with the Jewish Zionists with whom Trump surrounds himself, from his son-in-law Jared Kushner, whose family is close to Netanyahu, or from his biggest campaign donor in 2016, the casino mogul Sheldon Adelson, who once publicly called for Iran to be threatened with nuclear annihilation. As for all the questionable figures, they were already there in 2017, 2018, and 2019. Quote, end. But Trump now has his back to the wall domestically, and the murder of Qasem Soleimani was the deep state's greatest success to date. In contrast, the reactions of some journalists who are now cheering Soleimani's death and expressing their transatlantic alliance loyalty without being asked are completely incomprehensible. Especially those who warn of Iranian attacks in Germany. But we have enough Islamic terrorists in the country, almost exclusively Sunnis by the way, who can blow themselves up at any time without orders from Tehran. The attempt to manipulate public opinion into seeing the mullah's strings behind every exploding turban is the height of irresponsibility. If these people really want to go to war for America, Israel, and Saudi Arabia, then I suggest they enlist in the US Army. They'll even get American citizenship. All Germany and Europe have to gain from this war are new hordes of refugees. Quote, end. It is precisely here, where the question of Western hegemony arises, that the profound lack of state of the new right is revealed, just as this question has always decided. Jabotinsky knew this as well as Herzl did in his day, how the existence of Jewish sovereignty is empirically possible, so to speak. In contrast to the self-proclaimed sovereignists Le Pen and Orban, with whom he has been in common for some time, Geert Wilders still seems to base his political demands on the tradition of Western sovereignty. Affinity with such a concept of Western politics may also have prompted Geert Wilders, for example, not to accept the invitation to a pan-European meeting of right-wing populist parties organized by the FP in Vienna and not to sign the Jerusalem Declaration of the FP, Vlaams Belang, Sweden Democrats, Danish People's Party, Italian Lega Nord, Slovakian SNS, and German Civil Rights Party. In an interview with the Swiss weekly Weltwoche, August 2017, shortly before the elections in the Netherlands, he argued in favor of banning the Quran by equating the book with Hitler's Mein Kampf. He could even have invoked Churchill here. And when he calls for mosques to be closed, he does so on the grounds that Islam is not a religion, but an ideology. At the same time, however, he avoids the problem that this ideology is considered a religion and must also be considered a religion according to the rule of law. This is why the Quran differs from Hitler's book in terms of how the danger it poses is organized, and therein lies a danger that Mein Kampf can hardly achieve today, except as one of the many components of jihadist propaganda. Just as this propaganda presupposes National Socialism, the essentially asymmetrical holy war already begins with the dissolution of state unity, into which the striving for economic self-sufficiency in National Socialist Germany had turned politically in order to bring its war of extermination against the Jews to an end. Wilders, on the other hand, sees salvation, if not in economic self-sufficiency, then in political isolation. Referring to a study by Amsterdam University, according to which 10% of Muslims in the Netherlands are prepared to resort to violence for their religion, he calculates that this figure of around 100,000 people is twice as high as the number of Dutch soldiers. But he only uses this to justify isolationism. Africa's population is exploding. By the end of this century, that billion will have quadrupled. 4 billion people. According to a UN study, a third of them want to emigrate to Europe. Anyone who takes the lives of our children and grandchildren seriously must therefore guard the borders. The entire detailed discussion in Weltwoche acts as if foreign policy no longer exists. The conjured-up lives of our children and grandchildren are merely the emotional expression of the fact that from now on we should remain completely silent about the options of a hegemonic foreign policy in the interests of the West. Wilders and his European partners such as the AfD, FN, and FP believe they are in line with the new US president, from whose electoral success they also want to benefit. And the media that turn against them cannot assert this transatlantic identity of the right-wing populists often enough. However, the isolationist card that Trump played during the election campaign and continues to play, despite the missile strike against Assad's regime in Syria, is a different game to the one we know from Europe, at least from a historical point of view, as are the alleged efforts to achieve self-sufficiency. While the propagation of such aspirations can in principle serve the USA to reposition itself as a hegemon or even just to exert pressure on allies, at least in the heart of Europe it only ever points to an inner kinship with jihad, which outwardly takes appeasement into account, either as an active one, as in the anti-Zionist expressions of solidarity of the left, or as a passive one, which, apart from unacknowledged sympathy, automatically results from the general withdrawal of the right from foreign policy. However, as the isolationists of the 1930s such as Lindbergh showed and as some developments among Democrats on the one hand and Republicans on the other today reveal, the USA is not necessarily immune to this either. The condition that they are is simply that they do not want a closed trading state, ficta, no matter how big it is. That is why the again in the slogan "Make America Great Again" still inspires a certain amount of confidence. On March 24, 2018, the largest demonstration against unrestricted gun ownership took place in Washington, D.C. under the title March for Our Lives. The initiative came from student associations, in particular survivors of the shooting rampage at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. 500,000 people were expected to attend the children's crusade against certain weapons. In the end, 800,000 are said to have turned out in Washington alone and up to 2 million in the rest of the country, where parallel marches took place. The demonstration even beat the 750,000 participants in the Million Mums March on Mother's Day in 2000. The following year, only 200 people took part. In addition, there were solidarity actions around the world, of course only out of empathy for American children and not for any other or base motives. With the caveats that the focus on guns itself is symptomatic and, at least in part, a defensive reaction, but that at the same time a discomfort with guns is not only extremely understandable but also an achievement of civilization, and that on the part of gun rights activists a proper libidinous occupation of their shotguns and pistols can be noticed, the debate should be considered. The discussion about the causes of gun rampages, which flared up particularly after the Columbine rampage, is truly not over. In particular, the role of bullying, i.e. the aspect in which teachers and pupils can certainly play a part, remains controversial. This does not mean that gun laws should not be addressed, as it cannot be denied that the choice of weapon has a certain, and at least quantitative, relevance. However, a focus on the quantitative is itself treacherous. A look at the figures shows not only that well over half, up to 2/3, of firearm victims are victims of suicide, but also that rampages account for just 1% of deaths. Semi-automatic assault rifles, which will be the subject of the next article, are not responsible for 5% of deaths, even in the highest counts of studies, but are responsible for the most prominent cases. The focus on these weapons is always a bit alarmist. Shortly before the text was submitted, there was another school shooting, this time in Santa Fe. Unfortunately, this gunman also immediately proved that you can still slaughter 10 people with a revolver and a shotgun. More than 6 times as many murders are committed with a knife compared to murders committed with guns in general. The petition that the march is intended to promote is symptomatic of the arguments of the gun lobby opponents. The first demand is to ban semi-automatic rifles such as those used in the Orlando attack and the rampages in Las Vegas, Sutherland Springs, Aurora, Sandy Hook, and most recently at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, although the petition summarizes them under the word shootings. It goes on to say that no private individual should have access to these weapons of war, the use of which should be reserved for the military and security agencies. This may sound very reasonable at first, but it is not quite so consistent when the first sentence of the petition reads, "We support the right of every law-abiding American to keep and bear arms as set forth in the United States Constitution." The quasi-sanctity of the U.S. Constitution, which replaced the British monarch by force of arms, conditions constitutional fundamentalism. But it can hardly be denied that socio-political debates quickly take on the character of religious exegesis disputes, arguing over the meaning of a comma. A constitution that can hardly be changed runs the risk of falling out of time. In the United States, the right to bear arms may have been a civil liberty at the end of the 19th century. Today it seems like a dangerous anachronism, wrote Heiko Maas in the FAZ, whose entire practice as Justice Minister proved that he also regards the First Amendment as a dangerous anachronism in relation to another technical innovation, the Internet, in order to distinguish the Basic Law, according to Maas, an export hit in Europe and the world due to its continuous updating, and the Federal Constitutional Court from its American counterpart, where the text of a constitution is sacrosanct. The formal hurdles for amending the Constitution are not significantly higher in the US than in Germany, but the willingness to do so is not overly pronounced for good reasons. Talk of anachronism is itself dangerous, as if the enabling acts had not also been updates of the Weimar Constitution. In general, it seems presumptuous to lecture those from whom we allowed ourselves to be liberated about their constitution instead of liberating ourselves like them. In the lecture Kultur and Culture, Adorno emphasized that the power of resistance to totalitarian currents is probably greater in America than in any European country, with the exception perhaps of England, which he attributed in particular to the fact that in the USA there is infinitely less blindness, which people obey blindly, and which then produces destructive tendencies precisely for the sake of the blindness of obedience. In the United States, people are well aware, or at least have an inkling, of the extent to which this power of resistance is based, among other things, on the Constitution's resistance to updating. This is precisely why opponents of the NRA are always keen to emphasize that they do not intend to touch the Second Amendment, which guarantees the right to bear arms, and which reads as follows: a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. Obama's defense against the actually false claim that he intends to take away all Americans' guns was usually that he rightly emphasized that more guns have been sold during his time in office than ever before. Only he didn't mention that this increase was largely due to panic buying in the face of his gun control pushes, so it only benefits him negatively. Since Trump's victory, gun sales have fallen dramatically and continue to decline, so much so that in February, Remington Arms, a traditional gun manufacturer founded in 1816, even filed for bankruptcy. The increase in gun sales during the Clinton administration, on the other hand, was minimal compared to the framing periods of the two Bush administrations. The amendment was always hotly debated. Until the 1960s, however, the debate usually centered on other questions, such as militia. Is the Ku Klux Klan a legitimate militia against some form of tyranny, were questions that courts had to decide at the time. Those smart Alecs who have objected for some time that the amendment was intended solely to secure the right of slaveholders to put down slave rebellions fail to recognize that radical abolitionists in particular were key proponents of the amendment. Insofar as these historical debates in the USA concerned the type of weapons, this usually referred to the concealed carrying of weapons. In one sensational case in 1822, a sword and a walking stick was involved. For a long time, it was small weapons such as pistols and knives that were restricted, unlike guns, as they could be concealed. In this respect, the judgments were generally directed against the element of malice or the blurring of the boundary between the armed and the unarmed. In the USA, concealed carrying is still more problematic than open carrying. This follows a long tradition of assuming that only criminals carry a weapon concealed. The statistics of crimes committed with guns support this view in that most crimes are committed with small weapons such as handguns. The fear of concealing weapons is reminiscent of the blindness emphasized by Adorno. The aversion to concealed carry and the attempt to cast it in legal form was the first conflict with the Second Amendment. This can be nicely illustrated by the example of Kentucky, the first, 1792, Article 12, Section 23, and Second Constitution, 1799, Article X, Section 23, simply stated that the right of the citizens to bear arms in defense of themselves and the state shall not be questioned. From the third, strongly pro-slaveholder Constitution, 1850, Article 13, Bill of Rights, Section 25, onwards, however, the paragraph reads as follows, i.e. with the postscript, that the rights of the citizens to bear arms in defense of themselves and the state shall not be questioned. But the General Assembly may pass laws to prevent persons from carrying concealed arms. It referred to the fact that the 1813 Concealed Carry Act, one of the first gun laws, was unconstitutional under the 1799 Constitution, see Bliss v. Commonwealth, 1822, above. And today's, since 1891, Section 1(7), Constitution also states, all men are, by nature, free and equal, and have certain inherent and inalienable rights, among which may be reckoned. 7th, the right to bear arms in defense of themselves and of the state, subject to the power of the General Assembly to enact laws to prevent persons from carrying concealed weapons. Cf. also on the problem of violence and duels. Ireland, Robert M. The problem of concealed weapons in 19th century Kentucky. The Register of the Kentucky Historical Society, Volume 91, No. 4, o 1993, pp. 370 to 385, numerous states had formulations in their post-Civil War constitutions such as, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, but the General Assembly shall have power to prescribe the manner in which arms may be borne. Or the right of any person to keep or bear arms in defense of his own home, person, and property, or in aid of the civil power when thereto legally summoned, shall not be called in question, but nothing herein contained shall be held to permit the carrying of concealed weapons. An act to suppress the evil practice of carrying weapons secretly was the official name of the corresponding offense in Alabama in 1837. Travelers were mostly exempt. For some years now, the social debate has been about big guns, especially semi-automatic AR-15 rifles, but it's not as if there hasn't already been a nationwide ban on these rifles, which are classified as semi-automatic assault rifles based on various criteria. Former Presidents Ford, Carter, and Reagan, among others, had called for this in a letter in 1993. It was then prepared by Bush Sr. and passed by Clinton in 1994 after it was approved by Congress and the Senate, but expired in 2004 because it should have been extended in accordance with the expiry clause, which did not happen. The actual benefits of the ban are hotly debated. In general, however, rifles and assault rifles do not play a large percentage role in acts of violence. While there have been several to numerous lawsuits over those rifles and their banning, never on the grounds that the ban violates the Second Amendment. Not only did all but one of the Republicans in the Senate vote against Obama's new attempt in 2013, but also 15 Democrats. However, the Supreme Court has not yet ruled on assault rifles under the Second Amendment, but has so far only rejected cases in which state-level bans were challenged, for which the Constitution simply does not or did not have jurisdiction. In these cases, the federal compromise simply applied. Only 7 states have a ban on semi-automatic rifles, in the rest they are legal under various conditions. The march must therefore be about a national ban, but one that, according to them, takes into account the Second Amendment, which again is not that simple. The NRA generally does not sue in the high courts because they fear that a ban on those guns could be struck down by the Supreme Court in the last instance, and they are far better off with the compromise. The general rule for many issues is therefore, where there is no plaintiff, there is no judge. Which is not to say that they are not pursuing numerous lawsuits based on local bans. No one simply tried to challenge the ban at the time on the basis of the Second Amendment. The complaints were that the ban violated free trade, that it violated equal treatment, i.e. the Fifth Amendment, which does not apply to persons or things. This case shows quite clearly how much the Supreme Court shies away from making judgments that are too fundamental, instead focusing heavily on the purpose that the plaintiffs put forward. If, for example, hunting is cited as an argument, the Supreme Court looks exclusively at the extent to which weapons commonly used for hunting purposes have been banned. In McDonald v. Chicago, 2010, a lawsuit against the federal compromise was also upheld, and it was held that the Second Amendment also prohibits bans in individual states. This refers in particular to the sentence from Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, which was passed after the Civil War for the legal equality of blacks. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or liberties of citizens of the United States. The ruling is highly controversial, as it contradicts previous case law on the one hand, but on the other hand is entirely consistent with the wording of the 14th Amendment. But until then, the ruling from the case United States v. Cruikshank, 1876, was considered a consensus, in which it was stated, "The Second Amendment declares that it shall not be infringed, but this, as has been seen, means no more than that it shall not be infringed by Congress." However, the Supreme Court rightly pointed out that this rule had long since given way to a different practice in numerous lawsuits on other issues. So it was certain liberal decisions, such as DeYonga v. Oregon, 1937, Roe v. Wade, 1973, Planned Parenthood v. Casey, 1992, Lawrence v. Texas, 2003, and later still Obergefell v. Hodges, 2015, that paved the way for the recent debate on gun rights. It is easy to see that some liberal victories before the Supreme Court are a double-edged sword. Now the debate once again centers on the question, what are the arms whose possession is protected by the Constitution? For a long time, it was simply considered to be those weapons in common use at the time. The only question that is increasingly being asked is for what purpose? This is a question that did not arise for a long time insofar as the weapons that were in common use at the time of ratification were everyday objects and war material in one. To put it bluntly, the British were chased away with the same weapons that were otherwise used to hunt or chase away animals. The fundamental problem is that, compared to most other articles, the intention of the article is on the one hand even hinted at, but on the other hand not formulated explicitly enough. But this is a problem that the petition only doubles down on instead of confronting it. The Supreme Court's first serious consideration of the nature of arms in relation to the amendment was United States v. Miller in 1939, which was based on the National Firearms Act of 1934, passed shortly before in response to the St. Valentine's Day massacre attributed to Al Capone and an assassination attempt on Roosevelt. There, a sawed-off shotgun was ruled to be legitimate because, certainly it is not within judicial notice that this weapon is any part of the ordinary military equipment or that its use could contribute to the common defense. In other words, the student petition was almost contradicted by the ruling that weapons that were not part of military equipment were not protected, which made it clear that the possession of common weapons of war by private individuals tended not only to be covered, but was even the purpose of the amendment. The only limitation was the degree of civilized warfare. Ironically, it later turned out that shotguns of this type were used en masse by the U.S. side in the trench warfare of the First World War, and with such literally resounding success that the Germans even complained to the U.S. government about it. The U.S. government's response was that these weapons did not violate the Geneva Convention. Cf. Benedict Crowell, Assistant Secretary of War, 1919. America's Munitions, 1917–1918. Government Printing Office, Washington, D.C. pages 185 to 186. Since the 1960s, the gun rights debate has shifted dramatically in society, without the Supreme Court having any part in it. Personal self-defense finally became a central issue. In general, it can be said that the arguments on both sides of the debate are not exactly consistent. On the other hand, in order to avoid having to deal with the most stupid omissions, one can take another look at the lines of argument in one of the most fundamental cases before the Supreme Court, the 2008 case District of Columbia v. Heller. The basic question or point of contention was the extent to which a certain ban or rules on the storage of weapons in D.C. would impair self-defense or the allegedly guaranteed right to it. The complainant was upheld at the time. Thankfully, during the course of the hearing, the question of the extent to which self-defense was the purpose of the article was addressed. The case is interesting, as both groups emphasize and hold on to important points, but at the same time overshoot the mark and their own actual intentions if the arguments are extended in the direction of the current debate. The minority position at the time was represented by Justices John Paul Stevens, appointed by Ford, and Stephen G. Breyer. Breyer, who as a pragmatist appointed by Clinton clearly belongs to the liberal justices and is even prepared to use foreign precedents for this purpose if it benefits him, noted that self-defense is not the purpose of the article. The Second Amendment protects militia-related, not self-defense-related, interests. These two interests are sometimes intertwined. To assure 18th century citizens that they could keep arms for militia purposes would necessarily have allowed them to keep arms that they could have used for self-defense as well. But self-defense alone, detached from any militia-related objective, is not the amendment's concern. First of all, this is indeed correct, even if it already contains a tendency that will lead to something completely wrong. For the time being, however, it should be noted that this is again about handguns, i.e. again more about small arms, the constitutionality of which is in question, nor, for that matter, am I aware of any evidence that handguns in particular were central to the framers' conception of the Second Amendment. The lists of militia-related weapons in the late 18th century state statutes appear primarily to refer to other sorts of weapons, muskets in particular. The law thus covers weapons of war that were historically also used for self-defense, according to one of the most liberal justices of the Supreme Court at the time. The repeated attempt to limit the right to the weapons available at the time of writing, muskets or, by derivation, single-shot weapons, is absurd and was also rejected in this way. Not only would almost all weapons then be banned, including revolvers etc., but in this interpretation, films would also not be included in the freedom of speech. His colleague Stevens, however, radicalized this position and noted with reference to the above case U.S. v. Miller, the amendment is most naturally read to secure to the people a right to use and possess arms in conjunction with service in a well-regulated militia. So far as appears, no more than that was contemplated by its drafters or is encompassed within its terms. However, this was not judged in the Miller case, but only the purpose of the militia and the weapons as military and at the same time competing with the military, i.e. potentially opposing the military. In the same vein, numerous media outlets assert the merely collective, or even institutional, right that has since been transferred to the National Guard or even the Army, usually citing the same statement from the Miller case, which states that the Second Amendment is restricted to the keeping and bearing of arms by the people collectively for their common defense and security. The only problem is that this phrase was cited as an argument by a prosecutor, Robert H. Jackson, and not even by a judge, much less incorporated into the judgment or its reasoning. The value or probative force of that sentence is therefore not really legally more important than the sentences of the scribblers who quote it. The assertion of a right of the general public, which at the same time is supposed to be collective but limited, i.e. related only to the militia, and not the general right of individuals, is quite new and a major argument of the gun opponents. See also Hardy, David T., 2011. The recent rise, and more recent demise, of the collective right interpretation of the Second Amendment. Cleveland State Law Review, Volume 59, No. 3, 2011. The militia uses only approach rejected in Heller and MacDonald was in fact a very recent creation of the lower federal courts, utterly ahistoric, and which had been subject to scholarly challenge almost from its outset. Here page 359. It can certainly be argued that a similar interpretation existed far earlier with the case of State v. Buzzard, 1842. However, this case was again about concealed carry, and it did not seem to have quite caught on in the tradition. The case was heard by the Arkansas Supreme Court and was based on the Arkansas Constitution, not the United States Constitution. Stevens based his argument on the preamble to the article and a sentence by Chief Justice John Marshall, who once emphasized, "It cannot be presumed that any clause in the Constitution is intended to be without effect." Marbury v. Madison, 1803. This only means that something cannot be without effect, but of course does not automatically mean that the effect is absolute. Marshall actually wrote in the same place, "Affirmative words are often, in their operation, negative of other objects than those affirmed, and, in this case, a negative or exclusive sense must be given to them or they have no operation at all." But Marshall himself ruled in 1821 in the case of Cohens v. Virginia on his 1803 sentence, which was referred to in the case as a generalization. It is, we think, apparent that to give this distributive clause the interpretation contended for, to give to its affirmative words a negative operation, in every possible case would, in some instances, defeat the obvious intention of the article. Such an interpretation would not consist with those rules which, from time immemorial, have guided courts in their construction of instruments brought under their consideration. It must therefore be discarded. Every part of the article must be taken into view, and that construction adopted which will consist with its words and promote its general intention. The court may imply a negative from affirmative words where the implication promotes, not where it defeats, the intention. So he himself spoke out against confusing his often with always and no longer considering cases such as articles individually. The implied restrictions can go in both directions and can also shift objectively. With regard to Stevens' reading, the question is, among other things, how many people must be allowed to have a gun and which ones, so that the right of the people is still upheld in accordance with a collective right. However, the assumption that a well-regulated militia in the strict modern sense of the word would primarily mean a state, well-controlled militia or similar per se is a short circuit. In the historical sense, it only meant well-equipped or well-functioning. Compare the omission of the then still Federalist Madison in the Federalist Papers, number 29, to oblige the great body of the yeomanry, and of the other classes of the citizens, to be under arms for the purpose of going through military exercises and evolutions, as often as might be necessary to acquire the degree of perfection which would entitle them to the character of a well-regulated militia, would be a real grievance to the people, and a serious public inconvenience and loss. It would form an annual deduction from the productive labor of the country, to an amount which, calculating upon the present numbers of the people, would not fall far short of the whole expense of the civil establishments of all the states. Later on, it is clearly stated that he simply meant a well-trained militia. It should be noted that Madison was only concerned here with wasted working time for economic reasons, which is why he spoke out in favor of a smaller militia, which the Jeffersonians/Republicans and Anti-Federalists considered to be an illegitimate intervention by the central state. But gun ownership and the right to bear arms was once again not an issue. It must be conceded that the preamble was also interpreted in the sense of controlled, but only in the sense that the amendment does not per se allow people to gather together armed at will. The most prominent case here is Presser v. Illinois, 1886. But in that case, the organization, the Socialist Lair und Ververein, and its parades and drills were deemed illegal, or not covered by the amendment, but not the possession of arms by the individual private citizens in the group. The original projections of the article were largely similar to the following. A well-regulated militia, composed of the body of the people, being the best security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed, but no one religiously scrupulous of bearing arms shall be compelled to render military service in person. Because the militia is formed from the people have a right to bear arms, and by no means only those who are effectively incorporated into the militia. The right certainly had the character of a commandment, but was not yet a duty, as the minority spokespersons believed. It tended to become a duty with the Militia Act of 1792, which was passed in response to the threat posed by the Indian Western Confederacy. Although only 3 years later, this brief postponement is nevertheless merely secondary to the amendment itself. Compulsory voting, as introduced in some Western countries, does not call the right to vote into question either. The latter remains in place even if the former is abolished again. Examples would be the Netherlands and Austria. If it were a right of the general public, i.e. the people as a whole, and not of individuals, the Fourth Amendment, which guarantees protection against unjustified state measures, would not be considered an individual right either, as it, like the second, is introduced with the right of the people. So what one can take from the minority position, stripped of the obvious nonsense, would be that the purpose of the Second Amendment has a certain military character and does not refer to individual self-defense. The state fetish, however, is completely contrary to the Constitution, and it is somewhat telling that the liberal minority spokesman did not refer to tyranny, and Stevens even goes so far as to say that the militia must be state-regulated, which, strictly speaking, puts them in the National Guard, as well as tending to the police and army. The issue of the tyrannical state, however, was the central theme of the Founding Fathers' discussion of the Second Amendment. Even the Federalists around Hamilton and Adams, who leaned toward the centralized state, were aware of the danger, or at least the concerns. Federalist Theodore Sedgwick tried to reassure his fellow countrymen by asking whether they believed that even if there was an army that tried to subdue the people or a government that intended to use the army to do so, they could subdue a nation of freemen, who know how to prize liberty and who have arms in their hands? His Federalist colleague Noah Webster, the inventor of American English, even said, "The supreme power in America cannot enforce unjust laws by the sword, because the whole body of the people are armed, and constitute a force superior to any band of regular troops that can be, on any pretense, raised in the United States." And that was said by the advocates of the federal government, the Federal Reserve and the Army, etc., and not by Jefferson or Jackson. For that reason alone, it would be absurd to see the Second Amendment as immediately or abruptly repealed in the army or police, however much the well-regulated militia had to partially fulfill their duties. In the Heller case, the majority position was represented by the now-deceased Antonin Scalia, who was considered by some to be a hardliner appointed by Reagan, as he always argued in a very text-bound manner. Scalia's decisions may have repeatedly offended some, such as his minority position in Lawrence v. Texas, Texas sodomy laws, or Roper v. Simmons, execution of minors, but people liked to short-circuit his rulings on the constitutionality of laws with his own moral views on the issues in question. This, however, fails to recognize that Scalia himself repeatedly emphasized that those who did not like the decision would simply have to change the Constitution, since he held the view that it was not the judiciary but the legislature that was responsible for adapting the laws and thus the Constitution to today's moral standards. He thus vigorously defended the position that, on the one hand, scriptures have a truth content and, on the other hand, the Constitution, unlike Holy Scriptures, can be changed democratically. He was therefore the voice that clearly spoke out against the arbitrary application/interpretation of laws, which incidentally does not mean that he himself always did justice to this. Clarence Thomas, who joined Scalia in the case of the Texas laws prohibiting male anal intercourse without either of them having welcomed those laws themselves, formulated this stance very clearly. "I write separately to note that the law before the court today is uncommonly silly. If I were a member of the Texas legislature, I would vote to repeal it. Punishing someone for expressing his sexual preference through non-commercial consensual conduct with another adult does not appear to be a worthy way to expend valuable law enforcement resources. Notwithstanding this, I recognize that as a member of this court I am not empowered to help petitioners and others similarly situated. My duty, rather, is to decide cases agreeably to the Constitution and laws of the United States." He could rightly be considered the most conservative judge. Scalia brought the aspect of protection against tyranny back into focus in the Heller case, but at the same time tried to strengthen the self-defense aspect. For this reason, he noted that Breyer bases that assertion solely upon the prologue but that can only show that self-defense had little to do with the right's codification, it was the central component of the right itself. First of all, this is a very weighty argument, but even in its emphasis on central component or even the central component, it fails to recognize the direction of the Constitution. In a nutshell, personal self-defense is not the primary or central concern of the article. This is a misunderstanding to which Scalia, the NRA, Trump, and opponents of assault rifles, including Obama, are equally subject, albeit for entirely different motivations and reasoning. One can certainly argue that the use of guns for self-defense and self-preservation through hunting was simply a silent consensus that was so widespread that it did not need to be articulated. This is an interpretation that is covered by the wording of the article. If it says the right shall not be restricted, it must have existed beforehand. But the legal interest of the Second Amendment is the possession of weapons and the bearing/carrying of these weapons, but not the active use of these weapons. Historically, the possession and carrying of weapons would be part and condition of the natural right of self-preservation and self-defense. Scalia is quite right. However, it was not only simply protected in this sense, but also abolished. The extent to which the use of self-defense is abolished is not easy to answer and at the same time affects numerous other areas, such as the relationship between self-defense and its proportionality, which in turn affects the type of weapons and the legal interest defended, and so on and so forth. The difference between Hobbes and Locke with regard to the right of self-defense in the face of robbery or theft, which in Locke's case can no longer really be separated from bodily harm, is very interesting. However, self-defense, unless explicitly prohibited, which it is not, is protected by the Ninth Amendment, which states, "The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or abridge others retained by the people." This tends to be of secondary importance, as the purpose of the militia is obviously the security of a free state set out in the preamble. The preamble can neither be hypostatized nor explained away. Rather, the relationship between the two parts of the sentence is decisive. The word necessary alone is quite significant here. Madison's first draft still stated, "The best security of a free country is the militia." In the adopted wording, however, the organization of the militia is accepted as a necessity. A virtue is not made out of necessity, but rather the opposite. The claimed virtue is recognized as a necessity, from both a Federalist and a Republican perspective. It should also be pointed out here that the question of what the Founding Fathers intended is fundamentally wrong, as they did not represent a monolithic bloc. It would be more correct to ask what compromise they were able to agree on in each case. Some states included a variation of the phrase "a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free people" in their constitutions for certain periods. The main motive is the free, and not the state. In this context, the Star-Spangled Banner is the musical arrangement of the Second Amendment. Oh, say does that star-spangled/banner yet wave, /o'er the land of the free / and the home of the brave? Courage has its purpose in freedom, and is not an end in itself as in classic soldierly societies. One of the most authoritative and still most significant interpretations of the amendment comes from Joseph Story. This youngest Supreme Court judge to date and author of the judgment in the so-called Amistad trial, wrote on the last pages, section 1890 ff, of the last volume of his fundamental 3-volume Commentaries on the Constitution of the United States, 1833, about the Second Amendment. The importance of this article will scarcely be doubted by any persons who have duly reflected upon the subject. The militia is the natural defense of a free country against sudden foreign invasions, domestic insurrections, and domestic usurpations of power by rulers. It is against sound policy for a free people to keep up large military establishments and standing armies in time of peace, both from the enormous expenses with which they are attended and the facile means which they afford to ambitious and unprincipled rulers to subvert the government or trample upon the rights of the people. The right of the citizens to keep and bear arms has justly been considered as the palladium of the liberties of a republic, since it offers a strong moral check against the usurpation and arbitrary power of rulers, and will generally, even if these are successful in the first instance, enable the people to resist and triumph over them. He was also a strong advocate of state power, which did not exactly make him popular, especially in the southern United States. In general, however, he is still regarded as one of the most authoritative commentators. Despite the praise, he already noted a change in meaning when he continued, and yet, though this truth would seem so clear, and the importance of a well-regulated militia would seem so undeniable, it cannot be disguised that among the American people there is a growing indifference to any system of militia discipline, and a strong disposition, from a sense of its burthens, to be rid of all regulations. How it is practicable to keep the people duly armed without some organization, it is difficult to see. There is certainly no small danger that indifference may lead to disgust, and disgust to contempt, and thus gradually undermine all the protection intended by this clause of our National Bill of Rights. But, and those who cite him should always be reminded of this, he only asks to what extent it is practical, not to what extent it has constitutional, legal relevance. Story also makes no further comment on this, which clearly distinguishes him from today's representatives of pragmatism as a basic principle of judgment. Story's continued abstention carries more legal weight than the content of the sentences submitted. A few years later, in his familiar exposition of the Constitution of the United States, 1840, he added the two sentences, "One of the ordinary modes, by which tyrants accomplish their purposes without resistance, is, by disarming the people, and making it an offense to keep arms, and by substituting a regular army in the stead of a resort to the militia." The friends of a free government cannot be too watchful to overcome the dangerous tendency of the public mind to sacrifice, for the sake of mere private convenience, this powerful check upon the designs of ambitious men. However, it is also clear from his criticism that he was not concerned with the type of weapon, but with the indiscipline and lack of practice of the militiamen and gun owners. The only problem is that the NRA would also agree with this and immediately refer to their shooting training and other courses. The militia was more of a bulwark against the militarization of society, which is how the officers were initially elected. It was an attempt to preventively civilize the army, whereas by 1865 Engels was already relying solely on general conscription, as a proletarianization of the army and simultaneous militarization of the proletariat. The more workers are trained in arms, the better. Universal conscription is the necessary and natural complement to universal suffrage. It puts those who vote in a position to enforce their decisions against all attempts at a coup d'état with arms in their hands. Engels, The Prussian Military Question and the German Workers' Party. Mu 16. p. 66. However, this step can already be seen as Engels' capitulation to the real developments in Prussia. To a certain extent, however, it was also a pragmatic reflection on the development of the global military system. In Lessons of the American War, for example, he pointed out that the American Civil War in particular had shown the inefficiency of militia and volunteer units and the need for a professional army. If you now look to America, you can see the value of a regular army for an army of volunteers that is being formed. In other words, experienced soldiers are needed to train the militiamen. MW 15. pp. 401-405. Story's negative conclusion regarding the militia's image problem was based in particular on the experiences of the War of 1812, in which the militia, although massively outnumbered, could hardly compete with the British troops and the Indian forces under Tecumseh. It was also Story who regarded the jury as a quasi-legal form of militia. Like the militia, the jury is a very Janus-faced affair. However, its bad reputation in continental Europe says more about it. A war that was called the Second War of Independence or Mr. Madison's War, depending on the assessment. Hegel was also aware of this and wrote in his Philosophy of History, "The militia of the North American Free State, however, proved as brave in the War of Independence as the Dutch under Philip II, but wherever the independence to be won is not at stake, less strength is shown, and so in 1814 the militia fared badly against the English." From this point on, it was clear that the militias, which often refused to act outside their own home state, were not really suitable for defending the state against external enemies or even for intervening in other countries. Based on this realization, the military budget was massively increased and the U.S. Army, founded in 1796 as the successor to the Legion of the U.S., 1791, was considerably expanded. The size of the army increased roughly as follows: 1793, 5,100, Legion of the United States, 1812, 7,000, 1815, 35,800. However, this only factually calls into question one purpose of the armed population noted by Story, the others do not, in fact, quite the opposite. Although it can be argued that the suppression of domestic uprisings would now also fall to the army, the last purpose would remain, resistance to domestic usurpations of power by rulers, which was never an explicitly constitutional one anyway. The Constitution gave Congress the right to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. The third purpose was never included in the militia, so it was only ever grounded in the individual right to bear arms. Unconsciously, Story seemed to have already admitted this in his eulogy, as he wrote that the right of the citizens to keep and bear arms and not the militia was the palladium of the liberties of a republic. Strictly speaking, however, this problem has always existed, since Congress had constitutional access to the militia. Section 8. The Congress shall have power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers, and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. With regard to the Second Amendment, the period around the War of 1812 should be seen as the first regression to natural law, from which the Constitution had just broken away, insofar as the right to bear arms no longer had the potential for resistance mediated by the militia. A regression to natural law is not something condemnable per se, or at least a distinction should be made between the various approaches to regression. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the realm of mere practice, which does not mean that it did not appear in theory. It was John Locke in particular who was the central reference for the Founding Fathers, especially when writing the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson was repeatedly accused of having copied directly from Locke, although it should be noted that Locke himself was significantly influenced by American practice for his theories. In another writing, for example, he explicitly referred to the Pilgrim Fathers' Mayflower Compact of 1620. The Founding Fathers found their access to Locke primarily through William Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England, 1765, which was widely read in the colonies. And, lastly, to vindicate these rights, when actually violated or attacked, the subjects of England are entitled, in the first place, to the regular administration and free course of justice in the courts of law, next, to the right of petitioning the King and Parliament for redress of grievances, and, lastly, to the right of having and using arms for self-preservation and defense. The fifth and last auxiliary right of the subject, that I shall at present mention, is that of having arms for their defense, suitable to their condition and degree, and such as are allowed by law. Which is also declared by the same statute, and is indeed a public allowance, under due restrictions, of the natural right of resistance and self-preservation, when the sanctions of society and laws are found insufficient to restrain the violence of oppression. Although Locke took the dieter via God, his writing remained fundamentally an argument based on natural law, which, however, departs from the vulgar individual form and, at least in the higher stages of Lockean resistance, represents an unfolded one. Locke conceived of self-preservation, even if primarily, not only as individual, but noted that everyone should as far as possible preserve the rest of mankind as well. According to Locke, one of the two fundamental powers that every person has in the state of nature is self-defense, which is in that state, as the execution of the natural law, in every man's hand. For him, common defense would be a principle of the state of nature. If in this state of nature, each individual may punish the other for a wrong committed, so may all. But it is precisely this power to punish crimes that man completely relinquishes in bourgeois society, since executive power belongs to society. The potential right to resist the executive or the legislature now arises from the fact that the people have never and would never give either of them the right to be governed by anyone to any harm. Thus, if the executive or the legislature dissolve the contract through manifest misconduct, they put themselves in a state of war with the people and not in the actual state of nature. Locke himself divides the state of nature into two parts, the pre- and post-monetary state, the state of nature and the state of war. The latter is similar to Hobbes' state of nature. But in Locke's resistance, only the contract of domination is dissolved, not the social contract, which coincide in Hobbes. Therefore, although Locke's right of resistance is derived from the individual and collective right to self-defense and self-preservation, it is more than this. For Hobbes, on the other hand, who did not envisage a collective right of resistance, the individual natural right is never extinguished. Thus the guilty criminal also has the right, i.e. the freedom, to defend himself against his own punishment and sentence, even though these are lawful and just, or to flee, but in no way may he help another to defend himself against his punishment. In Locke's case, for example, the death penalty is somewhat different, as long as not a penny is confiscated. Since the citizen has given himself the law, he can no longer rebel against the lawful punishment if it affects him, i.e. if he has broken his own law. The government, not society, is dissolved. The unique movement of the Constitution of the United States is now revealed in the fact that, on the one hand, the Declaration of Independence is an explanation of this right to resistance through and also proclaims it as the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government or even as a duty, to throw off such government. But on the other hand there is no formulated right to resistance in the Constitution, which Kant also rejected because it cannot be formulated as a right in terms of reason. Kant wrote in the Metaphysics of Morals, against the legislative head of the state. Therefore, there is no lawful resistance of the people, for only by submission to his general lawgiving will is a legal state possible. 4. In order to be authorized to do so, there would have to be a public law which permitted this resistance of the people, i.e., the supreme legislature would contain a provision in itself, not to be supreme, and to make the people, as subjects, in one and the same judgment, sovereign over him to whom they are subject, which is contradictory, and of which the contradiction is immediately apparent by the question, who ought to be judge in this controversy between the people and the sovereign, for they are always two distinct moral persons in law, where it then appears that the former wishes to be so in his own cause. Lincoln's first inauguration speech still contained, or again contained, the right of resistance based on natural law. This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. Locke explicitly pointed out that it was a mistake to believe that this error, despotism, tyranny, etc., is only found in monarchies. The American Constitution here tends to contradict the French Constitution of 1793, which stated in the last article of the rights of man and of the citizen, when the government violates the rights of the people, insurrection is to the people and to every part of the people the most sacred of their rights and the most indispensable of their duties. Incidentally, it is significant that resistance was not included as a duty in the German constitution, leaving internal emigration as a familiar alternative. In contrast, the Hessian constitution, which is often criticized for its meaningless death penalty, clearly states, resistance against unconstitutionally exercised public authority is everyone's right and duty. Jefferson was ambassador to France at the time and was heavily involved in the drafting process. But even the French Constitution did not include a right to bear arms, only Article 109, all Frenchmen are soldiers. All shall be trained in the use of arms. Kant, who was often accused of forbidding the people from revolution, continued, moreover, once a revolution has succeeded and a new constitution has been established, the illegality of its inception and execution cannot exempt the subjects from the obligation to submit to the new order of things as good citizens, and they cannot refuse to honestly obey the authority that is now in power. As obedient to authority as this may seem, it nevertheless states what Marx wrote, where right disputes with right, i.e., where the judge is absent, force decides and thus becomes the judge. Locke, too, objected to possible critics who might accuse him of sedition that the people are quite patient, and then added, the people, generally and unlawfully ill-treated, will be ready at every opportunity to free themselves from the burden that weighs heavily upon them. So while Locke thought that the people could be given the right to resist, as they would rebel anyway, Kant notes that the people cannot be given the right to rebel, but should they successfully rebel, they would thereby put themselves in the right, as they had conquered sovereignty. Kant thus expresses something very important: you cannot allow the people to revolutionize, because if they needed that permission, they would have it forbidden. The reference to the right to strike, for example, and the ban on political strikes or general strikes should be obvious. Not only did Kant, according to his biographer Karl Vorlander, have an enthusiastic sympathy for the North American struggle for freedom against English oppression. Also, in his radical formalism, the impulse to resistance and revolution objectified as natural law, i.e., the substance, is rescued far more readily than in legal positivism. In this Kantian tradition, one could also speak of a negative natural law in the critical theory of Adorno and Horkheimer, which is also subject to the prohibition of images. The sentence is also wrong. Today, Article 24 of the Basic Law acknowledges the right of resistance that Elser claimed for himself. Elser never referred to a right in his interrogation. He did not need it because he followed his impulse and judgment. He was well aware that he was acting unlawfully, but that did not stop him from acting. This is where they differed from the late Marcuse, who in his essay Repressive Tolerance, which he dedicated to his students, recognized, there is no such right of resistance for any group or individual against a constitutional government supported by a majority of the population, nor can there be such a right. However, he noted this only to continue, but I do believe that there is a natural right for oppressed and overpowered minorities to resist, to use extralegal means once legal ones have proved inadequate. When they use violence, they are not starting a new chain of violence, but breaking the established one. Since they will be beaten, they know the risk, and if they are willing to take it, no third party, and least of all the educator and intellectual, has the right to preach abstinence to them. Ultimately, this essay represents his explicit ingratiation with the Sartre of the preface to Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, i.e. Sartre's unfolded version, whose fetish of violence he himself had already criticized in earlier writings. For Locke, the the measure is based on the fact that misfortune has become general. In addition to the generally applicable law, he therefore clearly focused on the masses instead of minorities. He would not necessarily have denied the latter their right to resist, but he would have soberly reflected on the potential for violence and recognized that small groups can defend themselves, but it will only contribute to their own ruin and destruction. Locke, however, does not mention the right to bear arms. The right to take up arms is only quoted once, but without mentioning which ones are meant, and the following is cited against overly pacifist comrades in arms: whoever is allowed to resist must also be allowed to strike. Page 348, in his essay on perpetual peace, Kant made no secret of the form of government he was striving for. The first definitive article clearly states, the civil constitution in every state should be republican. And in the same essay, Kant also referred to the danger of standing armies and called for their gradual abolition, even if his concerns related more to the instrumentalization of the soldier, which contradicted humanity in his person. In Meinhof's Of Course It Is Possible to Shoot, this leads to the well-known consequence: the guy in uniform is a pig, he is not a human being. While for Kant the cop should be freed from his instrumentalization, Meinhof can only shoot him over the top. The uniform is recognized as a trait and not as a compulsion. According to Kant, however, it is quite different with the voluntary periodic exercise of citizens in arms to secure themselves and their fatherland against attacks from outside. However, he also says nothing about the possession of weapons, which is hardly surprising when you look at the real history of Prussian weapons law. The General Prussian Land Law, which in many respects was one of the most progressive law books of its time, did not contain a formulated right to possess weapons, but only restrictions on this possession, which was not explicitly guaranteed. Secret carrying, especially by common people, was prohibited. Loaded guns were to be kept safe from children. There was a ban on weapons at gatherings as well as in noble hunting grounds, and any invitation to a duel by someone who was not an officer or nobleman was considered an attempt to murder. The ban on secret armament was central. Paragraph 126 stated, "No one shall secretly collect heavy artillery, weapons, or war supplies." Violation of this paragraph was preparation of the second class of treason. This quickly changed in 1813 with the Landsturm edicts issued against Napoleon. The hatred of France and the fear of civilization manifested in the Code Civil went beyond the boundaries of concern and class to a certain extent. In the decree on the Landsturm, from April 21, 1813, Inch now suddenly stated, 41. Every subdistrict has a weapons depot where the weapons of those who cannot acquire them themselves and receive them from the community or from the towns are kept. Section 42. However, it depends on the discretion of the Schutzdeputation and whether not all weapons of the Landsturm are to be kept in the depots. There are actually no prescribed weapons, but every horseman must be equipped with at least a pike and a hatchet, the infantry with a hatchet and a fork. No one may forget a knapsack or bread bag and a canteen, and for the horseman a food bag. 43. The weapons are all kinds of guns with and without bayonets, spears, pikes, pitchforks, morning stars, sabers, hatchets, straight-drawn scythes, irons, etc. 44. The weapon depots are never to be placed on the army road, but in forests and inaccessible fields. They can be easily entrenched at best, and serve as drill grounds on Sundays and holidays. 45. Anyone who betrays a weapons depot to the enemy will be shot. Secret arsenals thus suddenly changed from treason to a duty for the fatherland. But this was definitely never intended to be an individual right to freedom. From the outset, it was a collective right of emergency against external enemies, i.e. the world spirit on horseback. In this sense, the Landwehr always resembled the Volkssturm in terms of its origins and intentions, which is not to say that it corresponded purely to that intention. While in the USA the experience of 1812 shifted the focus from the militia to the army, in Prussia it was briefly the other way around. But the potential of the militia, recognized in the USA as a guarantor of freedom, was seen in Prussia primarily as a risk. Duke Karl von Mecklenburg probably summed up the concerns most clearly when he emphasized that the military reformers had armed the revolution against the state and royalty with the Landsturm and the Landwehr. As early as 1819, the restorative forces succeeded in bringing the Landwehr under the control of the army. Nevertheless, the Republicans of 1848–1849 placed great hopes in the Landwehr and Landsturm, and Parliament always tried, usually rather unsuccessfully, to extend their powers. Assessments of gun ownership in Germany vary widely. Some believe that the general rule in Germany since 1495, and seriously widespread since the 16th century, was that only the representatives of state power were legally allowed to carry weapons. Others paint a picture of a fairly well-armed society. Either way, the law remained natural law in the purest sense, namely unwritten, and can or could only be inferred from the scattered prohibitions and restrictions. It was completely at the mercy of the arbitrariness and acquiescence of the rulers. The general right to individual gun ownership was therefore one of the central demands of the March Revolution. Article 26 of the Projection for the Prussian Constitution of 1848 states, "Every Prussian is entitled to bear arms after the age of 20. Exceptions shall be determined by law." In contrast to many other liberal paragraphs, however, this one was not adopted, even though it included the possibility of its own restriction. Heine picked up on this in his poem Erinnerung aus Krawinkelschreckenstagen. Everyone lays out their weapons / in the guild house, / ammunition of every kind / is also deposited in the same place. According to Section 28 of the Socialist Laws, 1878, the carrying and possession of weapons could be banned in certain regions, meaning the workers' strongholds. Largely because of the preamble, the Second Amendment is not merely a natural or rational law, but a rational law that sublates elements of natural law. When Martin Luther King remarked in his dream speech that with the Declaration of Independence the Founding Fathers signed a promissory bill to which every American should be heir, he was right beyond his legitimate but narrow intention. According to Locke, however, the right to resistance is the best protection against rebellion, page 341, as it prevents the legislative and executive branches from abusing their powers, either preventively or by silent threat. This is precisely what tends to lift its conception out of natural law. In the Second Amendment, the threat of natural law, codified in the Declaration of Independence, and its enforcement is sublated in the Hegelian sense, negated, preserved, and raised. But it is preserved above all materially, and that is precisely what makes it unique. Fritz Bauer failed to recognize this in his latent legal positivist and Locke-oriented essay Das Widerstandsrecht des kleinen Manns, The Right of Resistance of the Little Man. For the same reason, his massive criticism of Kant and Hegel, about whom he wrote, "The German philosophers have put an end to the right of resistance," is also misguided. Bauer revealed the difficulties of his own argumentation elsewhere. The standard is, of course, not a new right, just as the right of resistance has been handed down through the centuries, but always an old right, which, in the opinion of the resistance fighters, is bent by the state. The right of resistance does not mean revolution, but the realization of an already valid but unrealized right. It was his last lecture a few days before his death, Disobedience and Resistance in the Past and Present. In the series Evolution or Revolution? He remained completely undecided as to whether it was a matter of breaking a constitution, for example, or that of unwritten law or even an ideal, correct law, the old good law. This is why he referred to the American War of Independence, which was indeed a revolution, as well as stylizing Antigone, Brutus, and William Tell as ideal types of resistance fighters without any mediation, without noting that these three in particular defended limited principles throughout. Hegel recognized Antigone in particular as a representative of human immaturity, which does not mean that her counterpart Creon is completely in the right. For this reason alone, Hegel can be held much less responsible for National Socialism than is often the case. With him, the idea that limited family ties can be an essential protection against state totalitarianism is sublated. For Locke, on the other hand, the right to resist is generally based at least on an open breach of the Constitution. The fact that she failed to recognize this is one of Hannah Arendt's greatest weaknesses. In her work on revolution, she repeatedly criticizes the fact that the American Revolution did not succeed in preserving the actual revolutionary spirit of those decades and the principles that manifested themselves at that time and securing them from oblivion or subsequently conceptualizing and articulating the spirit of the revolution, because the revolution had found institutions for everything except the spirit that manifested itself in it, but on the other hand she does not mention the Second Amendment with a single word. It is simply not possible for Arendt to regard gun ownership as a political institution. Her separation of violence and politics, with the former being either apolitical or pre-political, reveals its ideological content when one confronts her ancient references with historical reality. When she states that physical violence was incompatible with the dignity of an Athenian citizen under all circumstances, this would first have to be reconciled with the Anastasis laws, according to which, in the event of a civil war, every citizen is forced to take sides, as otherwise they would lose their civil rights. The two-party system she praises is itself the result of majority voting. This, however, would have to be seen as a cold or politically sublimated civil war in which one of the parties, now for a limited period of time, gets everything. If, on the other hand, she mentions the old Roman principle, according to which all power lies with the people and which she saw realized in the American town halls, it should also be remembered here that the plebs urbana participated in the political process less through participation in institutional procedures than through the rare use and permanent threat of massive outbreaks of violence. But for Arendt, one thing is certain: directed against Mao, what never comes out of the barrels of a gun is power. The focus on conscription and/or popular militia in the continental version, as with Engels, is always one on the citoyen, while the American right to arms means the right of the bourgeois. To be trained at arms or in arms, as Engels repeatedly and euphorically demanded, is only the training, i.e. the concretization of labor power, and not the appropriation of the means of production, labor or, in this case, the means of war and violence. If the bourgeois virtues are still the general framework for the use of labor power, the Prussian virtues are simply their narrowing down to the military, without cashing in on the labor fetish. The focus on this is, in a way, the counterpart to the NRA's not entirely incorrect statement that guns don't kill people, only people kill. None of this can deny that the gun is needed in a very real and material way, and that the way in which it is accessed itself has a content. Carl Schmitt, for example, lamented in his essay Staatsgefüge und die Zusammenbruch des Zweiten Reichs with the lamentable subtitle Der Sieg des Bürgers über den Soldaten, the victory of the citizen over the soldier, that the state was threatened by the citizen, whereas conscription would have been a bulwark against this, as it had transformed the citizen into a soldier. Half a century after Engels, he therefore made the same claim with the opposite intention. Schmitt summarized the conflict between army and constitution, state and society, i.e. soldier and citizen or German and Jew. What Schmitt misjudged in particular becomes clear in a handwritten change of the subtitle to the victory of the commodity over the weapon. He of course meant the victory of the exchange value of all goods over the alleged use value of the weapon and thus of the mutual contract, also in the employment contract, over the unilateral oath of the soldier, which provides him with the weapon in the first place. In A Thousand Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari attempted a distinction between weapon and tool that was not only guided by their intention, the destruction of people and the production of goods, as they rightly noted that the same things were used for these two intentions for a long time. Instead, they suggest that weapons be thrown away, while tools remain in the hand. To eliminate at least one of the obvious problems with this assertion, they again follow it with the claim that war did not grow out of hunting, and hunting did not produce a weapon, while they are not sure whether the weapon invented speed or the discovery of speed invented the weapon. On the other hand, the Red Army, for example, knew very well that anyone who regularly or even professionally shoots at wolves, bears, etc., can also hit Germans quite well without much further practice. The fact that the hunter-tail lays down his hunting weapon after the kill is, in psychological terms, a defense and not a reflection. It is only possible to desecrate what has previously been artificially raised. As much as it is true that the intention of the producer enters into the product, this intention or purpose is not always as clear as when comparing a table and a box that serves as a table, to choose an example from Port. The purpose of the rifle is to shoot. What it is to shoot at is initially irrelevant, or is set by certain limits. You could hardly go hunting with the first rifles because you wouldn't have hit anything. The fact that tools can also be used as weapons, such as the farmer's pitchfork, while others can hardly be used at all, such as the quill, or that weapons can no longer be used as tools, such as the sword, is a later result of the division of labor and the differentiation of goods. The fact that a commodity has a use value in no way means that it automatically has only one use. Every such thing is a whole of many properties and can therefore be useful in different ways. To discover these different sides and therefore the manifold uses of things is a historical act. As a rule, production will take up and incorporate these possibilities if they are only rudimentarily present. For Deleuze and Guattari, however, weapons and tools are nothing but results, effects or consequences, of their specific use, are therefore products of the human mind. Such a subject fetish is not surprising in people who believe that positive desire can be set up against negative lack and who do not recognize that desire without lack is unthinkable. So they also fail to understand that the bow arose from the lack of Ice Age big game and less from a desire to finally shoot with a bow, which is suddenly fulfilled when there are only those animals left that you can finally shoot at with it. What they fail to recognize is that man could have the freedom in principle not to use things that he could do and that it is somewhat more difficult the other way round. The American bourgeois owns the gun with which he may slash should shoot constitutionally only as a citoyen, without ever having to take a specific oath to do so. The weapon that the state gives to a uniformed citoyen can be taken away from him at any time, as Machiavelli in particular recognized when he wrote in The Prince, neither Moses, Cyrus, Theseus, nor Romulus would have been able to enact laws and create institutions that would have lasted for any length of time if they had not been able to enforce them with weapons. The strongest foundations of all states, both ancient and modern and mixed, are good laws and good arms. But as there can be no good laws where there are no good arms, but where the latter are good, they must therefore be good, I shall say nothing here of the laws, but speak only of the arms. A republic which defends itself with its own arms is not so easily subjugated by one of its fellow citizens as when it keeps a hired army. I conclude, therefore, that no dominion stands firm without its own arms, for he who has no strength to protect him in adverse fortunes, depends only on fortune. For there is no relation at all between an armed man and an unarmed man. It is unreasonable to expect that the armed man will obey the unarmed man. It has never been beneficial for a new prince to disarm his subjects. On the contrary, he has always armed them with advantage when he found them unarmed, for if he arms them, these arms become his, the suspicious become faithful, the faithful can preserve themselves, and the subjects become followers of their master. But since it is impossible to arm all subjects, those who are chosen to do so must be given certain privileges, but the others can be dealt with as they please. His vacillation expresses not only the author's inner conflict, but also the ambivalence of his subject matter. First and foremost, those passages were directed against the omnipresent mercenary armies. To this end, he referred to the Roman Republic, where civis, citizen, and miles, soldier, could hardly be separated. But Marius' military reform, which provided for arming by the state, was the beginning of the end of the Republic. This sentence in itself is very abbreviated, however, it is based on the interpretation of the Roman Republic from Machiavelli to Arendt, which excludes the entire area of private law. Machiavelli himself founded a citizens' militia in Florence in 1506, but it was equipped by the city and consisted mainly of peasants. Both the monarchy and the republic had to emancipate themselves from the mercenaries by arming the citizens, but at the same time they should understand the possession of arms as a privilege granted by the sovereign and not as a general right. Machiavelli's unachieved goal was universal conscription for the purpose of nationalizing the army, whereby he saw religion in particular as an ideology that should be made subservient to the subordination of citizens, also in the army. The uncontrolled armed rabble was also an abomination to him, which is why he proposed fraud as the best means of disarmament in his explicitly republican discorsi. It is enough to ask a man to give up his weapons without telling him that you intend to kill him with them. Once you have the weapons in your hand, you can do with him as you wish. And it is precisely this fraud that Second Amendment advocates fear, though the more reasonable among them do not see this fraud as an active conspiracy, i.e., they did not believe that Obama wanted to deprive them of certain weapons in order to kill them immediately afterwards, but that the erosion of the amendment and the deprivation of certain weapons would create a basis that would enable a future tyrant to seize power, and this completely independently of the underlying intentions of the person who confiscated the weapons. The army, or the armed citizens in Machiavelli's conception, was to be a means of the sovereign and not a potential means against the sovereign. But the militia army had such a clearly republican flavor that it is hardly surprising that the Medici did not swallow the reconciliation offered to them by the prince. It is a great merit of that thinker to have recognized the foundation of sovereignty in violence, which he expressed in the discorsi in the sentence. The wise have therefore observed that the sciences come after arms and that in the states the generals arise before the philosophers. In Arendt's view of the modern revolution, the weapons only slip in without any reflection when she points out, with some justification, that the later armed uprising, if it came about at all, was not fed from secret stocks of weapons, but from arsenals of weapons that the army or police handed over to the people in the course of the revolution. Even the mere secret possession of weapons points to illegality, without even once questioning its genesis and validity. Self-defense and hunting are the elements that fall away or are preserved for the American citizen as the owner of goods under arms instead of the German continental citizen in uniform. He becomes a shooting citoyen when he is attacked as a bourgeois. He defends himself, his freedom and his property with the state and the constitution and against them. Aux armes, citoyens? Begins the refrain of the Marseillaise, only to sound the march immediately afterwards. This almost institutional egoism not only incorporates Kant's definition of human social antagonism, which he understood as unsociable sociability, but also, as Gerhard Scheidt has rightly pointed out, what Hitler could not stand about the Jews of his projection. Gerhard Scheidt, Kritik des politischen Engagements, p. 33. FN 36 with reference to Hitler, Mein Kampf. page 330, where it says, "The will to sacrifice of the Jewish people does not go beyond the naked instinct for self-preservation of the individual." A certain herd instinct could be observed in the Jews, which, however, only ever leads to mutual support as long as a common danger makes this appear expedient and unavoidable. The Jew is only united when a common danger forces him to do so, or when a common prey lures him. Hitler, who by emphasizing the common danger himself reveals that only anti-Semitism welds the Jews together, has to add the predatory instinct in order to save the alleged danger posed by the Jews. Richard Demel expressed this German spirit wonderfully apologetically in his prayer to the people, "Thanks to fate, people in arms, Germany against all the world. Not to seize booty, God has created us for battle, purely to fight on the field of honor, heroic people." Neither the pursuit of profit nor the instinct for self-preservation can set a limit to the ideological German, as the fight is an end in itself, but only one's own death. Adorno's sentence directed against Wagner, "A German is a person who cannot utter a lie without believing it himself," is always linked to the hope that a few bombs to the head will remind the German that his own life is more important to him than the death of the Jews after all. Or to quote Golda Meir about the revenants of that spirit, "There will only be peace when the Arabs love their children more than they hate the Jews." Lest anyone should forget that Israeli military strikes, as the tangible offer of reflection that they are not above all violence that does not leave the perpetrator untouched, she emphasized elsewhere. "When peace comes we will perhaps in time be able to forgive the Arabs for killing our sons, but it will be harder for us to forgive them for having forced us to kill their sons." American bravery is an idealized necessity, not an alleged and ideologically asserted virtue. It is a division that Jefferson expressed in a letter to Washington with the words, "One loves to possess arms though they hope never to have occasion to them." Letter dated June 19, 1796, although it could be emphasized that some founding fathers or even second-generation presidents, such as Jackson, were quite quick with their finger on the trigger. Hamilton succumbed to his injuries sustained in a pistol duel with his political opponent and incumbent Vice President Aaron Burr, even though he had cheated. And Jackson shot someone who had insulted his wife and faced numerous other duels. Again, it was Jefferson who tried to pass tough laws against duels, especially since he recognized them as a continental aristocratic institution. Furthermore, there is also a big difference to Switzerland, which also has very liberal gun laws, but where the weapon is primarily obtained through compulsory military service and reserve duty, which can or could then be transferred to private ownership. All direct democracy and a militia parliament, in which all members of parliament still have a profession, cannot deny the enormous importance of military service, compulsory shooting and active citizenship, as a mode of socialization. The first Helvetic Constitution of 1798 already stated, 24 every citizen, when he has completed 20 years, must be enrolled in the register of citizens of his canton and take the oath, to serve his fatherland and to adhere to the cause of freedom and equality as a good and faithful citizen, with all punctuality and zeal as he is able and with a just hatred of anarchy or licentiousness. 25. 25 every citizen is a born soldier of the fatherland. He may be replaced by another if the law permits, but he is obliged to serve at least 2 years in a draft corps that each canton will raise. The day on which the young citizens are armed for the first time shall give rise to a civic celebration. The governor inaugurates them as defenders of the fatherland. The focus on compulsory military service led to the extremely late adoption of women's suffrage in Switzerland, 1971, while the border states of the USA, such as Wyoming, 1869, produced the first codifications of this far before the SPD was even to demand it in Germany. Not to mention property, inheritance, patent, and trade rights, etc. The motto subject form is uniform is most extreme in Switzerland, which is why, unlike Olympe de Gouges, for example, the women's movement here demanded compulsory military service for women at the beginning of the 20th century, which failed magnificently. Other French women revolutionaries did, such as Théroigne de Méricourt, or demanded the female right to bear arms, such as Pauline Lyon, which was not granted. The motto only applies to American conditions to a very limited extent, however, as the right to vote in the USA was granted or denied on the basis of land ownership, income, or tax payments, race and gender, but never on the basis of membership of the militia. It should be added that in colonial North America, membership of the militia was identical to the subject form. However, this membership was derived from the possession of arms, not the other way around. It would even be more accurate to speak of a land of the armed instead of the brave. The contrast between Swiss compulsory military service and American gun laws could also be described in more concrete terms. In the USA, there is a distinction between citizen and national. The latter have a passport, free residence, and employment rights, but no right to vote, as they do not pay federal taxes. All citizens are nationals, but not the other way around. However, both enjoy the protection of the Bill of Rights. Nationals are truly no longer significant, Samoa and Swains Island. In Messmer v. Harrison, 2015, however, it was decided that although U.S. gun law strictly speaking only applies to citizens, even permanent residents, green card holders, may not be denied gun ownership, as the people refers to anyone who is part of the national community or has established a sufficient connection to this country to be considered part of that community. Which is why the Second Amendment also applies to them and is not limited to citizens. Switzerland, on the other hand, categorically prohibits legal foreigners from Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia, Turkey, Sri Lanka, Algeria and Albania from owning weapons. In this sense, the right to bear arms has long been a human right in principle in the USA, namely a right of real people. Hannah Arendt's idea of a right to possess rights may initially be very appealing as the most fundamental provision. But she fails to recognize that not every state has to deprive its subjects of their citizenship before interning them, torturing them, or the like. Her critique of human rights in favor of citizenship rights must also lead to the conclusion that the states in their diversity should be the object of consideration, whereby their commonalities need by no means be ignored. In The Authoritarian State, Horkheimer pointed out that for the individuals, of course, it is decisive what form it ultimately takes. The unemployed, pensioners, businessmen, intellectuals expect life or death, depending on whether reformism, Bolshevism, or fascism triumphs. When Arendt wrote in We Refugees that contemporary history has created a new kind of human being, people who are sent to concentration camps by their enemies and to internment camps by their friends, this shows above all that her measure of friend-enemy determination was a purely subjective and moral one. The fact was that the French continued to see her as a German and interned her as an enemy foreigner, i.e. as an enemy merely, while her friends intended to destroy her. Arendt was absolutely right to write. A sphere that stands above the nations does not exist for the time being. But at the same time, she never asked, or even actively avoided, the question of whether there might not be a sphere below that has a decisive influence on the preservation of individual liberties. The unwillingness to do precisely this reappears when Menke writes in the spirit of Arendt. This, then, is the first aporia of human rights in the wake of totalitarianism, that the state, whose means of power alone are suitable for realizing the natural rights of man in society, has at the same time proved to be the main threat to human rights. It would be less important to ask to what extent it is the state that guarantees the rights of the individual in the USA before everything else, or whether it has not always been recognized as the greatest threat to those rights, than to state quite negatively that the loss of language, to which Arendt repeatedly referred, is preceded by the loss of weapons. Not even realizing this anymore is something that runs through the entire continental literature and philosophy of late modernity. Ingeborg Bachmann's statement, quoted up and down, is particularly striking. If we had the word, if we had the language, we wouldn't need the weapons. This sentence is brimming with detachment from reality, in which one does not seem to accept that one has long since ceased to have weapons and that language is a rather inadequate substitute, no matter how much one strives to hypostatize it metaphorically. At the same time, something else must be noted. The thesis put forward primarily by the organization Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership, JPFO, that the Jews, as armed men, would have single-handedly prevented Auschwitz themselves is absurd, especially since it assumes that all Jews would have claimed a formal right. What is particularly interesting about the disarmament of the Jews is that it was largely carried out on the basis of the law in its Weimar version. This meant that the Weimar weapons laws could simply be applied to deprive the Jews of most of their weapons even before the Nuremberg laws and, above all, to prevent them from acquiring any. What is more significant is the fear that the Nazis had of Jewish weapons. It would be absurd to simply turn this projection into a positive one, i.e. into a real danger for the Nazis. The ban on weapons of war for normal citizens was probably even more central. The organizations of the National Uprising, SA, SS, and Stahlhelm give every blameless German man the opportunity to fight in their ranks. Therefore, anyone who does not belong to one of these organizations and still keeps or even hides his weapon without authorization must be regarded as an enemy of the national government and will be ruthlessly called to account with full severity. On the decree of the Provisional Bavarian Minister of the Interior of March 24, 33. On 7 military associations. This is reminiscent of the liberal interpretation of the Second Amendment, according to which gun ownership is tied to membership in the militia. Schmidt's re-education as the basis for gun ownership was then also the reality in Nazi Germany. The Reich Minister of the Interior considers the time for a new regulation of the entire weapons law to be given only when the penetration of the German people with National Socialist ideas has progressed so far that armed outrages by elements hostile to the people and the state are no longer to be expected to any significant extent. On Reich Ministerial Matter, Subject. Reich Minister of the Interior, Projection of a Law for the 15th Amendment of the Firearms Law, January 12, 33. Of course, this also significantly affected the disarmament of communists, social democrats, etc., all of whom could be deprived of their weapons almost on the basis of the laws of the Weimar Republic. However, it is important to understand the much longer tradition, as today's Federal Ministry of the Interior, a ministry that clearly presents itself as the ministry of the legal successor in a double sense with this statement, admits itself. Germany traditionally has a very restrictive gun law. The so-called boxes of liberty consist of ballot box, jury box, and cartridge box, i.e. for the possible influence of citizens on the legislative, judicial, and executive branches of government. The more honest or cautious always emphasize that these should be applied in precisely this order. Lincoln's statement, that ballots are the rightful and peaceful successors of bullets, and that when ballots have fairly and constitutionally decided, there can be no successful appeal back to bullets, i.e. the rejection of a return to the force of arms, sets out the conditions under which the shotguns may and must be used again. In the face of militarism, Engels also rode back to the demand for popular armament in 1887, albeit still mediated through conscription. The remedy against militarism was the abolition of the Prussian system and its replacement by a real people's army. However, instead of only teaching people how to wield weapons, as he had intended a good 20 years earlier, he now demanded that every person fit for military service should have his rifle and equipment at home, as is the case in Switzerland. It was above all a tactic that he himself revealed when he continued, "A nation would prove its love of freedom by the very fact that it arms all its citizens." For what government would dare to encroach on political freedom when every citizen has a rifle and 50 live cartridges at home? Point 4 of the demands of the Communist Party in Germany, co-signed by Marx and Engels in 1848, simply called for the general armament of the people. In the Anti-Düring he had pointed out, using the example of Robinson, the victory of violence is based on the production of weapons and on the material means available to violence. In the movement towards its drafting, the Second Amendment is a continuation of the English Bill of Rights, which served as a significant model for some parts of the American Constitution, in particular the American Bill of Rights, which was written almost exactly 100 years later and consists of the first 10 amendments. In the English Bill of Rights, individual gun ownership is one of only 2 positive civil rights, along with the right to petition, albeit limited to Protestants. The Bill of Rights was largely drafted by Madison. He was initially still a Federalist who, together with Hamilton, defended the new Constitution in the Federalist Papers, 1787. Under the impression of the government of Washington and Adams, he increasingly feared the monarchist tendencies of the Federalist, which Jefferson had already noted earlier, and sided with the latter, with whom he founded the early Republican Party and finally wrote the projection of the Bill of Rights demanded by Jefferson alone. Jefferson was in France. In this sense, the structure of the American Bill of Rights places it in the tradition of the English Bill of Rights. The first 2 articles are freedom of speech, assembly, petition, and possession of arms, of which Hannah Arendt significantly mentions only the right to petition. It states that subjects of the Protestant faith may, according to their station, and so far as the law permits, possess arms for their defense. In the English Bill of Rights, the wording is simply have arms. Of course, that wording sounds a lot like the right to bear arms for purely personal self-defense. But every guaranteed right in the Bill of Rights is related to the previous offenses of the former king noted in the same document. The former King James II, with the help of various bad counselors, judges, and servants appointed by him, has tried to undermine and eradicate the Protestant religion and the laws and liberties of this kingdom, by disarming several good subjects of the Protestant faith, while at the same time followers of the Pope were unlawfully armed and used. In other words, it can already be inferred from the context that the paragraph clearly referred to the possible tyranny of the monarch. However, the 2 phrases "so far as the law allows" and "according to their position" were quickly recognized by legal commentators in America as a huge problem, as they were aware that they provided pretexts for disarming the people to such a gradual extent that this would mean a reversal in quality. Thus, they looked very skeptically at English laws that prohibited the majority of the English population from owning guns for reasons of game protection, thus disarming them. C.F. St. George Tucker in his Blackstone's Commentaries, 1803 In England, the people have been disarmed, generally, under the specious pretext of preserving the game. a never-failing lure to bring over the landed aristocracy to support any measure, under that mask, though calculated for very different purposes. True it is, their Bill of Rights seems at first view to counteract this policy, but the right of bearing arms is confined to Protestants, and the words suitable to their condition and degree have been interpreted to authorize the prohibition of keeping a gun or other engine for the destruction of game, to any farmer, or inferior tradesman, or other person not qualified to kill game. So that not one man in 500 can keep a gun in his house without being subject to a penalty. This, of course, also expressed the Americans' genuine criticism of privilege, who had always practiced the liberté illimitée de chasseur proclaimed by Robespierre, for example, in opposition to the aristocratic hunting privilege. In the Brumaire, Marx also criticized the French Constitution of 48 for the fact that each paragraph of the Constitution contains its own antithesis, its own upper and lower house in itself, namely, in the general phrase, liberty, in the marginal gloss, the abolition of liberty. So long as the name of liberty was respected and only its actual execution was prevented, by legal means of course, the constitutional existence of liberty remained intact, untouched, no matter how dead its common existence was. According to Marx, additions such as far as the law allows made it possible for the friends of order to invoke the Constitution without any problems in order to demand restrictions on freedoms. Stirner and Marx actually agreed on this point. The problem with Stirner is rather that he wanted to see the use of violence legally sanctioned at the same time as the right to duels, p. 263f, or to beatings, p. 204ff, among other things. The US version is unspecific for precisely this reason. In other words, it does not tie the right to bear arms to a specific purpose, so that it cannot be reduced to self-defense, hunting, or common defense. The only thing formulated in the preamble is a purpose as the highest purpose/standard, not the purpose. Thus Thomas Cooley, in his General Principles of Constitutional Law, 1880, in which he also clearly argued against the right to bear arms being tied to membership in the militia, stated, "What arms may be kept? The arms intended by the Constitution are such as are suitable for the general defense of the community against invasion or oppression, and the secret carrying of those suited merely to deadly individual encounters may be prohibited." The absurdities that arise from the Columbia versus Heller case would be that the minority spokesmen, Stevens/Breyer, who are considered proponents of gun regulation, argue in favor of weapons of war, while the representatives of the majority opinion, as gun proponents, with their focus on self-defense, certainly open up the possibility of restricting gun ownership to that purpose. In this case, one could legitimately argue about whether or to what extent AR-15 rifles are really suitable as instruments of personal self-protection. The contradiction, and this is the central point of the ruling, appears with unusual clarity. However, while the liberals find the more than dubious way out via militia membership, the contradiction is somewhat more pressing for the conservatives. Scalia had emphasized in his remarks that certain restrictions on gun ownership were perfectly legitimate, especially when it came to unusual or dangerous weapons. Thus, in the same ruling, he had to argue against his own arguments. It may be objected that if weapons that are most useful in military service M16 rifles and the like may be banned, then the Second Amendment right is completely detached from the prefatory clause. But as we have said, the conception of the militia at the time of the Second Amendment's ratification was the body of all citizens capable of military service, who would bring the sorts of lawful weapons that they possessed at home to militia duty. It may well be true today that a militia, to be as effective as militias in the 18th century, would require sophisticated arms that are highly unusual in society at large. Indeed, it may be true that no amount of small arms could be useful against modern-day bombers and tanks. But the fact that modern developments have limited the degree of fit between the prefatory clause and the protected right cannot change our interpretation of the right. None of the parties involved succeeded in mediating, as they each took sides. While the liberals tried to bind the right to the preamble by emphasizing it and thus restricting it, the conservatives endeavored to strengthen the individual right against the preamble, although they explained the contradictory nature of their argument more strongly and openly than the liberals. The amendment has long since been partially repealed. Not even the NRA demands that tanks, missiles, or bombs may be privately owned. For the most part, however, this has been done behind the backs of the actors, which points to the moment of immaturity in the debate. One of the few cases in which the issue was made explicit was State v. Kessler, 1980, which Scalia also referred to in the Heller case. It should be noted, however, that the case was heard by the Supreme Court of the State of Oregon and therefore referred to the state constitution, i.e., it cannot claim to be valid at the federal level. Section 27 of the Oregon Bill of Rights states, The people shall have the right to bear arms for the defense of themselves and the state, but the military shall be kept in strict subordination to the civil power. The self-defense aspect is thus actively anchored. The case was actually only about a baton, but the reasoning is nevertheless interesting, as this is where the change is most blatantly expressed. The central question was whether that particular baton fell under the term arms, and the judges went to unusual lengths to clarify this question. The paragraph is quoted here. The term arms is also subject to several interpretations. In the colonial and Revolutionary War era, weapons used by militiamen and weapons used in defense of person and home were one and the same. A colonist usually had only one gun, which was used for hunting, protection, and militia duty, plus a hatchet, sword, and knife. When the Revolutionary War began, the colonists came equipped with their hunting muskets or rifles, hatchets, swords, and knives. The colonists suffered a severe shortage of firearms in the early years of the war, so many soldiers had to rely primarily on swords, hatchets, knives, and pikes, long staffs with a spear head. Therefore, the term arms as used by the drafters of the constitutions probably was intended to include those weapons used by settlers for both personal and military defense. The term arms was not limited to firearms, but included several hand-carried weapons commonly used for defense. The term arms would not have included cannon or other heavy ordnance not kept by militiamen or private citizens. The Revolutionary War era ended at a time when the rapid social and economic changes of the so-called Industrial Revolution began. The technology of weapons and warfare entered an unprecedented era of change. Firearms and other hand-carried weapons remained the weapons of personal defense, but the arrival of steam power, mechanization, and chemical discoveries completely changed the weapons of military warfare. The development of powerful explosives in the mid-19th century, combined with the development of mass-produced metal parts, made possible the automatic weapons, explosives, and chemicals of modern warfare. These advanced weapons of modern warfare have never been intended for personal possession and protection. When the constitutional drafters referred to an individual's right to bear arms, the arms used by the militia and for personal protection were basically the same weapons. Modern weapons used exclusively by the military are not arms, which are commonly possessed by individuals for defense. Therefore, the term arms in the Constitution does not include such weapons. If the text and purpose of the constitutional guarantee relied exclusively on the preference for a militia for defense of the state, then the term arms most likely would include only the modern-day equivalents of the weapons used by colonial militiamen. The Oregon provision, however, guarantees a right to bear arms for defense of themselves and the state. The term arms in our Constitution therefore would include weapons commonly used for either purpose, even if a particular weapon is unlikely to be used as a militia weapon. This is an almost materialistic approach, which is usually avoided because it would reveal the contradictions all too clearly. However, this approach does not yet lead to corresponding conclusions, but reveals itself here as pure positivism. Even the assertion that an artillery piece, like a cannon, does not fall or did not fall under the term arms is thrown in so naturally and succinctly that one hardly dares to doubt the legitimacy of that assertion. Yet the sentence is already treacherous due to its double negative. A cannon that was not in the possession of militiamen or private individuals would not have been included. But the cannon issue, like many others, has never been addressed by a court, and yet it is used to infer a ban on numerous other modern weapons, with other routes of inference chosen as well. Scalia, for example, outlined his possible view in an interview with Fox, and not in an opinion or ruling. Here, he noted that the article obviously doesn't refer to guns that can't be carried in the hand. After all, it says to keep and bear. He therefore also came to the conclusion, albeit by other means, that the article did not apply to guns. But he objected, logically from his derivation, that this argument of course does not apply to rocket launchers, hand grenades, and the like. But firstly, one can object that to bear does not automatically mean to carry something in one's hands, but to be equipped with something. For example, Webster's New World College Dictionary says under bear, among other things, to hold and take along, carry, transport or to move or push as if carrying and to be equipped with something. Under bear arms it says to carry or be equipped with weapons. The official translation of the Constitution published by the U.S. Embassy reads to possess and carry. This is therefore itself an interpretation, which applies to any translation. In this case, however, it must also be interpreted in its historical shift and generally unclear structure in American. The overall translation is also significant. A well-trained militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The reverse translation would be something like, since a well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. One could also say, a well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Or, and therefore. However, the phrase being necessary actually refers to it because it is necessary when compared with similar phrases. However, there would also tend to be the freedom to simply put a period. A well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So you can see, in most interpretations, including the translation, the two parts sometimes move more or less together. However, the implications are truly not only of a gradual nature, because as the liberal argumentation in the Heller case showed, if the right is almost identified with the preamble, but the militia is more responsible for the security of the state, then the right to bear arms would fall away. Some people go even further, using comma placement to try to argue in court that what they really meant to say was a well-regulated militia shall not be infringed, without noting that this would make today's U.S. Army largely unconstitutional. They forget that rules for the use of commas and punctuation marks are generally a very modern matter, so much so that Bishop Robert Loth wrote in his short introduction to English grammar in 1762, "The doctrine of punctuation needs be very imperfect. Few precise rules can be given which will hold without exception in all cases, but much must be left to the judgment and taste of the writer." His writing was often quoted in handbooks for American teachers even in the first half of the 19th century. It can be noted that a comma was also used at the time as a mere pause for breath. An example would be Article 3 of the Constitution: "The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court." This is exactly the same construction as the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. In this case, we know that it had no other function, because some of the copies sent for signature simply did not contain this comma. Second, it should be noted that possession and carrying are not automatically tied together as a condition, which Scalia himself had argued in Heller v. Stevens, which held keep and bear arms is established by the Second Amendment's calling it a right, singular, rather than rights, plural. To which Scalia replied, "There is nothing to this." State constitutions of the founding period routinely grouped multiple, related, guarantees under a singular right, and the First Amendment protects the right, singular, of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. The connection in this case would otherwise be that citizens would only have the right to assemble to address the government and for no other purpose. This is precisely why it would be necessary to insist that people are potentially allowed to own weapons, for example, even if they cannot carry them around. So the interpretation fluctuates, if you want to make it a bit more vivid, between the right to keep and the right to bear or the right to keep and bear. Furthermore, how artillery was actually valued in the past, especially those cannons that are legal to own today, is largely unclear. This would be very interesting for the question, because if it were shown that, despite the term to bear arms, cannons were allowed to be owned, this would invalidate Scalia's argument. Scalia's relationship to custom is best demonstrated by his argument in his defense of capital punishment. The Founding Fathers passed an article in the Constitution against cruel punishments, Amendment 8, but continued the death penalty everywhere. For Scalia, this meant that in the spirit of the Founding Fathers, the death penalty was not a cruel punishment from a constitutional perspective, despite a changed public consciousness or his private judgment. The early militias possessed artillery. One of the Founding Fathers, Alexander Hamilton, was himself a member of the New York volunteer militia Hearts of Oak, which became an artillery militia under his leadership. This raises the question of what the ownership structure actually looked like. Of course, the enormous price of cannons, their weight, and the fact that they could hardly be handled individually meant that their distribution was likely to have been very limited, regardless of any legal provisions. But there is, for example, a letter from President Madison from 1812, a letter of marque that he issued to a private citizen with the approval of Congress, authorizing him to use his private armed brig called the Prince Neuchatel, mounting 18-carriage guns to raid anything and anywhere that had anything to do with the British. It may be argued that different standards applied during the war, but interestingly the license only applied to privateering. The guns on board, however, were simply registered, as was the crew. Anyone who rightly argues that national laws do not apply on the high seas should be able to explain why the private steamboats on the Mississippi carried cannons, and not just in Mark Twain's depictions. So there is a lot to be discussed and interpreted. Private cannons from ships were a significant source of artillery for the American rebels against the British. as late as 1827-28, i.e. after one or the first major waves of centralization, one can read in a list of cannons of a militia in Vermont. In the 1st Division and the 2D Brigade there is one 4-pounder iron cannon, private property. 3D Brigade, there is one 3-pounder iron cannon, private property, and one 3 and one 6-pounder iron cannon, furnished by the state, and so on and so forth. So the whole matter did not seem to be quite so simple. Ultimately, one could point out that one of the moments that caused the barrel to overflow and the American War of Independence to break out was the British attempt to take possession of a cannon, shortly after they had tried to do the same elsewhere with powder. The first battles of Lexington and Concord, were thus triggered by a cannon that was not in the possession of the colonial, i.e. central, power. Considering that the Third Amendment was directed quite decidedly against the British Penal Act, the Quartering Act, the Second Amendment is certainly also directed against that act, which was clearly directed against an artillery weapon. It can only be emphasized once again that the restrictions and regulations on the possession and, above all, the carrying of small arms were historically secured by the fact that militarily relevant weapons were not affected. In Oregon, however, the tables have turned completely, so that the ban on hand grenades, bazookas, and certain mortars is justified by the fact that they are not used for self-defense, while small arms are permitted, even if they are obviously not used in the militia or for the defense of the state. As much as the justification for this may initially make sense when it says that those advanced weapons of modern warfare have never been intended for personal possession and protection, it should also be asked by whom they were never intended for this purpose. The terms arms and bear arms were used particularly, but by no means exclusively, in a military context. And it should be emphasized that historically, firearms were never manufactured primarily for private consumption. The military was almost always the first intended customer or client, which does not mean that the private market did not subsequently become the more important customer. The significance of firearms for the development of early capital relations was aptly described by Robert Kurz in Money Without Value. The dynamic triggered by the military revolution quickly led beyond mercantilism. To a large extent, it was mass production and the Industrial Revolution that made it possible for private individuals to own weapons in the first place by reducing costs. It was the French gunsmith and gunsmith Honoré Leblanc who tried to introduce the mass production of individual or exchange parts into musket production in 1785, but was defeated by the guilds in France. Jefferson brought the concept to America. He entrusted the realization of the application to Eli Whitney, who also introduced the assembly line to musket production. It was continued by Samuel Colt until it was taken up much later by Henry Ford. It is also a myth that multi-shot weapons did not exist at the time of the Founding Fathers. The Continental Congress itself was offered one in 1777. They were enthusiastic at first, but cancelled the order when they learned of the horrendous price. Pepperbox pistols were a pre-existing form of the revolver at the time. Even earlier rifles caused quite a stir due to their increased performance. One example would be the Henry rifle. Southerners still fighting with muzzleloaders complained about this Yankee rifle that they load on Sunday and fire all week. This rifle, too, had primarily the intention criticized by the initiators of the March for Our Lives, to fire as many bullets as possible, only no one would have thought of not giving this repeating rifle, which held 15 rounds, to the private market. Most private weapons, unless they were identical to the military model, were also adaptations of military weapons, just as today's AR-15 is an adaptation of the M16. The Thompson submachine gun, released in 1921, was also initially available on the private market, but the price was far too high for it to find a serious market. The majority of the few buyers came from organized crime, which made considerable profits during Prohibition and at the same time engaged in enormous and violent competition. The mafiosi were therefore the only ones with both purchasing power and demand. The National Firearms Act of 1934 was an attempt to get a grip on the new destructive potential of submachine guns and rifles. This act did not so much include bans as the obligation to register and a tax increase on the weapons in question, which made each weapon $200, roughly $3,500 today, more expensive. The latter in particular was simply an attempt to artificially prolong the historical non-legal restriction on gun ownership without passing legal bans. For thousands of years, the price was the limiting factor in gun ownership. Even those free men who were entitled to carry a sword, i.e. a weapon that was not also a tool, could generally not afford it. Engels, for example, writes about the Whitworth rifle, which cost £25 sterling in 1860. Even the Lancaster rifle also mentioned there still cost £4, which was still quite a lot given the average worker's annual salary of around £42 and the relatively much higher cost of food. For a farmer in the pre-founding era, a musket in the USA could quickly take on the value of a year's extra produce. A professor at Emory University in Atlanta poured over thousands of inheritance certificates from the years 1765 to 1790. Only 15% included firearms, half of which were noted as damaged. By 1800, on the other hand, the price was more like a month's salary. Weapons of mass destruction or even just modern conventional large weapons are so expensive that only an elite could acquire them. A single Tomahawk missile costs around $800,000 to $2 million. A tank at least $500,000 with a considerable margin upwards. Fighter planes are more likely to be between $20 million and $1 billion. Just think of Wojciech, for whom the little pistol is too expensive, so he resorts to a knife, which he still has to buy as a soldier without a weapon. His counterpart, the Trambermajor, is also more of a musician in uniform. Wojciech, on the other hand, is merely a servant in uniform. The uniform fetish, which in Hauptmann von Köpenick was fictionalized as well as caricatured in real life, seems inseparable from the German, and which still shines through in the Nazis in an almost upside-down manner. Taxation was a less effective tool for the criminals of the Prohibition era, but above all it was not a direct prohibition, and was therefore not generally regarded as a violation of the Second Amendment. Registration tended to be a little more problematic. But even this was not thrown overboard until 1968 with the case of Haynes versus United States, in which it was ruled that a felon who was not allowed to own a gun at all could not be required to register his weapons under the Fifth Amendment, as he would have to indict himself. 20 years after President Eisenhower warned of the dangers of the military-industrial congressional complex, the latter was, strictly speaking, protected by the courts with the sentence, "Modern weapons used exclusively by the military are not arms which are commonly possessed by individuals for defense, therefore, the term arms in the Constitution does not include such weapons." In his speech, ex-General Eisenhower was by no means talking about too many privately owned weapons, but had pointed out that the last war against the Germans had forced the USA into a military industry and a standing army. In his Chance for Peace speech, 1953, he had already referred to the enormous costs of armaments and calculated the civilian equivalents of certain weapons. Although he based his disarmament plans on the delusion of world sovereignty, at the same time he linked the disarmament of the West not only to the disarmament of the East, but also to its civilization. Under Eisenhower, there were also efforts to use atomic bombs for civilian construction projects with Operation Plowshares. By demonstrating how many plowshares could now be forged from a single sword via the detour of the royal weapon, he attempted to promote the civilian benefits of disarmament. In the USA, many tanks were actually converted into bulldozers after the Second World War and supplied to the civilian market. However, his criticism of the importance of the arms industry and the military was precisely in the spirit of the Second Amendment. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. The court in Oregon, however, set the premise that the law should simply be adapted to the development of productive and destructive forces, whereby the law no longer judges what it finds, but merely approves it, as if it were not an at least latently independent moment vis-a-vis the economy. The technical shift of the potential for violence to the state, now legally certified, is an open breach of the equivalence principle of equality of arms. To this end, they even disregarded the second part of the Declaration of Intent laid down in the federal Constitution in favor of self-defense, namely the defense of the state, which is subordinated to personal self-defense and, in case of doubt, does not even apply. The most general problem of legal criticism seems to be that formal law and concrete material justice, a concept that only makes sense within the principle of equivalence, only have something to do with each other in a very mediated way, if at all, which is of course why Anatole France rightly criticized the majestic equality of the law that forbids rich and poor alike to sleep under bridges, beg in the streets and steal bread. However, this realization does not automatically make any breach of the formal legal principle of equivalence just or even a mode of justice. Pastuchanis considered that in bourgeois state capitalism, law degenerates into a technical determination. It is indeed a technique that, in contrast to the dispute underlying the law, refers to a unity of purpose when, with regard to gun violence as a public health issue, a community of interests consisting of citizens and the state is suggested, which, fatally, already exists in reality in parts. In this case, the law becomes a political medical commodity, rather than a sociology or psychology as in many other cases. As a formal matter, rights are relatively unsatisfactory, just as the Second Amendment does not allow people to be armed, but allows them to be armed. If it were not used, it would be meaningless. This was the point of the saying that circulated after the Civil War: Abe Lincoln may have freed all men, but Sam Colt made them equal. Of course, this does not mean economic equality, but merely political and violent equality. However, it is precisely this form of equality that the attempts at moralization are aimed at, which push for a voluntary renunciation of the use of the law, and as a result of which a former gun nut who sawed up his AR-15 on camera and started the #OneLess campaign quickly became a hero of the gun opponents. The fact that the tension between Leviathan and Behemoth has played an enormous role in the USA since the first discussions about the shape of the Constitution and has come to the fore in its purest form in the related wing battles hardly seems to find its way into the criticism of the state here. The Federalist Hamilton, in particular, proved his Hobbesian origins in his remark against a Jeffersonian, "Your people, sir, is a great beast." For the Federalists, the Leviathan was to be created with the help of the Constitution. Nothing but a permanent body can check the imprudence of democracy. But the Leviathan is also quite simply a monster, as we knew all too well from our own experience. It was up to Jefferson in particular to point this out permanently, as he clearly included himself in the dangers of tyranny. If once the people become inattentive to the public affairs, you and I, and Congress and assemblies, judges, and governors, shall all become wolves. The Bill of Rights was passed to reign in the Leviathan. Despite the severity of her criticism, Arendt could not or did not want to see that the Bill of Rights was indeed essentially negative, but at the same time established a body politic, at least in terms of potency, through the Second Amendment. As numerous commentators, including Joseph Story and St. George Tucker cited above, have noted, the Bill of Rights in general, Arendt is correct, but the right to bear arms in particular was considered the last and strongest bulwark of individual liberties. It was Madison in particular, whose own career most clearly represents the tension between the two factions, who recognized the danger of tyranny in its diversity. It is a melancholy reflection that liberty should be equally exposed to danger whether the government have too much or too little power, and that the line which defines these extremes should be so inaccurately defined by experience. Madison tended to be right about this, even against Jefferson, insofar as he emphasized that in addition to the tyranny of the individual or a minority, there is also the threat of tyranny of the majority, although Jefferson was also well aware of this. Madison emphasized that experience proves the inefficacy of a Bill of Rights on those occasions when its control is most needed. Repeated violations of these parchment barriers have been committed by overbearing majorities in every state. In Virginia, I have seen the Bill of Rights violated in every instance where it has been opposed to a popular current. Notwithstanding the explicit provision contained in that instrument for the rights of conscience, it is well known that a religious establishment (WD) have taken place in that state, if the legislative majority had found, as they expected, a majority of the people in favor of the measure, and I am persuaded that if a majority of the people were now of one sect, the measure would still take place and on narrower ground than was then proposed, notwithstanding the additional obstacle which the law has since created. Wherever the real power in a government lies, there is the danger of oppression. In our governments, the real power lies in the majority of the community, and the invasion of private rights is chiefly to be apprehended, not from acts of government contrary to the sense of its constituents, but from acts in which the government is the mere instrument of the major number of the constituents. Letter from Madison to Jefferson, October 17, 1788. Madison foresaw the alliance of popular spirit and state/government and noted that paper tigers would not be able to do the slightest thing against it. Should a rebellion or insurrection alarm the people as well as the government, and a suspension of the Hab. Corp. be dictated by the alarm, no written prohibitions on earth would prevent the measure. It was precisely this realization that led St. George Tucker to describe the Second Amendment as the true palladium of our liberties, as this is the right to freedom that would be used to defend all others in case of doubt. Because of universal gun ownership, the behemoth is now the merely latently threatening monster that Leviathan is characterized as in the Bible. Jefferson's prohibition of images was always one between utopia and naivety, but, as with Rousseau, it kept alive the thought or belief that people really could change. This can be seen in his comments on the ward or council republic, which could be generalized for Jefferson's fundamental attitude: make a beginning with them only for whatever purpose, it will soon become clear for what other purposes they are best suited. It is important to note that Jefferson had only been promoting the council system, unsuccessfully, since 1815-16, i.e. at the time when it became clear for foreign policy/war reasons that the USA would indeed have to maintain a standing army. It should not be forgotten that Jefferson was extremely optimistic about the importance of education and enlightenment. And this at the end of his life: enlighten the people generally, and tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day. Although I do not, with some enthusiasts, believe that the human condition will ever advance to such a state of perfection as that there shall no longer be pain or vice in the world, yet I believe it susceptible of much improvement, and, most of all, in matters of government and religion, and that the diffusion of enlightenment among the people is to be the instrument by which it is to be effected. From a retrospective perspective, this optimism has been debunked by the reality of history. With a view to the USA itself, however, it must be said with regard to Jefferson that with the council system and similar proposals, he also brought instruments into play to realize his optimism, none of which were accepted. It is pointless to riddle about whether these would have sufficed, but at the same time one can just as easily deny their potential effect. In the debate on gun control, the state monopoly on the use of force, as a material monopoly on weapons, is now tending to return to its absolutist core in the USA too. Hobbes' mastermind Jean Bodin believed that the common people should not be armed under any circumstances. He later added the following justification: the cause of an endless number of crimes is he who wields a sword, a dagger, or a pistol. This in particular shows that Bodin's criticism of Machiavelli, according to which the latter proclaimed a mere tyrannical rule, referred above all to the fact that Machiavelli openly expressed what Bodin now demanded via the detour of the postulate of the citizens' own interest in their disarmament. In general, it seems to make all the difference whether weapons are banned or merely the use of weapons is subject to all kinds of penalties and punishments. No threat of punishment would, of course, be able to deter assassins and rampage killers who deliberately accept or even wish for their own death in relation to their actions. For the vast majority of crimes committed with firearms, however, it would indeed be an instrument of resistance that should not be underestimated. However, the push to ban certain weapons unmistakably involves a real and material shift of sovereignty to the state, which Europeans simply take for granted. Both Carl Schmitt's monopoly of decision and Max Weber's monopoly of force are based on the disarming of citizens, although Weber at least reflected this when he wrote that the modern state is an institutionalized association of rulers, which has successfully endeavored to monopolize legitimate physical violence as a means of rule within a territory, and for this purpose has united the material means of operation in the hands of its leaders, but has expropriated all the estates. Functionaries who formerly had the right to dispose of them and has placed itself in their place at its highest apex. Weber thus also presupposes that the state not only arms itself, but also disarms its citizens, which in turn is expressed in Weber himself above all in the fact that weapons are almost exclusively mentioned explicitly only for the pre-modern period. Weber mentions them in passing in his essay Politics as a Vocation, in which the idea of a monopoly on the use of force was coined for the first time. The maintenance of every violent rule requires certain external material goods, just like an economic enterprise. All state systems can now be divided according to whether they are based on the principle that the staff of men, officials or whoever else they may be, on whose obedience the ruler must be able to count, are in possession of the means of administration, whether they consist of money, buildings, war material, wagons, horses, or whatever else, or whether the administrative staff is separate from the means of administration, in the same sense as today the employee and proletarian within the capitalist enterprise is separate from the material means of production. Weber now speaks of the monopoly of legitimate physical violence, which is a veritable monster of a word. It most likely refers to the monopoly of the ability or capacity to act violently, i.e., by using physical force. From Weber's further explanations, it can be seen that this property is founded both legally and materially, as can be seen from his distinction between the estates and the modern state. Everywhere the development of the modern state is set in motion by the fact that the prince initiates the expropriation of the independent private holders of administrative power standing next to him. Those self-owners of administrative and war resources, financial resources, and politically usable goods of all kinds. The whole process is a complete parallel to the development of the capitalist enterprise through the gradual expropriation of the independent producers. In the end, we see that in the modern state the disposal of the entire political means of production is actually concentrated in a single head. No single official is any longer the personal owner of the money he spends, or of the buildings, supplies, tools, or machines at his disposal. In today's state, therefore, the separation of the administrative staff, the administrative officials and administrative workers, from the material means of production has been fully implemented. Weber's overly rigid identification of companies and the state, due to certain structural similarities, is unable to grasp the possibility of a tendency towards separate or even opposing developments. But it must also be mentioned that expropriation in the so-called primitive accumulation was actually accompanied by disarmament through the disarming acts. The expropriation of the peasantry from land and soil in the Highland clearances was always also, at least on a trial basis, of arms, one might add to Marx's remarks. A very readable overview of British gun legislation through the centuries and its significance for the American situation, David B. Kopel. Joseph Olson, All the Way Down the Slippery Slope. Gun Prohibition in England and Some Lessons for Civil Liberties in America. The state's legitimate monopoly on the use of force is thus, in Weber's conception, always also a material monopoly on gun ownership, which can be softened as a privilege for some. The Perpetual Peace of 1495, on the other hand, provided for the expropriation, i.e. disarmament, of masterless soldiers, but not of other subjects, i.e. nobles. The monopoly on the use of force that emerged here concerned the use of weapons in feuds, which was banned in favor of the courts. Even Jesus called on his followers in the Gospel of Luke to buy swords, 22:36, only to prohibit their use in his defense a few lines later. This biblical passage of the call to arms has given some commentators quite a headache, but it is a wonderful expression of the Christian renunciation of violence. After the disciples had long been under the protection of Jesus without needing food, clothing, or weapons, the Messiah is now about to be taken prisoner. The renunciation of violence is reinforced by the call to arm oneself, recognizing that it is much easier not to defend oneself if one is unarmed anyway. And they said, Lord, behold, here are 2 swords. But he said to them, it is enough, namely enough to reinforce the message of the prohibition of violence with the existence of the 2 swords. This idea has been developed and enforced on the continent to such an extent that the monopoly on violence has successfully concealed its own genesis. This is expressed in today's definitions of the monopoly on the use of force, when it is said to be the authority to use physical force, physical coercive force, on its territory, Bundescentrale für politische Bildung, or the sole right of the state to use force on its territory, Duden. But such definitions are already the rationalization and juridification that can simply conceal the material reason associated with the legal monopoly in almost all European countries. In America, the monopoly on the use of force was more formal in nature for a long time, but as history proves, not necessarily less stable, which for Norbert Elias, for example, who refers significantly to Weber, represents the measure of that rationalization process or its internalization. According to Elias, such monopolies of physical force, which at present are usually controlled and directed by state governments, represented by the military and police as executive organs, are, like so many human inventions, double-edged inventions. On the one hand, they have served as a tool of tyrants since the time of the pharaohs, but on the other hand, Elias emphasized that the pacification, the relatively peaceful coexistence of larger masses of people is largely based on this institution. According to Elias, the efficiency of the monopoly on violence brought about trust in it, which in turn was the basis for individual pacification as a profound civilizational transformation of the entire personality structure. The vague expropriation of power is also understood by Elias as the centralization and monopolization of the physical exercise of force and its instruments. However, it should be emphasized even more sharply than Elias that disarmament does not create trust in the security apparatus of a state, but primarily dependence on it. The problem of the internalization of constraints into self-constraints arises less in questions of work discipline, where the necessity of life in the form of hunger and mass unemployment is mute as an external constraint. However, the fact that gun laws in Europe are becoming increasingly rigid indicates that a taboo on violence has not been internalized. If the self-compulsions in this regard were sufficiently pronounced, external compulsion could be relaxed. This is also due to the fact that the police force and justice system, which in many cases solves rather than prevents crimes, has adopted blood revenge as an afterthought rather than immediate self-defense. What is particularly problematic and seductive about Elias' conception is that disarmament and efficiency are equated, thus removing the former from the discussion. Efficiency means saving time and effort, without any further definition. However, the term increasingly seems to be the only yardstick of evaluation, as in a praise by the High Federalist Alexander Madison in Die Zeit, Hamilton's Treasury Department became the most effective agency in the still rather embryonic federal government. It should be noted that efficiency was not the only criterion in the competitive relationship between the state and its citizens in the USA for a long time, and that this is precisely the basis of American exceptionalism, a term that was never merely ideological. Just think of the midterm elections, which are not only a symbol of inefficient government in Europe. The central theme here is and was the very real equality of arms, which is possibly part of the essence of Anglo-Saxon democracies, so that in England at least the police are almost ostentatiously unarmed, and even in times of terrorism and gang crime, most of them continue to parade around the houses with truncheons and whistles. Hannah Arendt in particular, for whom the French Revolution failed, in a certain exaggeration, because the rebels wanted something to eat and did not, as allegedly in America, turn purely to the political, was, and this applies to a similar extent to Sartre and the various intellectual successors, unwilling to see that freedom is dialectically related to necessity, which is why any talk of freedom that does not reflect on necessity is pure ideology. The fact that Alexis de Tocqueville devoted little or no attention to the Second Amendment in his work on democracy in America, which is still extremely readable, complicates the assessment of the USA. In his work The Old Regime, however, he noted the following about Prussia under Wilhelm III, which he regarded as the prototype of the Restoration: freedom of speech and of the press are under strict and arbitrary control. It is forbidden to carry firearms. It was up to a completely different person to blurt out the real basis of that special path as a mockery. That person was Steven Pinker, whose recent book on violence became an unparalleled bestseller not despite, but because of massive errors and the exclusion of Auschwitz from the list of the 20 greatest violent crimes in human history. In it you can read, in Europe, the state first disarmed the people and then established a monopoly on the use of force, and then the people took over the state apparatus. In America, the people took over the state even before it forced them to lay down their arms. The success of such sentences is due to the fact that the before instead of without him forcing them already suggests that this step is simply still pending, and thus provides the advocacy of gun control with teleological consecration, according to which the city on a hill should finally be brought down from this into the valley of normality so that the process of becoming a state is complete. Pinker refers to Peter Spierenberg, who is also an Eliasian, and argues that democracy came too soon to America, in other words, that democracy came too soon in the country that first fought for democracy. Lyndon B. Johnson also announced, after he signed the Gun Control Act in 1968, the toughest U.S. gun control law, that this was far from enough. We must continue to work for the day when Americans can get the full protection that every American citizen is entitled to and deserves, the kind of protection that most civilized nations have long ago adopted. And Johnson also forgot to mention in his speech that, after the assassinations of the two Kennedys and, above all, Martin Luther King, he was afraid of armed uprisings by the black population. And Johnson also forgot to mention in his speech that, after the assassinations of the two Kennedys and, above all, Martin Luther King, he was afraid of armed uprisings by the black population. Obama repeated this argument 50 years later, proclaiming that the USA are the only advanced country on earth that sees this kind of mass violence erupt with this kind of frequency. It doesn't happen in other advanced countries. It's not even close. And as I've said before, somehow we've become numb to it and we start thinking that this is normal. At precisely this point, however, it is worth remembering something that Obama himself emphasized in another speech. As the earliest settlers arrived on the shores of Boston and Salem and Plymouth, they dreamed of building a city upon a hill. And the world watched, waiting to see if this improbable idea called America would succeed. Contradiction to the normal was the telos of the American quest for independence. The image of this city on the hill meant, to borrow a phrase from Oscar Wilde, not that America should become normal/global, but that normality/the world should become American. From the very beginning, this meant enduring painful contradictions that other nations did not and should not trust themselves with. In this sense, it could be noted that the Americans, with their right to bear arms, have preserved something of the potentially revolutionary or democratic petty bourgeoisie and peasants, who also represented Jefferson's political ideal subject, even though their economic basis has long since been extinguished. From a strictly English point of view, they were already an anachronism at the time of the Revolution. After all, they should have been expropriated and transformed into proletarians long ago. Marx summarized the bourgeoisie's complaints in this regard beautifully in the Colony chapter of Capital. At the same time, however, they must display a much greater ability to sublimate their aggression than Europeans. The rate of victims of crimes committed with firearms is indeed very high in the USA, but this is only ever in relation to the number of inhabitants, whereas the number of crimes committed with a gun in relation to the number of guns is simply in the normal Western midfield, lower than Finland or Canada. This sublimation would be an act of permanent civilization, rather than a one-off and very fragile achievement of civilization. Now, even with Carl Schmitt, it always remains undetermined which authority empowers the sovereign to decide. The origin of the state of emergency from the state of siege provides a little insight. It is therefore genetically clearly military. The authority that has it at its disposal is fed by the aura of the military commander and its civilization, i.e. the transformation of society into barbarism, and it is directly related to the immaturity of the citizens, which Schmitt affirmatively derived from compulsory military service. Privately owned American weapons are now also part of the legal order, just as they tend to stand outside it. In this sense, they are the direct corrective of Schmidt's sovereign, or state of exception. The connection between the two can again be found, albeit negatively, in Kant, for whom there is not only no right of resistance on the part of citizens, but also no state right of emergency, which is often forgotten. In addition, the resistance clause was only included in the Basic Law when the emergency laws were passed. Compulsory military service, which transforms the citizen into a soldier, is the basis of Schmidt's construction, albeit in its civilization in the form of mass mobilizations. His sentence alone, "The state of emergency has an analogous meaning for jurisprudence as the miracle has for theology," points to the psychological damage inherent in its acceptance. Anti-German criticism, however, threatens to degenerate into anti-Germanism or even into anti-German tumuli when Brun states that it is a matter of criticizing Hitler and Carl Schmitt as objective thinkers of the state form in the same way that Marx did with Adam Smith and Ricardo in Capital. Now Schmitt and Hitler are rather thinkers of the people's state or its dissolution into the Grossraum, as well as the various marginal utility schools, Keynes, or Schumpeter thinkers of monopoly or even state capitalism. The latter would have to be taken very seriously because, in contrast to Marx, he made cursedly large profits with his speculations. At least this would be the standard that Port repeatedly applied. The objective thinkers of the form of the state would still most likely be the classics, such as Hobbes, Locke, or Machiavelli, which is why Hitler and Schmitt were more likely to be criticized in the same way as the Royal Air Force and the United States Army Air Force, whose area bombardments of German cities represented the imminent critique of National Socialism. It is an imprint, not a reflection of historical development, that people like Agamben only refer to the naked human being or life, while Schmitt, now in Allied custody, at least still recognized. The most naked is the human being who is placed naked before a clothed human being, disarmed by an armed man, powerless before a powerful man. The question immediately arises: with whom should the definition of the human being begin, with the naked or the clothed human being? The disarmed or the armed? Here, too, clothing seems to be the uniform that authorizes the carrying of weapons rather than the uniform that identifies a prisoner. The premise, largely concealed today, is that the merely torturable Leib is one who has no weapon to seize, which is why, in fact, enduring torture or going on hunger strike are the only forms of protest of the unarmed Leib in a state of emergency. However, keeping silent means that the continental premises, which not even Arnold Gehlen absolutized with his definition of man as a deficient being in the same way as the existentialists, are given ontological consecration. Therefore, when Gerhard Scheidt introduces his work Qualbarer Leib with Brecht's lines "all that you saw / when you destroyed the torturable Leib," which come from the poem Zum Friedhofs des Flüchtlings WB, the focus should be on all that Benjamin saw and in the face of which he emptied himself, and which Brecht described as follows: "The people's / can no longer be seen under the armor. / so the future lies in darkness, and the good forces / are weak." Now, like Scheidt, one can take offense at the signal word people and emphasize that it is the individuals, however, who are no longer seen under the armor, if one speaks of peoples at all. As much as Scheidt seems to have the right of judgment on his side here, these sentences themselves express capitulation when it goes on to say, "For people is only the word that suggests they have a common body, and that body is under the armor with which the sovereign goes to war." However, this would be at least latently unfair to Brecht, and this is also a sentence that is not often written, insofar as he emphasized individual gun ownership in several places in his oeuvre, such as in the poem Der Schöne Tag, when ich nutzlos geworden bin, which reads, "This is a beautiful day," when it says / "put away your weapons, they are no longer necessary, / those were good years." After which / the weapons are pulled out of the shed, and it turns out / they are rusty / of. Course I wish that the last one would put me away first / who was bitten by the dogs. The fact that the weapons are taken from the shed and not from the state armory indicates that this refers to the private moment, which in turn can very well gain significance in resistance, as Brecht outlined in Mrs. Carrer's Guns, for example, with regard to the Spanish Civil War, which can probably be regarded without great exaggeration as the last twitch of civilian violent reason against fascism and Stalinism. Even when lost, this civil war had the effect of weakening Spain to such an extent that it was unable to wage another war. Clarifying the question of what and the good forces / are weak means involves recognizing that the individual right to bear arms was and is forfeited in the European states, which potentially makes collective self-defense with individual weapons possible in the first place. Even without agreeing with Brecht's pathos, the speech at the Second Writers' Congress for the Defense of Culture, which ends quite realistically with the sentences, Culture has long, all too long, been defended only with spiritual weapons, but attacked with material weapons, itself not only a spiritual, but also and especially even a material thing, must be defended with material weapons. Diagnosing an impasse is certainly not a pleasant thing to do, but at the same time it is not something that can be avoided. When Skite and Dahlman characterize capital as a system of irresponsibility, the fact that it is first and foremost a system of real powerlessness and weaponlessness is discursively overlooked. Despite Skite's assurances, the phrase of freedom and responsibility always carries at least a tendency to reproach those who were no longer willing or able to defend themselves. Even the inserted able is a slipped-in restriction that does not sit well with Sartre. Skite's objection that Adorno left open in certain respects how it should be possible at all in this society to act in accordance with the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, if all decisions were condemned to impotence through the mediation of the administered post-Nazi world, is justified. Adorno only wrote on the page from which Skite takes Adorno's accusation against Sartre, whose decision is merely internal, in order to then object to the above, whereby the part reads in full so powerless and merely internal, about subjectivity that I sexually disempowered and internally weakened. Adorno was well aware that the effect of the decision is either on the object or the subject, depending on who ultimately overcomes whom. And so it says on the same page, such powerlessness allows the Dinghaft Unwesen to triumph over the subject. This powerlessness always refers to immaturity and real dispossession, which is why recognition always also refers to the gun in the hand of the other, which subject theorists such as Sartre are simply tempted to deny and repress, and who, in the suggestion that the Hegelian struggle for life and death is repeated, fail to recognize that this is materially predecided, and perhaps always tended to be so. The powerlessness which, according to Skite, is always evident in the superlative of the most concrete, degenerates into the most abstract when we no longer even attempt to represent it in the concrete. Only then, however, could one recognize that the change in Sartre's work from the denial of death to its apology does not occur by chance, since he denied the dingy horror, like weapons. If the guns are missing, the knife will win, or something similar is said in the preface to Fanon's Ham. The fact is that no one really knows how to act, and there is only the hope that the impulse will hopefully kick in when it is needed, and that education, etc., is geared towards ensuring that this impulse is not suppressed, without being able to rationalize or even anticipate the impulse. The blind spot or primacy of foreign policy is always also the shifting of responsibility to the USA and Israel in the form of very tangible counter-violence, which is theoretically charged because one cannot admit one's own real powerlessness. In this, the realization is unconsciously realistic. Skite now points out that Adorno was not quite as averse to violence as is generally assumed and refers to the discussion on education for barbarization, in which Adorno remarked that he suspected that barbarism is present wherever there is a relapse into primitive physical violence without a clear relationship to the rational purposes of society, i.e., where there is identification with the outbreak of physical violence. Whereas violence, where it leads to the creation of more humane conditions in a transparent context, even in very restricted situations, cannot be condemned as barbarism without further ado. Furthermore, Skite refers to the marginalia on theory and practice, from which he believes he can glean the following. However, Adorno does not use this definition of violence to include the situation in a concentration camp or an assassination attempt such as George Elser's in his Reflections. This may have something to do with the fact that he also wants to avoid weakening his categorical rejection of political violence, which is clearly aimed at the national liberation movements and their fatal imitators in the metropolises, since he knew how readily the resistance against Hitler was invoked here to legitimize violence. Adorno's marginalia on theory and practice, which decisively reject violence as an alleged force to bring about the overthrow of the whole, are his last word on the question of commitment. Now, a categorical rejection of political violence is not a categorical one if one sets up conditions under which one would even welcome it. Skite is fundamentally mistaken in his reasoning, which Adorno expressed quite openly, and this is rare, in the same essay, revealing a tendency towards weakness. That sense of proportion, which Skite still quotes, is simply a realistic assessment of, above all, material power relations and by no means any reference to Kant or Hegel. The passage not quoted by Skite, although directly following, reads, "The pseudo-revolutionary gesture is complementary to the military technical impossibility of spontaneous revolution. Against those who administer the bomb, barricades are ridiculous, that is why one plays barricades, and the masters temporarily let the players have their way. It may be different with the guerrilla techniques of the Third World, nothing in the administered world works without interruption. That is why the advanced industrialized countries choose the underdeveloped ones as models. These are as powerful as the personality cult of helpless and shamefully murdered leaders. Models that have not even proved themselves in the Bolivian bush cannot be transferred. It should be clear from this that Adorno was making a very objective attempt, in the double sense of sober and objective, to make a realistic assessment of the concrete historical situation, which must be recognized as such in order to judge the extent to which it was realistic, especially since Adorno himself stated in his lecture Technology and Humanism in an almost collectivizing way. We sociologists understand too little about technology. The contrast between the state and the citizens is framed here as the contrast between their material means, which, according to Adorno, are represented by the bomb on the one side and barricades on the other. He could also have written of stones. The first thing that shines through here is that Adorno accepted, at least associatively, that the resistance of the angry German students was directed against the USA and not against Germany, which hardly administered the bomb. Adorno's own delicacy tended to be his undoing here, as he allowed himself to be overwhelmed by the real horror of the Vietnam War. This can be seen as a very tangible, albeit rather marginal, weakness of Adorno, for whom Auschwitz and Hiroshima merged into a single entity in some places. He did indeed allow the existence of nuclear weapons to make him a little stupid from time to time, to use his own formulation. It should be said right away that it is extremely easy to make such a judgment today, as people hardly ever make judgments in the face of an acute threat anymore. It can hardly be denied that the grammatical singular of the bomb not only linked it associatively with the singularity of Auschwitz. It is probably not going too far out on a limb to assume that the mention of Hiroshima and the consequent omission of Nagasaki implies an implicit criticism of the second dropping of the bomb. But the atomic bomb does not simply belong in the same historical context as the genocide, even though they occur almost simultaneously and are of course not unrelated. Unlike his horror of the Vietnam War, which would have made him place the 30 Years' War in the same context as Auschwitz, the atomic bombs at least actually represent a break. At the same time, however, one of those bombs, as much as it really can literally wipe out hundreds of thousands in one fell swoop, is detached from the, then, context of deterrence if it is claimed to be merely a single one. This could be described as a Robinsonade related to technology. Adorno was not prepared to see that the development of those destructive forces actually tended to make their application impossible. However, this did not mean that the cold peace called for by Horkheimer would have come about, as all other forms of violence continued to run their course below this level of destruction. It must of course be acknowledged that Adorno's reference to the connection between Auschwitz and the bomb and the Mullah regime became a reality. At the same time, this points to the fact that the freedom-loving people in Iran have not yet managed to overthrow the regime, although, unlike the Germans, they have tried several times. But even the truck drivers who are currently on strike only have stones with which they are trying to defend themselves against the Mullah militias. It is significant that Adorno did not mention the USA separately. It also remains latently unclear what the Third World is supposed to stand for as a cipher in that noted field of military technology, especially since a weak weapons monopoly can also always mean that the population is quite well armed and or that the state is poorly armed. Adorno was referring to the actions of Che Guevara, the psychopath who had just been shot dead and who was regarded by Sartre, Dutschke etc. Pepe as the epitome of the perfect human being. This mass murderer, however, had himself stated in detail in his guerrilla writing that guerrilla warfare is used by the side that is supported by the majority but has a much smaller number of weapons. And so the text deals in large parts with precisely this problem of the lack of weapons and ammunition, which may be overcome by robbery, etc. Even a dead guerrilla soldier must never be left behind with his weapons and ammunition. It is the duty of every fighter, whenever a comrade falls, to rescue his extremely valuable means of warfare. The fighter must also never forget that the enemy is the source from which you obtain weapons and ammunition. And so it goes on forever. It is easy to see, however, that those strategies which, according to Adorno, did not even prove themselves in the Bolivian bush, consist of a small band of armed men, which Che Guevara himself explicitly distinguished from the usual gang of criminals only because of their leadership and ideology, using their weapons to try to instigate a revolution in a country whose population has no private weapons. Significantly, his comrade Castro had ordered the immediate disarmament of the population when he entered Havana on January 9, 1959, because what would these weapons be used for? Against whom should they be used? Against the revolutionary government, which has the support of the people. Do we have a dictatorship here? Are we going to take up arms against a free government that respects the rights of the people? Why hide weapons? To put pressure on or blackmail the President of the Republic? To threaten to break the peace? To create gangster organizations? Are we going to return to gangsterism? Are we going to return to the daily shooting on the streets of the capital? Guns, what for? The crowd loudly denied each question, whereupon the speaker became more demanding. The weapons must be in the barracks. No one here has the right to have private armies. Here weapons will be superfluous, because there is no more tyranny, and it has been proven that weapons are only good when you are right and when the people are behind you, and in the opposite case they are only used to murder and commit misdeeds. This was the same Castro who had announced 8 days earlier, "Yes, now the people are armed. There will be the necessary weapons so that anyone who wants to fight can arm themselves when the time comes to defend our sovereignty." Immediately after the disarmament, the mass shootings began. However, one debate that keeps coming up in the USA is indeed whether, or rather to what extent, the USA is turning into a third world country. The central issue here is gun violence, usually linked to the high number of privately owned weapons. The statistics would certainly agree with this. Despite all the nonsense expressed in such theses, it is difficult to deny that the USA occupies an intermediate position between the most advanced and the less developed nations, particularly with regard to weapons, but which is also characterized above all by the fact that it was a conscious position, in terms of tendency, which sets it apart from both lines of development in the best sense of the word. At the same time, it should be considered whether the basic element described by Adorno in his Culture essay on the USA, the relationship between adaptation and reference to reality on the one hand and humanity and friendliness on the other, is not based on or forced by the fact that weapons are almost omnipresent. This would probably also be the judgment of Frederick Jackson Turner, who ended his book The Significance of the Frontier in American History, in which he in no way denies the violence, with the sprawling sentence, "This then is the heritage of pioneer experience. A passionate belief that a democracy was possible which should leave the individual a part to play in free society and not make him a cog in a machine operated from above, which trusted in the common man, in his tolerance, his ability to adjust differences with good humor, and to work out an American type from the contributions of all nations, a type for which he would fight against those who challenged it in arms, and for which in time of war he would make sacrifices, even the temporary sacrifice of individual freedom and his life, lest that freedom be lost forever." The fact that the American state no longer seems willing to accept privately owned semi-automatic rifles indicates that it sees them as a massive problem for itself. The fact that this tendency is all the more pronounced when the state is in the hands of the Democrats is merely an expression of a very realistic assessment of the material conditions, which simply recognizes that far more Republicans make use of their right to bear arms than Democrats. In the analysis of counterviolence in Adorno's work, it should first be reflected that Adorno repeatedly referred very euphorically to the resistors of July 20th and implicitly characterized their act as a missed revolutionary situation, without pointing out that their political constitution was itself incredibly repugnant. However, this articulates the unspoken admission that only the military, still, had the weapons with which National Socialism could have been eliminated by Germans. This context also includes the fact that people sometimes seem to forget that George Elser failed, which has the advantage that you can always play with the aura of what if it had succeeded without having to answer the question, let alone being able to. As much as Adorno would have been willing to work as a lift boy in a liberated society, at least that is what is repeatedly reported, which one can believe, especially since he knew for certain that he would not have to prove it, he drew his boundaries much more drastically in the area of violence. "I do not want to be an executioner at any price, under any conditions, or to provide legal titles for executioners." Even if this is in the context of revenge, and is particularly sympathetic in this respect, the first part seems to have been valid far beyond that context. The abhorrence of being an executioner, i.e. the most understandable personal emotion, appears somewhat unexpectedly at this point, not to say unasked for. The answer bears a mark of guilt that Adorno never made a secret of. In The Rejection of Violence, the impossibility of categorical rejection shines through in critical theory. It was Horkheimer who, in Twilight, after stating in the introduction that the rejection of violence is purer than the attempt to abolish violence through violence, posed the following questions in conclusion: what if violence were necessary? What if we bought our harmony by renouncing active help? His answer: this question destroys peace. And in this sense, it remains latently questionable when Reich states in his Mass Psychology of Fascism that the domination of the oppressed class by the owners of the social means of production rarely uses the means of brute force. Its main weapon is the ideological power over the oppressed, which powerfully supports the state apparatus, whether one can, like Reich, attribute this quite correct insight in this simplistic manner to Marx, who, after all, traced the genesis of that status from the immediate use of force in more than detail. The history of the strikes that were shot down must not be ignored by anyone who really wants to understand why strikes do not take place, without elevating this to the sole or even decisive explanation. The early Horkheimer in particular recognized the connection very clearly. In his aphorism on the powerlessness of the German working class, he described the powerlessness as twofold, arising on the one hand from the fear of the misery of unemployment and on the other from the terrible apparatus of power, which was just waiting to try out its own weapons, from rubber truncheons to machine guns to the most effective poison gas, in a cheerful, certainly unrisky civil war. In another aphorism a few pages later, he went even further, noting that the analysis of the mechanism of powerlessness requires a return to armed power for its explanation. In this sense, Benjamin also wrote in his Critique of Violence, if the awareness of the latent presence of violence in a legal institution fades, it decays. He continued, parliaments are an example of this at this time. They offer the familiar miserable spectacle because they have remained unaware of the revolutionary forces to which they owe their existence. But these revolutionary forces also include the material means, and so this sentence always also means that they have not retained the weapons whose use they owe their existence to. Thus the Second Amendment reminds us that those who do not want to talk about compulsory military service and individual gun ownership should keep quiet about the state. The Constitution can only function as a fixed order if it transfigures the revolution into a distant myth of origin. Without agreeing with the assumed necessity, one can recognize that this has only been going on with a certain intensity in the USA for a short time. The stone that set this rolling, so to speak, was in fact the nuclear weapons as the first real state weapons that were developed directly by the state, as in the Manhattan Project, or the aerial bombs in general, since aerial bombs are weapons that truly do not allow any analogy to be drawn to the weapons systems of earlier times. Even totalitarian states, such as Nazi Germany, generally did not forego the technically progressive potential of competition when it came to normal firearms, and did not transfer development to government officials, but continued to proceed via tenders. In this sense, too, Karl Kraus was right when he wrote, "But I date the end of the world from the opening of airship travel." Based on this, the weapons monopoly now, tentatively, extends to numerous other types of weapons that are not directly related to those state weapons. To a certain extent, a moral and political intensification reinforces the relative disarmament that is already taking place in technical and political terms. The relative disarmament is certainly related to the so-called relative impoverishment and is just as embarrassing in this context. But beyond that, it contains a moment of truth, since weapons as commodities, and thus as utility values, are, apart from suicide, directed at something other than oneself. Their evaluation is therefore always linked to the target at which they are fired. Innovation in the field of hunting rifles, for example, is in principle quite unconstrained, as animals have not yet been able to adapt to the speed of a bullet and, as Canetti also knew, have not yet learned to shoot back. However, when the prosthetic god-man chooses another of those gods as his target, he gets caught up in the dialectic of progress. This is precisely where the tendency of the potential for civil destruction belongs, in that it is handed over by law to qualitative statics, while the state, no longer only as a producer, entitles itself to appropriate everything that arises from the ongoing dynamic. So much is true about the primacy of foreign policy that the USA in particular cannot do without the atomic bomb and other weapons, and that this dynamic has an internal effect. This effect does not play a role in most countries, as the process of tendential disarmament had already been completed there in the legal sense as absolute disarmament before the emergence of these new types of weapons. In this respect, a sentence by Manfred Dahlmann from his text Souveränitat und gegen Souverän, Sovereignty and Counter-Sovereign, which is very much related to foreign policy but incredibly worth reading in this respect, should be added. Those who renounce war as a means of politics, and overcoming it, of their own accord render themselves defenseless against those who do not, and they will find themselves. To this should be added, anyone who renounces weapons as a last resort in politics, and overcoming them, renounces defenselessness in the face of those who do not, and they are already there, the state. What seems to be toppling at the moment is the idea of an America shaped by Jefferson, of which he never had the illusion that it did not have both republican and monarchical elements and citizens who flirted with the monarchical ones, but for which he hoped that it would succeed in making us one nation in all foreign affairs, and preserving us in our differences in matters of domestic policy. To which the ideal was always linked that the republican elements might rule internally and the monarchical elements only externally. Dahlmann quite rightly wrote that capital does not really care how the state is constituted in concrete terms, but it also shines through in his work that the mere cultural, historical, juridical, geographical, etc. peculiarities, which are quite important for capital, are not the only ones. However, it also appears that the mere cultural, historical, legal, geographical, etc. particularities, which are quite secondary for capital, make the difference between life and death, relative freedom, and oppression, etc. For those subjected to this form, it may be very unsatisfactory to trace the forces of resistance in detail, since on the one hand this truly does not carry the gesture of the great existential judgment, and on the other hand there is always the danger of hypostatizing those forces in such attempts, which is why one exposes oneself to the danger of being refuted by reality with such work. Moreover, no positive claims can be derived from this. Disarmament is not an easily reversible process. In no way can one even remotely call for the arming of Germans today. The political culture in Germany, or whatever you want to call that elusive remnant that does not fit into pure constitutional and institutional analyses, has been damaged to such an extent, which can be demonstrated quite well by the statements of the AfD, which proclaim under the title a liberal gun law for a state that trusts its citizens. The AfD condemns the EU Commission's plan to politically abuse the terrorist attack in Paris for a further tightening of gun laws. A liberal constitutional state must trust its citizens. It must not only be able to tolerate citizens legally acquiring and possessing weapons, but must also preserve the freedom of action of its citizens and minimize interventions that restrict freedom. If a state, which for the AfD could apparently also exist as an authoritarian constitutional state, otherwise the intention of liberal would hardly make sense, were to begin to trust its citizens, this would also immediately be its end, which in turn is expressed in the formulation of endure. Above all, however, there is nothing to preserve that does not represent a massive shrinking of a right into a privilege. The Germans forfeited the historical right to present themselves as revolutionary by means of a corresponding gun law at the latest with their approval of National Socialism and their refusal to overthrow it. This is a truth that Benjamin Franklin expressed most succinctly when asked what form of government he preferred, he replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." Port probably meant nothing else when he regretted Franco's early death and wrote, "What a pity. I would have wished him another 20 years. A population that fails to overthrow its dictator deserves to have to keep him." In the other continental debates on gun laws, it hardly seems to bother anyone that the gun monopoly is a fairly unanimous characteristic of totalitarian regimes. At least the founder noticed it, which is why Karl Joachim Friedrich wrote as early as 1957 in Totalitarian Dictatorship, "It turns out that two of these characteristics can also be found in constitutional states." All modern large states have a monopoly on arms, and England at least had a roughly controlled economy under the workers' government. It should be added that all states tended to cultivate a certain form of state capitalism, such as the New Deal in the USA. This points to the undeniable general tendencies of the authoritarian state. The almost general occurrence of the arms monopoly, on the other hand, points to its primary significance in the development of states, and not just monopoly capitalist ones. However, Karl Joachim Friedrich did not recognize that there is indeed a constitutional state without this general state monopoly on arms, namely the state to which he himself emigrated. Friedrich's conception is extremely widespread, which is why the historian Wolfgang Wippermann from VVNBDA formulated an objection in which he wrote, alongside very justified objections to this completely schematic totalitarianism theorem, the weapons monopoly is or should also be in the hands of the state in democratic regimes. But that, in turn, is simply continental ideology, to which one could at most still credit the fact that it confuses or identifies the monopoly of force and the monopoly of arms, which in turn would be precisely the characteristic feature of that mentality. It is an identification that, in reverse, also has a massive impact on the judgment of the USA. Fortunately, it is comparatively difficult to legally carry a sharp weapon in Germany. The German Weapons Act, WaffG, is considered one of the strictest in the world. Because in this country, the monopoly on the use of force lies with the state, NTV reported some time ago. And in an interview with Die Zeit, the legal psychologist Dietmar Hubrock was allowed to answer the question as to why the US population rejects gun laws. One reason for this is that American society does not see the monopoly on violence as lying solely with the state, as is the case in Germany. Another magazine is apparently critical. Even today, many gun owners in rural areas in particular insist that they can defend themselves in case of doubt against a state that could take away their civil liberties. The subjunctive is absurd. Of course it is about being able to defend oneself against a state that de facto takes away rights. This would be the doubt. The majority of people in the USA still don't quite doubt that the state could do this, that the latent danger exists. But this verbiage only serves to write. This is a striking contrast to Prussian-style Germany, where the state's monopoly on the use of force is accepted by the general public. If you take the two sentences seriously, this means, probably inadvertently but very truthfully, that Germans will still accept the state's monopoly on the use of force even if they are deprived of their civil liberties, i.e., that they have no doubts at all. In fact, according to studies, trust in the police is higher in Germany than in the USA. Interestingly, Republicans in particular have 13 to 27 percentage points more trust in police officers than Democrats. In Germany, on the other hand, Germans have the most trust in their employer after police officers and doctors. US workers, on the other hand, are among the least likely in the world to indulge in this delusion. The problem is not so much the alleged lack of acceptance of the monopoly on the use of force due to mentality, but rather the very real weakness of the police infrastructure in some rural regions of the United States. However, the lynching and vigilante justice in the Wild West that is repeatedly cited as evidence, i.e., not the terror that was directed exclusively against black people, arose more from the fact that the regions were often not yet part of the USA. In other words, there was no state there that could have had a monopoly on the use of force. The range wars were regularly seen by the representatives in Washington as an indication that these regions were not ready to join the Union. Of course, the monopoly on force and the monopoly on arms are related, but they are not the same thing per se. It is therefore significant that in the USA, criticism of neighborhood watches, self-defense legislation or similar laws and regulations relating to the use of weapons attracts a much smaller audience than that of gun laws. Karl Joachim Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski at least deserve credit for pointing out the importance of technological development. In the essay The Unique Character of Totalitarian Society, the weapons monopoly is described as a technically conditioned, almost perfect monopoly of control over all decisive means of combat. On the one hand, the monopoly of decisive weapons very clearly refers to the denied material basis of Schmitt's decision, but on the other hand it is used by opponents of gun rights to either merely underpin or justify the alleged obsolescence of the Second Amendment. Can we just get to, first of all, how ridiculous it is for people to think that the Second Amendment protects them from tyranny? Asked Bill Maher on his HBO show back in 2013, only to immediately announce, thinking the Second Amendment can protect you from tyranny, it's like thinking the First Amendment protects you from Thor. It's ridiculous. It's nonsensical. And they never called out on it. Not guns when the government has nuclear weapons and the F-22 and the Marine Corps and the drones. From the possession of nuclear weapons, which even tyrants would find somewhat stupid to use on their own territory, it follows that the state should generally appropriate the destructive potential of technological development on its own. After the resulting U.S. Army overtook the militia part of the Second Amendment, but left the actual right to bear arms untouched, the efficiency and power of the Army, i.e. what was always feared, now serves as an argument for disarming citizens. The New York Times wrote in a similar vein, gun rights advocates also make the grandiose claim that gun ownership is a deterrent against tyrannical governments. That may have made sense in the 1770s, when breech-loading flintlock muskets were the primary weapons tyrants used to conquer other peoples and subdue their own citizens who could, in turn, equalize the power equation by arming themselves with equivalent firepower. But that is no longer true. If you think stockpiling firearms from the local guns and guitar store, where the Las Vegas shooter purchased some of his many weapons, and dressing up in camouflage and body armor is going to protect you from an American military capable of delivering tanks and armored vehicles full Navy SEALs to your door, you're delusional. However, referring to Ruby Ridge as a case study for what would happen were the citizenry to rise up in violence against the state today is really delusional, unless you consider a family holed up with a dog and a friend to be the citizenry. Similarly, the Waco siege, in which around 80 heavily armed cult members entrenched themselves in 1993, was seen by Bill Maher as proof of the pointlessness of the amendment. Bill Maher was at least consequent enough to deduce from his fundamentally wrong analysis that Trump would bring fascism the question of whether liberals would now reconsider their relationship to the Second Amendment. Admittedly without including his own previous thoughts on its effectiveness. But the danger of tyranny is about a situation in which one can no longer call in a lawyer, as the article suggests as the only legitimate solution. In other words, it is about a situation, to use Locke's words, in which oppression has become general. General is always to be understood in a double sense, quantitatively, mass, and qualitatively, the inalienable rights. For the problem is and remains, of course, that even an armed minority has no good cards against an equally armed majority and the state, and in this sense the Second Amendment is always tied to a certain quantitative critical mass. Pastuchani's judgment that the jurist is condemned to always be a few tempi too late with his analyses is an important moment of reflection on the functioning of law. However, the facts expressed therein cannot be overstretched without this itself being open to criticism, which is indicated by the few rather than countless tempi. By 1934 at the latest, the Constitution should have been discussed instead of merely issuing bans or restrictions. it had just been done anyway with the abolition of prohibition by repealing the corresponding 18th Amendment in 1933 with the 21st Amendment. In this case, too, the mafia's weapons were clearly secondary to prohibition, which opened up their field of activity to an unprecedented extent in the first place and created the basic structures for the subsequent drug market. The abolition of prohibition caused the murder rate to fall almost immediately to the level of 1910. It was not until the mid-1970s that it returned to the levels of the 1920s and 1930s as drug-related crime became established. Since the 1990s, however, the rate has been falling continuously. But the Second Amendment comes from a different time, which tends to make it appear more untouchable. From based his typification of the authoritarian masochistic character primarily on the fact that this character experiences his relationship to the world from the point of view of inescapable fate, this type of character deifies the past. The powers to which he submits can be of various kinds, be it God, nature, or history, but above all these powers must never be open to attack or change. A textbook example of this character is revealed when Ted Cruz proclaims in a speech, the revolutionary idea that this country was founded upon, which is that our rights don't come from man. They come from God Almighty. And that the purpose of the Constitution, as Thomas Jefferson put it, is to serve as chains to bind the mischief of government. It is significant that the self-declared atheist David Harsanyi joins Cruz under the title "Even if God didn't give us the Constitution, we should act as if he did," noting, "If you imagine that the Constitution is merely as man-made, like, say, a gun control bill or Medicaid expansion, then contemporary people can fix it. They can do this by whittling away what's wrong and adding what's moral whenever they see fit. They can start by tacking new rights on whenever something troubles them or whenever it's advantageous to do so." Cruz's father openly took the step only implied by his son and preached, "The framers were seeking divine revelation from God, that's why the Declaration and the Constitution have lasted over 230 years because they were divine revelation from God." To a certain extent, the truth of the statement contained therein should perhaps be emphasized here, but this is hardly visible in Cruz's formulation itself. It is somewhat curious when those figures refer with great fondness to Jefferson, who intended that the Constitution, and every law, would expire after 19 years, after which time it would either have to be re-ratified or rewritten, as he feared that the Constitution would otherwise become a blind force. The 19 years referred to the generational change that had taken place after this time. "The earth belongs to the living and not to the dead" was the motto under which he placed his considerations. In Jefferson's conception, it would have become a general principle with which individual changes could not be short-circuited, if only because they did not affect the tendential rigidity of the Constitution. The implementation of Jefferson's idea would probably have changed the entire political practice in the USA. No one can say to what result, and it would be pointless to speculate. The Constitution is a driving force for, but also an institution against such authoritarian characters and also protects against such nutcases as the representatives of the Cruz family, not to mention those on the other side. It is difficult to declare the Constitution divinely inviolable and at the same time honor it when its own fifth article lays out the procedure for amending it. This procedure is cumbersome enough to prevent anyone from anchoring their own particular interests in the Constitution. It is precisely for this reason that some citizens demand this adjustment from the courts and accept considerable stretches in return. In his essay Der Funktionswandel des Gesetzes im Recht der bürgerlichen Gesellschaft, Franz Neumann drew attention to Kant's and Hegel's rejection of a mitigation of punishment through equity. In fact, the general clause of immorality is a moralization of the law and a state pacification strategy that prohibits usury but would never think that private ownership of the means of production and exploitation through wage labor are inequitable. Even Aristotle made a judgment on equity in the Nicomachean Ethics, albeit an affirmative one. In this, the decision adapts itself to the facts. Against this adaptation, the apathetic coldness of law is a bulwark against equity, which Kant called a mute deity that cannot be heard. In this sense, Horkheimer drew attention to the content of Kant's formalism in his essay Kant's Philosophy and the Enlightenment. He saw the flip side of Kant's rigorism, which demands that the last legally convicted criminal must be punished before leaving a solitary island, namely that, according to Kant, in order to increase its power, a people may not bend the right of a single person, may not sacrifice the least of them. Equity, however, is what Obama is referring to when he tries to reconcile common-sense reforms with an individual right to freedom, or even worse, when he proclaims that this act is not about politics. Indeed, Obama no longer knew any parties on this issue, only Americans, which for him meant parents and gun opponents. This also had a thoroughly rational core, which consisted of the awareness that he did not even find unanimous support for his advances in his own party. It is also part of this moralizing, if this remark is allowed here, that the liberal milieu was outraged by Trump when he simply replied to the revelation that he had paid very little tax, that this made him a clever man. What those ladies and gentlemen of high society fail to understand is that he was elected not in spite of, but because of such statements, since, 1. No one with an ounce of sense trusts Obama's advances to collect taxes by reminding them of moral principles, and, 2. That the person who, provided he did not violate the law, cheated that system is naturally the most qualified to close the loopholes in the law. The fear of breaking the equality of arms between the state and its citizens is much more present in the USA than in other countries. This was already evident in the New Deal era, when Americans first learned to fear the carrot-and-stick approach with an intensity previously reserved for the continent. Certain forms of rejection of the New Deal were fed by the notion that any government carrot was a bribe in the face of more stick, as was probably most evident in Bismarck's dual program of social and socialist laws, i.e., a program of health insurance and extensive disarmament of working-class strongholds. This was one of the reasons why Roosevelt's proposal for a second Bill of Rights, which was to consist mainly of positive rights, the planned extension of the boxes of liberty, was called the lunchbox. There was a fear that this could absorb the negative provisions of the existing Bill of Rights that were directed against the government, as it would grant the state far-reaching powers. The primary concern was not even that formal freedoms would actually be removed, but above all the fear that the state could bind citizens to itself through welfare to such an extent that those formal freedoms that still existed would simply no longer be used, which would have meant their real end. This is not to say that this would have been even remotely in line with Roosevelt's intentions. However, it should be noted that Roosevelt intervened in the social contract from above and explicitly referred to the Second Amendment when he stated, "But even a nation well armed and well organized from a strictly military standpoint may, after a period of time, meet defeat if it is unnerved by self-distrust, endangered by class prejudice, by dissension between capital and labor, by false economy, and by other unsolved social problems at home." Roosevelt was therefore quite right to refer to another impending form of tyranny, namely economic tyranny, and thus, ironically, to the unfolding capital relationship, the unfolding of which Jefferson and Jackson had already unsuccessfully warned against. As long as the crisis was so overwhelming, many became friends with state interventionism for the time being, and despite later deregulations, the middle class was finally helped to victory. After the crisis was overcome, the critics increased. The fact that Roosevelt was the first president to run for a third term, followed by a short fourth, and passed the National Firearms Act, clearly pointed to the potential downside of his social policies, which in reality never took on German proportions. It is, of course, particularly macabre that those who saw the rise of tyranny in the New Deal and Roosevelt's presidency in general and cried out the loudest were themselves to take up the whip in the McCarthy era, proving themselves to be authoritarian pseudo-conservatives. Adorno described this very precisely in a Roosevelt chapter of Studies in Authoritarian Character, but it should not be forgotten that Roosevelt did indeed break with certain political practices and that after his death, the 22nd Amendment enshrined in the Constitution as law the previously merely customary two-term limit, which was derived from Washington's and Jefferson's proclamations. If some termination to the services of the Chief Magistrate be not fixed by the Constitution, or supplied by practice, his office, nominally for years, will, in fact, become for life, and history shows how easily that degenerates into an inheritance. The constant calls from the liberal camp for Obama to run for a third time, but also the attacks on this amendment by Truman, Reagan, and Clinton, prove the importance of this amendment. Thus, when Adorno briefly refers to the rational aspect of anti-Roosevelt sentiment, he simply rationalizes. The Roosevelt administration was in office longer than any other before it in American history. There is generally a fine line between paranoia and vigilance, but in this case it was not about a relatively abstract duration but about the very concrete number of terms in office and the open break with a century and a half of political tradition. Ultimately, it could be said of the New Deal and the McCarthy era, both of which are often referred to as American fascism, that they could only be considered together as the American equivalent of fascism. In other words, even fascism in the USA presented itself as a cold civil war and not as the consensus that would allow us to speak of fascism in the first place. There is no mention here of the culture industry, which also contributed and continues to contribute to this in a specific way. In his Funktionswandel essay, Franz Neumann highlighted the extent to which natural law, especially in Germany, has a dual character. Natural law can be a right that establishes freedom and is then the critical theory of a bourgeois opposition that fights absolutism. Or it is a doctrine that is not intended to legitimize freedom but state sovereignty, in which case it is sometimes apologetic. As a rule, this means a chronological change, the two sides of which usually replace each other in the development, or the reference to natural law can reappear, but for opposite purposes. In the current U.S. arms debate, however, the reference to natural law appears in almost the same formulation at the same time for exactly opposite purposes. Both sides use talk of self-defense and hunting to justify their respective intentions, with the liberal gun opponents having more chance of success. It is not without reason that Obama repeatedly emphasized that he has a profound respect for the traditions of hunting that trace back in this country for generations. Hunting, as a culturalized natural right, i.e. folklore, is naturally more appealing to him, as he must know only too well from his time in Chicago that guns are simply responsible for the majority of gun violence. And so he was quick to add that the reality of guns in urban areas are very different from the realities of guns in rural areas. What Obama actually thought of rural America, he revealed at a fundraiser with the Finer Society. You go into some of these small towns in Pennsylvania, and like a lot of small towns in the Midwest, the jobs have been gone now for 25 years and nothing's replaced them. And they fell through the Clinton administration and the Bush administration, and each successive administration has said that somehow these communities are gonna regenerate, and they have not. And it's not surprising then they get bitter, they cling to guns or religion or antipathy to people who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment or anti-trade sentiment as a way to explain their frustrations. It is therefore about compromises that are based on recognizing each other, for example by the left liberals at least conceding that the recreational hunter has a similar relationship to his gun as they have to the books in their library. Obama. The audacity of hope, thoughts on reclaiming the American dream. In the manner of a social worker, he has in fact driven the real social divide in the USA even further, and abandoned any claim to a universally valid judgment in order to finally be able to make an almost gender-sensitive suggestion. If a father, not enough for the mother after all, wants to teach his daughter how to hunt, he can walk into a gun store, get a background check, purchase his weapon safely and responsibly. Obama used the hunting argument so often that he even received a letter of complaint from the vegan racket PETA. The common thread of the Obama administration's narrative boiled down to the product recommendation that Joe Biden presented with regard to self-defense. If you want to protect yourself, get a double-barreled shotgun. You don't need an AR-15. It's harder to aim, it's harder to use, and in fact you don't need 30 rounds to protect yourself. Buy a shotgun. Buy a shotgun. In this statement, Biden also reported that he had advised his wife that if there was ever a problem, she should just go out on the balcony and fire 2 shots from the shotgun out of the house. But that violates several laws in Biden's home state of Delaware. In another speech, he advised a questioner to just fire a shotgun through the door if he felt threatened. In several cases, people were convicted of unlawful self-defense, all based on the then vice president's recommendations. The shotgun is a very material compromise solution between the AR-15, which, contrary to all the facts, is almost magically charged, and the easily concealable handgun, i.e. pistol or revolver, which is used for most crimes, whereby the fact that shotguns were the weapons of choice in Columbine, Aurora, Santa Fe, and numerous other rampages simply falls by the wayside. Obama had himself photographed by the White House photographer shooting such a shotgun at Camp David in order to visually underline where this journey might lead. And the First Lady was to emphasize once again in an interview, "You know, if I was living in a farmhouse where the sheriff's department is pretty far away and somebody can just turn off the highway and come up to the farm, I would want to have a shotgun or a rifle to make sure I was protected and to make sure my family was protected." This is not to say that this was an instrumental propaganda conspiracy by the Obama administration, but one can safely assume that they believed all this themselves. On March 27, 2018, now retired former Supreme Court Justice John Paul Stevens dared to make what was obviously an outstanding advance. In a guest article for the New York Times, he called for the abolition of the Second Amendment. Although he also acknowledged the students' efforts, he emphasized, but the demonstrators should seek more effective and more lasting reform. They should demand a repeal of the Second Amendment. The fear of a standing army as a danger was a relic of the 18th century, which, strictly speaking, does not mean that the danger is the relic, but only the fear, i.e. that everyone had become accustomed to the danger anyway. Stevens returned to his defeat in D.C. v. Heller and proclaimed, overturning that decision via a constitutional amendment to get rid of the Second Amendment would be simple and would do more to weaken the NRA's ability to stymie legislative debate and block constructive gun control legislation than any other available option. First of all, it would not be simple at all. 2/3 of Congress and the Senate would have to agree, and in the next round 3/4 of the states. Furthermore, the phrase "get rid" is also a rather treacherous formulation that imagines a constitutional amendment as an act of disposing of the dustbin of history. Most importantly, with those omissions, Stevens belatedly and merely implicitly acknowledged that his interpretation or construction in the Heller case was latently questionable, and that the reading of the article by so-called gun enthusiasts is very much covered by the Constitution, even though the hunting and self-defense-loving gun enthusiasts often fall short of the actual intent. The reactions, not from gun rights advocates, but from gun control advocates, were telling. Numerous liberal publications literally went berserk. Slate wrote, "Stevens' call for young activists to work for repeal of the Second Amendment is staggeringly misplaced. At the level of public discourse, it is catastrophic. Even more important than the rhetoric, however, is the law itself. The Second Amendment is simply not an obstacle to effective regulation. Politicians are recognizing that the Constitution protects at least some core right to have a gun at home for self-defense does not mean that you may have any gun you want, at any time, in any place." CNN announced under the title "Why the Stevens Gun Manifesto is Beyond Irresponsible. Repeal would be needlessly provocative, counterproductive, and hostile to core American liberties." The arbitrariness of the objections illustrates the ideology. This becomes particularly clear in the order of the accusations, at the end of which is the abstract core freedoms, while it is a freedom that consists of only some core right. It reveals itself as a pure battle of discourse, in which tactics are everything and open debate, in which something could be false or true, is nothing. Even the liberal men's magazine GQ noted, urging gun safety advocates to focus on the Second Amendment, inflames easily inflamed passions. Gun control groups and the main faces of the student march also all opposed Stevens' call. For years, they had all referenced Stevens' position to prove that the article could simply be interpreted differently, not necessarily following his military militia-centric interpretation, but usually invoking self-defense at the same moment to derive the assault rifle ban. And yet it is precisely in this arbitrariness that they correspond to the principle of the living Constitution, which the pragmatist Stevens repeatedly promoted and continues to promote, and which presents itself here as a pure projection surface. It is Darwinian, as the founder of the term, Howard Lee McBain, himself put it in 1927. Living political constitutions must be Darwinian in structure and in practice. The living constitution is always an adaptation to the zeitgeist, i.e. an adaptation that does not really know what it is actually adapting to. The more right-wing Trump critic Bret Stephens had already called for the Second Amendment to be repealed in the New York Times in 2017, taking aim at both the conservative fetish for the Second Amendment and the liberals' endless mistakes with the facts. At the same time, referring to the fact that all revolts have failed and to the USA's enormous arsenal of weapons, he also emphasized that the article was useless anyway. But the War of Independence itself began as an asymmetrical war and never completely shed this character. Many Americans only had small-caliber bird guns or long rifles, which took forever to load, but this did not stop them from revolting, it only encouraged them to adapt their warfare. In doing so, they broke numerous rules of decent warfare. For example, they shot at officers who could hit them better with their shotguns, which was completely frowned upon, as the commandment was to shoot at random, which was also just a form of reaction to the rather inaccurate British rifles, and was of course intended to protect the noble officers. The Indian disguise of the participants in the Boston Tea Party already pointed to the direction of the impending war. Moreover, the USA had learned in Vietnam, where it dropped more than twice as many bombs as on Germany, that size is not everything when it comes to weapons. Against such objections, and in this context also against those of Adorno, one can also point out that there are 270 to 350 million civilian firearms in the USA, compared to just 1.2 million in police forces and 2.7 million in the military. This numerical ratio alone would be reason to be cautious about dismissing American gun ownership as Don Quixotry, which even Cervantes could only recognize after the knights had been shot down with firearms. And he does so as an explicit reflection in the 38th chapter with the speech on science and weapons. Blessed be that happy age that did not yet know the terrible fury of those satanic tools of the art of gunnery. Their inventor, I am convinced, will now be rewarded in hell for his diabolical invention, by means of which a dishonorable cowardly arm can rob a manly knight of his life. And when I consider this, I almost want to say that it pains my soul to have taken up this profession of a knight-errant in such a horrible age as this in which we now live. For although no danger awakens fear in me, it still gives me a horror to think that perhaps powder and lead should rob me of the possibility of making myself famous and universally known in all parts of the world, discovered so far by the bravery of my arm and the sharpness of my sword. In contrast to Munkler and Galland, Cervantes recognized this as the real beginning of the post-heroic age. Even Hegel registered this by writing of abstract bravery, which, however, invented the firearm as a principle instead of the other way around. Only the situation itself would prove how the balance of power would actually develop in application. Furthermore, the reference to the effect seems to be massively subject to a fetish of immediacy. If one detaches oneself from this, certain rebellions appear in a somewhat different light, namely Saint-Shays Rebellion, 1786 F, which was suppressed but had a massive effect on the U.S. Constitution. Thomas Jefferson wrote to James Madison from Paris on the occasion of the 1787 revolt to reinforce the need for such rebellion. What country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not from time to time advised that the people preserve the spirit of resistance? What is the meaning of a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural fertilizer. The Second Amendment, however, was passed despite this rebellion, which was followed as early as 1791 by the Whiskey Rebellion, which opposed a newly imposed liquor tax. The tax was dropped in 1802, although Washington crushed the rebellion in 1794. Beyond their own intentions, the Dorr Rebellion, 1841–1842, in which middle-class and working-class Rhode Islanders rebelled against the fact that the state was still governed by the colonial constitution, under which only landowners were allowed to vote, which meant that the state was ruled by a small rural elite, which seemed too much like a copy of European feudalism to those concerned. After initial concessions, Dorr excluded the blacks from his demands in order to win over the Irish immigrants to his side. The revolt failed militarily and in its self-limited intentions, but led to a new constitution which at least made certain concessions, although these were directly directed against Dorr. The right to vote was granted to anyone with an income, regardless of race, as long as they were born in the USA. Even the failed secession of the southern states led to the Emancipation Proclamation and not the other way around. The Civil War drastically changed the approach to the Constitution, which had previously been interpreted very narrowly, which in turn proved the purely revisionist thesis that the South had not defended slavery, but the rights of the individual states, right in the aftermath, without this being attributed to the rebellious Southerners, but only to the triumphant Yankees, who expanded the rights of the Confederacy to an extreme extent. It can therefore neither be claimed that rebellions of this kind had no effect per se, nor should we forget how often those involved were pardoned after a very short time. The fundamental respect for the spirit of revolt was too great. The fact that they failed was generally due to the fact that the general public did not rise up. Immediately after the Heller case, the Chicago Tribune published an article calling for the article to be deleted as it was an anachronism, only to add, "We won't repeal the amendment, but at least we can have that debate." With this last qualifying sentence, the article, which in its other criticisms simply followed the argumentation of the liberal judges, proved to be the most intelligent. Stevens did not mention another alternative, presumably because it would hardly correspond to his intention. One can rewrite an article of the Constitution instead of abolishing it, for which there is almost a majority in the population. According to a study conducted by The Economist and YouGov poll in February 2018, 21% of Americans would be in favor of abolishing the Second Amendment. The majority is strictly against it. However, 46% would be in favor of a modification, and they explicitly asked for one that would allow stricter regulations. The act is the same. In both cases there would be a new amendment that would replace the second or parts of it. But you would be forced to have an open debate about what purpose you want to set. So there would have to be an argument, even within gun opponents and proponents, about whether the right to bear arms should be for self-defense, hunting, and/or as a bulwark against possible tyranny. If the majority of deaths were the issue, the most pragmatic approach would be to ban guns, which would be closest to the original intent of the article. It would also be quite possible to separate the rights of possession and carrying and to define them differently in terms of content. However, discussing the issue sensibly would first of all mean abandoning certain arguments, such as those put forward by Obama in a town hall meeting. His credible anger and disappointment that he could put an Islamist under surveillance by the FBI on the no-fly list, but not prevent him from acquiring a weapon, does not justify the comparison he and the debate in general often make with cars, which after all have to be registered, for which you have to obtain a driver's license, etc. But even if one were to take this comparison seriously, it would be noticeable that there are just as many traffic fatalities as gun fatalities, around 35,000 each in 2012, with 2/3 of the latter being suicides. At the same time, however, there are between 50 and 100 million more guns than motor vehicles, which means that cars are statistically much more dangerous than firearms. On the other hand, it can be argued that there are fewer gun owners than car owners. The attacks in Nice, London, Barcelona, and Berlin have also shown that a truck can be just as much a tool of terror as an assault rifle and potentially even more deadly. The decisive point, however, would remain that the car is neither protected by the Constitution nor has an intention been defined for it in the Constitution, so that a restriction would hardly encounter a constitutional hurdle. In two rulings, it was explicitly stated that driving a car is a privilege and not a right. Even the registration of weapons with the federal authorities or background checks are not simply unproblematic. It was the Weimar gun laws that later made it so much easier for Germans to disarm Jews and communists. Historically, knowledge of weapons was central to the issue of gun laws in general. The British cleared the official weapons depots in American cities, and the role of secret weapons depots in Prussia has already been mentioned. But that doesn't mean they can't be enshrined in the Constitution despite those fears. Obama rightly emphasized that the majority of Americans are in favor of these checks. He just forgot to mention that the adoption of this control authority failed because he had linked it to the ban on assault rifles, among other things, in the legislative package. Obama has, it should be admitted, at least made an advance by subjecting the Program 1033, which regulated the equipping of police units with materials from the military surplus, to a sharp revision. We've seen how militarized gear can sometimes give people a feeling like there's an occupying force, as opposed to a force that's part of the community that's protecting them and serving them. It can alienate and intimidate local residents, and send the wrong message. So we're going to prohibit some equipment made for the battlefield that is not appropriate for local police departments. He was thus more radical than the anti-gun students, who stated about those weapons of war that their use should be reserved for the military and security agencies. The program and the associated militarization of the police has also always been criticized by Republicans, albeit for a slightly different motive. Senator Rand Paul wrote in Time, "The militarization of our law enforcement is due to an unprecedented expansion of government power in this realm." However, it should be pointed out that Obama's disarmament of the police primarily affected protective equipment such as armored vehicles, helmets, or camouflage suits, which give a military impression, meaning that, as Obama also noted, it is more about appearance, in favor of which even the safety of the officers became secondary. To this extent, some of the criticism from the police unions is simply right, and Trump's withdrawal of this initiative is understandable. On the other hand, however, Obama had managed to criticize the arming of the police, which Republicans criticized as a means of the central government, by complaining about this very central government. The challenge for us as the federal government is that we don't run these police forces. I can't federalize every police force in the country and force them to retrain. But what I can do is to start working with them collaboratively so that they can begin this process of change themselves. He could not instead of would not. It is precisely these kinds of movements that make certain factions very skeptical about his intentions. The fact that this may seem silly to Europeans says more about them than about the USA. For example, the debate about gun ownership, and this may be a curious objection, cannot be separated from the success of the musical Hamilton, which is now also being used as teaching material. The Hamilton celebrated there was someone whom even John Adams regarded as a representative of an aristocratic ideology who, among other things, wanted to see presidential tenure enshrined for life. It was only under Roosevelt that Hamilton, ironically alongside Jefferson, became a kind of role model, as the former was already in favor of state intervention in the economy. His role model was Jean-Baptiste Colbert, Louis XIV's finance minister. Hamilton was by no means a mastermind of capitalism in Adam Smith's sense, but one of dirigisme, about which the left-wing Breitbart counterpart writes quite correctly. For Hamilton, the crucial components of real independence were industrialization led by a strong federal government, combined with a permanent military that could serve both political and economic functions, defending the new nation while driving and absorbing the output of a new manufacturing sector. It was, in effect, military Keynesianism before the fact. Only the article from which this is taken is entitled, "What the Left Can Learn from Alexander Hamilton." The musical is a play that massively targets Jefferson, even confusing him with Benjamin Franklin for the purpose of sending him to France during the War of Independence, portraying him as a blackmailer, exploiting his ownership of slaves, which is not even mentioned with Washington, whereas Hamilton was imagined as a great opponent of slavery who would not have had slaves because of his opposition, rather than recognizing that he was primarily against slavery because he had none, but had worked as a slave trader himself. The portrayal of Jefferson in this play is not only historically inaccurate, but also eminently political in its commitment. The critiques presented by historians will hardly play a role, as the play plays too much into the zeitgeist, as the then First Lady Michelle Obama confirmed. It was simply, as I tell everybody, the best piece of art in any form that I have ever seen in my life. There are simply larger contemporary issues at play in this debate that would require a broadening of the debate. In 2013, at least, 65% of Americans saw the purpose of the Second Amendment as protection against potential tyranny. Strictly speaking, if the debate regarding the dangers of tyranny were to be taken seriously, gun law reform would also have to include a discussion of one of the National Guards, which the federal level can access under certain conditions, or the state guards, which not all states have anymore. That the National Guard is not an instrument against Washington was shown under Eisenhower, who successfully ordered the deployment of the Army in and the federalization of the Arkansas National Guard. Kennedy followed later with the Alabama National Guard. The fact that these actions were directed against the most disgusting, thoroughly racist processes cannot hide the fact that very sympathetic intentions were enforced in formerly highly problematic ways that are always in danger of being reversed. For example, as a corrective to new gun laws, the National Guard could be placed entirely under the control of the governors, through which, if they agree, the government or Congress can access them, thus introducing an intermediary authority. Now, this itself is a complex issue, which primarily concerns funding issues. But discussions along these lines would at least do justice to the drastic nature that a deletion or massive restriction of the Second Amendment would represent. In the aftermath of the Las Vegas shooting spree, former Fox presenter Bill O'Reilly wrote, "This is the price of freedom." This drew criticism that tended to be more stupid than the sentence itself. It should be noted, however, that the only thing he could have written was that it might one day turn out to be the price of freedom. As long as the weapons serve only as a threat, it can hardly be proven that it is the weapons, of all things, that prevent people from trying to touch freedom. The concept of the gun fetish has its true content in the fact that all too often the gun is confused with freedom and not regarded as a mere power to gain or defend it. Even the so-called constitutional militias are simply Second Amendment militias that become a fetish in themselves. This also fails to recognize that the United States has several other mechanisms, such as majority rule, that serve to maintain liberty. O'Reilly continued, "The Second Amendment is clear that Americans have a right to arm themselves for protection. But against what? That freedom, as O'Reilly implies, is more of a state of nature. And if there is a price to be paid, one can certainly argue about whether one is prepared to pay that price. However, Obama's thesis is just as wrong. If we have declined to heed Jefferson's advice to engage in a revolution every 2 or 3 generations, it's only because the Constitution itself proved a sufficient defense against tyranny." Obama. The Audacity of Hope. Thoughts on Reclaiming the American Dream, page 93. Not only was that sentence directed against gun ownership, which is part of the Constitution. Above all, Obama could not see that such rebellions do occur, and at much shorter intervals, but that people just don't want to recognize it. The fact that certain rampages receive so much attention indicates that they affect something other than their victims. These little monsters, as they are often portrayed, embody a residual twitch of individuality in their armed impotence. As a rule, they seem to beg for their crime to be prevented, so openly do they articulate their announcements, which are rarely absent. Anyone who has ever worked in an open-plan office cannot seriously be surprised that someone will start shooting up the place at some point. The fear of guns expressed in the debates, especially on the liberal side, is more likely to be a fear of guns in their own hands than in the hands of others. We don't know what others might do, but we know all too well about ourselves what we would sometimes like to do, and what we can imagine in every second cartoon in which the shot only blackens but doesn't kill. The Texas shooter was accused of toxic masculinity, even though he shot the pupils in a truly gender-appropriate manner. But even this parody in murder no longer seems to be enough for today's feminists. It could well be that a reconciled humanity recognizes those children running amok as their predecessors, and thus appreciates the truth in their pathological deeds. If Gerhard Scheidt quite rightly describes the Islamic suicide attacks as Auschwitz in installments, then perhaps the rampages could be recognized as attempts at revolution or at least rebellion in installments. It was Joachim Brun who pointed out that anyone who shoots at a character mask of capital misses, especially if he hits, since he never hits the character mask, only the person wearing it. Interestingly, some rampage shooters refuse to accept this personalization of authority, and they shoot those whom theory presents to them as allies, classmates and colleagues, who in everyday life are those who represent a far more immediate horror than teachers and superiors, or at least they tear down the alleged opposition between the two, which in reality hardly exists anymore, in those times when the phrase teachers, "leave us kids alone" only consigns outsiders to the gang against which the teacher still represents a potential force. The Santa Fe shooter is said to have been bullied not only by his classmates, but also by the school's coaches. What they're shooting at tends to be the community of interest made up of bosses and employees. They don't know it, but they do it, and one could know this since Wojciech, to whom nature no longer came as a right, but only as an urge to urinate and run amok. In some cases, these acts even achieve something socially meaningful. It was Robert S. who, with his killing spree in 2002, got the long-overdue amendment to the Thuringian school law rolling, not some educationalist or educational scientist. Often, these people are Nietzscheans in disguise, but they try to push what does not fall, and in this case children who shoot at children in order to help childhood and youth gain their rights against the children and young people who actually exist. This gives Kafka's Children's Guns from the Miniature to All the Inhabitants of the House, which ends with the sentence "Nobody did it," a completely different dimension. And Kafka really knew what he was talking about when, in his capacity as an insurance salesman, he said of the injured parties he dealt with, "How modest these people are. They come to us for help. Instead of storming the institution and smashing everything to bits, they come and ask." Contrary to popular belief, the fact that there are hardly any women among the shooters does not exactly distinguish the female sex. The defensive action that is carried out by turning to arms, as in the March for Our Lives, is itself a judgment. Those who evaluate the acts strictly quantitatively according to the number of victims devalue them qualitatively and consign them to statistics. This is why the attempt to minimize the number of victims by banning semi-automatic rifles is a mere attempt to suppress the crime itself and its underlying motivation. This is applied social pedagogy. Nevertheless, one should not be amused by people who do not welcome the fact that guns are around in their environment to such an extent. You could even imply that they have an inkling of the aggression rumbling inside them that they want to see contained by laws. But you don't resolve or even have a debate by covering it up. If the friends of gun control are serious and honest, they must be concerned with abolishing the Second Amendment or rewording it, which would be tantamount to reformulating it. The fact that they shy away from this, however, says a lot about their understanding of politics and the law. As long as the article exists in its current wording, those who believe that rapid-fire rifles and weapons, which can be useful in war, belong in a private household are in principle, and literally, in the right. They might even sell it as a compromise they are making, even if they demand ownership of bazookas or machine guns. Now that doesn't mean you don't have to reply to Trump and the NRA when they say, "The only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun," by saying, "The best thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is still a cop with a gun." You should be reminded that common defense, i.e. a kind of collective self-defense as outlined by Locke for the state of nature, was not included in the Constitution because, as Locke himself notes, it was transferred to society. This means that the use of force in this area is now the responsibility of the police. One might even point out that historically, teachers were exempt from the requirement to carry weapons, and schools were a place that explicitly could not be armed. Of course, the American dream, like any dream, is a lie, since every dream presents the wish as realized. But this realization should not tempt us to be amused by the fact that people were still dreaming there. Above all, however, those who can no longer imagine anything other than data protection under freedom dies with security should be quiet, the Germans. Snowden is the hero of a country whose inhabitants comforted themselves through countless failed revolutions and omitted acts of resistance by singing to themselves, "Thoughts are free. No man can know them, no hunter can shoot them, with bullet and lead, thoughts are free." In the summer of 2012, things went haywire and relaxing vacations in a deck chair were out of the question. Suddenly, crazed killers and knife-wielding Mohillim seemed to be on the loose everywhere, ready to prey on innocent and defenseless citizens. The German reactions to the so-called Batman massacre in the U.S. state of Colorado, which claimed the lives of 12 people, and to the Cologne circumcision ruling, which aimed to criminalize Jewish and Muslim circumcision, had one thing in common: both revealed how panicked the majority of Germans cyclically take refuge in the sovereign, empathize with him and identify with him because they feel threatened by the evil world out there. As a result, both debates led to the demand that the state should protect and defend its citizens against these perpetrators of violence. One might assume that this is the most natural attitude a person can adopt when faced with danger. They turn to their protector. Accordingly, we read that, in the one case, the state must adhere to its repressive gun laws and, in the second case, prohibit the circumcision of minors. But what looks so obvious and rational at first glance turns out to be thoroughly pathological on closer inspection. Not only does the idea that the state is a kind of superfather defending its children from the world bear the unmistakable infantile traits that are common in Germany, but the supposedly so concrete dangers actually stem much more from the citizens' messed up mental health than from the fact that they represent a real threat. However, this does not mean that these fantasies can simply be declared ridiculous and put aside. Rather, they say something about the conscious state of the Germans and can therefore provide information about ideological tendencies that will probably continue to occupy us in the future. Why these two events of all things are used to obtain substantial information about the psychopathology of the German majority will hopefully become self-explanatory in the further course of the argument, which initially takes a few seemingly superfluous transatlantic detours. Let's start with the rampage in Colorado. The German media reported what we always read after such rampages. America's cultural industrial production, from action films to first-person shooters, glorifies violence and gives young people stupid ideas. Above all, however, the problem lies in the fact that weapons are all too easily accessible in the USA. Die Zeit pointed out that in no other country is the right to bear arms so fiercely defended, and not just by the NRA, July 21, 12. And the editors of Die Welt even invited the political activist and social critic Naomi Wolf to expound her thoughts on the question of why the USA is so addicted to this extraordinary form of violence, March 8, 12. Disgusted, she noted, the horror has become almost routine. The scene of the massacre this time was a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, where accused gunman James Holmes killed and injured dozens of moviegoers. In 1999, it was the nearby Columbine High School. Anyone who wondered at this point because the seemingly effortless stringing together of rampages linked two events 13 years apart should find themselves vindicated in the next sentence. It says, according to various estimates, there are over 20 rampages per year in the United States. Wolf, who is close to the left wing of the Democratic Party, did not reveal what these various estimates are and why estimates are needed at all, when the exact number, assuming a suitable definition, is fairly easy to determine, because she was concerned with providing absolute proof that the USA is in a veritable bloodlust due to liberal gun laws and the power of lobbyists. That's why she didn't think about the strange fact that in a country like Germany, which has one of the most repressive gun laws in the world, gun rampages also take place at regular intervals. In the last 10 years, there have been 12 such acts of violence in Germany and 15 in the USA, with a population around 4 times as large, that were neither politically nor immediately personally motivated and were aimed at killing people who happened to be in the area. This means, as incredible as it may sound to the European reader, that there is no demonstrable correlation between this form of violence and liberal gun laws. The sad news is that those who are determined to shoot people usually manage to do so. Of course, the same cannot be said about the total number of violent crimes involving firearms. The figure is significantly higher in the USA. However, there is no need to apologetically point out the actually banal fact that knives are also deadly weapons, or even that the recent shooting in front of the Empire State Building, which was not a rampage, could not be prevented by New York State's rather repressive gun laws in order to make it clear that this mendacious criticism of U.S. gun laws is in fact aimed at a fundamental principle of American democracy. Namely that citizens must be able to defend themselves against the state in case of doubt if it should act as a tyrant. Alexander Hamilton states in the Federalist Papers, if the representatives of the people betray their constituents, there is then no recourse left but in the exertion of that original right of self-defense which is paramount to all positive forms of government, and which against the usurpations of the national rulers may be exerted with infinitely better prospect of success than against those of the rulers of an individual state. In a single state, if the persons entrusted with supreme power become usurpers, the different parcels, subdivisions, or districts of which it consists, having no distinct government in each, can take no regular measures for defense. The citizens must rush tumultuously to arms, without concert, without stem, without resource, except in their courage and despair. The Founding Fathers therefore regarded the arming of the people as a guarantee that representative power, i.e. the mediating form of sovereign power, would not be abused. Anyone who rejects this idea has already embarked on the European path from which the American citizens had consciously distanced themselves on the basis of their experiences on the old continent. As Hegel's philosophy of right exemplarily explains, the Germans, and, since the defeat of the Sansculottes, especially the French, regard only the state, which is independent of its citizens, as the legitimate holder of the monopoly on the use of force. The latter only have the right, which, ironically, is also a duty, to defend the state against internal and external threats. From Hegel to the people's state to the liberal democratic constitutional order, there is an invisible bond here. Violence is thus firmly anchored in both systems, the European and the American. Only in Europe the citizen is obliged to integrate into the state subject, while in the USA the state is conversely handed over to the control of the people. Grover Glenn Norquist, an advisor to George W. Bush, made a famous statement that sums up this understanding. I'm not in favor of abolishing the government. I just want to shrink it down to the size where we can drown it in the bathtub. Most of its German critics are not aware of the political significance of American gun laws. They automatically assume that the gun-carrying citizen is an abnormality that should be eradicated. They cannot imagine this citizen as anything other than a bloodthirsty enemy of the people. Why this is so can ultimately only be explained by recourse to the experience of National Socialism, which may have had its precursors in German history but must be understood as the inaugurator of a comprehensive social transformation. The crucial question that not only Naomi Wolf, but above all the German press, should be asking in view of the Colorado massacre is, why are there so few rampages in the USA, where it is relatively easy to get hold of deadly weapons? But questions like this are not to be expected, at least in the German press, because they secretly know the answer, because different social pacification processes are at work in the USA than in Germany, where since the gigantic rampage of 1933 to 45, the state has had to protect citizens from going on the rampage against each other. And out of gratitude for this protection and the expectation of a repeat, they allow it to do everything necessary to rationalize rule. This is precisely the German legacy of National Socialism, whose psychological ferment, as Herbert Marcuse clairvoyantly observed, was a mentality according to which everyone learned to be suspicious and shrewd, to weigh up every step immediately and at lightning speed, to conceal their thoughts and goals, to automate their actions and reactions, and to adapt to the rhythm of all-pervading regimentation. In other words, the Volksgenossen learned to behave like potential amok runners who were just waiting for the Führer to give them the signal to go ahead, which he did. It is worth reading another passage from Marcuse's analyses of the enemy, which he is known to have written during the Second World War for a subdivision of the American Foreign Intelligence Service, which had never had anything to do with people like those Germans and therefore did not know how to deal with them. Marcuse wrote, "The National Socialist state is a state of the masses, but the masses are masses only insofar as they are composed of atomized individuals. Because these have been robbed of everything that transcends their individuality into a true community of interests, and nothing has remained of them but their bestial and abstract self-interest, which is the same in all people, they are so susceptible to unification from above and to manipulation." The fundamental transformation of the Germans into a nation of mass murderers, which the Nazis pushed forward very successfully, the transformation of citizens into rampage killers, still characterizes German society today. This is precisely what testifies to the sad topicality of Adorno's lecture Education after Auschwitz, in which he made the much-quoted statement that the possibility of the repetition of Auschwitz, as far as the state of consciousness and unconsciousness of people is concerned, persists. But what is this state of unconsciousness of which Adorno spoke? Under National Socialism, the Germans learned not to trust anyone. It was the specific feature of the mass psychology of Nazi fascism that Adolf Hitler, unlike Mussolini, for example, did not represent father state in it, but rather represented a deeply narcissistic choice of object, at the same time a gigantic omnipotent fantasy of the post-bourgeois subject, who always felt threatened by the outside world and for this very reason insisted on his right to devastate the world. Freud had already sensed this possibility, and this fact never ceases to amaze, when he wrote his essay Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis in 1921, in which he states, "The separation of ego and ego ideal is not advanced in many individuals, the two still easily coincide, the ego has often retained its earlier narcissistic complacency." The choice of a leader is made much easier by this relationship. He often only needs to possess the typical characteristics of these individuals in a particularly sharp and pure manifestation and to make the impression of greater strength and libidinal freedom, and the need for a strong leader will meet him and clothe him with the superiority to which he might otherwise have no claim. The others, whose ego ideal would otherwise not have been embodied in his person without correction, are then suggestively, i.e. carried away by identification. The individual thus identified with the leader, who appeared to be a more powerful version of his own ego due to the strong libidinal preoccupation and could therefore take the place of the classic ego ideal. This explains why Volksgemeinschaft and ruthless egoism were so compatible. The Germans loved only themselves because they were no longer capable of object relations in the emphatic sense. As this was true for the vast majority of Germans, with various degrees of nuance, the Nazis succeeded in constituting a community through identification with the Führer, whose members acted on their own account, with sole reference to the Führer's unspoken will, precisely when they were chattering about the people, the race, and the common good. To follow him, that is, his own delusion, unconditionally, to the death, meant at the same time suspecting everyone else of treason. Denunciations within the family, especially those of the children against their father, cost many their lives. Only this constellation of permanent and all-round suspicion made the whole dynamic of the collective rampage that the Germans set in motion possible, a wild lashing out of isolated individuals, which the Nazis were able to channel through anti-Semitic mass murder. Only in this sense was the Holocaust the condition for the cruel continued existence of the Volksgemeinschaft. Post-Nazi democracy rests on an ambivalent relationship to its legal predecessor. On the one hand, there is the knowledge of having ultimately benefited from the Holocaust and the war of extermination, because Germany is economically, politically, and culturally healthier than ever before in its history. This knowledge, or rather this fact, which is still scandalous in world history, is the prerequisite for the National Socialist option still being attractive today, for a nuclear weapons-producing Iran, for example. On the other hand, May 8, 1945 was also perceived by the Germans as a Nakba, a catastrophic defeat. After all, the fall of Hitler was, in more than just a psychological sense, also their own. The former narcissistic leader object was temporarily replaced by a void. The individual realized, however consciously, that ego and ego ideal could not be identical in the long term, and fell into a crisis. This manifested itself in a panicked fear of the revenge of the victims, which was countered with lies and the greatest possible submission to the new masters in the country. The Volksgemeinschaft dissolved as quickly as it had formed. Freud again, the loss of the leader in one sense or another, the loss of faith in him, causes panic to break out while the danger remains the same. With the bond to the leader, the mutual bonds of the mass individuals also disappear, as a rule. The masses crumble like a bolognese flask whose top has been broken off. After the defeat, the Volksgemeinschaft could therefore neither continue to exist, nor could the Germans simply return to pre-1933 society. This was also clear to the fathers of the Constitution, who therefore attempted to weave the lesson of history, i.e. the shock of defeat, into the concept of the Second German Democracy. The result was defensive democracy, a kind of privatized statism that sought to prevent the formation of political masses for anti-fascist motives and declared social atomization, which National Socialism had created precisely through its constitution of the Volksgemeinschaft, to be the basis of the new order. Mass events were replaced by the television, the Nazi party rally grounds were replaced by the parlor, and the plundered spoils of war were replaced by the seemingly harmless consumption of goods. The state, as the official legal successor to the Third Reich, watched over this economic miracle country and ensured that individuals did not once again flock together to form a murderous community. However, contrary to what the left believed, the danger of refascisation was not virulent in the entire post-war era. Why should it have been? The Germans were quite satisfied with the results of their campaign of extermination. It was only the children of the 33 heirs in the 1970s who pushed ahead with the politicization of the private sphere again, precisely the generation that, by no means by chance, was so vehemently concerned with the agitation of the masses and argued about which dictator was the right icon. And it is also probably no coincidence that this seemingly anti-authoritarian rebellion coincided precisely with a time when it became clear for the first time since 1945 that economic growth would not last forever. The emergence of the New Left and the beginning of the overaccumulation crisis, which still concerns us today, not only took place in parallel, but the former is its ideological form of expression. After all, what the 70s, even more than the famous 68s, had to counter the crisis was ultimately nothing more than the demand for a strong sovereign that would cushion the social consequences of that crisis and support the individual, which in turn explains the transformation of the anti-authoritarian left into K-groups that admired or solidarily criticized the GDR. At the same time, a cursory glance at the inner workings of those political groups shows that the general mistrust and the constant scent of betrayal that the 70s had inherited from the 33s permanently led to absurd scenes. The divisions, exclusions, and criticism/self-criticism games may seem bizarre to today's observer. In the so-called autonomous centers one can still observe their forms of decay, but one should bear in mind that many of the ideologues of that time are now guiding the fate of the Federal Republic. Of course, this does not mean that Germany is moving towards Maoism or Stalinism. Such thinking, which is sometimes found among conservatives, would not only be unhistorical but also paranoid, but rather that the left has managed to lead the post-Nazi society into modernity. Germany is undoubtedly a democracy and its citizens are no longer hidden Nazis. Is that a reason to breathe a sigh of relief? Of course. But does it also imply that Adorno's verdict quoted above is no longer relevant? This brings us back to the starting point. The difference between Germany and America, both of which are, after all, Western democracies with, as is so often said, common values. Of course, everyone knows that these values are so different from one another that there is constant discord at a political level, not to mention the deep-rooted anti-Americanism of the population. However, the difference at issue here cannot be defined in terms of these values themselves, as such an undertaking would run the risk of succumbing to the ideological pretense of democratic idealism. The values, i.e. human rights, freedom, equality, etc., are rather to be deciphered as differentiated manifestations of a specific social relationship. At this point, it would be foolish to fall into the kind of flat Marxism that regurgitates Marx's Bentham polemic from Capital. For there is no doubt that the exchange of labor power for wages on both sides of the Atlantic is a form of exploitation. It is just that nothing can be said at this abstract level about the historically and socially contingent conditions of this form of exploitation. Or, to put it more clearly, if you don't want to talk about National Socialism, you should also keep quiet about capitalism. And this means that the social atomization in Germany, which is a result not only of the anonymity of the market, but above all of Hitler's Germany, also affects the concept of variable capital, i.e. the human container of labor power. The Nazis took the historical utility value of capital, the liberation of the individual, its liberation from immediate community, into service, and thus perverted it at the same time. The container of labor and destructive power that they left was completely de-individualized, a ticking time bomb that can only be stopped by their unconditional trust in the sovereign. The state as an abstract reincarnation of the leader, who can never be human enough for the citizens, the constant complaining about the bloodless bureaucracy is its form of expression, is supposed to guarantee that the outside world, which is still perceived as existentially threatening, is kept in check and effectively combated. Many examples could be used to illustrate this. The fear of diseases and epidemics, of particulate matter and acid rain, of child molesters and amok shooters, or, in geopolitical terms, of the State of Israel, which threatens world peace by its very existence. One thing is always the same. The world is hostile and only the state can and must save us, because this is the only reason why we have subjected ourselves to it, which, as a formal constitutional state, can never be a genuine narcissistic substitute object. If it no longer does so or is no longer capable of doing so, then, as the analysts of the SZ and FAZ warn threateningly, a new dictatorship is looming because the disappointed citizens have fallen prey to extremist Pied Pipers. In the USA, on the other hand, there is far greater trust in society to act sensibly. Historically, this certainly also has to do with the huge distances that lay between an isolated farm, village, or even a town and the government in Washington, D.C., so that people were forced to rely on each other or somehow sort things out themselves, which of course included the barbaric vigilante justice of the Wild West. But the other side of this literal remoteness from the state is a more rational relationship with the sovereign. Washington was and is not seen as a welfare institution that feeds its children, tells them what to do and what not to do, and otherwise keeps all evil away from them. Quite the opposite. The U.S. citizen insists on being an adult, a self-made man who owes everything he is to his own achievements. It is no coincidence that Barack Obama's poll ratings fell rapidly after his challenger Romney gave him a speech in which Obama said, "Look, if you've been successful, you didn't get there on your own. You didn't get there on your own. If you were successful, somebody along the line gave you some help. There was a great teacher somewhere in your life. Somebody helped to create this unbelievable American system that we have that allowed you to thrive. Somebody invested in roads and bridges. If you've got a business, you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen." The outrage was great because Obama had claimed that the state, with its schools, bridges, and road construction projects, was largely responsible for the success of individuals. Mitt Romney replied succinctly, "You really couldn't have a business if we didn't have those things, but you know, we pay for those things." And he added, "It's not like government just provides those to all of us and we say, well, thank you, government, for doing all those things." The American state is in fact not yet the real, but only the ideal total capitalist, an institution that is paid by its citizens to carry out measures that are fundamental to the functioning of the economy, but which otherwise has no right to dictate to individuals how they should live their lives. Romney summarized the alternative as follows. Do we believe in an America that is great because of government, or do we believe in an America that's great because free people are allowed to pursue their own dreams? It is no more a coincidence that a politician like Barack Obama, who is indeed un-American in the sense that he wants to massively expand the powers of the state over the freedom of the citizen, reference should also be made here to the healthcare reform, which is unanimously praised in Europe as having no alternative, was able to become U.S. president than Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal in the United States. Roosevelt's New Deal in the 1930s. Both are an expression of the objective problem that capitalism firstly produces more and more economically superfluous people and secondly, with every increase in productivity, has problems selling the enormous quantities of goods, which in turn leads to companies going bankrupt and increases the number of people who fail. to the extent that it becomes increasingly difficult for a large mass of the population to work their way out of poverty temporarily or even permanently through their own efforts, i.e., to the extent that the self-made man actually becomes a mere ideology. State poverty and welfare programs are set up to maintain social peace. These measures mean an end to the liberalism that Romney preaches in the campaign, but it is nevertheless of considerable political importance whether the social state is seen as the ideal or a temporary deviation that has become necessary. As seen in Romney's example, the promise of freedom is still very present in the USA, whereas in this country it is decried as disreputable, social Darwinist, and at least neoliberal. Even Obama had to row back after his slip-up and reaffirm that he didn't mean it that way. Of course the state is a taxpayer institution, and of course American entrepreneurs have earned their prosperity themselves. The high value that Americans place on freedom over social security also coincides with what is perceived in this country as an ignorant indifference to the customs and preferences of other ethnic and religious collectives. America is, for better or worse, the haven of multiculturalism. But this, one could even say, culturally relativistic indifference is something that is completely different from the tolerance so often invoked in Germany. While tolerance in the early modern emancipation discourse was always conceived of in terms of the state and was a veritable threat as a synonym for tolerating anti-national elements, indifference is an attitude to which the freedom to do whatever one thinks is right in private is above all paternalism by the majority. This does not mean that the actions of individuals are exempt from any criticism or reprimand, but only that the inhibition threshold of political personnel to dictate or forbid something to others is infinitely higher than in Europe. Above all, however, it means that it is not the state that acts as a regulator of social coexistence and opposition, but the political and communitarian public, a public that is not oriented towards the state as the executor of the will of the people, but appeals to individuals to change their behavior that is recognized as wrong or, in case of doubt, to reluctantly bow to the pressure of the majority. This procedure, the repressive basic principle of communitarianism, is neither particularly sympathetic nor effective, which is why we keep hearing from the USA about the craziness that anti-Americans like to use as ammunition to projectively express their longing for a strong state. Conversely, this also means that the American nation is homogenized in a much more superficial way than European societies. As long as American citizens, who almost always perceive themselves as part of an ethnocultural or religious minority and adapt their actions to their rules and norms to a certain extent, do not violate the property order or even commit capital crimes, they are free to do and think whatever they want. This also explains why not only numerous, thoroughly repressive sects can exist largely unmolested in the USA, but also why Islamists, from a formal legal point of view, have an easier time in America than in Europe. But there is another level besides the legal or state level, the ability of a society to integrate individuals into society in a way that does not bend them to fit a dominant culture, but rather trusts them enough to prevent them from doing nonsense with their freedom, which, to come back to gun rights, also means that individuals can do a lot of nonsense comparatively easily. And yet American Islamism is not a major problem. The largely shared values that create the unity of American society are astonishingly concrete. First, as in every capitalist society, there is the synthesis through processive value, i.e., the social necessity to prove oneself as a useful mediator in the self-utilization of value. This implies the alignment of one's own personality with the directives of the market, a personality, therefore, that aims for general interchangeability, or one could also say, affability. The prototypical American is a nice guy in the public eye. This conformism, which, particularly in view of European complaints about the oh-so-bad superficiality of Americans, must be emphasized as being much more civilized than the aggressive ill-temperedness of a Berliner Schnauz, is joined by the political form of the bourgeois subject. The citizen is an individual who determines his own fate, not only economically but also politically, and who chooses his own rulers according to the criterion of whether or not they represent his interests and those of the nation. The above-mentioned affair surrounding Obama's welfare state speech expresses this political character of the American citizen well. So it is superficial conformism, combined with a representative democratic system for dealing with conflicts of interest, that creates the social form that allows the different individuals and their completely heterogeneous collectives, including classes, of course, to coexist somewhat peacefully. To some extent, because this social peace is accompanied by a parallel society in the prisons, in which an impressive 0.8% of the population is locked up, fulfilling the economic purpose of superfluity and facilitating the functioning of the accumulation of surplus value by relieving the market. Contrary to what left-wing anti-Americans claim, however, the gigantic prison system in the USA does not contradict the social constitutional state, but is its most blatant form of expression under the conditions of American democracy. The prisons represent an oversized social state program for the rehabilitation of the surplus value rate. Social misery is brutally cushioned by imprisonment and transferred to state control. The European welfare state is certainly much friendlier, but at the same time it must be made clear at what cost. Paradoxically, the American prison system is precisely a result of the fundamental principle of freedom that places personal responsibility before state paternalism. Anyone who abuses this principle is imprisoned, for whatever reason and in whatever social emergency. This makes it clear that although American society, like German society, is based on capital coercion, domination, and exploitation, the ideological consequences, the values, are completely different. The primacy of double freedom, which is closely linked to the lack of freedom of the superfluous, outshines any state dirigisme, any political usurpation of the private and the public sphere. The individual is the owner of himself, with the exception of war, he does not belong to the state. This also leads us, finally, to the German circumcision debate. For here, the Cologne judges deliberately overstepped the boundary of ownership of oneself. What was presented under the sympathetic-sounding name of child protection was nothing other than the state's definition of the healthy subject, in contrast to the USA, by the way, where anti-circumcision campaigns are never directed at the state. Healthy, according to this definition, is anyone who has a foreskin. The child, who as a minor is in the care of the parents, should, if the child protectionists have their way, be largely removed from the influence of the parents and placed under the direct care of the state. Regardless of how circumcision is assessed, it must be noted that the Cologne ruling casts doubt on the parents' responsibility for the child's welfare in principle. It is not up to them to decide what is essential for the child's future well-being, but rather the task of the state to prohibit certain procedures and allow others. Opponents of circumcision argue that if the state relinquishes its power to decide on matters of upbringing and introduction into society, this opens the door to child cruelty and sexual abuse. For example, the association Magis e.V., in which, according to its own information, those directly and indirectly affected by sexual abuse have joined forces in order to give their interests a voice, wrote a petition for a ban on circumcision, which states, the rights of the affected children to physical integrity and their, also sexual, self-determination are unfortunately being almost completely lost. However, the assertion that the circumcision case represents a balancing conflict between children's rights and religious freedom is false. Insofar as the massive expansion of the child protection concept in recent years has satisfied the state's claim to early insertion of human material, also with the argument that the bourgeois family is dissolving at the margins of society, the state's power of disposal over offspring is not even up for debate. The real conflict of interest is between religious freedom, understood here as the relative ritual autonomy of religious collectives, and the raison d'etat of the state, which for obvious reasons is aimed in particular at promoting Jewish life in Germany. As little as the social people's state can tolerate this autonomy according to its constitution on the one hand, it is forced to present itself to the outside world as a Western, pluralistic, and above all Jew-friendly state on the other. The result is the strangely contradictory, obviously compromise-born bill in the Bundestag that explicitly permits religious circumcision. How central the question of raison d'etat was in the conflict was also registered by the Muslims, who suddenly, and quite unexpectedly for the Central Council of Jews in Germany, fraternized so ostentatiously with the Jews that one might have thought there was no anti-Semitism problem at all in the Islamic community. Apparently, the Jewish communities were so relieved by this support that they entered into alliances with Muslim groups, including Hamas in Berlin, Taz, September 4, 2012, far too naively. But that is not the point. After all, it is important to remember that the Jews were the object of the debate. And in two respects. Firstly, it was very specifically about criminalizing a central religious right, which the Jewish functionaries had to prevent by virtue of their office. But secondly, the Jews were an object of projection. Unlike the figure of the murderer who ran amok, who was shifted to the outside world, to America, the Jewish circumcisers, and they were the only ones at issue in the debate, seemed to be wreaking havoc within society. The innocent child, which was regularly mentioned in the comment columns and letters to the editor, had to be protected from these criminal elements. You don't need to be a psychoanalyst to notice the libidinous attachment of the commentators to the innocent child, which expresses the special projection power of psychologically regressed critics of Judaism to the level of a child. The child they were talking about was themselves. As is well known, Germans are only interested in Jews when they are dead and museums and memorials can be set up for them. But there was nothing more immaculate in the collective imagination than that Jewish boy of 8 days old who was exposed to the sleep-locked and fanatical Mohilim who carried out a seemingly barbaric custom, not to say a ritual crime, Stryker, on him. The permanent panic of the post-Nazi subject was incarnated in the defenseless boy, whom the state had to protect from Jews gone wild. After all, it could not tolerate a criminal collective preying on the Volksgenos, which suddenly included a Jewish baby. Accordingly, there was also a fixation on the law, which manifested itself in the hundreds of anti-Semitic comments on the websites of the Süddeutsche Zeitung or the Welt. "Dear Ms. Knobloch," wrote one educated middle-class reader in response to Knobloch's article in the Süddeutsche, "I was sorry to read your article, but I found it a slap in the face. You carry the Shoah in front of you like a sign and never tire of pointing to it. I don't want to deny this, but please also recognize that we have a constitution." A little more crude, on Welt Online, who do our representatives actually represent? The German people, or this moral-free Grauman? A Nazi joined in. The absolute majority of the population backed the ruling. Over 75% according to several polls. And yet religious lobby groups can impose their will, simply force through laws to eliminate judgments they don't like. How undemocratic that is. The majority of the population has no lobby at all. Where is the Central Council of Non-Religious People? Where is the Central Council of Germans? Where is the Central Council of the Ethnic Germans? But there were also more level-headed voices concerned about the basic law. Those who live here have no right to circumcision, but a right to the basic law, which also applies to small children. If you don't want to abide by it, please leave. That's the door. Expelling the Jews from the country was too much for some. Jews welcome yes, circumcision no. Human rights are not negotiable. Not even with Jews. Despite the German past. However, some were not even deterred by the realization that they were anti-Semitic. So if you are against the deliberate bodily harm and genital mutilation of babies in need of protection in the secular FRG state, then you are anti-Semitic? I am against the willful bodily harm and genital mutilation of babies. What is expressed in all these terrible remarks, it would be easy to quote hundreds that all have the same ring to them, is the cry for a state that preempts the Volksgenos with its hatred of the barbaric Jews. The admonition that it should abide by the basic law and reject Jewish lobby groups includes the tangible threat that the 75%, the absolute majority of the population, will no longer keep quiet if the state does not do its job. Seen in this light, the resentment against U.S. gun laws can also be interpreted as a projection. What the Americans are already allowed to do, the Germans, in the state of emergency they long for, must first fight for against what they see as a usurping sovereign. In contrast to the USA, however, the appropriation of weapons is not aimed at defense against a state that harasses the individual, but at the fight against non-Germans, especially against the existential enemy, Carl Schmitt, Jewry. Once again, this is the reason why the demand for a liberal gun law can and must never be raised in Germany just like that, and why, moreover, the Jews and their customs must be defended against all child protectors and other state fetishists.